morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
On a Friday no less, we get to talk about one of the most unlikely San Francisco 49ers wins I can truly remember. 8.5-point dogs doesn't even begin to summarize how dire it was out there. And by the way, is Mac Jones okay? Can somebody please get him nurses, a stretcher, an ambulance, a hospital, and get him a big fat steak too, because he led the Niners to that win. The defense does crazy stuff. Sean McVay out here making crazy decisions. Why does he run the ball into the line when he has Matt Stafford and Puka Nacua playing pitch and catch? My God, about 10 million things to talk about, Marcus. I'm wearing my run the damn ball hat on a Friday, and what's hilarious is Sean McVay ran the damn ball at the wrong time. So, hey, man, wow. Well, we left yesterday, Marcus. I said 5%. 5% never sounded so good. 49ers 26, Rams 23 in overtime. We got about 75 million things to talk about. Good morning, brother.
Shout out to the 5%ers that know what Murph is talking about. Shout out Murph, Adam Rank, Richard Sherman. I think you guys were the only 3 people on this planet that picked the 49ers to win yesterday.
Well, I didn't really pick them to win. I just said, well, I'm going to give them that little sliver in my brain. We talked about Elvis Grbac in Dallas in 95. We talked about it all day yesterday. And that's kind of, not apples to apples at all, because Elvis Grbac had Jerry Rice, and we talked all day about how the Niners had really no receiving weapons. Oh, wait. Did I fail to mention Kendrick Rice? Jerry Bourne. Oh, my God. Kendrick Bourne, 10 catches, 142 yards. And Mac Jones. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Mac Jones is out here not just winning games while banged up and limping and damn near heaving. Looked like he was heaving out there. He's not just 3-0 as a starter. He's out here starting sports talk radio controversies, too. So.
He is, Murph.
What'd you think, man?
And I got to say, my first takeaway, focusing on Mac Jones and his performance yesterday, you're right. They need to get him some type of Iron Man suit or something, because he was beat up yesterday. But what a gutsy performance, and what a newfound respect I have for Mac Jones. Yeah. This is not the same old Mac Jones where Rex Ryan is making fun of him for being a pea shooter with the Patriots. Yeah. Everybody kind of laughed at him, even when he was at Alabama. Nobody knew if he was really a good enough quarterback or if it was the Nick Saban system. And then we realized, hey, guess what? Quarterbacks need systems. And here he is with Kyle Shanahan just running it damn near flawlessly. And for the past couple of weeks, running it better than Brock Purdy.
Well, there we go.
And Murph, I knew that we were getting into this conversation, and I've been patient with this. I said after his first start, that win against New Orleans, I'm not going to name Mac Jones the quarterback after his first win. Even after his second one, I was like, no. I'm not even really entertaining the fact that Mac Jones is now in a quarterback competition than Brock Purdy. But I just said it. If you want to look at this within a vacuum, these past 2 weeks, both of these guys banged up. Mac Jones has looked like the better quarterback. So I think now, after that performance last night, at least we can entertain the conversation moving forward.
Well, first of all, I hate to be that guy. And I remember when I got into sports talk radio back in 2004. Is that it right? 2004? I remember thinking the whole time, I don't want to sit here and just be that guy who's saying stupid stuff just to say stupid stuff, man. And they're like, well, do you want the job or not? You know what I mean? It's like,
how bad do you want it?
Are you going to do the job or not do the job, right? But, this is going to be one of those things that goes back to my 2004 mantra of I know that you all want to be entertained on your morning commute, and I guess we can play that game if you want. Just entertain you guys on your morning commute. That's what we're here for. It's theater of the mind, all that stuff. But if we're talking real football, I'm just going to slow everybody's roll right now. First of all, you don't need to make a decision today.
No.
You don't need to make a decision today. And obviously, probably the gigantic factor in this whole thing is Brock Purdy's foot,
yes, of course,
and his health and his toe. Right now, top of my head, given how severe Purdy's injury looked, I was already thinking he wasn't going to be ready for Tampa. And again, now, do I have the freaking stethoscope? Do I have the medical bag? No, I don't. But just my gut instinct and my history of watching injuries and what Steve Young told us and everything is that's like a multiple week injury. So I was already thinking that he wasn't going to quarterback at Tampa. So pardon me. Yeah, the game's at Tampa, pardon me, and it's a long way away. First of all, we have to see how Mac is first of all, too. Who knows? He might wake up this morning who knows how his ribs are? Who knows how his knee is?
I mean, when he went down on that play where, who was it? Byron Young beats Colton McKivitz. Pro Football Focus's #1 pass blocking right tackle in the league. He gets beat. Mac Jones goes down hard. And they pan over to Adrian Martinez. And Adrian Martinez looked like a nervous wreck. He's like, wait, me? You want me to go in the game?
I mean, I'm going to make a deep pull for my Happy Days crowd. When Ralph Malph was told to go into a basketball game, tore off his sweats, he had his blue jeans on underneath. He goes, I never play. And by the way, when Mac then got up and ran to the sidelines on his own, Bionic Mac, when he got up and trotted the smile on Adrian Martinez's face, like, yeah, Mac.
He was so relieved. He was over there like he was helping him walk off the field.
I couldn't even imagine what it would have been like if old number 4 trotted out there, man. Martinez 4. Like, wait, what's going on here? So Mac Jones, man, Bionic Mac. And listen, everything about him. I mean, the multicolored suits. Dude, ready for this? Can I do it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter? Can I do that? Did you see that? That little what do you call that?
Say a little shimmy.
It was that little. You want some of this? You want some of this?
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I got to mute my phone. I got the Mac Jones shimmy there. So yeah, I mean, he's got the swag. He's got the shoulder swag. He's got the multicolored suits. He goes out with the boombox. You know, everything about him. I'm going to start with a peaceful angle on the whole thing. First of all, let's give the Niner front office a ton of credit for signing the guy. I mean, that was a great move. And I remember saying at the time, and texters mocked me and roasted me. I said, is there any part of this that's signing him to put pressure on Brock? Because I remember saying, the Niners are like, hey, if you don't want to sign your team-friendly deal, we always have Mac Jones. Now, he signs a $53 million deal. And is now at 6:07 the time to bring up that the Niners can get out of that contract after the 26th season?
I thought this was a peaceful take here, Murph.
No, it was not.
That doesn't sound very peaceful.
I chose violence right away, yeah. So let's slow our roll. We don't have to make a decision right now. And we don't know how Mac's health is. And I would say that, it's probably likely he'll quarterback at Tampa Bay. And if we're going to talk about the two quarterbacks, we've always said that there's no question Brock is more mobile. There's and he can do multiple more things because of that mobility. Okay, so let's remember that about Brock Purdy. That said, the number one thing, and I'll credit Greg Papa as always. Papa always brings up Purdy's height. He goes, 6 foot and 3/4 at the combine, all that. And that is the thing you just notice the difference is that Mac can see over the line on those trafficky plays. And that is Brock's biggest thing. And I got news for Brock. He's not going to grow any taller between now and 2040.
They don't have any surgeries for that?
Well, I mean, can you hang from a bar or something,
Stretch out a little bit.
So, I mean, there is that appealing thing. So, we don't have to make a decision now. It's a great backup situation to have, for sure. We were talking about the best 1-2 punches in the league. Well, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray. Well, Brock Purdy, Mac Jones. One of the better backups in the NFL.
Yeah, and we've seen Brock Purdy miss, 3 games now? Mac Jones 3-0 as a starter without George Kittle out there, without Nick Bosa out there, without Brennan Ayuk, without a running game. I mean, this is still a 49ers team that is now 4-1 without scoring a rushing touchdown and without getting an interception on the year.
Yeah.
Like, how crazy is that? The fact that Mac Jones is doing this with a bunch of backups and really not getting the full kind of supporting cast. But whatever happens, it seems like Robert Saleh's defense is there to kind of clean up the mess and save the day.
I always have. There was an old Saturday Night Live skit called "Quien es más macho." It was an old skit. I always default to that on Twitter because when sports events generally come down to like "Quien es más macho," Cam Schlittler or the Boston Red Sox, right? Answer: Cam Schlittler. Congrats.
Thank you, Murph. Thank you.
Big smile on Waterboy's face.
Oh yeah.
And it always comes down in football in the fourth quarter. Quien es más macho? And the answer every week has been Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh es más macho. I mean, let's go over this, Marcus. Week 1 at Seattle, after the Tonjes catch, they still had to make the stop. Nick Bosa with the strip sack of Sam Darnold. Saleh's guys get it done. Week 2 at New Orleans. Yes, Mac throws 3 touchdowns, but Spencer Rattler has the Saints driving all the way in 4th and 1 late. Bryce Huff makes the sack that wins the game. Week 3 against Arizona, well, it was Eddie Pinheiro 16-15, but he held Arizona and Kyler to 15 points. Week 4, they lose. But then last night, even though they got pushed around, even though Matt Stafford at times looked like maybe the most comfortable quarterback I've seen in NFL. I mean, there were times he was back in the pocket just picking and choosing who he's going to rifle down to. And by the way, quick digression. it rattled me even more that he not just went to high school with the guy, not just his best friends with the guy, he actually physically resembles Clayton Kershaw. Like, it's a facial freaking beard resemblance. And I'm like, am I seeing Kershaw or Stafford? Either way, it's killing me. They're both killing me. Both guys are tormenting my teams. But there were times Stafford was looking so comfortable and slicing and dicing and slicing and dicing. And yet, in the end, Robert Saleh has one more play than Stafford, or should I say, than Kyron Williams, who Alfred Collins knocked the ball out of. Now, is that, Saleh's guys just fighting that paw to knock the ball out of Kyron Williams' hands, and then that 4th and 1 play, which we can discuss forever, how Sean McVay, when you are owning Matt Stafford and Puka Nacua, and you don't just roll out a little pitch and catch, and you just tried to play, Marcus, you can't smash mouth the Niners in the Niners' house.
No,
you know what I mean?
Not down at Levi's South. But yeah, it's crazy that they went with the run play. Now, some people are thinking, how could it be crazy? It was 4th and 1. That seems like the obvious answer. But just a couple plays earlier on that drive, Sean McVay drew up a beautiful play where Devontae Adams was able to take like double coverage. Kyron Williams was like right underneath. They picked up the first down and kept the chains rolling.
Yes.
And we know how creative Sean McVay is, so you would think, get Kyron Williams out in space, get Devontae Adams out in space, or get Puka Nacua the ball and do something with it. I was a little shocked by that call, but overall, not shocked with the fact that he was going for the win in that situation. I don't think Sean McVay was trying to play for the tie.
McVay, after the game, tormented. This is the signature quote from last night. Here's Sean McVay trying to explain himself, running into the gut of, wait for it, Mykel Williams. I wrote all the guys I saw involved in the tackle. Mykel Williams, Fred Warner, Demo Lenore, Chase Lucas, and Marquise Siegel were all involved in that play.
Get in there, Siegel.
McVay, what do you have to say?
The 4th down call.
It's a bad call. It's a bad call by me.
Any thought of kicking the field goal there?
No.
At the end? None at all?
No. In hindsight, I wish I would have, but no, we came in here to try to win the football game. It didn't go down for us, Gary. That wasn't even a thought, but the play selection was very poor. I'm sick right now because I put our players in a shitty spot, and I got to live with that.
Yeah, like to see. I like to hear that at 6:12 in the morning.
I'm sick right now.
All right. Well, there's your signature cut. ESPN already has their they call it topic bars. I heard that the other day. Should 49ers keep Mac Jones as starting QB?
Here it is. Get ready,
Well,
Murph.
the good news is we only have a week and a half to talk about it until I would think, again, I'll just reiterate what I said. I'm guessing Brock's not healthy enough to go on Sunday at Tampa. So we shall see. And is everybody feeling differently about Mac if Matt Stafford rolls out and hits Puka Nacua and he walks in for a touchdown and you're like, oh, he couldn't get it done? No, I mean, seriously. Listen, we'll slow our roll.
Yeah.
No crazy takes right now, but it is fun as hell. Fun as hell.
Yeah, I mean, after that performance last night, an absolutely gutsy performance from Mac Jones, I'm not ready to say that he's already Wally Pitt, Brock Purdy, but Murph, at least I'm willing to entertain the conversation.
There it is. Wally Pitt may not be in the game, but he's grabbing a bat in the on-deck circle, right? All right, guys. Actually, Wally Pitt's the one who gets pulled.
He
right?
lost his job, yeah.
They're pulling Wally
Took a
Pitt
day
from the on-deck circle. All right, among everything else, it's an 80s Friday. We're back to the Decades Fridays. That'll be fun. Hey, YouTube crowd, are we going to, well, we'll see.
We'll try to we'll try to sneak something in
better
for you.
left unsaid
Yeah,
or what?
shh. Yeah, uh-huh.
Don't. Hey, Murphy, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. All right, guys. Friday, October 3rd. It is absolutely a fun as heck football Friday. And let's do it all. Let's hear the guest list next on The Sports Leader.
I'm sick right now because I put our players in a shitty spot, and I got to live with that.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We got a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails at Chase Center. The show's going to be on March 15th of next year, and you got to stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win those 2 tickets. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the one. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football.
Oh, and he just punched it out from Kyron Williams and then held on to it.
What a huge right hook.
God.
Williams was about to score a big right hook from Alfred Collins. He caught Williams in the face, and then he got the football for the biggest play of his young career. He had a 59-yarder to give the Niners the lead in regulation. This kick is on the way, and it is good. Eddie Pinheiro gives the Niners a 26-23 lead, but now the Rams get the football. 4th down and 1 for the Rams. Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
Ah, good to hear that radio sound back on 680. Guy Haberman, Tim Ryan. It is all over at SoFi Stadium on the 4th and 1 stop. We'll talk about it all. Those plays, the Alfred Collins. By the way, how about Tim Ryan's incredible ability to spot a ball out from hundreds of yards away? Because even on TV, it was hard to see. But Tim Ryan, eagle-eyed, you got that defensive lineman's nose. The ball out! And Alfred and Guy Haberman's like, wait, what? Is it out? And sure enough, it was. By the way, on that kick that Pinheiro made, you could hear the upright kind of go boom as it went off it there. Yes, our 80s Friday, and this was a special request for Mac Jones. I was thinking, Marcus, I was like, if Mac Jones was in the 80s and he went to a party, he would be the guy who, when Word Up by Cameo came on, everybody cleared out, and Mac took over the dance floor right now. So give me some Mac. Give me some Mac. Can you sliver it for the crew over there? Oh, you're done. All right, good man.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that special Mac swaggy rejoin here. I feel like if Mac was high school football in 86, this would be this boombox walkout song.
Well, speaking of Mac Jones in high school, Murph, I need to find his prom pictures because after seeing the suits that he's wearing to games, like this guy has had swag since the beginning of time. I need to see how the hell he dressed up for his homecoming.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Just, you ride with Cameo? Word Up?
Oh, yeah, this is a great song.
You ride.
Word up.
Okay, you're down.
I got you.
All right, you're down.
Little OG auto-tune.
Good morning, young Tony. You down with a Cameo Word Up? You know it?
I think this is the first time I've heard this.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, welcome to the 80s, buddy. Welcome to synth R&B of the 80s. All right, that's for Mac Jones. All right, you heard it all there, man. Let's talk about some of those important things you just heard. Let's start with the Alfred Collins play right there, because right then and there, you're feeling discouraged. The Rams had marched down the field, all those passes that Stafford was throwing. Time was running out. And at that point in time, you were thinking, Niners just don't have the horses. Like, their D-line was just so obviously out of horses. They could not get to Stafford. They had one sack all game.
Early, too.
It was Bryce Huff. So, I mean, Pinheiro had made, by the way, the 59-yarder. Dude, that was a gigantic ask of
Eddie
second longest
P.
field goal in Niner history.
49er history.
David Akers made a 63-yarder in Green Bay. And then Jake Moody had a 57-yarder. I had the stat.
Shout out
here
David Akers getting a mention this morning.
D-Ake, buddy. D-Ake, let's go.
Yeah, Moody 57 or 58 in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
But
maybe,
how about-
maybe the list I looked at was regular season.
Yeah, possibly. But how about the fact that after all that, after the Jake Moody saga,
After all that,
after talking about, oh, he's got such a strong leg, and that's why the 49ers drafted him in the 3rd round. But Eddie Pinheiro, even though he's top 3, top 4 most accurate kickers of all time, he can't hit a 50-yarder. No, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Eddie Pinheiro from 59 yards, second longest in 49er history. Obviously, his longest in his
Guy's
career.
unbelievable.
Unreal.
There were so many different things to talk about. We have to talk about him. But on that drive, let's get back to it. Stafford's Dyson. He goes to Nakua for 11. He goes to Adams for 18, Devontae. There's a Demo Lenore holding. He had 3 flags last night. There's the 2-minute warning. Kyron runs for 20. He bounces off the right side. He takes it 4 yards to the 7. Michael Williams, an illegal use of the hands, which, by the way, he did not. He never.
No.
Yeah, it was a bad call.
It wasn't even close.
So they have 1st and goal. It's a minute to go. This thing's over because they're going to score. They're going to go up 4, and Mac's going to have to go down the field. I mean, maybe because he's Mac Jones, but Alfred Collins punches that thing out. Absolutely insane play. But we also need to talk about what happened after that play, and that is Kyle. I was like, okay. The Rams have 3 timeouts. I get it. You want to run a couple times, get yourself some space. But one pass ices that game. One pass. And Kyle chose to play hyper conservative, which I did. I disagreed with in real time. I don't know. Your opinion? Did you like running it 3 times to make the Rams burn their timeouts?
I mean,
or
they
would you
were
have taken a shot to win it.
They were backed up so far at that point, but I think you have to see how not only this game played out for the running game, but the first 4 games of the season. And you just really haven't had a big chunk play when it comes from Christian McCaffrey as a running back. So I thought they would have got some type of creativity to drop a screen or just get the ball in the hands of Christian McCaffrey on the outside and give him more space.
I mean, just a slant to Ken Bourne.
Something quick.
That would get you out there.
They could have, but
yeah, no, I would. He didn't play to win,
Yeah,
and he knew there was a strong likelihood they weren't going to get a first down, and they're just going to have to punt it to the Rams, who then took over the ball with 42 seconds left.
Yeah.
Dude, at the 50-yard line.
But I guess to play devil's advocate, what if it's another situation where Dominic Pooney grabs somebody as Mac Jones is in the end zone
safety.
and it's a safety, it's a holding penalty. We just saw it happen a couple weeks ago. So
that's a
maybe that plays a factor in Kyle's
Nightmare
decision.
scenario. Kyle
Yeah.
did address playing it unbelievably conservative there. What do you say?
Yeah, it was tough. I definitely wanted to throw it and end it. But what they had 3 timeouts, us on the -1. I really thought that if we made them use their timeout, then worst case scenario, we're playing in overtime. I worried with the way Stafford and their offense was looking the time before that one, if you get a holding or something like we did the week before in the end zone, that would have been bad. But two, like if we gave them that ball and punted it with a touchdown, I was afraid. I mean, with one timeout, I was afraid they'd get a touchdown. So I thought that would at least ensure overtime. We had a chance to stop them there. I think it was 4th and 4. They ended up getting it, but we played it out and went to overtime and found a way to get it done.
You sure did, but not without some good fortune there, buddy. But I will say that I did live time, and I still do disagree. You got to go. And the reason why I wouldn't want to keep playing is, first of all, your quarterback's barely walking. You're gassed. You have no soldiers there, and Stafford's getting more and more into a rhythm. But, hey, he played it that way. They punted it to the 50. They somehow, some way were able to hold them to a field goal, and then somehow, some way stopped them on 4th and 1. So, all right, guest list on a Friday, October 3rd, 2025. We've been warned by Tony. You guys got to keep it tight today. Why do we have to keep it? Why is today different than any other day, buddy?
I mean, we just want to be airtight. We always do.
You don't say that on Tuesday. You don't say you got to keep it tight today.
Well, let's just shout out the guys that were cutting all the sound overnight. Shout out Ryan McCarthy, Anthony Garcia. All these guys did a great job. We got a ton of stuff to get to, so I want to make sure we're airtight. That's all.
Now, do you think this is young Tony implying or maybe sending subliminal messages that we usually don't keep it tight, Murph?
Yeah, it is. And I'm
Look at you, starting some mess early.
I'll file this down here.
Hey, I mean, young Tony is the one who guaranteed a win for the Rams last night.
That's just false information.
Don't forget at the end of the show, he gave a Charles Barkley guarantee.
All right, guys, what do we got today, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 6:30, Brian and Bobby's best bets. We're going to talk a little betting at 6:30 this morning. Mike Krukow at 7:30. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Mike Silver to break down that game at 8:15. We'll have cooler content 8:30, and then Susan Slusser to put a bow on the Giants season at 9:30.
Okay, so we know we want to talk Niners, but Brian and Bobby are a tradition, so we'll make them quick and tight, as young Tony would say.
Keep it tight.
80s Friday, Niners win incredibly. Another miracle win. They are 4-1 and 3-0 in the division. We'll get to it next on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
The question America is asking, who the blank are Brian and Bobby? All right, tradition. We'll make our picks here, but 80s Friday's back, and I think we're going with a Mac Jones theme today because the first one, Cameo Word Up, was what I imagined him coming out in high school to a boombox. This one's for all y'all about Brock or Mac. Do you want a new QB?
Ooh.
Huey Lewis asking, I want a new QB. So there we go, guys. Little theme action for you. Mac Jones themed 80s. All right, sounds good. And Huey, of course, being a big Niner fan, enjoyed that game last night. All right, Young Tone, give me my pick music. We'll make this quick because we want to get back to the Niners real quick here. So last week, your boy Saturday Murph did his usual 1-1. I mean, I've done 1-1 every week. I'm trying to break out, except for the 0-2 week when I was in absentia. I wish Tony had lost those picks. Last week, it was the Washington Huskies letting me down, but the Oregon Ducks and Dan Lanning doing all this, doing all that, getting that W there. So 1-1. So we're an unsightly 3-5. Not pretty at all, but here we go. Here are your two winners. I hate to do this to my alma mater, but Penn State is going to Pasadena to take on UCLA. Penn State's a 24.5-point favorite. UCLA is obviously in historic, apocalyptic disarray. Penn State's coming off a tragic loss to Oregon. I see them taking out a little revenge in front of about, 3,100 fans at the Rose Bowl, all of whom are Penn State supporters. It's a 24.5-point spread. You telling me Penn State doesn't win this thing 41-13? Of course they win this thing 41-13. Take Penn State, lay the points. I know you'd say UCLA played them tough last year. I don't care. Take Penn State, lay the points, and then I hate to do this to my guy. I saw him on Channel 2 last night. He was wearing his navy blue and gold hanky.
Murph.
He came out of the gate strong on Wednesday and said, Murph, you calmed down from last week, which was really funny, I thought. But Ron Rivera's, I keep saying, why does Vegas have Duke favored by 2.5 at Cal Saturday night at 7:30? Why? I said, well, they kind of know, don't they? And Duke's coming off a 38-3 win over Syracuse. I see Cal kind of regressing. Duke actually has a lot of talent. They have some good wins this year. I'm going to go ahead and say that Cal, being Cal, is not quite ready. Even though Duke has to make the long trip out, even though they haven't played since 1963, and even though Cal beat them with Jason Kidd in the legendary Cal-Duke tournament game. Shout out my early to mid-'90s crowd out there. I'm going to go ahead and say that Duke hands Cal back to its traditional place of sort of mediocrity. Take Duke, lay the 2.5.
Damn.
I'm done. I'm done, Marcus. I'm
After
done.
you were bragging and boasting about the 1975 UCLA Bruins football team to Ron Rivera, you're picking against UCLA and picking against Cal this weekend.
I am. But take that with a grain of salt.
I will take it with a grain of salt, and I will throw that salt on the Bobby Boucher's best bets for Sunday, week 5 of the NFL season. Now, Murph, we had our first big stinker, went 0-2 last week as the Washington Commanders with Marcus Mariota were not able to beat the Atlanta Falcons, and the Chargers were upset by Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. So we're 4-4 on the season, looking to get back on the winning side of things this weekend. And we're going to start off with the Dallas Cowboys taking a trip up to MetLife to take on the New York Jets. They are in a 2.5-point favorite. Now, the Dallas Cowboys have only won one game on the season, but the Jets haven't won any. And we just saw the Dallas Cowboys put up a 40-burger on the Green Bay Packers defense. That game ended in a tie, so the Cowboys are 1-2-1. We know that the Cowboys can score points. We know that the Cowboys can't stop anybody defensively, but I think the Cowboys outscore the Jets this weekend. Dak Prescott is comfortable up at MetLife. We'll play there every year against the New York Giants. It's actually the stadium that he has the second most wins in behind AT&T down in Dallas. So I'm taking Dak Prescott minus 2.5 on the road up in MetLife against the New York Jets as my first bet of the day. And then, Murph, I'm getting creative here. Anytime I have an 0-2 week, I got to get into my bag of my best bets. And I've done this before, and I know it's kind of thrown you off your loop a little bit. I'm going out to London this weekend, bright and early, and I've got my eyes set on the Vikings and the Cleveland Browns. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Marcus, why the hell would you bet on a game that is going to have a matchup between Dylan Gabriel making his first career start and Carson Wentz starting for the Minnesota Vikings? Well, I'm doing it Because I'm taking the under 37 points. It's one of my favorite bets is to take the under out in London. Backup quarterbacks. You don't even have to wake up. Put this bet in. Wake up. The score will be like 3-2 in the third quarter, and you'll cash in on the under. Only way this goes wrong is if they get defensive touchdowns, but I like the under 37 points. Backup quarterbacks out in London across the pond as my second best bet.
It does throw me for a loop, but hey. They're your picks. Let's do it. All right, quickly do the Couch Potato Guide. 5 stars, the best 5. Got to tell you, I hate it. If you guys are looking to do something this weekend, go out on the bay, take a boat, maybe play some golf. This is the weekend to do it. Terrible TV weekend. I struggled to find 5 games worthy because the Niners aren't playing this weekend. So here we go. 1-star pick. I mean, I'm not a big Sunshine State guy. Miami, Florida State, 4:30 ABC Saturday. It's the only it's the only top 25 matchup all weekend. There's no other game that features 2 top 25 teams. So shout out to Buster Posey, shout out FP Santangelo, Miami at Florida State, 4:30 on ABC is my 1-star pick. 2-star pick's going to be another one that, I don't know how much local interest is here, but Vanderbilt at Alabama, 12:30 on ABC. Vandy's actually in the midst of a historic season.
You're my Vanderwall.
There you go, buddy. We tried that the other day. Alabama, of course, coming off their huge win over Georgia. Are they back? Is Kalen DeBoer getting them going? I actually know a Vandy grad. Shout out to fellow travel ball parent Mark. He's fired up on his Vandy Commodores. So Vandy Bama is of some interest. 12:30 ABC. That's the 2-star game. 3-star game is, I'm looking at the NFL slate. Not a lot, but hey, Broncos at Eagles, 3-star game, 10 a.m. on CBS. Interesting. What Sean Payton got up his sleeve. There's a lot of static around the Eagles nationally for being a 4-0 team. You turn on the national shows every morning, they're like, what's wrong with the Eagles? What's wrong with the Eagles?
They can't pass the ball.
There's really nothing wrong with the Eagles. A.J. Brown is tweeting out Bible verses, whatever. Broncos Eagles is the 3-star pick, 10 a.m. 4-star pick is going to be probably the best NFL game from our perspective. It's the Tampa Bay Bucks at the Seattle Seahawks, 1 o'clock on Sunday on CBS, because it involves, first of all, you're rooting against Seattle. Second of all, you're going to play the Bucks next week. So a lot of information there, a lot of data for you 49ers fans. We'll see if Baker Mayfield can get it done in the Pacific Northwest. And so I guess that leaves me with the 5-star pick. I'm going to run back to Ron Rivera and hug him up because the 5-star pick is Duke Cal Saturday night, 7:30 on ESPN. Really, the only real good game. Stanford's off this week, apparently. And Duke Cal, 7:30 ESPN. Shout out Bobby Hurley. Shout out Jason Kidd. Getting it done on a Saturday night in Berkeley. Talked to Greg from 99.7. He's going to the game. Nice. We discussed how we don't like night games at Berkeley. But, hey, if you're on your couch in the sweatpants drinking wine, it's easy entertainment. And there you go. Brian and Bobby's best bets are done. I had visions that we would finish this segment and talk Niners, but I'm looking at the clock. Why don't we do this? Why don't we duck out, come back with a big, meaty 49er recap. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We want to hear from you guys. What was your favorite part of the game last night? What was the deciding factor in the game last night? And what does that say about the rest of the 49ers season? 808 KNBR is the phone number. We got Mac Jones sound. We got Kyle Shanahan sound. We got Sean McVay sound. All coming up on The Sports Leader.
Mac Jones. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
McCaffrey shifts out from under center. Mac Jones takes, and he throws. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, 49ers.
Nobody covered Jake Tonjes. Mac Jones saw it right away. Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! The ball's going to be put down on the left hash. Here's the snap. The ball is away. It's got plenty of leg. Is it on target? Yes! Pinheiro! He drilled it from 59.5 yards. What a clutch kick! Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams, he gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
Ah, those sound great, man. Love hearing those radio calls early in the morning on a Friday, on an 80s Friday, on a DeBarge. I like it. Friday. This better be on your cookout playlist, brother.
Oh, and I like it.
Better be on your cookout. This is one top 10 R&B jam of all time for me. And this is all for Mac Jones. We're doing the Mac Jones rejoins. We had the word up because I thought he would have walked out in the boombox to that in 86. I want a new drug or I want a new QB. And this is another one. I see Mac now going to the best girl at the party and taking her, hey, you want to take a walk, baby? DeBarge is playing. Let's go.
Yeah, what's up? There's a new QB in town.
I feel like this would have been Mac's jam. Mac driving up in the Camaro with this blasting out. Say, hey, baby, want to go get a milkshake? Let's go.
Want to go for a ride?
DeBarge, look into him, Tone. 80s R&B family. I got an incredible anecdote that it's Niner Friday, but a buddy of mine worked at a law firm in L.A., wound up having a brief affair/fling.
Wow.
With DeBarge's girlfriend.
Ooh.
Yeah. He was stepping into DeBarge's.
Mr. Steal Your Girl.
He was stepping into DeBarge's situation.
Your boy became Eskimo brothers with DeBarge.
And DeBarge, I think he didn't like it. Ooh, and I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Is it right here? Just give me that right now. Just give it to me. Give it to me. Stylish clothes you wear. Mac Jones. There you go. All right, thank you. Maybe my favorite 80s rejoin song of all time. All right, let's get into it. We asked for the phone calls at 808-KNBR. Who and what was your favorite moment from the game last night? Jose in Oakland starts us off. Jose, Niners 26, Rams 23 in OT. Against all odds, Jose. What you got?
Yeah, what's up, Jose?
If you had told me at the beginning of the year, beginning of the season, that we were going to have this many injuries and that many players out and we'd still be 4-1, I probably would have laughed in your face and told you be lucky if we're 2-3. We're 4-1. And what has me more excited more than anything, other than the fact that we do have a very, very capable backup quarterback on Mac Jones. I mean, you can see why he won championships with Alabama. It's that defense. They're young, they're learning, and you know what? I'm excited about the fact that Saleh is their teacher, just like with kids and with everything else. When you're learning, you can learn bad habits or you can learn how to do things the right way. He is the perfect defensive coach. Okay, he's teaching them to do it the right way, not to give up on their team, not to give up on their teammates. And most of all, do not give up on the ball, Okay, always be positive. Something's going to happen. Always go for the ball. You might, punch it out, cause a fumble, and win the game. And that's what happened last night. And I'm really excited. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to compare it with the Legion of Boom because that's something else. But it kind of reminds me of that young Seahawks defense when they're in the first and second year. They were learning, and as they got better, they became what they became. So, Niners.
Jose, great call. Always great to hear from you, buddy. Always great to hear your takes. I love it. A lot of stuff to react to there because Saleh, when you see, like, just visually, like, we can talk X's and O's all day, but there's something about the visual of Robert Saleh running onto the field with that bald head, skipping and whooping and flexing and jumping, where you're like even the lovely Candace, my fair and talented bride, said, that guy right there, that's why they're winning. I was like, well, when you're winning over the suburban housewives with your swagger and your attitude. But I mean, here's the thing I would say, Marcus, is that everything Jose said is right in that they're making all the plays they need to win. Yes. However, let me just offer this as a counter. The Rams gained 450-plus yards last night. And the Rams, without a little peanut punch at the one and without a bad play call McVay, maybe gained 500 yards and score north of 30 points on the Niners. That said, they didn't.
Yeah, and as much as we're sitting here praising Robert Saleh's defense, every single one of these wins has been a one-score game. So they have been close down the stretch, but that's the biggest difference. I mean, look at the 49ers last year when they went 2-6 in one-possession games. They were not able to close things out in the fourth quarter with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley calling plays. Robert Saleh has changed that. So, of course, you give Robert Saleh. You also have to give credit to John Lynch and the 49ers organization for drafting some of these guys. And then, of course, give credit to the damn players who are actually in the trenches. Alfred Collins, not only did he come in with that right hook that caused that fumble, check it out, dude. He beats a double team prior to ripping through. Like, he turns, gets skinny, and then he comes in like he's throwing a Mike Tyson overhand right, hits it right on the button. Michael Williams on that final stop of the game had great push and get off the line of scrimmage. That set up Fred Warner and Chase Lucas and Demo and all those guys crashing the sea gap. Like, how about that, dude? Yeah,
Michael actually bull rushes two guys to clear out the space for Warner, Lenore, Lucas, and Siegel. Now, that said, there's still issues like Demo Lenore. Struggled last night. Three defensive holding penalties. Marquise Siegel on pass D is a rough watch. He is a raw kid back there, and teams will pick on him, and the Rams did pick on him. But again, everything we're saying, they got the win. Week 1, did they have to make a play to win? Nick Bosa did it. Week 2, down in New Orleans, did they have to make a play to win? Bryce Huff did it. Week 5 in L.A., did they have to make a play to win? Alfred Collins and a bunch of guys did it on 4th and 1. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it's the hallmark. It's what Jose said. Maybe it's the hallmark of Saleh's defense that whatever it is, they're going to be to the 60th minute. They're going to play hard. They get it. They might lose the 47th minute or they might lose the 52nd minute, but they're going to try to be in it from minute 59 to minute 60.
Absolutely.
And they did it. And the listener reminds us, we didn't call it in. Who tagged us on Twitter there? Come on, man.
We got a couple of people blowing us up. Shout out to our guy, Rich Vega, who makes sure that we got to call that victory in this morning.
From me to you,
I got
Rich tweeting at us. I love that.
We got tweets demanding the win
Well,
package.
he's right. And the guy who calls it in is Robert Saleh on that. What is that, Marcus? A Galaxy Android?
We're going with the Galaxy Fold, right?
Because Robert Saleh, only the finest. Only the finest for Robert Saleh, who calls Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell says, I'm asleep in my silk jammies. Why are you waking me up? He says, because, you freaking mannequin. We just pulled another one out in the last second. Put it in your books yet again. In overtime, San Francisco 49ers 26, LA Rams 23.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dodgers got it! Mac Jones. Oh, and he just punched it out and then held on to it.
We added some new stuff there. Very good. New Mac Jones ad and held on to it. So very, very good. Young tone. All right, today's a day for all of us to talk about that game. Steve-O in Auburn is the next guy who gets to talk about the 49ers on KNBR, the sports leader. Steve-O, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Steve-O?
Good morning, fellas, man. I am stoked. There's one word that keeps coming to my mind. It's called particles. Particles, winning particles. They're here. Yeah. We've got a group of guys who have an aura now. They have an aura of winning. This is, Mac Jones ripping throws. Frozen ropes to back shoulders. I'm excited for the kid, not only for, the team, but flat out for every backup there ever was to be able to perform and elevate their careers. One by one, everybody is on board with this, and I just find that from I could see it in the coach's eyes, the execution, and they just, now we got belief. When you have belief in, and it all comes from the Lions too, by the way, guys. But I'm telling you, that guy was a warrior last night. Mac Jones was a warrior. I'm going to leave it with that. And of course, Robert Saleh, just the willing these guys to make plays. That is flat out the particles and the aura of this team, and it's a thing, man.
Steve-O, good call, man. We appreciate you feeling. You can feel the adrenaline still pumping this morning. He's right. It's like they are. We just went through all those wins, every single one of them. Eddie Piñeiro's last-second kick against the Falcons. All 4 wins have been crazy, dramatic, harrowing wins. And you can still point to all the problems, and yet here they are, 4-1, 3-0 in their division.
Yeah, and think about the change in vibes or aura or particles that Steve-O was talking about. Last year we spent the entire year talking about the Super Bowl hangover and how guys got fat and happy and maybe didn't show up to camp motivated. This year, it was a totally different tone. Not only just having Robert Saleh back in the building, but getting 5 straight defensive players in that draft class. They talked about the youthfulness and how these guys are coming in hungry now. This is a completely different defense that Robert Saleh previously had, and you're seeing the results with these new pieces and Robert Saleh back in charge.
I remember I labeled refreshed, refueled, and revenged. I should have said refreshed, refueled, revenged, and re-injured. Yeah. Oh, my God. But they're doing it. They're doing it.
Crazy.
Watchdog is the next one to check in here in San Francisco. Watchdog, good morning, man. How about those Niners?
Hey, what's up, Watchdog?
What's up, guys? Go Niners. Hey, happy Friday, guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Man, this is going to be a beautiful weekend. Hey, I had 3 points.
Mm-hmm.
First one is Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones.
Wait.
Man, Mac Jones always the boy got game. Mac Jones covered a lot of spreads when he was at Alabama, if you know what I'm talking about. Mac Jones has always been he's been a baller.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is a baller. So, man, I don't want to create a quarterback controversy or bring it up, but it is what it is. You gotta let whoever's going to lead the team, you got to let them lead.
Yeah,
Watchdog. Point number 2.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go.
Defense, that great defensive stance last night. Just awesome football. The defense has been holding us down the whole year. So great to see them still pushing forward without Bosa. And then my last point is it's all about San Francisco. I'm a native, George Washington High, Fillmore. I'm from San Francisco. So we want our team back.
Yeah.
The Niners play with the spirit and the heart of San Francisco, not San Jose. Nothing against them, not Santa Clara. That's a San Francisco team.
Hey, Watchdog, don't forget, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Last night I had to break out the book on my son. My son's a Niner fan, too. But I had to let him know, we go way back with our backups. Steve Bono, Elvis Gerback, Matt Cavanaugh. We've always had great backups come through San Francisco, and we just play with that winning spirit, and we support our players, and I think that's why the backups are able to come in and really, perform like that.
Hey, Watchdog, great call. So, 2 things I want to say to you. One, do you remember we had Mayor, I don't know how much you listened, but Mayor Dan Lurie came on for his first visit, and I told him he's got to get the Niners back to San Francisco. I don't think he was ready for that. He was like, yeah, I'll get back to you. And number 2, I don't know if you heard Ronnie Lott yesterday, but with Ronnie, we mentioned Matt Cavanaugh, Jeff Kemp, and Steve Bono. We mentioned all those guys. Yes. And Ronnie was there's a reason why we got those wins, because we went out and we believed. So, yeah, Watchdog. Thanks for the call, man. We appreciate you. We got a lot more calls to get to. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Backup quarterbacks do win, and Mac is, as he said, Mac's won a lot. Again, I always go by the wife comp, when she's kind of coming in, and Kansas is like, well, what's the story on this quarterback? I'm like, Mac Jones. She's like, well, who is he? I'm like, he won a national championship at Bama. Hey, this guy's not some It ain't some schlub, man.
No, and he's not your Joe Schmo backup quarterback. I mean, look how many backup quarterbacks around the league are already playing because of injuries. Yeah. Like I mentioned this morning, one of my best bets, I'm betting the under because of Dylan Gabriel taking on Carson Wentz out in London. Like, the 49ers are in one of the best positions in the league with their backup quarterback situation. So let's credit to John Lynch and the 49ers going out and signing Mac Jones to a 2-year deal, Murph. This is not the Sam Darnold one and done. This is a 2-year deal with Mac Jones. That's detail. Also something to keep in mind.
Huge detail on that. Scarecrow in Sacramento checking in. Scarecrow, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Scarecrow?
I do believe we have a game ball entitled to a Mr. Robert Saleh. And then one to Mr. Bourne, who evidently was a GOAT about a week ago for dropping him, and he was catching anything that was anywhere close.
Oh, and funny, I actually had a snarky tweet. I called him Ken Drop Bourne, and I got to go do 20 push-ups for that because the guy had 10 catches for 142 yards.
Now he's a born-again Kendrick.
So you're right. I mean, Scarecrow, we talked about no receivers last night, and Bourne's like, oh, really? Here's 10 for 142.
That's it. Well, hey, good act of contrition, and you're good to go.
Thanks, Scarecrow. Yeah. By the way, just a little bit on Saleh. I mean, he did make the play. I do want to note the Rams did gain 456 yards in offense last night. They did move the ball.
And they didn't score because I think a lot of that was somebody reading their own press clippings about how they were heavily favored, and the Niners, didn't even need to show up. That's perfectly fine with me. You keep writing the guys off, and we'll just keep showing up.
All right, Scarecrow.
The fact of the matter is, it was a really good game. Let's see what they do with Tampa. And I do remember the Harbaugh teams were the ones that led by defense, and it was always said the offense would catch up. I kind of like where this is right now.
Scarecrow, you're the man. Thanks for the call. Yeah, Robert Saleh, they did give up all those yards. But again, by the way, Josh Carty, game ball for him, missing a field goal and missing a PAT.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, bud.
Actually, Jordan Elliott, I think,
he did tip it. Yeah,
kick.
Yeah.
Jake in Iowa. Now, Jake checked in last week. He said he's watched Brock all his life. And Jake in Iowa is now talking Niners after a big win for Mac Jones. So, Jake, good morning.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, Jake?
Hey, fellas, what a win. I'm telling you, you got to quit calling Mac Jones a backup quarterback. He's a top 10 draft pick. I mean, this is Mac Jones' season. Good on the 49ers for paying Brock. He deserved it. He was making peanuts. He got him through 2 years. But they don't owe Brock anything going forward. And I don't care. It's not about individual getting paid. You're paying the position. You got two guys there for the next 2 years. It's undeniable right now. They look better with Mac. So Mac Jones has got to be the starter. Brock's the backup. And then at the end of next year, we'll see where we're at. But, I mean, you can't deny it. Mac Jones looks like Matt Ryan did when Kyle had him in Atlanta.
Ooh.
I mean, he is a pocket passer.
Now, Jake, let me just bring that up. He didn't. Matt Ryan slung it farther downfield. Yeah. I think there was one 35-yard out to.
You can't say that.
What's that?
Mac Jones throws darts.
He did throw a
Did you see that out?
Yeah, the out to Kendrick Bourne. Yeah, that was beautiful. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, if this guy makes throws from the pocket.
But
that's the thing.
More important, yes, he does. You're right. And but listen, I don't want to. And I'm not here saying that, like, I'm not denigrating Mac, but don't forget, Brock makes a lot of nice throws, too. Brock can also move a lot better than Mac. A lot better, yes.
I love Brock. But he has not played well for the last calendar year. And this
true.
Injury, let him sit,
yes.
let him get completely healthy. Let him get completely healthy. And then you find out where you're at.
Yes.
But you can't deny it, right? Mac Jones has just got something going.
Mac is better from the pocket. He's taller and sees it better from the pocket. I think the height is the determining factor
decisive.
there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, Jake.
Decisive.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. So he says, but listen, Brock, now we get into the medical stuff. I don't know how serious the foot is. I'm guessing he would do well to sit for a couple of weeks.
No doubt.
Remember 2 to 5? Remember we talked about it. You brought this up yesterday. Ian Rappaport said 2 to 5.
Yes, the initial diagnosis of this injury was 2 to 5 weeks.
And all of a sudden, he's back on in like a week and a half.
Yeah, and we were like, it seems like they're rushing it back a little bit. And in hindsight, you can say that was a mistake, letting him play this weekend. But we also know that Mac Jones was beat up. But to Jake's point, if you are looking at this in a vacuum with both quarterbacks being beat up, if you're going to compare the performances of a Brock Purdy this past weekend against Jacksonville and what we saw from last night from Mac Jones, there's no question in my mind. Mac Jones currently right now is the healthier and the better quarterback.
I agree. And I agree with what Jake said, too, that Brock has not played well in the last calendar year. I wrote a jock blog about it, and I was like, I don't want to be like last year, even as bad as last year was, there were a lot of winnable games that Brock did not close. He did not have a great year last year. And I remember at the end of the year, Tim Ryan and Greg Papa both said, you don't have to pay this guy. Now, again, I can't believe I'm going there, man. Brock's tuning in right now, trying to go get his coffee.
Oh, man.
They have an out clause after the 26th season. They do. Take it for what it's worth. For what it's worth. Listen, I want him to stay. He's young. He's mobile. He's got a great arm. He's gutty. He's gritty. All the things we're saying about Mac, they said about Brock when he led those playoff wins and all that stuff.
Let's not forget that Brock Purdy has done this before, has gone to the Super Bowl, has gone to NFC Championship games. Like, as great as Mac Jones was last night, I'm not willing to say what we saw from Mac last night was better than the peak of what we've seen from Brock Purdy over the last 2-3 seasons.
And that said, too, we also have to worry about Mac's health. He's getting banged up. That knee is a situation. And because he's not mobile, he takes hits. And then that brings us back to the Niner O-line, which, despite John Lynch's protestations, is not a great offensive line.
No.
John Lynch kind of, and I love you, Johnny, but he kind of gaslights us. He's like, we're very happy with our O-line. We're like, have you seen? I mean, some of the Connor Colby's struggling out there. He's struggling.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm being gaslit too by Pro Football Focus because we were just talking about the stat of Colton McKivitz is the best pass blocking right tackle in the league. I'm like, number one. I was like, are there any other right tackles in the league? Because I've watched a lot of Colton McKivitz, and I've given him credit for getting better, but there was Byron Young yesterday beating him, takedowns Mac Jones. I thought that was the end of the Mac Jones era. The way that he was down holding that knee, that's because Colton McKivitz got beat on that play.
If we say it, it's true. He's number one.
He's number one.
He's the greatest. He's the best. Ryan in El Dorado Hills is up next. Ryan in El Dorado Hills on those Niners. Ryan, good morning.
What's up, Ryan?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, I think a big part of the game that might get overlooked, and we got to give Kyle his flowers down at the end of the game with probably half the play clock left. Warner comes rushing the line, gets up on his tiptoes like he does, but Shanahan called timeout, not even giving the guys an opportunity to go offside. Caught McVay off guard. McVay came back out onto the field, ended up having to call a timeout because he wasn't even confident in the play call that they had, and then they come back out after that timeout and get stuffed, and that's the ball game. But I mean, I think that was one of the plays of the game right there.
That's a good point, man. That's like a fog of war, man. Those decisions that are made in split second, we're sitting there watching on TV, like, what are they going to do? And you're right. They ran up to the line, and I was calling for a timeout. My kid was like, no, don't give them a chance to think it through. And I was like, no, you got to settle down everything right now. And at the time, I thought maybe they did try to draw him offsides a couple of times, and then McVay calls timeout, and McVay winds up just deciding to become George Halas, try to run it up the gut when he's got Stafford and Nakua, the greatest pitch-catch combo in the league. Literally the greatest pitch-catch combo in the league.
I mean, Matthew Stafford has one of the quickest triggers in all of football. Like, you talking about dink and dump? He's the guy you want trying to pick up a yard with Puka Nakua.
And McVay had to explain. Thanks, Ryan, for the call. We appreciate that, man. And here's McVay owning it after the game.
The 4th down call.
It's a bad call. It's a bad call by me.
Any thought of kicking the field goal there?
No.
I think none at all.
No. In hindsight, I wish I would have, but no, we came in here to try to win the football game. It didn't go down for us, Gary. That wasn't even a thought, but the play selection was very poor. I'm sick right now because I put our players in a shitty spot, and I got to live with that.
Great soundbite. By the way, he says, I'm sick, Gary. He's talking about my buddy Gary Klein, one of my old colleagues from the LA Times, who's a great frickin' guy. One of the nicest guys I've ever met in the entire business. Kareem in Vallejo next up at 808 KNBR. Kareem, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, Kareem?
What's going on, fellas? So listen, man, I just got to say, Kendrick Bourne, the Bourne identity, y'all was giving him a lot of flack. And another guy on the sports leader, I'm going to just use his initials, LK, said he shouldn't even been on the field, that his best days was behind him. But this guy stepped up, had 10 grabs for 142, and man, Mac Dime, I'm going to call him Mac Dime, that's my new nickname for him, because this guy left a pound of flesh on that field, man. And I got a newfound respect for him just because when he played for Bama, the whole team is full of blue-chip players. And I don't really think he was a great quarterback, but he showed me something last night. the way that he just kept getting up with that bad knee, and he took that team, put them in position to win. Got to give an attaboy to Pinero, booming that 59-yard field goal. And the final score was 26-23, and that adds up to 49. Bang, bang, man. Y'all have a good day.
Nice call, Kareem. Nice call. All right, ton of texts coming in. 559 says, shout out to special teams. We don't usually win that phase. We did last night. Well, I'll say kind of, because the Rams, when the Niners punted with under a minute to play after running it 3 times, that return was all the way to, the 20, 25-yard line? And that special teams penalty on the Rams might have saved the entire night. Because they might have saved the entire night. 408 says, can you talk about the eyeballs of a Sean McVay? He does have crazy eyeballs, doesn't he? Yeah. 925 says, Ram fan has to be steamed for kicking the ball off to start overtime. We know the feeling. No, we know the feeling. The Niners received the ball in the Super Bowl. How about all the overtime jokes when Kyle was talking to the refs, right?
And the overtime changes and all the rule changes this year.
415 says, that last caller and you guys are full of beans.
Beans.
Guys were open last night. The running game moved at least a bit, at least one almost interception for which you guys would be all over Brock. Come on, man. 707 said, I missed the beginning. Which one of you made Amazon Prime? The answer is neither.
Yeah, I don't think
they did use my old man voice in the middle of it, but no video at all.
Damn, I did all that Tai Chi in the park for nothing, huh?
They did show a cable car, though. 707 says the Niners were one hit away from Adrian Martinez. Totally too.
And it looked like Adrian Martinez was stressing on the sideline.
530 brings up what everybody's thinking. If they drafted differently in 21, this would be Mac's 4th season under Kyle. 925 says, y'all are crazy. Brock has not lost his job. Mac has had a few solid games, but that does not erase what Purdy has done for us. And Purdy's been hurt all season. He'll be back and healthy in a few weeks. All right, so there you go.
Let me ask a quick question. Have either of us said that Brock Purdy has lost his job this morning?
No, I didn't.
No, neither did I.
Yeah.
So it's funny. People hear what they want to hear, but we said we're now entertaining the conversation if it does progress to that point.
By the way, 925 sends in a picture of McVay's eyes. And then 415 says it was the talk of Sam's Tavern that McVay's eyeballs are too wide. Something has to be doing that to him.
It was the talk of the tavern.
559 says that LK dude talked a lot of crap on KB, and KB has receipts. Are we talking about our buddy Larry Krueger?
I think so.
Lawrence Krueger?
Unless we're talking about little Cafarius.
831.
I don't know anybody else with those initials.
831 says Marquise Siegel had a horrible game. He's too small. Pass defense is rough.
Careful talking to S about Siegel. They'll keep receipts for next week.
209 says one thing. What the hell was that play calling after the fumble recovery on the 1? 3 straight runs into a punt. Could have iced the game with a first down. Totally agree, and was first calling, yelling it at my TV. 209 says, what do I want from a backup QD? I'm looking for a dime. Been rocking Mike Jones playlist all morning.
For a dime.
Well, we're rocking our 80s this morning. We're going with songs we think Mac Jones would have listened to if he was an 80s R&B dude, which I imagine he would have been. Right up to I Like It by DeBarge and Word Up by Cameo. All right, we continue on. More of your calls, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Your favorite part of the game. Oh, dude. I mean, honestly, roll my hearse, roll my casket out of the church to this. And people are like, hey, man, I went to Murph's funeral. They're like, what did they play on the way out? They're like, they played DeBarge's I Like It. Somebody like, yeah, good call.
They're like happy.
Let's go get a pint. Let's go. I want you guys to play this, roll my casket out, and go get a pint. That's all I need, all right?
Consider it done.
All right, dude. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
4th down and 1 for the Rams. Niners lead by 3, a chance to win it with a stop here in overtime. Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in LA.
What an unbelievable win. High drama finishes in favor of the MASH unit, the 49ers, and they earned it. Michael Williams gets good push. Chase Lucas out there for Upton Stout comes flying into the line of scrimmage. The 49ers stack it up front and finish Kyron Williams. What a great way to finish this football game and walk out of here 3-0 in the NFC West Division.
Oh, man, so great to hear those calls from Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on an 80s Friday. That's right, our Reggae Friday ends, so we go to 80s. So kind of coming up with a theme like Mac Jones has swag and cool, so a lot of R&B songs I think Mac Jones would have spun back in the 80s, where he taken his best girl to a party, or maybe, when you hear this one, leaving the party.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Murph, this might be playing at the after party.
I remember hearing this when I was like 15 with my mom in the car. I was like, should I be listening to this? So,
well, I'll tell you what.
Rest in peace, Marvin Gaye. Rest in glory. Yes.
Maybe Mac Jones does need to listen to this morning, because it seems like he needs some type of healing after the way that he gutted out that performance last night.
How about Brock and Mac get me some physical healing?
Yeah, I need the 49ers to get some healing.
Man, oh man, they have all weekend and all that, but yeah,
physical healing.
I'm so glad that this one reached your generation.
Oh, dude, come on. I think this one is. I think this song is responsible for a lot of my generation.
All right, there you go. All right, fun 80s Friday. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call in. We got some sound from last night's game, and yeah, if you're just tuning in, yeah, we are absolutely buzzing off just an absolute thriller. It's funny, I'd said earlier last week, I don't like Thursday night football, and because usually they're dogs, usually they're not last night, but that had like it felt like I wouldn't say it felt like a playoff game, but like sort of playoff implications. And so the 49ers do it in front of their home crowd down there. You can't smash mouth the Niners in the Niners house, my friend.
Not down at Levi South.
So many different things to talk about. Eddie Pinheiro, my God, could they have hit? And by the way, does Eddie Pinheiro put to bed forever the idea of drafting a kicker? Forever, never, ever, ever. And if you want to meet you halfway, I'll meet you halfway on a 7th rounder. I'll meet you halfway just as a compromise. You can take one in the 7th round, but other than that, no first round draft pick, no first 6 rounds on a kicker.
I mean, It's wild that at the time 4th highest accurate kicker of all time was available 2 weeks into the season. And since joining the 49ers, he's climbed those ranks into top 3 most accurate kickers when it comes to field goals in NFL history. But, Murph, he doesn't have the big leg. He can't hit it from 50 yards. Let's put that narrative to rest too, because we just had Eddie P on our show a couple weeks ago, and he talked about the difference in footballs and how you can break them in more now, and that may be being part of the reason why we're seeing so many more field goals beyond 50 yards. And there he was yesterday, eclipsing his career high of 56 yards, knocking in the second longest field goal in 49er history from 59 yards out.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
The Niners put out this stat right here. I got their official stats right here. Look at this. Longest field goals made, franchise history. One, David Akers, getting some love. September 9, 2012 at Green Bay, 63 yards. Number 2, Eddie Pinheiro, 10-25 at Rams, 59. Number 3, Jake Moody at the Rams, 9-17, 23, 57. So it doesn't, these are regular season kicks. I forget how long Moody's was in the bowl. But, dude, kickers write history because Pinheiro slithers in his field goal in overtime, makes the 59-yarder. Josh Carty misses a field goal and misses a PAT.
It's so nice when other teams are messing up with their special team unit and not the 49ers.
Listen, there will be a time next week that we can talk about the lack of a pass rush because it's a thing.
Yeah.
The lack of a pass rush is a thing. There'll be a time next week we can talk about Marquise Siegel on pass defense. It's a problem. We can talk about Upton Stout getting benched. We can talk about the O-line having continuous struggles protecting quarterbacks who are banged up. There will be a time next week to do all that. This is a time to talk about the win, Marcus. Go ahead.
I was just going to add a few more things to the list, Murph. We have plenty of time to talk about the fact that the 49ers still don't have a rushing touchdown this season. The fact that Mac Jones is 3-0 with their offense averaging less than 80 rushing yards per game in those wins.
All those things are fodder for next week. Right now, the fact is they won the freaking game, and that's Steve Young told us like 2 weeks ago, I don't know, because maybe the identity of this team is going to be that they're a tough out, that they're what Buster Posey said in our win package, a gritty, grindy bunch, and Kyle Shanahan spoke to that last night.
I've been real proud of the guys every week. Even last week when we lost, I was still, I was disappointed with the turnovers we had, some mistakes we had, but I was just proud with the character of our team and how they battled. I've really enjoyed these guys since OTAs. We got a real strong group who's close. I don't really have a view of big picture right now. I look at us as enjoying these 3 days off, which guys have earned. It's very well needed. We need it right now. We've got a while before our bye week, which I think sometime in December. So we're going to enjoy these 3 days and come back and keep trying to get better every day.
Yeah, I mean, this group, and Robert Saleh, we've said this all offseason. Probably the biggest acquisition was Robert Saleh. He sort of changes the energy, the feel. It's like when when you're around people who are kind of downers. Yeah. You're like, yeah. And then when you're around people who hype you up, you got that boy who are like, oh, man, I'm going out with my guy tonight.
You think about it. You show up. Hell, it happens at your workplace. You show up, and it's like, hey, that guy's got good vibes. I see Lice Boy. I see my guy Jacob Violante. I'm like, hey, there's my guy Jacob. I see a couple other people. I'm like, damn, there's that guy that doesn't cut salad. It's just different vibes, different auras being given off by different people.
And now, to the question of the day, before we get to Mike Krukow and then the big hit, it is whose quarterback job is it? That's like the one ESPN's going with and everybody's going with. You're waking up this morning. Literally, the game ended like 10 hours ago. I'm not necessarily looking to say Mac Jones should be the starter. It's definitely not. For me, again, I told you guys when I took this job in 2004, I told Bob Agnew, I'm not going to go on the radio and scream a bunch of nonsense takes. He's like, well, do you want the job or not? Mac Jones, about the idea that he has taken Brock Purdy's job.
They brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job, and Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something, and for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team, so I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line, and at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not. So,
Michael McCorkle Jones, man. Maybe play a little Mike Jones for him on an 80s Friday. We can play a little OOs. Mike Jones here. Yeah, floss it.
Mac Jones. Jones.
I stay flossing in that candy paint, rolling down, sipping drink, 84 swine, tearing up the lane, I stay flossing in that candy paint.
Sounds good. Just a couple tweets before we get, or texts before we get out of here from Mike. 916 says, morning, guys. When I watched the game, I couldn't hear the sound very well. Did anyone notice how many late hits were on Mac Jones? I think they only called one, but they're letting him get hit late without the penalty. I think there were two specifically. There was one where he got knocked pretty hard well after the release that could have been a flag, and then there was the famous body weight one. Yeah. Do you call that full body weight? Now, I grew up in an era for the first 30, 40 years that was not roughing, but by today's rules, that could have been called roughing because they do try to discourage the guys from going full body weight.
Yeah, they definitely could have called that, but hell, let's be honest. They could call a lot on Mac Jones. We saw last week or a couple weeks ago against the Cardinals where his jersey was damn near ripped off his body.
Yeah,
Murph.
right?
There were a couple screenshots of him yesterday, like limping around. Dude, look, his pants were falling off. My guy was getting beat up out
Somebody actually on the national show was like, "We got to talk to Brock about his to Mac about his uni."
Yeah, dude.
530 said,
"Something's got to fit him."
Morning, guys. I'm still on cloud nine, and to be honest, I had written the game off because of injuries. All caps, Niners. 408 says it would be awesome if Eddie Money could get one of those Ray Wershing single bar face mask helmets. That's all day. 818 says you all need to talk about how good it is that Kyle can worry about the offense only. 707 says some of the great news, though, is I thought Trent Williams was better this game. I saw him. He's not been awesome this year. He was a little better. The O-line continues to be a thing. Yeah. 707 says I love Eddie's emotion, too. Better than Jake's like whatever. Another 707 says Pinero, the new Ray Wershing. Another Ray Wershing call. Here we go. Another 925 has a Jake Moody gif of bashing a TV. 408 says launch angle in baseball is why Pinero was available. Interesting take. So like analysts saying Pinero doesn't have the legs, so we're not going to have him. That's an interesting take. I kind of like that. And by the way, speaking of baseball, props to Marcus's Yankees who got it done last night. Dude, we saw history last night. I was switching. By the way, I just want to shout out Rook. I know I'm going late here. We got to get to Kruk. But I was in Amazon, and I tweeted out how pissed I was that I couldn't watch the Red Sox-Yankees without exiting Amazon and re-entering Amazon. And my cousin, Antoinette, Tony in Vallejo, she goes, she's 75. She goes, hey, guy, it's on Channel 2. And I said, what? Ooh. It was on Channel 2 last night.
Oh.
So I was like, thank you. JT Snow heckled me. On Twitter, he goes, come on, man, make an adjustment.
Yeah, come on, old man.
So I did, and I was able to go back and forth, and I had good interest, long commercials in the NFL. Mm-hmm. I got some good stuff. This kid made history last night. Cam Schlittler, 23 years old, first pitcher in Major League Baseball postseason history. Bob Gibson, Sandy Koufax, Roger Clemens, Jack Morris, Madison Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum, you name them, to go 8 shutout innings, no walks, 12 Ks.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
Unreal,
welcome,
Murph.
buddy. Congrats.
And it's funny, too, because before the show started yesterday morning, you're like, this is Yankees-Red Sox. What kind of pitching matchup is this? And I was like, Murph, careful. This is one of the Yankees' top pitching prospects. If you missed a game, this is a guy that sits 99, 100 miles per hour, didn't have a single walk, 12 strikeouts to your point, Murph. But the best part about this story is this is a kid that was born in Boston, grew up a Red Sox fan, but earlier this year at Fenway Park, he was getting heckled about his hometown, and he took that personal and said he wanted to be the guy to eliminate the Red Sox.
He's a hero for you, buddy. He's an absolute legend for you now.
Huge. What a performance.
415 says Pat H is sad with his socks. Pat H, a non-Red Sox.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Pat H.
There you go. Some smack to
Barry and Edwin down the hall, too. let me get a little Nicky T real quick.
The Red Sox. Boston sucks!
Boston sucks, yeah, enjoy watching the postseason from the couch, just like Rafael Devers.
With no Rafi Devers.
Yeah, no Devers.
All right, they could have used the middle of the order bat last night. All right, we did 2 minutes.
Could have used him at first base.
Mike
Kruk,
a
couple errors.
We'll do a short one with Kruk because we got to get back to you guys with the calls on the Sports Leader.
The Red Sox. Boston sucks!
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, last Friday hit for Mike. We go to Tuesdays, Thursdays next week. We're, of course, talking Niner football, but we got to get some Giants in here. And Murph and Marcus show, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, we were buzzing about those 49ers overtime win with injured Mac Jones limping around, gutting it out, defense making huge plays. Pretty fun for a Thursday night, huh?
Hey, morning, Mike.
I am way into 59-yard field goals. Way into them.
I know, right? Changes everything, right? It's like
that's a weapon right there.
It's like a Mike Morse pinch hit 8th inning homer against the Cardinals in 2014. So, all right. Well, listen, let's get into some Giants here because it's been such an eventful week. And, Mike, a few things happened since we talked to you. Buster Posey officially on Wednesday at his press conference and yesterday with us on our show said they're with all love and respect to Boch, he wants to go in a different direction, just get a new voice. Your reaction when you heard that he said that he will not hire Bruce Bochy as manager.
I wasn't surprised by it. I mean, I don't even know if Boch wants to continue. I mean, we have to hear what he wants to do, but I think that as much as Buster Posey loves Bochy, I mean, their relationship is ridiculous. It's family-like, but I think with Bochy, I mean, you're talking about maybe a 3-year window if he decides to carry on. And I don't know if that's where Buster wants to go. I think he wants somebody that has the opportunity to try and manage here for 10 years. I mean, we've seen that happen with Bochy and Dusty Baker. So I do think that they want guys who can commit more years. And when you're 70, 71 years old, it's hard to do.
Mike, we talked on Wednesday about the potential names that could be linked to Buster Posey and his managerial search, but I want to ask, big picture, how big of an opportunity do you think this is for Buster Posey and even Zach Manassi and everybody in that front office to go through this interview process for the first time and kind of get a peek into the world of baseball and how managers and coaches from around the league view maybe the game differently than Buster does here in San Francisco?
Well, I think from Buster's perspective, it's fun. I mean, he loves knowledge. He loves education. And, the first time you're given an interview, I know when I got out of baseball and I got in the restaurant business, I started giving interviews. I didn't know what I was doing. And, you learned that, it isn't just about you. It's about that person sitting in the chair. You look and say, okay, yeah, you're a good fit. And then the guy goes, oh, no, wait a second. I got a couple questions. Oh, like what? Well, like benefits, like, how many hours, what are we going to do this? I mean, what do you expect from me? Well, I mean, that's all a process. That's all something you have to learn. You're not born with just, incarnate knowledge as to how to run an interview and and the right questions to ask and whatnot. So that takes time. And so I think Buster's going to enjoy this. I do think they're going to entertain a lot of candidates. I wouldn't be surprised if they interviewed 10, 12 people.
Talking to Mike Krukow on the Yuma guest line as we get ready for the Giants offseason. And one of the things we did address was Bryce Eldridge. And I asked him, is he on the opening day roster in April? And, of course, he said, well, listen, I mean, it's frickin' October 3rd. Who knows what's going to happen by March 26th? So we don't know, obviously. But the news is he's getting bone spur surgery in his wrist, so out for a couple months. Just wondering, when you think about Bryce, is it the kind of thing where you think long-term it's better if he gets more seasoning, or did you see enough to think he's ready to go contribute on a major league roster on an everyday basis?
Well, I was really wowed by what I saw from this guy. And I mean, I was even impressed when he was getting, when he was striking out. I mean, he wasn't off balance. Here's a guy 6'7". He never really seemed to get off his back leg. He had really good recognition of pitches, especially balls that were going down below the strike zone. He'd see it once and then he would lay off it. Remember, I mean, a rookie, it's especially difficult for a rookie to hit at the big league level because you're learning all these new pitches for the first time. So they can surprise you in a 2-strike scenario, and it's the education you learn, but you're really disadvantaged. But I mean, I really saw a really nice presence in the batter's box. And then I was impressed with what he did as a first baseman. I mean, given all the things I had heard about him, I didn't expect what I saw. And not only on top of the fact that he's got a pretty good idea with his footwork and his glove, he's got a good arm. So I liked all that. I mean, really, after the first weekend, I'm thinking, put this guy in the big leagues and just let him go because he's going to be dangerous. Even if he strikes out 200 times, he's going to be dangerous. His at-bats are legit. But I'm always for a guy getting more seasoning. I am. I think that, the way you develop instinct at a position is playing that position. And he hasn't played enough of that position. The way that you get instinct on the base pass, the way that you get instinct in the batter's box, the way that you go into your at bat, and the way that you change your mindset during the course of an at bat. I mean, those are all things you have to learn, all things that take time, and we have to remind ourselves that he's only 21 years old. I mean, he's a baby. So I mean, he was in the big leagues this year because Dominic Smith went down and they were trying to get to the playoffs. Had that not have happened, he wouldn't have been in the big leagues. So will he break camp next year? I think there's a chance. I do believe he's going to get there eventually, obviously, and I think he's going to have a long career. I think he's going to be really good, all-star-like. But I don't know as to when he's going to have his next arrival.
Mike, speaking of defense, we also talked to Buster Posey yesterday about the outfield defense and the regression from both Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and what they can do this offseason to address that issue. Just your thoughts going into next year, 2026, with those guys in the outfield. Do you maybe want to see Jung-Hoo Lee in a corner spot? What are your thoughts on having Elliot Ramos out in left field, and can they get better this offseason?
Well, from Ramos' perspective, I think there's always going to be some warts. Just because of how he plays left field and some of the movement he sees on balls. The corner positions, you get slice on balls. You get balls that are filleted to you from left-handers. You get balls that have different types of spin on them. And I think to a degree, it's a little bit tougher to recognize that as a corner outfielder. I think what I saw from him this year that was a huge improvement was cutting to his right, covering a ball down the line, being able to get to it and getting and holding that runner from a double to a single. I think, if he can show the same type of improvement that he did on that play on recognizing spin off the ball, I think he could be, at least at the very worst, an adequate average defensive player. I think because of his arm skills and his work ethic, I think he can develop into a pretty good lefty. I'm not overly concerned about him, especially if he's going to have a year where he can hit you 20 to 30 home runs. I think he's got 30 in him. He thinks he has 30 in him. And I'm willing to overlook a lot when a guy has the ability to hit that many home runs. In regards to Jung-Hoo Lee, hard to explain the slump he went into during the course of the season. Because I had him identified early on as a really good route runner. You watch him run to the ball, he gets a really nice first step, and he has a straight line to the ball. But he went through a period there where there was indecision. There was indecision on balls coming in, indecision and on communication plays. You can't have that. It may be that he's best served to move over to right field. I don't know what their intentions are going to be, but he's got some work to do. He has to get more consistent. I think a lot of that will improve as he comes back stronger, and I think he realizes, having gone through a major league season for the first time, that you need to be strong coming into the late August month or late August weeks into September and certainly into October. So I really am anxious to see what kind of body he brings into camp next year. But I do think that they're entertaining other people to play center field, one of which is Drew Gilbert. I mean, he can play. I mean, that's center fielder. I mean, he showed great range, great route running, good instinct, and a great arm. I mean, so they have options. And, and again, with Grant McCray, I mean, he's an exceptional defensive player. I don't know if he has enough bat to play every day, but they have options.
Mike, before I let you go, just a quick word on baseball last night. First of all, the Giants' rivals in the West, the Padres, they're done. So when it's all said and done, they won one more playoff game than the Giants. That's one way to look at it. I mean, of course, they had a better season, but they were salty. They were mad at the umps. They're done. What do you think? If you're San Diego, you made all those moves, Mason Miller throwing 104 on the black, and you're going home. So in San Diego, how you feeling?
Well, you're crushed. You're absolutely devastated. And they look into yesterday's ball game, and I called strike three from DJ Rayburn, the plate umpire, on Xander Bogaerts, and they think that cost them the momentum, that cost them the game. It kind of feels like when Wilmer Flores got rung up on a check swing against the Dodgers in 2001. I mean, it's something that's going to stay with you and your fan base for a long time. But they're devastated, and they fell well short. Where they were 6 weeks ago, I thought was the best team in the National League. And that all just crumbled when Adam, their big right-handed reliever, went down. And they never really recovered the momentum and the strength of the club. I'm not surprised that they got taken down in Wrigley Field. I mean, the Cubs really, they had more strength, just the way that you perceive them with body language. So it's as big a disappointment as it is. It just becomes another layer of disappointment in that club's history because they really thought they had a chance to win it all this year.
Mike, before we let you go, got to get one quick minute and your thoughts on Cam Schlittler, the 24-year-old rookie for the Yankees who made history yesterday, becoming the first pitcher in Major League Baseball history to pitch 8 scoreless innings with 12 strikeouts and 0 walks in a postseason game. I mean, how impressive is it for a 24-year-old rookie to go out there and do that against a team that he grew up rooting for, Mike?
That was incredible. And I watched the ball come out of this kid's hand. I mean, he's really tall. He's catapult-like, high release, ball very straight, but it's easy, lazy arm delivery and explodes. And they were late, and this is a good fastball hitting team, and they were late, not only in the first inning, but in the 8th inning. It was incredible what this guy did. And you had to keep reminding yourself that this guy was so young because he certainly didn't look like he was young at all, the composure he had on the mound. I mean, that guy established himself at the big league level in one outing, and that was it was awesome as to what he accomplished. And I mean, you talk about feeling bulletproof if you're the Yankees because of that win. I mean, I thought that the Red Sox had all the momentum coming into that start, and after the first 3 innings, both these guys were lighting it up. But what this guy did last night, I don't know if we'll ever see anything like that again.
Well, we never did. No postseason pitcher has ever thrown 8 shutout innings with 12 strikeouts and no walks. Not even Bumgarner, who had a couple walks in Texas in the 8-inning game in the World Series. But anyway, all sorts of good stuff, Mike. Listen, we'll let you go. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the baseball and the football, and we will talk to you Monday. We'll have a lot of baseball to catch up with on Monday. So have a great weekend, Mike.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah. My bad.
We'll see you Tuesday, Mike.
Guess what, Mike? We'll have even more baseball to talk about on
They
Tuesday.
cut my schedule.
Sleep in, Mike. Sleep in. We'll talk to you Tuesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday next week. Back to the Niners. Big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Line it up. We're still buzzing from the game. Is it too early, Niner fans, for you guys to start talking about the quarterback job? Or do you want to go there? It's up to you guys, 808 KNBR. I'm not willing to go there yet. We can talk about it. Do you want to talk Saleh? Do you want to talk 4th and 1 stop? Do you want to talk what McVay had to say? Do you want to talk Eddie Pinheiro? Or do you want to talk about the man? Can I get a little floss in here? Do you want to talk about the man, number 10? Number 10? Yeah.
Mac Jones.
Not Jimmy G. Mac Jones next on The Big Hit on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week, and today's Friday, which means it's the last day of this new contest. If you haven't already heard, we're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails at Chase Center on March 15th of next year. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win those 2 tickets. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher back again on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on the San Francisco 49ers this football season. And hopefully you heard our live read yesterday, because I told you to take Christian McCaffrey to have more than 50 receiving yards. And for the 5th straight week of the season, Christian McCaffrey cashed in for us. So hopefully everybody's waking up with a few extra dollars in their Prize Picks account this morning. And hopefully that gives you a few more dollars to play with this weekend, because without the 49ers, I know you're looking for some picks. So why not go with Cam Scatabo, the kid out of Sacramento, California, to have more than 65 rushing yards this weekend against the New Orleans Saints down in the Superdome. Let's get Scatabo to go more than 65 total yards. Pair it up with some of your favorite picks from the weekend. There will be plenty of baseball and football action from you to choose from. So join us right now on Prize Picks and use the code word LEADER for a $50 bonus after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doing great. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
McCaffrey shifts out from under center. Mac Jones takes, and he throws. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, 49ers.
Nobody covered Jake Tonjes. Mac Jones saw it right away. Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! The ball's going to be put down on the left hash. Here's the snap. The ball is away. It's got plenty of leg. Is it on target? Yes! Pinheiro! He drilled it from 59.5 yards. What a clutch kick! Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it. He turns. He gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
Really fun to relive this, man. Just hours removed from the thrilling overtime win. How did that happen? Nobody gave them a chance. Maybe a 5% chance yesterday on the show. We're celebrating with an 80s Friday. And this is for our great friend Maria Lopez. Emlo said, you never played Janet Jackson on 80s Friday. Well, we decided to go with, I think Mac Jones would have been a bad dude in the 80s who listened to a lot of cool R&B. And I see him now taking over the dance floor in one of those Mac Jones suits from the 80s.
That's Mr. Jones if you're nasty.
There you go. Very good. So Mac Jones, Janet Jackson, Emlo, and Ronnie Lott. Said it's Rams week, baby. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson.
Doing great. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Dude, and shout out Ronnie for a great interview yesterday, dude. I really started to feel the hype and the particles hearing Ronnie Lott talk about Rams week. He goes, this is a rivalry, man. You know these guys. You can start to smell their jocks. I'm like, damn, Ronnie's locked in.
He did say that.
It's like, dude, if you're sniffing jocks, you know these guys. That's why you can't guaranteed any wins in the National
That's
Football
why I
League.
gave him 5%. Remember, and Tony said something sassy. Young Tone said something sassy yesterday, and I got pissed, and I jacked it from 5 to 15%. Remember that moment yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you said something taunting like, well, the Niners have no chance. I'm like, you just pissed me off. I'm giving them a 15% chance.
Tony was like, go listen to 9 Inch Nails instead, or something like that about
I
our
thought it was
promo.
going to be a blowout, honestly.
Well, we almost played Against All Odds by Phil Collins because it's another 80s song, but it's a little too slow and ballady. We want to keep the R&B vibe going here, but it was Against All Odds. It truly was. 8.5 was the spread. It got down to 7.5 right before the game because I think people were like, damn, give me the Niners an 8.5 in a game like that.
I know, I took advantage
All
of
right,
it.
808 KNBR is the phone number. Who gets the game ball after an epic, gutsy, sprawling win? And who the hell are these Niners? They're 4-1. Every win has been some sort of crazy, gnarly, last second, dare I say, since we just talked to Mike Krukow, torture type of win. Let's go through it. Week 1. Even though Jake Tonjes makes the leap in Seattle, they got to go and watch Sam Darnold take it inside the 10-yard line before Nick Bosa swats it away.
Here comes Bosa!
Who is missed, by the way.
No doubt about that.
Week 2, Purdy's out. They go to New Orleans. Spencer Rattler, even though Mac Jones plays great, Spencer Rattler's driving down, has them in position to win the game on a 4th and 1. Bryce Huff Daddy makes the play that wins the game. We go to week 3. They play the the Arizona Cardinals. It takes an Eddie Pinheiro, Eddie De Niro, take me home tonight.
Yeah, and don't forget, right before that, it took an Upton Stout pass breakup that got him the ball back to set up the Eddie Pinheiro game winner.
For a 16-15 win over Arizona. Now, week 4, the Jacksonville game. Brock bad, Brock hurt, Brock tentative. So they lose that one. Then you go to this game where nobody gives them more than a 5% chance to win. And as you mentioned, Ronnie Lott said, hey, man, we had Matt Cavanaugh, Jeff Kemp, Steve Bono. We mentioned the Elvis Gerback game in Dallas in 95, and they do it. Kyle Shanahan gets a ton of credit for this one. He's always so And something we need to talk about again. Next week we'll have more time to talk about the problems on the team when they're 4-1. Today's probably a day to celebrate the win. 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way. Took a bunch of calls earlier. Line them up right now if you're commuting and you want to get through your commute by talking about this game. To you, what was the key to the victory? But we talk about one of the things that does haunt me a little bit, and this has been kind of Kyle, how they start a game versus how they play in a second half. I was texting my buddy Coach Jim. He's like, they're so crisp and dynamic to start games. And then that slows down as the game goes on. I don't know if it's because defenses adjust to Kyle. If Kyle's game plans are only good early in games and he doesn't manage his plays as good in the second half. But if you look at it, they were up 17-7 at half.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's what they score in the second half, 3 points.
Yeah, they came out of the gates hot, Murph. But, of course, there's going to be the second half adjustments. And the Rams obviously were trying to key in and shut down the run game, just like every other team has tried to do this year. But I don't know. Is it impressive or not impressive? Is it a problem that the 49ers are 4-1 and they haven't scored a single rushing touchdown this year?
Wow.
Like, we're sitting here giving Kyle Shanahan credit for the Shanahan system. The Shanahan system starts with the run game. And, yeah, they were able to run the ball for more than 30 times yesterday, which is always the goal for Kyle Shanahan. But Mac Jones is 3-0 with a bunch of backups surrounding him, and he's gotten less than 80 yards totaled rushing in each 3 of those starts, and they're still going out there putting up points and winning these ball games.
I mean, CMC yesterday, 22 carries for 57 yards here. So the play of the game comes down to 4th and 1. I mean, we can talk about this, too. Are the Niners, I don't want to say this, I'll say it. I mean, luck plays a role in this stuff.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals drops.
Oh, yeah.
Played a huge role. And Sean McVay biffing that play call. Now, Michael Williams and Fred Warner and Dee Lenore and Marquise Siegel and Chase freaking Lucas, who are all in on that stop on that last play, they deserve credit.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're the Rams, how are you not? You have the best pitch-catch combination in the league, literally. I think Stafford to Nakua is the best pitch-catch combination in the league. I really do. And how do you not just roll him out or even just throw him a bubble, whatever, just Stafford, Nakua, they get inside the 10, and now we're talking about an agonizing Niners loss.
Yeah, I was shocked not to see any misdirection, play action, just like trying to draw up a play to get Puka open or Devontae Adams or even Kyron Williams out of the backfield. Like we saw earlier that night, he drew up a great play call where Devontae took a couple defenders away from Kyron Williams. They converted on 4th down and continued moving those chains. But for Sean McVay to go with the run there, and then Murph, what's even crazier to me, I was reading a couple comments from the postgame from Diomedar Lenore, and he said, we knew that they were going to run the ball, so he told Chase Lucas to crush the gap. He's got to shoot it right away. And there was Chase Lucas right behind Michael Williams getting off the line of scrimmage. Then it's Fred Warner. Then it's Siegel. Then it's Lucas. Then it's Demo. I mean, that's the swarm rate that we talk about with John Lynch about this defense and everybody trying to get a hat on the ball.
Let's get a lot of sound here. Kyle Shanahan proud of his gritty, grindy 4-1 Niners. What you say, Kyle?
I've been real proud of the guys every week. Even last week when we lost, I was still, I was disappointed with the turnovers we had, some mistakes we had, but I was just proud with the character of our team and how they battled. I've really enjoyed these guys since OTAs. We got a real strong group who's close. I don't really have a view of big picture right now. I look at us as enjoying these 3 days off, which guys have earned, is very well needed. We need it right now. We've got a while before our bye week, which I think sometime in December. So we're going to enjoy these 3 days and come back and keep trying to get better every day.
Yeah, listen to Kyle, man. And listen, he right now is getting some love coast to coast for taking a team with nobody. I mean, do we need to? You guys know, if you're listening to us right now, you know who's out. You know Nick Bosa's out. You know George Kittle's out. You know Brandon Ayuka's out. You know Brock Purdy's out. You know Ricky Pearsall is out. Who knows? We might hear some Slick Rick later in the show.
Yeah, stay tuned. Jawan Jennings, where is he? He wasn't out there
Jennings is
either.
out. Kendrick Bourne, 10 catches for 142 yards. Christian McCaffrey goes on Thursday Night Football, and yeah, he only went 22 for 57 on the ground, but he did, again, receiving. What were the numbers? I had it written down here. CMC receiving last night, 82. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. 8 catches for 82 yards and a touchdown. Yeah. He continues to rack up those all-purpose yards. And here he was talking about this crazy 4-1 start with all these hairy wins here.
Like Fred said, man, I love our team. We had receivers come in on a short week who had to change positions because of injuries. We had guys who got here, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, are coming out here and having, over 100 receiving yards and stuff like that. So I think that game, it wasn't pretty, but it was a test of character, and I love the way our characters showed up today. And on a short week, that was just a really fun game.
Yeah, I mean, you could have easily given up. Last year's team was flatter. Last year's team didn't really And the Jacksonville game looked bad. You got to remember those 17 weeks of football, you're going to lay some eggs, man. Talk to the Baltimore Ravens about that. Talk to the Kansas City Chiefs about that. Talk to the Detroit Lions week 1 against the Packers. I mean, everybody's going to lay an egg. I mean, the Eagles haven't laid an egg yet, but they're still killing them nationally for not getting the ball to A.J. Brown, right? So, I mean, we do have to remember that Jags game, Brock was playing. He probably shouldn't have been playing in retrospect. You talked about it this week. So that's now brings us to the other big point of the morning. 808 KNBR is the phone number.
Here we go.
415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line. Okay, I'm not going there yet. I got a jock blog about this today. I'm not going there yet. I'm still not going there. But I am saying that Mac Jones is definitely does some things that Brock doesn't. That's what I'm going to say. First of all, he's taller. And I think that's probably literally the biggest factor. Like, he honestly sees the field a little bit better than Brock. Brock's height is an issue, and I got news for you. He ain't growing. So Mac's vision on the field and able to sort of pick out the guys, I think sometimes is better. His decision-making is sound. Here's a big problem. He can't move. No. He can't move at all, and he's going to be a sitting duck for an O-line that doesn't necessarily – some of those Rams pass rushers looked dangerous last night.
Yeah.
McKivitz – who was it? Was it Jared Verse or was it
Byron Young on
Byron
the outside
Young?
beat him on that play, and then Mac Jones went down, and the way that he initially reacted, I thought it was done.
Yeah.
I thought easily torn ACL, there's the season. Adrian Martinez, grab your helmet and get ready.
I totally agree. By the way, young Tony, somebody's checking in on the Mac Jones suit. I see, do we have a cut Z43 about Mac Jones wearing that red and black suit, even though he's all banged up here? They asked him, what about your suit here? Yeah.
I don't know. I just like suits, like I said, and last week, and I wear suits because I'm going to work. So that's kind of how I look at it, and yeah, they're cool.
Very good. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So that's the silly. Let's get to the real one. Is Mac Jones here to take Brock Purdy's job? Mac Jones does his best job to have the back of number 13 here.
You know, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job, and Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something, and for him to go out there last week and play when you know he probably wasn't at full health, like, he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line, and at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not. So.
Where are you at, buddy? You ready? You want to use a Friday morning after a Rams-Niner win to call for a replacement atop the Niner depth chart?
You know, Murph, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to make a stand. I will get on top of my soapbox and make the declaration that on Friday, October 3rd, Mac Jones has taken over the title as the best-dressed quarterback in the quarterback room.
This guy.
For the 49ers.
Lured me in, buddy.
Yeah,
Lured me
I'm
in.
not willing to say that he's the best quarterback. I still think Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in that quarterback room.
Interesting.
I still ride with Brock Purdy. As good as Mac Jones looked last night, we've seen higher peaks from Brock Purdy, and you mentioned what he's able to do with his legs, create plays, more of a playmaker. So, no, I'm not sitting here this morning on Friday, October 3rd, saying Brock Purdy's the next Wally Pipp. But, Murph, I'm at least now willing to listen to the conversation and entertain the conversation, I should say, because after he beat New Orleans, I said, no, there's no way in hell that I'm willing to give Mac Jones a starting job after beating the Saints. Even after beating the Arizona Cardinals, there was an ugly interception. I said, look, I'm not ready to go with Mac Jones as the starter over Brock Purdy. I also thought Brock Purdy shouldn't have played last week against Jacksonville, but if you want to look at it in a vacuum, Mac Jones looked better last night than Brock Purdy did a week ago. So now there will be a conversation, not only here locally, but nationally. It's all over TVs, and people have been pushing his QB controversy for weeks. After that performance from Mac Jones last night, I think you at least have to listen to the conversation. How could you not seeing that type of performance from Mac Jones?
I'll say this. I mean, listen, the Niners could have easily lost that game on a number of occasions, whether it was the Alfred Collins punch that, listen, they didn't. But, you know, we could be talking about Mac Jones not getting it done in the second half. We could be talking about, even in overtime, he took a sack that I didn't think he had to take that actually put them in a little bit of a difficult situation. So, I mean, he ain't perfect. And don't forget, he threw that interception against the Cardinals that led to one of our favorite quotes of the year here.
I threw it right to the guy, so it wasn't like he made a good play. I mean, good for him. He caught it. Like, awesome.
Good for him. He caught it.
I mean, Brock Purdy clearly was playing hurt against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that affected his performance. I mean, he led the win down in Seattle late and close, and so I'm not going there. I don't want to spoil my jock blog just yet because I know everybody likes to spend their Friday afternoons reading one of my jock blogs that
the LRJB
lightly read jock blog, but we'll go there later today. Listen, we got Mike Silver coming up to us in just a few minutes here to talk about this whole situation, but I do want to give you guys a chance to air it out on the text line. A ton of you guys do for sure. 209 checks in and says, oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a wrong one there. 408 says, Mac Dime got that dog in him after last night's game. Whole new level of respect for that guy. Also, who knew someone could eat so many bananas?
Bro.
Were you checking that out?
He was demolishing bananas on the sideline.
And young Tony and I both noticed.
He wasn't just eating bananas on the sideline.
There's a little pouch of kids' gummies that you put in like kindergartners.
I texted my buddies. I was like, is this guy munching on some gummies?
Are you talking about like cannabis gummies?
What kind of gummies are you talking about
No,
here?
they look like those little like Annie's chewables that you put in kindergarten lunchboxes.
Like the little Welch's fruit snacks?
Yeah. Welch's fruit snacks.
I got some of those in my cupboard right now.
I literally think that's what Mac was eating out there. I do think that's what he was eating.
He was munching too. He was hungry.
925 says, Mac versus Purdy is not a bad problem to have. Does doubt creep into the locker room? How could it not with a performance like last night? 916 says, please, for the love of God, do not start bringing up a quarterback controversy. You know Mac is the backup. Brock is the starter. Be better. Don't be like all these other talking heads. 510 says, Mac makes the decisive throw. Purdy tries too hard to do too much and throws a floater for anyone to catch. 408 says, were the Rams drop passes due to the receivers' hesitations? They might get crushed by RD. I don't know. There was something going on with the drops for sure. 916 says the Niners played the better second half of the season. The Niners have played better the second half of the season under Kyle. Should be interesting when the team gets healthy for sure. And also up there, 707 says Mac 10 was firing last night. 408 says Mac stands tougher in the pocket, takes big hits, still makes the throw. Purdy can run away from pressure, but it's not always success. I think Purdy has pocket courage for sure. I actually do. So listen, all those things are things you guys had to say on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. But we got Mike Silver up next to talk about his. Listen, he's been around a lot. He knows Kyle very, very well. He knows McVay very well. He wrote a whole book about those guys. The Why is Everything, and he can talk to us about what he thought about the Kyle McVay matchup last night, and he can talk to us about what he thinks about Brock and Mac. That's next on The Sports Leader.
I mean, good for him. He caught it. Like, awesome.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Victory Friday. We have a new contest this week, and today is Friday, which means it's the last day we're doing this, so stay tuned. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see 9 Inch Nails at Chase Center on March 15th, 2026. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win those 2 tickets. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, let's talk Provident Credit Union. I got my mortgage with Provident. Good people, local financial institution, and they want to help you grow your savings with some sound stuff. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate. You pick the schedule, 3, 6, or 12 months, and earn up to 3.40%. Let me say that again, 3.40% annual percentage yield. So there's no guesswork, no market ups and downs, just strong, steady growth on your terms. Plus, Newsweek recently named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. So you know your money is in good hands. Do not wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. That rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
There you go. Our 80s Friday. We go away from the R&B to the torch ballad. Against all odds, Phil Collins. Yes, Mac Jones against all odds gets it done. Kyle Shanahan against all odds, 8.5-point underdog against his old rival Sean McVay, which leads us to a guy who knows a lot about both of those dudes, Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. Hell, he wrote a book about him. The Why is Everything. Mike, there are times that your book comes in very, very handy. It's days like last night when Kyle Shanahan outfoxes Sean McVay against all odds. Mikey, good morning.
Hey,
how are you, brother?
Morning, Mike.
Hey, yeah, that was, really, really fine piece of coaching last night. And really, I would say these first 5 games. And you're seeing the value of Kyle Shanahan, and you're seeing the beauty of Robert Saleh being available and in a very competitive environment, being locked in on returning to the Niners, unless maybe one of those head coaching jobs had made it too worth his while, and Kyle being locked in on getting him back. And together they are really putting them in positions to win games. And to the players' credit, they have pulled out 4 of the 5 in some pretty adverse circumstances. But man, that defense, to force that fumble, right there at the end of regulation on the shadow of the goal line, one of the most epic defensive plays, in recent 49er regular season memory. And then obviously the stop at the end to get it clinched. That was really fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go big picture to small picture. 4th and 1, McVay. They each call timeout. They're each trying to get in each other's heads. We're live in the moment. He's got Stafford. Sean McVay has Stafford and Puka Nacua, probably the best pitch-catch combination in the league, and he runs it. And the Niners O-line or Niners D-line wins the battle. Give me that. What you know about McVay. He wore it after the game. What you know about Saleh. What about that play?
Well, first of all, the Rams have reinvented themselves the last couple of years. Sean came up in that outside zone centric world, and they, with Kyron Williams, kind of started going, you know what, we're going to get some beefy dudes on the inside. We're going to run plays like duo, which scheme experts can tell you all about. I just know it's two people blocking one inside. But basically, they've kind of hung their hat on that in recent years. And so it's not out of character for the Rams to think they could get a yard that way. Let's go back. First of all, go for it or not. I like that call. And 4 nights earlier, I was in Dallas for a game in overtime that ended in a tie. And obviously we had the clock as a factor in that one, so it was a little weirder. But nobody liked that. I saw Jerry Jones, I saw Matt LaFleur, I saw Dak Prescott, I saw Micah Parsons after that game. Nobody was happy. Nobody likes a tie, which doesn't mean you shouldn't get one strategically. But had Sean chosen to kick there and had it ended in a tie, I think everyone would have been upset. Not that that's why you do what you do, but so I like the idea that he was like, nah, we're going for the win. We can get this yard. The play's got to succeed, but that is a Rams thing in recent years. Like, we can blast it inside and get a yard. Against a defense that hasn't proven over time that it stops that because it's new and Bosa's out, and yet obviously Fred Warner being an exception, but to their credit, they held the point of attack. Really cool way to end it.
Mike, on the topic of running the ball, the 49ers are somehow, someway 4-1 without scoring a rushing touchdown this year, and in all 3 of Mac Jones' starts, they've had 80 or less rushing yards. Is this a problem, or is it more impressive that they're still finding ways to win games like this?
I think it's just impressive. I mean, with McCaffrey, you assume they will pop some runs at some point, and I think, the way Kyle seems to see it is that, everybody kind of has this low rushing average in a normal state of affairs, and the way you get that up is to pop big runs, and that's the differentiator, and they're not doing that yet. So, you presumably with McCaffrey that will happen, but when it doesn't, you go, man, you're just kind of grinding it out. But it sets up other things too, right? You have to have the threat of the run enough for those plays to be as effective as they are. And obviously, it's not just like Mac Jones or Purdy when he was healthy going back and like, I'm going to sling it 55 times and everyone knows, they still have to respect the play action. But you'd like to see that. You'd like to see interceptions. There's things that haven't happened yet, but all of that's a testament to, how do you do all that and you're 4-1? I mean, they almost won the one game when I think the turnover battle was 4-0. I mean, just crazy thing.
Mike Silver, the voice you hear from The Athletic. We love talking to Mike. He knows these Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay protagonists very, very well. Read the book, The Why is Everything, for more. Hey, a little bit on the quarterback situation here, buddy, because you gotta check in. It's legally required because Mac Jones is winning games and Brock Purdy's hurt. So you know this. You did this with Steve and Joe. Is the backup the guy who should be the starter? Should Mac Jones be QB1?
No. I mean, first of all, good for Mac Jones. It's looking good, and it's really, really nice to have 2 quarterbacks who can do it at a high level in that offense. Purdy got paid for a reason, and I think people may have short memories. And again, I thought it was better around here than it is nationally, but there's this everlasting, it's a combination of where he was drafted and what he looks like for better or worse, just physically. He doesn't look crazy tall. The ball doesn't just fly off his hand, whatever. He doesn't blow you away, with the physical attributes the way like a Josh Allen would. But, if you can kind of get past that, this guy didn't just get paid because he just came in and ran the system and it went really well. Like, he has done big, impressive things consistently. And so to me, I would imagine the toe was impacting him against the Jaguars. I think that's a normal thing to expect. We've seen him be clutch, amazingly clutch. Think of the, championship game against the Lions, just complete adverse circumstances that brought them back. We've seen him make, plays to win games. We've seen him, improvise. I just don't. I think it's case closed with Brock Purdy. He's your QB1, and you should be really, really happy with that if you're a fan.
Yeah, Mike, I'm with you. I still think Brock Purdy is a better quarterback, but I do think that Mac Jones is the better dresser. Is he the best dressed quarterback in the league?
The best dressed? Wow, I haven't broken that down. That's a great question. I'm gonna pass on that until I do a little film study. Because, maybe I need to watch Arrivals. I mean, Cam Newton was obviously someone who, whether you say good or bad, I'm a fan, but some people would probably say it was bad. But like we're talking about, when I think of like quarterbacks who show out clothes-wise, that's the first guy I think of.
Dude, you get. I mean, I'll take the peaceful angle in this Mac Brock thing. Give the Niners a lot of credit for signing this guy, right? I mean, that was a really savvy move. I liked it at the time. I love it now, and it's a 2-year deal too. And for you, going back to Kyle in the 2021 draft, is it Kyle's finally like, well, now I have 2 guys I like? Because I mean, is it your belief that all along Kyle wanted him in 21?
Yeah, so let's go back, and yes, this is detailed in my book, The Why is Everything, along with a lot of other stuff. So I want everyone to
go
click
buy
a link
it
right now because it's
support
available
writers.
and get it.
Support
it's
writers.
Awesome.
Yes.
You'll be so happy you did. But yeah, I did get a text from one of Kyle's former assistants last night during the game, and he was like, I'm glad he got he finally got the draft pick right, just laughing. But basically, when they made that trade preemptively, right, they made it in March. They traded the 3 ones and moved up to 3. It was already at that point like, well, Trevor Lawrence is going 1, and we think Zach Wilson's going 2. So there had to be, along with those 2, a third quarterback that they were like, we are so happy if we get this guy. And the belief at that time with people who were talking to Kyle was that it was Mac Jones, and then he seemed to talk himself out of it for a variety of reasons. And, it was a strange year coming off of the COVID. Trey Lance had only played the 1 game. He tested crazy high on some of these on one of these brain tests they do, and I think Kyle got obsessed with that. There was this whole notion of you can't, give up that much to get a guy whose ceiling isn't crazy high. There was people are now co-opting my offense. I need to take it to a new place, and someone with that athleticism like Trey Lance could take it to a new place. There were all sorts of things in that period kind of swirling around, and ultimately, he seemed to talk himself into Trey Lance, and that's what they did. So, that, of course, changed history. And remember, the whole thing was they wanted to go to a model of let's have a quarterback on a rookie deal and pay all these, stars in their prime around them. And they still ended up doing that model a year later because of Purdy's emergence. But, wow, what a tumultuous, journey from there to here with Jimmy G coming back and then getting hurt and then Purdy and then, all that. And meanwhile, poor Mac Jones goes and looks pretty good in New England. And then Bill Belichick's like, I've got this awesome idea, man. I'm so smart. I'm going to take Matt Patricia, who's a defensive coordinator, and Joe Judge, who's basically a special teams guy and are both failed head coaches. And I'm going to run the offense with them and Mac Jones. And then it was terrible. And people were like, who could have seen that coming? And I'm like, well, me and most people, because we said that beforehand. It was a disaster. So great story that Mac Jones is now able to show what he could do. Obviously, Kyle's really, really, really good at this. And, imagine with Kittle and those receivers back, including Ayuk, you presumably could look a lot better.
Yeah, man, what a scene, and I don't know, just everything. Mac Jones and Kyle doing it with all these guys banged up. It was just great NFC West drama. So we appreciate you early on a Friday, Mikey. Everybody go buy the book, The Why is Everything. You'd have all your answers.
You will, and it's gonna be a fun season. I went in going, I'm not a big schedule guy because it changes, but I was like, wow, with their schedule, they really have a chance to stack up a lot of wins. I kind of see it differently now. Like that Seattle win early was huge. This was huge. They're clearly not close to full strength and won't be with Bosa gone for the year. But wow, they're doing something really cool. It doesn't mean you can stay scrappy and do it in the playoffs and all that, but I think they have a chance to position themselves really, really nicely.
They really, really do. And we'll see who's quarterbacking in Tampa next Sunday, Brock's health, Mac's health, all that stuff. But you're right. They got a chance. They're 3-0 in the division now with 2 road wins. So always good, Mike. Yeah. Have a great weekend, man. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks, you guys.
Yeah, Mike Silver, man. The Mac Jones. This is crazy. The Mac Jones 2021 draft.
Who?
Kyle. And now they got – and you brought this up earlier today. The biggest thing – it's a 2-year deal.
Huge.
You have Mac next year, too, under contract. So your quarterback depth chart is literally like set through 2026 because even if Brock gets a freaking hangnail or a sprained ankle, you're feeling confident. Like, I don't even know how Mac's health is going to be coming out of this game. I mean, we didn't expect to hear Kyle on the Monday conference call that we had to dump out of for Bob Melvin's firing. He's after the Jacksonville game, everybody was bummed, and then Kyle comes on. He goes, "Yeah, Brock's banged up." We're like, so who knows how Mac's body's going to react to a rough game last night?
Yeah, and obviously these are 2 different injuries that we're talking about. Brock dealing with the toe, Mac dealing with the knee injury, and we saw that brace out there yesterday in a scary moment after Byron Young beat Colton McKivitz to take down Mac Jones. I thought that was going to be the end of the Mac Jones era, and then we're not even talking about the QB controversies because people are scared S-list that it might be Adrian Martinez coming into the game. That's the type of situation we're in right now. But Mac Jones, toughest dude on the field last night, gutting it out once again, and now kind of earning himself maybe a future beyond the 49ers past 2 years. But for right now, he's in a perfect situation in that Kyle Shanahan offense. It was
absolutely incredible to see this happen. So, okay, here's the deal. We got the cooler content, a lot of sound from last night's game. Your calls at 8:50 on what you guys thought about that epic tilt last night. We've been playing it all morning. It's an 80s Friday. Playing sort of Mac Jones-themed rejoins all morning long. We like his R&B, and when he wants to slow it down, he can go against all odds. All right, what did the Niners have to say after the game? Trent Jones had comments. Mac Jones had comments. Sean McVay falling on the sword.
Trent Jones? Who?
Did I say Trent Jones?
Yeah, you're good.
Who? Trent Williams and Mac Jones became guys. Was I thinking about famous golf?
That'd be a hell of a player, by the way. Trent Williams and Mac Jones together.
Well, and of course, maybe I was thinking about world-famous golf architect Robert Trent Jones. Ooh. That's what I was thinking about. By the way, I do the water polo broadcast for Tam High, Go Boneheads, and I was praising this kid. Shout out Junior Sammy. I said, he's a glue guy. I have fun on these things. I go, he's a glue guy. He's like, remember the Warriors? I go, you remember Sean Alexander? S-Dot? Some guy next to me goes, who's Sean Alexander?
Oh, man.
I said, I mean Sean Livingston.
Yeah, Livingston.
Sean Alexander. Shout out one of the more random NFL MVPs of all time.
Yeah.
Former Seahawk running back.
Shout out to the season he had like 28 touchdowns or something like that, right?
Yeah. So there I am. So that accounts for the Trent Jones. Listen, you do this job every morning. You're caffeinated. Mm-hmm. Trent Williams becomes Trent Jones. Mm-hmm. Mac Jones becomes Trent Williams.
It works.
It all happens.
Regardless, they're both flossing in that candy paint.
Thank you for saving me on the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah. We're going with our 80s.
I was making sure it was clean.
I know you have to. 80s Friday. And, of course, we're going with sort of a fun R&B-themed Mac Jones 80s Friday because I kind of feel like Mac in the 80s would have been bumping these songs. We've had Word Up by Cameo, Ooh, I Like It by DeBarge, Sexual Healing, Marvin Gaye. We had a little Janet Jackson, Nasty. We've departed a little bit with Against All Odds. We were going with the theme, Against All Odds. And Huey Lewis, I Want a New Drug for the I Want a New QB. But we're back to the Express Yourself. Because that's what Mac does with his red and black suits out there and his... Wait, Marcus, wait. Watch for the cringy... Here's how he expresses himself. How'd we do?
I need somebody to turn that into a GIF.
How'd we do?
Of Murph
You
doing
don't
the
need to.
Mac Jones
You
shimmy.
don't need to. Wearing a golf shirt. Can't be doing that. What'd you think of that whole shoulder thing he did?
I mean, Mac's got some swag. He's got some flavor. We see it when he walks out of the tunnel towards the front of the line with the boombox. It seems like all the guys love him, so I got no problem with it. Talk your S, Mac. Talk your S.
I mean, which defensive player did he do that to?
I don't remember the name off the top of my head.
Young Tony, you down with an NWA Express Yourself?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Just make sure it's, family friendly.
It is it? Yeah. This was one of their sort of more of a toe tapper than some of the blank the police stuff we got earlier on. So,
You're not wrong about that, Murph.
Sometimes you need to have sort of a cookout song, right? Exactly. Cooler Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, Mac Jones, well, express yourself. After the game, talking about the dog fight. A lot of cooler, instead of being silly, funny stuff, it's a lot of 49er sound from last night. Z35, Tony. Mac Jones, dog fight.
Feels great. I mean, I just thought it was a dogfight, and we were in the ring, and the defense played great. Special teams came in clutch. Had great field goals by Eddie, and as always, I like him a lot. He's cool. But yeah, it was just awesome to be on a team that fights, and even if we lost, like I said earlier, I would have been just as proud, to be honest, because I know that those guys had my back, and I got their back.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's great and all that he said, even if we lost, we'd be proud. But, dude, NFL is a zero-sum game, dude. You either win or you lose. There's no moral victories, man. If they lost that game, they'd be 3-2, 2-1 in the league, have lost a little bit of a tiebreaker edge to the Rams. So, I mean, I get what he's saying. It was a gutty effort. And people were starting to write that stuff on social. Like, when it appeared that the Rams were going to drive for the winning score, like, man, hell of an effort, super gutty. Man, oh, man, they really played better than I thought they would. I mean, we were already writing the obituaries, really.
Oh, absolutely. And then the conversation would be different today. People would be like, oh, Mac Jones and the 49er offense only got 6 points in the second half or only got 9 or whatever, regardless what the total score would have actually been, Murph.
Speaking of which, that's our next one about the second half.
It could play out.
17 points at halftime and then only 6 the rest of the way. So Mac Jones on the second half here.
I don't really pay attention too much to it. I don't really do social media that much, but Kyle came up to me and he was pissed about it. So he's like, dude, I can't believe they moved us to underdogs again or whatever more. And I'm like, I don't know what that means really, but yeah, let's go kill him, So he was pissed about it. I was like, yeah, I'm pissed too. So went out there and we started hot, but we definitely need to be more consistent throughout the game and give more points for our defense so they don't have to keep making stops.
Okay, so I slightly misled you guys on that. That was about the point spread. That was about the point spread.
It was a bit of a combination of both. He was like, yeah, Kyle was pissed about the point spread before the game, but he was also pissed off about the stalled out offense at halftime.
Okay, but I loved how Mac talking about how Kyle came up to me before the game going, I'm pissed, man. He's like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but so am I. Let's go kill him.
Kyle came up to me and he was pissed about it. So he's like, dude, I can't believe they moved us to underdogs again or whatever more. And I'm like, I don't know what that means really, but yeah, let's go kill him,
This guy.
Dude, how about the innocence of a Michael McCorkle Jones not understanding point spreads and being an underdog in the NFL?
Let's go kill him.
So he was pissed about it. I was like, yeah, I'm pissed too. So
Also, I love this little inside nugget that Kyle Shanahan will check the spread for a little bit more extra motivation.
Hey, remember Ron Rivera told us he was happy to hear that Duke is a favorite Saturday and I took Duke.
Oh.
Laid the 2.5.
You know what you just did? You just created some bold symbol material for Ron Rivera and the Cowboys.
Ron's going to come at me Wednesday, man.
Clip that, Ron.
I love how he flipped the script on when he came. He goes, Murph, you fired up? You still fired up? You calm down.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait.
Yeah,
You gaslighting me.
You and that Cal mentality, Murph. It's you. You're the one with the mentality.
Mac with the red and blue suit. It's like that. I mean, that was straight out. I mean, we're playing 80s Friday. It looked like something out of the 80s. Like, it was like crazy. Somebody said, what's up with your red and black diagonal suit here?
I don't know. I just like suits, like I said, and last week, and I wear suits because I'm going to work. So that's kind of how I look at it, and yeah, they're cool.
I like suits.
So, Mac Jones, man. I
mean, he's like the fried chicken kid. He's like, I don't know. They're suits. I like suits.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
Oh, what a great cut. What a great cut. I mean, this guy, how did that chuckle play in Boston, in New England, when he was like not winning?
Probably not well at all.
I don't think he was chuckling.
Yeah, which
yes.
is why he was ran out of town. But that's why I also love hearing his post-game comments about how, like, it's so great to be on a team that competes. Now, I'm not saying he's taking shots at the Patriots or Jacksonville or anywhere else, but, like, I think he recognizes the position that he's in. And, of course, we made the comparisons before to Sam Darnold and how that resurrected his career. Mac Jones is locked into San Francisco for 2 years, but now you're thinking about Mac Jones being a future starting quarterback a year or two down the line.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, good for him. He caught it. Like, awesome.
Meanwhile, Sean McVay, man, had to fall on the sword. 4th and 1. How about Mike Silver saying he liked the call? I did not. If I'm a Ram fan, I want the ball in Matt Stafford's hands looking for Puka Nacua. That's my feeling.
I like the call of going for it on 4th down. I don't love the actual play call of running it in that situation.
I thought it was good. I literally was already thinking about the loss because I knew that Stafford would hit Nacua on a quick little rollout and they would continue their drive. And so I was like, man. So I was doing the obituaries. Instead, they tried to run it up the gut. And Michael Williams blew it up. And then Chase Lucas sticks his nose in there. So here's Sean McVay owning it here.
The 4th down call.
It's a bad call. It's a bad call by me.
Any thought of kicking the field goal there?
No.
None at all?
No. In hindsight, I wish I would have, but no, we came in here to try to win the football game. It didn't go down for us, Gary. That wasn't even a thought, but the play selection was very poor. I'm sick right now because I put our players in a shitty spot, and I got to live with that.
Great soundbite.
Yep.
And as 925 texted in earlier today, plus I don't need to see homie's ankles.
Dude,
all right?
It's the ankles and the eyes.
How come you're not wearing those capri sweatpants pushed up mid-shin?
I'm not a capri guy.
Can you imagine if Marcus walked in with the bright white shoes and the sweatpants pushed up to the shins?
Dude.
Who here at the Leader is most likely to rock that look?
Oh, I would go.
Because it's a look.
For
it's definitely
the
a look.
second time today, I'm going to mention Jacob Violante. He's a biker, so I've seen him before actually like roll his pants up so that the jeans don't get cut. But I'm still seeing his ankles.
But that's okay, though, because he's a biker trying to do that. I'm talking about that really deliberate, curated sweatpants pushed up with some ankle and some shin and some white, expensive white sneakers like from Turtle and Entourage.
I got the answer.
Who?
It's Kyle Har.
Is it?
Best looking kid in the
It is
building.
Kyle. You know
he's
what?
a handsome mofo.
Here's the deal. I don't want to see McVay's ankles. I might want to see Kyle Har's. I might want to see Kyle.
That might be an HR violation.
Young Tone, do you agree? Is it Kyle Har?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Ryan McCarthy rocking the shorts too. You know, this guy.
See, that's showing off the entire league.
I mean, I wasn't saying it was a good thing. I'm associating this with like a bad thing.
No. I'm going to say I think you're right. Kyle Har is a very beautiful, beautiful man. He's a handsome, good-looking
What you call
kid.
it, sexy Kyle Murph?
Sexy Kyle. Yeah, ladies, if you guys want to come here and troll, you might want to look up Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle Har is the guy you're looking for.
He would wear that and he would pull it off.
Yeah, he's always rocking like the aloe gear like Jimmy Butler.
McVay wears it and doesn't pull it off.
No, not so much.
What if Curls did it?
Oh, man. I think we'd all go blind from seeing the whiteness of those ankles.
What if I did it?
Yeah, no, that'd be weird. I'd say don't do it, Murph.
It would be super weird.
Super weird.
Be you're like, wait a minute, how old are you again?
I need you in the capris doing the Mac Jones shimmy.
Any chance?
Greg Silver.
Derek Papa.
I can see him rocking them at an Oasis concert.
Hopes. Thin Tim. Kruger.
No, I don't want to see their ankles.
All right. Kerry Crowley.
Decent ankles.
I'm showing my ankles, bitch. Get used to it.
I'm gonna put my feet up in your face. Check out these ankles.
Spikes high like Ty Cobb in 1911.
I'll break your ankles, bitch.
All right, so here we go. And the
Pick up your jock strap,
The
Murph.
last one is a celebration one. It is Fred Warner on the rookies, Michael Williams and Alfred Collins, and all those rookies playing well.
Yeah, I know John Lynch probably going to celebrate on that plane tonight. Oh, man, yeah, Alfred Collins, unbelievable play on the 1 yard line to punch the ball out and give our team a chance to keep going. You know, it was unbelievable. And you spoke about how, you know, our young guys really coming and playing big for us these last few, all these games so far. And, you know, they're just getting started.
Yeah, man. So John Lynch.
Yeah.
Now, listen, Upton Stout got benched in that game last night. So it's not all, you know,
and
milk and honey all the time.
Siegel
Yeah.
got picked on a little bit also.
Yeah.
But I think John Lynch probably is giving his best Fred Warner laugh, which, by the way, keep that laugh track around.
Keep that one around.
That's a good one.
Hey, set it up. Get a riff.
Yeah, let's give some credit, though, to John Lynch. No riffs aside here.
No.
Because of what Alfred Collins did yesterday, what Michael Williams did on that final play, but the 49ers don't win that game without Alfred Collins not only throwing a Mike Tyson overhand right haymaker, but check out the double team that he beat on that play to get those bodies off of him to cause that fumble and then to recover it after. Alfred Collins, that's your game ball right there.
Yeah, man. It was the play of the year. Sir Alfred Collins. That sounds like a Lord Manor from England in the early 1900s.
It's a good call.
Shout out Tim Ryan. Yeah, I had to turn that AC on.
But guys, keep it around, Young Tone, because I finally figured out who could wear the capri sweats with the pushed up and the expensive sneakers and the ankles and the shin. Mike Kohler.
There you go. Good riff.
All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We had you guys some calls earlier. We told you guys to call back because we were doing some stuff here, cooler content. Who's your MVP of the game last night? And are you even concerned with the Mac Brock situation? Do you want to go there on a Friday morning? Or do you want to talk Sir Alfred Collins? Do you want to talk blowing up a 4th and 1? Do you want to talk Mac Jones leaving every ounce of blood and sweat and tears on the field last night? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Let's talk on the Sports Leader.
Had great field goals by Eddie, and as always, I like him a lot. He's cool.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the 1. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football.
Oh, and he just punched it out from Kyron
Whoa.
Williams and then held on to it.
What a huge right hook.
God.
Williams was about to score a big right hook from Alfred Collins. He caught Williams in the face, and then he got the football for the biggest play of his young career. 4th down and 1 for the Rams. Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
Same old sorry-ass Rams. So long!
Great rejoin, Tony. Loved it, Young Tone. The Guy Haberman, Tim Ryan. It's fun to hear those calls. Fun to relive the energy from last night. It's just such a crazy game. And it is our 80s Friday. They're back for the whole fall and winter before we return to Giants Baseball Reggae Friday in 2026. And we're kind of going with a theme of Mac Jones. Looks like the kind of guy who would have been down with the cool R&B, even the early days of hip-hop. Slick Rick, children's story. You see him clearing out the dance floor and doing some Running Man or something like that in those baggy late 80s pants.
Oh,
there.
yeah, with the hammer pants on, Murph. Even without Slick Rick, Ricky Pearsall out there, Mac Jones was slick, and it looked like it was one of his singles from maybe his album, The Great Adventures of Mac Jones.
Yeah, right. Is that the Great Adventures?
Yeah, The Great Adventures of Slick Rick.
Thank you very much there. Slick Rick, by the way, took me years later. British, not American. Yeah. Just tripped me out for years.
And that's the way we end this story.
Very good. Good call. Slick Rick carrying on our 80s Friday. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Yeah, I have the irresistible urge to do Running Man right now. I feel like I should be doing the Ted Lasso Running Man right now. There you go. And I'll let Marcus do it. He's a better dancer, better hoofer. You come from Dancing Jeans.
That's it. Shout out my mama, the dancing mama.
And your aunt was a cheerleader, right?
That's right. 3 Super Bowl rings to prove it with the 49ers.
Although I probably shouldn't be saying this on the air, but I always will. I talked to a guy who knows your... Can I even talk about this? Your high school girlfriend?
Wow, yeah.
Who was named after Joe Montana?
Who was also a 49er cheerleader.
The guy actually put 2 and 2 together because, I've heard Marcus tell that because I know that family.
Yeah, we'll shout him out.
That family said, keep that kid away from us.
Marcus was so nervous what you were about to say.
I was like, dude, you can't be bringing up my history like this, Murph.
Oh, man. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. What was your favorite part of that whole scene last night? Listen, we gave him a 5% chance, right? 5%. And people are heckling me about it. I'm like, hey, bro, 5% is bigger than 0. You know what I mean? So, and the reason I gave it 5, and then Tony said something snarky yesterday, I got ticked off at him, and I jumped it up to 15% because of Matt Kavanaugh, because of Jeff Kemp, because of, shout out, Nevada Hornet Mike Morosky, shout out Steve Bono, shout out Elvis Gerback. I mean, there are times where backup quarterbacks step in and do things. And this is different because Mac Jones is a guy we already saw him win 2. But I just think we thought that with Bosa gone, with Kittle gone. And then when we heard that Pearsall and Jennings were out and the Rams are playing good ball, I mean, honest to goodness, my 5% was sort of just that Hail Mary chance. And yet they go out there. And I think, honestly, Marcus, from the first drive, you kind of were like, I think the narrative and the energy might change in this game. Yeah.
I think we might be onto something. And it felt like after I gave out that stat yesterday, that the 49ers didn't have a single wide receiver or tight end on the field last night for Mac Jones that had caught a pass for the 49ers in the 2024 season. And we're like, what the hell? Who the hell is he going to be throwing the ball to? Well, it turns out the answer was Kendrick Bourne, the born-again Kendrick, who after I thought so rightfully was called out for his multiple drops last week against Jacksonville. He had arguably the best game of his career, matched a career-high 10 catches yesterday. He was the offense, along, of course, with Christian McCaffrey. But you got to mix and match and put these pieces together. But you're right. With the injury report, with the short week going down to L.A., taking on a team like the Rams, I think 99% of the people picked the Rams to win that ball game.
Well, who was it? I think the only guy on the NFL Network was our buddy Adam Rank.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
Dude, it's Adam Rank.
Yeah, dude.
Making picks
Shout out
there.
Adam Rank and shout out Richard Sherman on the Amazon broadcast. Pick the 49ers.
I mean, listen, there is something to these division.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
Thank you very much,
Dude,
Adam.
it's
You're a
Adam
good guy.
Rank.
He was the only guy who defended me back in the OOs.
That was the cooler, right?
Yeah,
the
because
article?
when Bill Simmons was blowing up, and he and his boys would gather and sometimes talk about the water cooler. Yeah.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
So funny. But the point is that it was a divisional game in these NFC. We had Ronnie Lott on yesterday to get that. It's Rams week and all that stuff. And so there was that big growing belief that, you might as well go play the game, see how it starts. It was that opening drive for me that was like, we might be onto something.
Yeah, and we talked about this to close out the show yesterday. I can admit, I picked this game wrong. I picked the Rams to win this game when it comes to just money line picks. But when it came to the spread, Murph, we both ended the show saying 8.5 points is too many points in any divisional matchup, really, on a short week on Thursday Night Football. It was just a week ago I took the Miami Dolphins plus 11 points against the Buffalo Bills, and they were able to cover. So on these short weeks, these divisional matchups, you can throw everything out the window. But I'm not just throwing hot takes on air, Murph. I told you if there was any way that the 49ers would win this game, they would have to do a couple things. They would have to control the time of possession. Take a look at the stats from yesterday. 49ers had the ball for over 40 minutes compared to the Rams having it for 26 minutes.
Crazy.
Now, I also suggested that they establish the run game once again for the third time in Mac Jones' starts this year. They had 80 yards or less, but they did run it more than 30 times, which I think did factor into the time of possession battle. And the third thing I was looking for is to win that turnover battle.
Oh, there it is.
2-0 yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what we should be focused on. Alfred Collins and that huge play that really saved the ball game.
Kyle Shanahan said he had an aside in his post game where he goes, turnover battle. He goes, honestly, that's probably why we won the game. 2-0. For Niner historians, I'm going back into the history of your Matt Cavanaughs, your Jeff Kemps, and the Elvis Gerback game in '95. Some people, Platzy down in L.A., John Platz, our Stanford broadcaster, dared bring up the Super Bowl goal line stand. I was like, I hear you, Platzy, but we're not going to go there just yet. It was week 5 in October, but they famously had a goal line stand similar to that 4th and 1 stop last night. I mean, it's not the bowl. It's week 5 or week 5. But either way, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Lots of texts are pouring in, but I do want to get this sound out there from Mac Jones about the question that ESPN and everybody's asking, should Mac Jones be the quarterback? Mike Silver said no. In fact, do you have the Silver cut? We can get that in there too. But here's Mac Jones doing his best to be a team guy about the job.
They brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like, he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win, because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not.
So he says it's Brock's team. Listen, there are things that he does better than Brock. Number one, he's taller than Brock, and that's a big deal. He's able to see. Number two, he checks it. He's willing to take the underneath throw more than Brock will. Brock sometimes tries to force him. I mean, really, honestly, think of how many deep balls or aggressive throws Mac Jones had yesterday. He had a long out to Kendrick Bourne that went for 35 yards. That was a Kyle special, where they did the second layer on the zone, and Kyle just sees that, and it was an easy throw. He was wide open, but still, it was a good, strong throw that hit Bourne. When you think of he didn't take a lot of downfield shots. He didn't throw risky balls over the middle. There was by the way, 3rd and 10 conversion to Jake Tonjes late in the game on that. I mean, some clutch throws. Seemed like he was making the right decision a lot.
Yeah, he looked like a guy that was executing the Kyle Shanahan system. And I know to a lot of people that sounds like an insult, because for years now we've been debating, is Jimmy Garoppolo a system quarterback? Is Brock Purdy a system quarterback? Well, is Mac Jones now a system quarterback? Guess what? You need a system in the NFL. You can't go out there without a damn system. And it's funny, last night I was sitting at the bar, and I heard somebody say, Kyle Shanahan's such an idiot. He should have played Mac Jones earlier over Brock Purdy. And I'm like, well, Let's take Kyle Shanahan out of this situation. You think Mac Jones looks the way he looks last night without Kyle Shanahan? My answer would be no. So, of course, it takes two to tango. You need an offense coordinator. You need a head coach. You need a system, but you also need a quarterback. And it looks like right now the 49ers have two quarterbacks who can execute that system. And no, we don't need to dive into the quarterback controversy each and every segment. They're in a great spot right now, not only for this year, but next year, having Mac Jones signed to that 2-year contract with the uncertainty about these injuries with Brock Purdy.
I took the peaceful angle. I did not choose violence on Mac and Brock. My peaceful angle was, man, I'm going like, what a great signing by the Niners. I loved it. I liked it a lot in March. I even said, are they signing him just to nudge Brock? Like, hey, if you don't sign a team-friendly contract, then we have this guy here. And people are like, you're crazy. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's getting paid. He's getting $53 million, but also Niners have an out after 26, I will say. We asked Mike Silver, who knows Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan very well. He wrote a book about him called The Why Is Everything. We said, given what you know about Kyle, is Mac now going to be the guy?
No. I mean, first of all, good for Mac Jones. It's looking good. And, it's really, really nice to have two quarterbacks who can do it at a high level in that offense. Purdy got paid for a reason. And I think people may have short memories. And, again, I thought it was better around here than it is nationally. But, it's a combination of where he was drafted and, what he looks like for better or worse, just physically. He doesn't look crazy tall. The ball doesn't just fly off his hand, whatever. He doesn't blow you away, with the physical attributes the way like a Josh Allen would. But, if you can kind of get past that, this guy didn't just get paid because he just came in and ran the system and it went really well. He has done big, impressive things consistently. And so to me, I would imagine the toe was impacting him against the Jaguars. I think that's a normal thing to expect. We've seen him be clutch, amazingly clutch. Think of the, championship game against the Lions, just complete adverse circumstances that brought them back. We've seen him make, plays to win games. We've seen him, improvise. I just don't. I think it's case closed with Brock Purdy. He's your QB1, and you should be really, really happy with that if you're a fan.
Case closed, says Mike Silver. And it's the prudent thing. And again, I mean, everybody's got the memories of Brock against Jacksonville where he looked bad. Yeah. And he did. He had a terrible game. And he's thrown multiple interceptions in both of his starts this year. But he's right. First of all, the mobility factor is gigantic. And he's also, all the qualities we're ascribing to Mac, that the guys love him and they rally around, they had those for Brock, too.
They feel the same way about Brock Purdy. And as good as Mac Jones has now looked in this Kyle Shanahan system, I haven't seen anything that tells me, oh, this looks better than what I've seen from Brock Purdy at his peak in the system. I remember when Brock Purdy took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, and it felt like instantly in that Dolphins game and even the next week against Brady and the Buccaneers, you're like, damn, Brock Purdy's out here doing some stuff that Jimmy Garoppolo was not doing. I haven't really got that feeling too much with Mac Jones, and I said earlier that I'm not willing to give Mac Jones the starting quarterback job after 3 starts. Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback. But I do want to clarify what I mean when I say I will entertain the conversation. Because there's a lot of people on the text on saying, why are you guys even entertaining this? You're better than the talking heads around the country. Well, let's be realistic. Yes, Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback. You paid him as a franchise quarterback. But in the 3 games Mac Jones has played this year versus the 2 games that Brock Purdy has played, Mac Jones has looked like the better quarterback. Now, again, that's not me saying that Mac Jones deserves to be the starting quarterback moving forward, but at least now there will be a conversation. Now, I can tell you 9 times out of 10 that conversation is going to end with me saying that Brock Purdy still deserves to be the starting quarterback, but it seems like we're trending towards a direction where I'm not saying we're going full-fledged quarterback controversy, but now you have the options of having 2 quarterbacks who have shown you that they can win at this level with Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, if you just want to go there, I do have a comp on their stats. I mean, it's silly because it's such a small sample size, but their completion percentage is identical. Max 66, Brock's 66. Actually, Max 67, Brock 66. Their average yards per completion, Brock's at 8, Max at 7. Here's the difference. Interceptions. Brock's thrown 4 in 2 games. Max thrown 1 in 3 games. And if you want to go by rating, if that's your thing, Max got a 99, Brock's got an 85. Now, again, kind of a silly exercise because it's a really small sample size, and Brock played a game hurt, but I just threw it out there.
Both these guys are banged up, but if we're looking at it from week to week, Mac Jones looked better last night against the Rams than Brock Purdy did against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you have to factor in the injuries, but Mac Jones was also so injured last week that he couldn't even play, or at least that's what we were told, and that's the reason why Brock Purdy's now out.
Lots of texts coming in. Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line 831. This is a tough one because the eye test, the team seems to be playing better with Mac at the helm, but it's a long season. We'll see how Brock looks going forward, but that 2026 team opt-out ain't out of the question. I don't want to go there. I shouldn't even be mentioning that.
You
but
said it.
I know I did. Multiple times, too, I said it. But, yeah, listen, I got a whole other angle on this. Is Brock Purdy's injury might be longer term than we think. Again, now this is the part we don't know, but I'm just saying Rappaport said 2 to 5 weeks. He tried to squeeze it out there in a hurry. It obviously wasn't good. He calls Kyle Sunday night, says, dude, I'm bad. At Tampa Bay next Sunday, I'm just saying right now, my guess is that it's Mac Jones next Sunday. By the way, I also want to hear how Mac Jones's body is today. Yeah. He took any number. How about that time he took that hit and we thought he was done? Yeah. He was down the one right near the goal line where they had to settle for the field goal at 17-7.
Uh-huh.
We thought he was done for.
Byron Young blew by Colton McKinney.
Popped up. No, not that one. That's later in the game. I'm talking about the third quarter when it was 17-7 and he was down in a heap. And he was, everybody's like, it's over. It was the full body weight one.
Okay, yeah, I
full
got
body
you.
weight,
That was not called for roughing the passer.
Yeah, but dude, remember he was down so long. Everybody's like, and then they came back from commercial. They're like, you're not going to believe this, but he popped up and jogged off the field.
He's alive.
And that was when they showed Adrian Martinez with the big smile. So who knows how his knee is right now? Who knows how his looked like he took a rib shot too.
I mean, he's playing beat up right now, but it's interesting when you look back on our conversations from just a couple weeks ago with John Lynch. And I asked him if Mac Jones's performance has any correlation to when Brock Purdy comes back. And he said no. Kyle Shanahan said the same thing to the media. I think it should play a factor because I think if you're comfortable seeing the way that Mac Jones is playing right now in this system, why would you force Brock Purdy to get back out there to maybe make this injury even worse?
In fact, Shanahan did address Purdy's situation last night after the game. Here.
No, I mean, I don't know what reports happened, but everything we told you guys last week is true. I mean, he just re-aggravated it, and it's week to week. We don't know how it's going to heal, and hopefully he'll be better tomorrow, and it'll continue to go throughout the week.
Okay, and then Ian Rappaport, our old buddy from NFL Network, checked in about Purdy's health.
My understanding is that Brock Purdy suffered a setback in the loss against the Jaguars. Basically, got hit the same way. Remember, he was dealing with that turf toe injury, came in, reported soreness, had an MRI. The MRI revealed an aggravation of that turf toe. Not major, but out tonight. I'm told he's considered week to week after this. They play the Bucs next week. He could miss that game as well.
Okay, so Rappaport throws again, that's just my instinct. The way Steve Young talked about it. Now, listen, again, every time I guess I'm not Marcus Welby, dude. You don't even know who Marcus Welby is, do you? No way.
He's a doctor?
Obscure 70s show about a doctor, yeah. I always thought somebody would get a chuckle because it's not the most obvious one, but it's getting very dated at this point because I started using it 20 years ago.
You're no Marcus Welby. I'm no Dr. Phil.
Thank you. Or how about Dr. Oz?
Oh, that's a good one.
There you go.
Although I think he's calling the shots these days.
I'm no Dr. Dre.
Well, there you go. Let's go with that one. That's the best one.
I'm not Dr. Pepper, but I got 23 flavors.
There you go. I like all of those.
I got you.
707 says, gimme Mac, dry heaving, pants falling down. That's maybe the text of the morning. Gimme Mac, dry heaving, pants falling down.
Pants on the ground, pants on the ground.
All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What do you guys think? Plus the defense, Alfred Collins, Sir Alfred Collins. You got the 4th and 1 stop. There were issues too. They were getting gashed. 456 yards for the Rams, and sometimes Stafford looked like a man at leisure. The pass rush was an issue last night. There was no pass. I can't tell you how many times I kept tweeting out because I was doing one of my tweet binges last night. And I was like, dude, that is a man at leisure in the pocket. Matt Stafford, he was a man at, dude, he might as well have the smoking jacket on with the pipe. There was minimal pressure on Matt Stafford last night.
Yeah, I got 1 sack early with Bryce Huff.
That was it.
Not much pressure.
It was trending in the wrong direction. Those guys were gassed. Gross Matos went out. My gosh. So 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. This is some trippy 9 Inch Nails music. It's on the new Tron soundtrack, Tron Ares. Free plug for them. We got a new contest this week. Today's Friday, which means it's the last day of the contest. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see Nine Inch Nails, maybe perform their new music in the Tron movie. The show that we're giving away is on March 15th of next year, and it's going to be at Chase Center. So stay tuned. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And it's all furnished by Live Nation. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The ball's going to be put down on the left hash. Here's the snap. The ball is away. It's got plenty of leg. Is it on target? Yes! Pinheiro! He drilled it from 59 and a half yards. What a clutch kick! Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams, he gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
Oh, yeah. Loving hearing these calls from Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan out there doing their thing. And the return of 80s Friday has been really fun because we just went with a theme that Mac Jones has a little fly 80s guy in him. He's wearing those suits. He does his shoulders. So the theme has been R&B songs Mac Jones would have played in his Camaro in the 80s. And this one actually is a double winner. Ready? Don't Disturb This Groove. This band is called The System. Ooh. They were a one-hit wonder. So my question is, in Don't Disturb the Groove, is Mac a better system quarterback? Hey!
Oh, don't disturb my groove, Murph.
I mean, Mac pulling up in the Camaro. Hey, baby, you want to go up to the point and listen to The System? Don't Disturb This Groove. And they're saying, yeah, you're Mac Jones. I'm getting in. I'm getting in.
My name is Michael McCorkle. Come on in.
This was an underrated little banger from back in the day. It kind of came, it left, nobody talked about it. I think I'm hearing this for the first time in about 30 years, and you know what? I'm down with it. You roll with it?
Yeah, I might have to add it to my playlist. This is my first time hearing it in 33
Honestly.
years because I've never heard it before.
You never heard The System, Don't Disturb This Groove?
I don't think I know this track.
I've never heard it either, no.
Yeah, kind of a one-hit wonder, but definitely that R&B sound of the 80s, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was an R&B sound of the 80s.
Tony and I remember the 80s like it was yesterday, Murph.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, you guys tell me. If I could just relive the 80s every day of my life, I would.
It seems like a fun time.
It was amazing.
Oh, no cell phones, rock and roll. All those sex, drugs, and all that other fun stuff.
All those stories you tell me about all the bad stuff you did, nobody would capture that on video.
See, that's the thing.
Dude,
you can get away with a lot more in the 80s.
All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 49ers 26, Rams 23 in overtime. 8.5-point underdogs doing their things. Mac Jones is 3-0 as a starter. Alfred Collins with the play of the early season, somehow punching that out. Now, let's go into a different world now, where Alfred Collins does not make that play and Kyron Williams scores a touchdown, and the Niners are, because the game, it wouldn't have ended the game.
No, there was still about a minute left.
There was 1:05 left, and I was actually thinking at the time and yelling at my TV, might as well let him score.
Yeah, I was thinking about that strategy there.
Okay.
But then that would set up the 49ers to be down 4 if they hit the extra point.
It was 23-20. Okay, and you're assuming Cardi makes the
You're
PAT.
assuming he makes the PAT, but that would force your hand to play for a touchdown instead of a field goal to tie it.
27-23, 102 to go, and you have, I think, 2 timeouts left, or 1, however many they had left. So, were they up against it? Yeah, but was it better than the Rams just running out the clock down there? But here's my problem. I ain't going to lie, man. I think Kyle got away with one. Because I did not like his conservative play calls, and I mean hyper-conservative play calls from the 1 yard line. Now, I got the first one. I thought the first one, Mac Jones sneaking up the middle for a yard just to give yourself a yard. You get to the 2 yard line, 2nd and 9. And then maybe even that one. But on 3rd and 8 from the 3, I would have thrown for the win. I would have thrown, and I know you've made the Rams burn 2. Now, Kyle did address this afterwards. I was thinking, listen, you are the mighty underdog. You are out of gas. Your quarterback, as far as we know, he's eating bananas. He's eating Welch's fruit snacks. He's eating Annie's chewables or whatever the heck he was eating over there. He's got banged up ribs. His pants are falling down. He's dry heaving. And I'm thinking, end this game. Like, end it right now. And Kendrick Bourne's hot. Maybe even 2 slants to Kendrick Bourne, like keeping it in the middle of the field, making them call a timeout. But by running those 3 plays right up the middle, you gave the ball back to the Rams. And to be quite honest, guys, I mean, I'm not criticizing. I love the win. It was great. But that special teams penalty on the Rams on that punt return might have saved the entire game.
It was huge, Murph. Yeah. But focusing on those 3 play calls, I thought so too on 3rd down. I was like, all right, let's see some of these formations where Christian McCaffrey will start off in the backfield, then maybe split out to the slot. Like, do something creative because obviously you have not been able to run the ball with the success that you've had in every other year that Kyle Shanahan is coaching the NFL. Like, the 49ers are a run-first team. So I get him going with this strategy. I also think in that situation, backed up at your own 1 yard line, you want to avoid the worst case scenario. And we just saw a couple weekends ago against the Arizona Cardinals, correct?
Yeah.
Where Dominic Pooney had that holding call in the end zone. That resulted in a safety. You give 2 points to the Rams. They get the ball back, and a field goal beats you at that point.
Can I quote the great John Lynch? Don't live in your fears. Don't live in your, go get it. Herm Edwards, you play to win the game. I think they kind of got away with one there for sure. Now here's 714. I disagree. You couldn't leave the Rams with a timeout. And do you remember the Pooney hold for a safety? Can't risk it. 714. And Marcus, you guys are living in your fears.
Yeah, I'm scared.
I'm out here boldly taking W's from the
dude.
I'm out here snagging wins. That's what I'm doing.
I'm like
pulling it down.
Yeah, I'm like Michael Irvin. I don't want to see Ronnie Lott over the middle.
It down.
I'm scared.
Here's Kyle's excuse as to why or explanation. I shouldn't say excuse. They won the damn game. Here's his explanation.
Yeah, it was tough. I definitely wanted to throw it and end it. But what they had 3 timeouts, us on the -1. I really thought that if we made them use their timeout, then worst case scenario, we're playing in overtime. I worried with the way Stafford and their offense was looking the time before that, 1, if you get a holding or something like we did the week before in the end zone, that would have been bad. But 2, like if we gave them that ball and punted it with a touchdown, I was afraid. I mean, with 1 timeout, I was afraid they'd get a touchdown. So I thought that would at least ensure overtime. We had a chance to stop them there. I think it was 4th and 4. They ended up getting it, but we played it out and went to overtime and found a way to get it done.
Bro, he returned, Smith from the Rams returned the punt to the 37-yard line. It was 23-20. They would have had the ball on the 37-yard line with 42 seconds to go. Now, no timeouts because the Niners did make them, but there was a penalty, a holding penalty, that pushed it back to the 50-yard line. That said, they still got like that pass, that little 4th down pass. By the way, the Niners had a chance to win it on that 4th and 3. That was a nice play design where Devontae ran a little pick.
Oh, it was beautiful. Devontae taking double coverage, Kyron Williams right underneath. Like, that's the type of play I thought that Sean McVay was going to roll out in the 4th and 1 situation with the game on the line.
Yeah, how do you take the ball? I don't care what McVay and Mike Silver said he liked the call. For me on the couch, I'm like, how do you not go Stafford Nakua there? How do you not? I mean, by the way, what is up with Puka Nakua? How is he? I just did yelling at my team. I'm like, how is he? I said, he's not freaking Jerry Rice. My kid's like, he kind of is.
He's putting up stats like Jerry right now.
I'm like, is he unguardable? Is he unguardable? He's unguardable. Nobody can stop him.
I mean, he's such a great combination of a great route runner, but he's also physical as hell. Like, he boxes people out. Like, even when it doesn't seem like there's a lot of separation, he goes up and gets it somehow, some way.
I mean, then we found out. It's like we talked to him like he's a nobody, you know, but he was a 5th round. He was a 5th round.
Yep. 2 rounds after the 49ers took Cam Latu and Jake Moody.
Somebody actually said that he was a 5-star coming out of high school. Is that right? I think I heard they reported that last night. And he went to the Washington Huskies first. And he
shout out to Puka Nakua growing up in Las Vegas and playing for Dana White's Pop Warner football team.
No, he went to high school in Utah, Orem, Utah. Did he like travel down for that football team or something?
Possibly. I've heard Dana White talk about Puka Nacua.
Is Dana White just trying to just get a piece of that?
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to latch on.
He went to high school. He grew up in Provo, went to Orem High School. He was named the Polynesian High School Football Player of the Year in 2018. How did he last till the 5th round?
It's a great question.
All those teams passed on him. God, he's just unstoppable.
Yeah.
Man.
According to AI, Puka Nacua played Pop Warner football in Las Vegas on the Little Cowboys, a team that he played with Dana White's son.
Sounds like he maybe was one of those guys who flew in for games, you know?
Oh, he's a ringer.
Well, they did that, Bryce Harper, when my nephew Connor was in the travel ball circuit at the same time Bryce Harper was, and they knew about him from a young age, like 11, 12, 13, and he would fly, fly in, like some team in Texas needed him. So he would jet in for the weekend and just rake for some Texas
Next thing you know,
13 U team.
you got Bryce Harper behind home plate.
By the way, we need Bryce Harper this weekend against Shohei.
Yeah, anybody but the Dodgers.
Phillies Dodgers is a juicy first rounder, or LDSer, I should
hell
say.
of a series.
Anyway, listen, here's the deal. It is an epic win. We've been talking about it all morning long. If you missed any of it, we podcast every hour, right, Young Tone?
Absolutely.
You can also go back on YouTube. I found this. I've used this once to go back and listen to Johnny Shea with Greg and Greg because I wanted to hear some Johnny Shea. I wanted to hear Shea, hey. And you can just go back on YouTube.
That's it?
Yeah.
They got a rewind button.
And then you can see me do this.
Ooh, you can check out that Brian Murphy shuffle.
That was really bad.
Yeah.
How did Mac do that? That's why we're playing all those 80s R&B grooves.
Because Mac's got a little bit more flavor than you do, Murph.
He definitely does.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
Huh.
Sorry.
With the addition of Mac Jones, is Ricky Pearsall still the coldest white
I think
boy on the team?
You might be onto
I think
something.
Mac
here,
might take that title.
You might be onto something.
Those suits, dude. Those suits.
The coldest. By the way, the guy who said that, Demo Lenore, he had trouble with Nacua. Yeah. He did.
Join the club.
He had but Demo's supposed to be the guy who can stop him.
Yeah. I mean, he's your answer. He's your lockdown corner, but
3 defensive holding penalties on Demo last night. So Puka won that war. And yet the Rams chose not to go to him.
He won the battle
on the final
but the
play.
49ers defense won the war.
Reminds me of that final play on Hoosiers. I know all you Gen Zers and millennials think Hoosiers is cringe and corny. I still think it's the greatest movie of all time. But Gene Hackman draws up the decoy. Jimmy Chitwood's the best shooter in the country, and in the final play, Hackman draws up the decoy. He goes, "Jimmy, you're a decoy. We're gonna go to whatever. I forget who the kid they're gonna." And there's that long pause in the huddle. He goes, "What?" And Jimmy goes, "I'll make it." Right. And so that's what if I'm the Rams and you're drawing up the Kyron Williams play, there should have been a long pause, and then Puka Nacua going, "I'll catch it."
Yeah. Give the ball to Puka.
But they didn't.
Nope.
They did not.
No, they did
And the
not.
Niners, Michael Williams gets all the credit for just kind of from the snap, surging to his right and clearing out 2 guys.
The way he got off the line was beautiful.
That was Michael at his best. And think of the exhaustion factor at that point in time, too. Although they had been on the field less than the Rams defense.
Yeah. Again, shout out the time of possession battle. 49ers controlled the rock for 40 minutes compared to the Rams, 26 minutes on the
They're
day.
freaking 4-1 without George Kittle and Nick Bosa. I mean, we'll get into it a little bit next week. We can get into the problems next week because the pass rush is a problem and the running game is a problem for sure. But right now, today's a day to celebrate.
Yeah, dude. They're 4-1 now on the season. They have 3 divisional wins after winning 1 game in the division last season. Murph, they won 3 games on the road now, and they're undefeated in their conference. Like, all of that without Nick Bosa, without Brandon Ayuk, without George Kittle, without Ricky Pearsall, without Juwan Jennings, without your franchise quarterback, Brock Purdy. The 49ers are 4-1 with all of that being said.
Incredible, man. All right, enjoy it for the weekend, boys. All right, last hit of Giants baseball, Susan Slusser, to finish up our Friday. And then we'll, of course, hand it over to Greg and Greg, find out what young Tony learned. And enjoyed the return of an 80s Friday. The R&B theme was working today. As DeBarge might say, I like it on the Sports Leader.
Coldest white boy I've ever seen. I ain't gonna lie. Swaggiest white boy I've ever seen, for sure.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com at KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Very, very, very funny way to end it, man. Funky Cold Medina, Tone Loc for our 80s Friday. Yes, Mac Jones definitely would have some Funky Cold Medina on the dance floor. So well done, Tony, here. I can tell you a Tone Loc story later. But first, we got to give 2 tickets to 9 Inch Nails with special guest Boys Noise, March 15th, 2026 at Chase Center. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Chase Center on March 15th. These tickets are furnished by Live Nation. These tickets go on sale Wednesday, October 8th at noon through livenation.com. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Next Monday, we start our Hawaii giveaway. How about that?
Let's go.
We'll do that. And finally, Funky Cold Medina wrapping up our 80s Friday, but Susan Slusser wrapping up our Giants season. She's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Latham and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly on the Yuma guest line. Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're good. 49ers had an exciting game. You know, in all your years, you didn't cover the NFL, did you?
When I was in Dallas, basically everyone covers the Cowboys. They were in the Super Bowl one of the 2 years I was there, and I think they sent 35 people, and I was one of the only people who didn't go. So,
Oh, my God.
I was right in like the 7th sidebar off of some Cowboys home games. And every once in a while, they do send somebody ahead to do like the preview of the other team. So they'd send me to do like Raiders and Niners and stuff. That was kind of fun.
Oh, that's nice. Were you on the Stanford? Were you on the Stanford football beat at the Stanford Daily?
Oh, I did the Stanford color announcing. Because of my vast football playing experience.
Wait, you were doing the radio?
That was a blast.
You
Oh
did-
yeah, I did the baseball play-by-play throughout, but yeah, I love doing the football color I did that for 3 years.
Who was the star player when you were there?
Brad Muster. Football? Brad Muster.
San Marin,
Baseball was the
Marin
Jack McDowell
County,
team.
San Marin Mustang. Yeah. Brad Muster,
Yeah.
Chicago Bear. So we need to find some old audio of you calling those games.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Also,
my vast color experience.
yeah, I also want to hear what your home run call is, Susan.
Well, maybe one day.
Who was the Stanford baseball star when you were at Sunken Diamond?
That was a good team. Two College World Series wins. That was the Jack McDowell team.
Black Jack McDowell. Did you go to Omaha?
Oh, I did. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
What a
We
story.
were calling the games from Omaha.
Wow. And then you paved the way for Dave Fleming, who did it. Was it KZY something? What is it?
KZSU.
KZSU. There it is. All right. Well, good. Good little trip down history lane. All right. Well, we sat next to you at the Buster press conference on Wednesday. We then talked to Buster the next day. What was your biggest takeaway?
I think, the general takeaway was change. They need to make a change. This, to me, is one of those classic, like, well, a lot of things went wrong. This is the thing that we can do, to make a statement, to make a change. I think there's plenty of blame to go around, which, as Buster had kind of hinted a few times. Yes, the losing streaks went on too long. That could be a coaching staff thing. You could also say that trading a bunch of your back-end relievers at the deadline and finishing 3 games out was potentially the bigger issue. But pitching, if you're a pitching and defense team and you don't have much of a defense, I think there are many areas that you could point the finger at.
Susan, obviously there's a lot of attention on who the next manager of the San Francisco Giants will be, but we also know that you have a good relationship with Bob Melvin from your time covering him here in San Francisco and in Oakland. Have you heard anything about what his future in baseball might look like?
Well, he's still going to get paid next year. A lot of times managers in that situation will, just kind of take the year and work on their golf game or whatever. But sometimes you see managers pick up some coaching gigs with other teams or, become special advisors, that kind of stuff. It could be anything. So I certainly hope he stays in the game. He's got an awful lot to offer, as everyone knows.
All right, you're so good at rustling up the news, Susan. Is there anything you've heard in the last few days that has emerged? Any of those candidates? There's been like 25 names thrown against a wall.
I heard another one today, but I haven't written it, so you're going to have to stay tuned.
Whoa, you're not going to give it to KNBR?
No, I got to write it first to the paper. Then I'll come back and talk to you later. I don't know.
You heard, but you heard one.
Get it maybe
you heard one.
I've heard another name. I have heard another.
Can you say it in Pig Latin?
So. It's such a Murph thing to say.
Yeah. What does it rhyme with, Susan?
Oh, you guys are so cute.
Now, wait a minute. Why is that such a Murph thing to say?
You can't trick a reporter into saying something.
Oh, my God. Are we not sending you checks, Susan?
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Pulling out the big guns. Now, you guys, I'll let you know when the story's getting posted first.
Give us a 30-second heads up before you post it, all right?
Okay.
All right. There's the name you heard, something that, guys like playing 20 questions.
Yeah.
Is it like, in other words, is it just kind of you had another name on the list, or were you like, whoa, that one sounds plausible?
No, I think this is, I think a lot of them kind of fit a similar vein. So.
Okay. When are you thinking about posting this?
We'll see. Oh my God. Back off, man. Don't happily be.
You're killing us, man. All right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go with that.
Looking forward to the piece, Susan.
Yeah. My gosh. Any other news then we had to cover? Is Jung-Hoo Lee the starting center fielder next year?
You know what? They obviously need his bat. I would like to see what he does with a full year under his belt. I do think at times, and he even said he kind of got a little bit away from what they really like, which is the contact hitting, using his speed, getting on base anyway. So he was really just not as consistent. If he can be consistent, he could really be a very good top of the order type hitter. The defense was not as good as I think I anticipated. He makes the plays he should. I don't know if the range is great. I'm not sure center field is the spot for him in that ballpark, but then right field definitely isn't. Do you stick him in left? I'm not quite sure. And he signed to be the center fielder, and yeah, he's a very stylish center fielder. I love all of that, but he needs to improve in all areas, let's say.
And then finally, the Bryce Eldridge question. Just kind of, when you see Devers and Eldridge on the same roster, do you think there is a world where Buster Posey, Zach Manassian have both of those guys on the roster, or is there a possibility that they do something wacky, make a trade? I don't know. You tell me.
I think they're both on the roster.
Okay.
I'd be stunned. And we're still learning Buster and Zach, but I'd be stunned if they weren't both on the roster, with Devers getting the bulk of the time at first and Eldridge getting a couple starts there a week maybe or something like that.
All right, Susan. Well, we'll look forward to your post as we feel left out.
Fantastic.
From your,
this is something I need to, it's maybe a little bit TBD, but we'll see.
All right. Thanks for the time. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Susan Slusser has a name but won't give it to us.
Yeah, let's talk Niners on the other side.
Oh, look at you, man. We got miffed Marcus here. I like it.
I don't know.
Should we do Hawaii or no? Hawaii? No? Yes? No? Maybe so? Let's do it. Just to lighten the mood. The Big Island Getaway is back starting next weekend. Listen to us, Papa and Silver, Dirty Work, for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii. Round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. That's awesome. Furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. Must be 21 or older, must live within one of the eligible counties. That's a big one. If you aren't sure which counties are eligible, email me. What is that from Andrea?
I think so, yeah.
That copy shouldn't have made this read here. Go ahead and email me.
Hey, man. Email us.
Find official rules at more at the Sports Leader. So it starts Monday, 7 to 10 a.m. We still haven't figured out our cue to call?
No, we have an official station cue to call. No, we figured it out.
No, we got the cue to call. We're just going to write an article about it later.
Oh, man. I'm
riffing. I can't riff now? I can't riff? Come on. Let me riff.
Of course you can riff.
Uh-huh.
Of course you can.
After the great conversation at the presser, it was all going well.
We will sign off on the other side. What did young Tony learn today on the Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, Bigelow Tea. Let's go. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at the Leader, right in our break room. It's awesome. Get a mug full of English breakfast, chamomile, Earl Grey, you name it. All of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind the microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us all going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at the Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I truly believe if he went to San Francisco at 3 that year, he would be one of the top, 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. I had felt that. I would say this, though. I think on the field, he would have been able to handle Shanahan's offense. I do think the maturity has absolutely kind of grown. I just was watching you guys play his post-game comments, and we've seen Mac have some bad body language and probably comport himself in ways that he wasn't great when he was younger. So I think that and kind of like the maturity throughout the league or his years has developed. I'll say this off the game last night. That's the best game I've ever seen him play in the NFL. I was blown away how good he was. Like, you're showing all these clips. Dude, the timing of these throws is nuts. And the crazy thing is, they're not like 6-yard completions. They're all like 16, 18, 24-yard completions that are big-time throws, and they're coming right out of his hands. So many times the ball left his hands before the receivers were like dropping their hips and getting into their cuts, and so it was a phenomenal game. It's the best game I've ever seen Mac play, and what a freaking win. Like, what a freaking win by the 49ers.
Just a golden soundbite from Dan Orlovsky, who's really good. I always enjoy him, like him, think he's good at his job. And, God, I remember we had him on when he was just starting out, and he was, like, carpooling his kids around. And he's just turned into a really solid, does the work, puts in a lot of work on the film. His takes are never, like, just kind of, he's not, like, just kind of, I mean, I like Rex Ryan for entertainment, but I think a lot of stuff he says is just from the hip. I think Orlovsky puts in the work, and when he says that's the best game he's ever seen Mac quarterback, it's probably because he's watched every game Mac's quarterbacked on film.
He's watched each and every game, and that's why he had a take a couple of years ago where he said, while Mac Jones was still on the Patriots, if he was playing in Kyle Shanahan's system, he would be Brock Purdy.
And then that's when Rex Ryan reacted strongly.
And said, he's just a pea shooter with the Patriots.
I love that phrase, a pea shooter.
So it's a good morning to wake up as Dan Orlovsky. Sounds like he's taking a couple of victory laps on his take about Mac Jones and the Kyle Shanahan system.
For sure. I mean, has anybody ever really, truly found the smoking gun of what happened between Kyle and John and Jed when they went off of Mac Jones and over to Trey Lance? I've heard like a million different versions, but I want like the real smoking gun version of like, did somebody in the Niner building make Kyle take Trey Lance? Did Kyle really, truly talk himself into Trey Lance? That doesn't really add up to me. I mean, but we all were going to be outraged if he took Mac Jones at number 3.
Well,
that was
especially,
the stance.
Well, I didn't want to trade up and take Mac Jones at 3. Now, I thought when they were at like the 10, 11 range where they traded up from, I thought maybe Mac Jones would fall to him then.
But then the theory was they thought he was going to be gone.
You are correct. Yeah. But he ended up dropping to what, 13 or 14 to the New England Patriots? 15, yeah. So he was a mid-first rounder, so they could have stayed there the entire time. But it is curious because I remember going back and producing those morning shows when we were talking about those topics and Trey Lance about how he was such an athletic quarterback, but he didn't really fit the model of your Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryans, where Kyle Shanahan had success with before. That would be more of the prototype like a Mac Jones, not a Trey Lance. So, yeah, you're right. I don't think anybody has the answers except for the people inside that building who are probably going to take those answers to the deathbed.
To the grave.
Yeah.
Listen, what if he goes Nick Foles and, Brock's out with a bum toe and he wins a bowl, By the way, I'm just looking at his senior year at Alabama. I was telling you, I was explaining to my lovely and talented bride. She's like, who is this guy? I'm like, he won a natty at Bama. That's who he is. In that year, he threw for 4,500 yards in 13 games. Dude, ready for this? I know it's college, and he was picking on, like, Furman and Sanford, but 41 touchdowns, 4 picks. 41 touchdowns, 4 picks. Now, he had some dudes.
Yeah.
He had no line. He had all that stuff. But, yeah, he was the 15th overall selection. Interesting comment about the maturity. He is kind of childlike in a lot of ways. He still is kind of child. We find it endearing, but if he's going to be the guy to seriously take on a franchise rebuild, he has to be like as serious as Troy Aikman. Like Aikman never chuckled. Aikman's still pissed to this day. You heard him ripping the Bengals the other night. This is a horrible product. What are we watching here? Aikman's never been a hang loose dude. They wanted like a serious worker to rebuild your championship team, and Mac was sort of almost kind of youthful in a way. And also not a great situation. The Patriots were on the way down. And you heard Silver talk to us about them bringing in Matt Patricia and Joe Judge and blowing up the whole offense and all that.
Shout out Josh McDaniels.
I mean, listen, I loved the signing in March. Or I liked it in March. I love it now, and I'm okay. I'm going to choose nonviolence on this one. I'm going to jock blog about it. Brock is still can do more for you, but man, oh man, what a backup. What a backup. And who knows how long Brock's going to be hurt.
Yeah, and credit for the 49ers for going out and signing Mac Jones to a 2-year deal before they even got the deal done with Brock Purdy.
I mean, listen, they went and did that for a reason. They're like, it's the NFL, we need a great backup. And they picked a guy who's perfect for their system. And again, it's like Sam Darnold, like all these guys that they rescue, Jimmy Garoppolo, and they give these guys runs. So, but there was times last night when he was looking so beat up that the narrative was Kyle gets his quarterbacks beat up. And we'll hear how the body is today. Yeah. So listen, unbelievable win. It's been fun talking about it all morning long. And finally, we get to young Tony here. Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Yeah, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, Decades Fridays, they're fun. I love them. 80s Friday, then 90s Friday, 00s Friday, and 10s Friday. That's our cycle until we get back to Reggae Friday. It's what we do on Fridays. And, this is my decade, guys. But I just had kind of a funny thought coming in. I was like, Mac Jones strangely has a vibe about him, or I feel like he kind of would have been the white boy bumping the R&B in the 80s. So it's been kind of our running joke all morning. Word Up, Cameo, or all these other songs. But this is the one. DeBarge, I like it. I have Mac pulling up in the Camaro, asking the head cheerleader, hey, baby, you want to go get a Coca-Cola? Hop in.
You want to go get a pop?
It's DeBarge. I like it. It literally is one of my favorite songs in the history of music. Young Tone, you have instructions. When I do shed my mortal coil and I'm gone, roll my casket out.
Drop the needle on this.
On this. And people are like, were you guys at Murph's service? I missed it. They're like, yeah, how was it? They're like, yeah, it was a little long, but he rolled out his casket to DeBarge's I Like It. They're like, oh, good call. Good call.
Can Tony and I carry the boombox?
Yes, dude. That's
yeah, walking out behind the casket.
Drop the mic. There you go, man. So, all right. Very, very good. Good way to end
like those quarter zips you wear. I like that silver-styled hair.
Oh, you're rolling.
I got you, Murph.
You're rolling.
I got you.
That's what the kids would call bars, buddy. I think that's very, very good. Yeah, so you're welcome, Tony. I've added this to your playlist, buddy.
Banger. This is added to my playlist.
And don't forget my buddy who was working at a law firm in L.A. and was having an affair with DeBarge's girl.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Steal Your Girl.
True story, dude.
You don't like that, DeBarge?
I was like, wait, you're getting with DeBarge's girl? He goes, shh, don't tell anybody. I'm just telling 50,000 watts. But I think statute of limitations, that was 35 years ago.
Yeah, you're in the clear.
And I think DeBarge's heyday had passed, so maybe the girl was looking to, move on.
Hey, now.
So anyway, my buddy was a charmer. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. Papa and Silver are next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Boston sucks!
Had great field goals by Eddie, and I like him a lot. He's cool. I don't know. I just like suits.
Same old sorry-ass man. So long!
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Mac Jones is going to back out from under center. He puts McCaffrey out in the slot to the left.
Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! And it's a 2-score lead here early in the second quarter.
The 13th touch for Christian McCaffrey was the lucky one.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. The play was shy of the line to gain. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the 1. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football.
Oh, and he just punched it out from Kyron
Whoa.
Williams. and then held on to it.
Now a 41-yard field goal try for Eddie Pinheiro to get the first points on the board of this overtime. He had a 59-yarder to give the Niners the lead in regulation. This kick is on the way, and it is good. Eddie Pinheiro gives the Niners a 26-23 lead, but now the Rams get the football. 4th down and 1 for the Rams. Niners lead by 3, a chance to win it with a stop. Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it, he turns, he gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
What an unbelievable win. High drama finishes in favor of the MASH unit, the 49ers, and they earned it.
Let's go, young Tony. Did I expect to be coming in Friday 10 in the morning with a little power of love? How about a lot of love going around and a lot of grit and a lot of guts? Just let this soak in for a second. The 49ers are 4-1 atop the NFC West. They are 3-0 in their division. They are 3-0 on the road. They are 4-0 in their conference. They have had no George Kittle for 4.5 games. Brandon Ayuk has not played a snap. Mac Jones has made 3 starts. Nick Bosa is out for the season. They don't have a rushing touchdown. They don't have an interception. And I will say it again. The 49ers are 4-1 atop the NFC West. So, Papa, as I say good morning to you, my friend, the answer to your question that we have had some back and forth with on the show, the answer is yes. This is Kyle Shanahan's best coaching job to start a season in his tenure in San Francisco. What a win that was over the Rams.
Love to hear Huey Lewis. Crank it up. Huge Niner fan, vocalist. Whenever it was a big game at the Stick, he did the anthem. Sport cover of his album at the 2 a.m. Club in Mill Valley. David, Amanda, I love you. And one day our dream will come true. But last night, what a night. It started with I can't even call him my boss because he's really not my boss. He's one of my best friends ever, and he's gotten me through the whole mess. Look who came out and got through the bubble to join the boy in the bubble last night. My white blood cell numbers are better. Bob Sargent, Director of Broadcast Services of the San Francisco 49er. He is a grandpa, and they do call him Papa. Had to get that out there for Sarge. Anyway, he brought pasta, and he brought his heart and his soul and his love, and we just watched the game alone. And Guy did a great job on the call. T-Rock's been texting me all morning and last night. That plane ride home was lit. But I got to do play-by-play last night to an audience of one. It was Bob Sargent. It's always the only audience I have because he's the boss. If he doesn't like it, I get in trouble. So what an epic night it was, obviously. And it started with the Mac Daddy rolling into SoFi in this. Could have had it for dessert. It's not quite a spumoni, but it is kind of delicious after our Italian meal. I don't know who could pull that off. I'd like to see it red and gold on each side. Would be really cool, but he is the swaggiest swag, and incredible what he's been able to pull off. So why did they win last night? Honestly, I tried to visualize it on the show. I closed my eyes at one segment. We had talked, the Rams are great, Stafford, Puka, the defense, Jared Verse, Byron Young. They should be 4-0. Block kick against the Eagles. They had a block kick last night. They also missed one. They may have a kickoff problem and a kicker problem. But so I closed my eyes, tried to visualize it. It was hard to see until the actual friggin' football game started. And Sky Moore did not muff the opening kick from Joshua Carty on the dirty martini ball, but it was close. And then the big brain of Kyle Shanahan just took over. It was that opening drive. And the second drive, the scripted plays to go 8 plays, 72 yards, 7-0, 49ers. We'll do it in Papa's playbook. He dusted off some of our favorites, like the Hollywood play. We knew they would go. They can't go Kittle over the middle, but they are able to fake left to Christian McCaffrey in motion, fake right going this way, hit Jake Taunton. It was only a 9-yard gain. But when you start dusting off old plays that you have used against L.A. and George Kittle over the middle, against Seattle for a touchdown, the Hollywood play set the tone. And then the looky, the quick, the now. Jake Taunton just breaks wide open over the middle. Let's get him the ball. Boom, touchdown. 7-0, 49ers come back and do it again on the next drive. They ran a jet pass reverse flea flicker screen. Who the hell does that? Well, Kyle Shanahan did it last year against the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think it was a jet pass, but it was a reverse flea flicker screen to George Kittle. Again, we don't have George Kittle. So we're going to run the same plays. We're just going to run the Tonjes, and we're going to run the McCaffrey. We'll break that play down. That was a genius call on that play. And then we'll get into Landman did play a good football game last night. Babs was texting me all day, coached him at Monte Vista High School. Landman, Billy Bob, as T-Rock calls him. He played better, but Troy Reeder was the guy who wanted trapped on the field. With a touchdown at the end of the second drive, which was 17 plays, 91 yards in 8 minutes and 15 seconds. You can't score in the low red zone. Well, you get a little looky to Jake Tunges for one, and then you go formation, and you run a personnel group I've never seen from the Niners. You tell me. They ran 2 running backs, 3 tight ends. That is 23 personnel. I guess it's fitting. No wide receivers on the field at all. What are we doing on a 23 personnel? We're going to 23. We're going to Christian McCaffrey in the left slot against Troy Reeder, and it was Mac Daddy rolling to his left, and he just put it outside hand. The ball placement of Mac Jones over and over and over. I'm not sure Bill Walsh would love his footwork. He's certainly not Joe Montana. He's not even Jake Plummer in that regard, and his feet do get all screwed up sometimes, but he would love, Bill always talked about half a body, one hand. Hit the left upfield hand, whatever the defender's knot is, over and over and over again. Mac the Knife just dissected them with half a body outside, and then Stafford did as well. Stafford missed some throws in this game that were odd, mainly to Devontae. But the two of them just going back and forth, and then ultimately will break down the Alfred Collins punch, the goal line stand, not Hacksaw Reynolds and Ronnie and Dan Bunz in Super Bowl 16, but man, it was against the LA Rams, Hacksaw's initial team. And what they did there with Chase Lucas and Diamador Lenore and that little insert motion with Whittington, the Niners were able to sniff out. Tim Lyon loves the sniffer. That was Fred Warner. Just blast that guy and let Chase Lucas come in. And wow. So it was hard to see. They didn't like the line going from 1 to 3.5 to 8. Kyle actually called it out, talking lines, and they're disrespecting us. And we're 3-1. They're 3-1. Let's roll. But to pull it off, to get the 14-0 lead, to make the Rams chase all night. And for a while we thought they're going to take the lead at 21-20, but then their kicker missed an extra point, and it was on. It wound up going to an epic overtime. We'll break down all the big plays. So
49ers, not a special teams disaster, by the way. They made some big-time plays on special teams and caught a break on the Garendo forward progress.
He did, and I didn't know that he could make a 59-yarder. I honestly did not know that. His career long, he's made some in the 50s, and now he's 13-16 from 50-plus, but 50's different than 59. That is a long kick. Jake Moody did make a long one in that stadium last year when they got off to the lead, but he and it was plenty, deep. He needs more depth on kickoffs. He needs to not kick the ball to the 15-yard line to give him a running start. If you're able to kick a 59-yard field goal into a rush, why can't you hit the dirty ball to the goal line and get a little bit deeper? So he's got to work on that. But obviously, Jordan Elliott with the block of, it was just huge. Obviously, Joshua Carty from Stanford. But I was talking to Mayoko before we actually taped Ask Papa before the show because he's going to Tahoe right after we're done with the weekend off. He has dubbed this the most improbable win of Kyle's run. And I got to say, maybe not 17-18. They didn't win a whole lot then. They were a little heartbroken. But, I mean, they were the favorite in every single damn game for over a year. No matter where they went on the road to Philadelphia, they were the favorite to win every single game they played, home or away. And so to be an underdog of that proportion and to go in there and win the game the way they were able to win it, a complete team win, get ahead with the offense. Defense makes big plays. Special teams makes huge plays. You wind up winning in overtime. I mean, the game felt like the Super Bowl with the Chiefs in a lot of regards over and over again, but this time they were able to pull it out. And just the quality of the win and the way there were so many big moments in the game, it was epic, back and forth. And we'll break it down a little bit later on, some of the big plays, but I thought Kyle Just the scripted plays. He does script the first 24 plays of the game, 12 runs and 12 passes. They come out with an 8-play, 72-yard drive and follow it up with a 17-play, 91-yard drive. So that's 25 plays. You never go right off the 24 script, obviously, and down and distance does change on. How about the 1st and 20 picked up by Kendrick Bourne?
Yep.
When he runs for a first down to get that first drive underway was huge. But then you change your plays on the goal line. But he did come out, I would think, on the opening script. Did he have the Hollywood play on the script? A fake left, a fake right, a throw over the middle of the tight end? Did he have the jet pass, flea flicker, jet pass reverse, flea flicker screen? Who runs that? I would have to think that was on the opening script or maybe on his exotics at some point, but he called it up. So, yes, Kyle Shanahan, he's not going to win Coach of the Year. Doesn't matter. But he is coaching the best that he has ever coached right now offensively, despite the quarterback change. And Mac is just unbelievable. The toughness, the hit after hit after hit, mainly in the second half on, they just pummeled him. Every part of his body, knee to calf. I think his brace got into his calf and caused the shooting pain there, but he popped right back up. And then he had his, the ribs, and then he had the working on his forearm. He's getting physical therapy while he's loading up on potassium, eating a banana and closing his eyes.
11 bananas.
Meditate. So I closed my eyes and I tried to visualize. Mac closed his eyes during the game just to catch a breath. I didn't see it. I didn't know. Kyle saw it. He scripted it. He unleashed it. And he had Mac Daddy come out and execute it with all the different eligibles and Kendrick Bourne and all of it. Jake Tonjes and even Demarcus Robinson. He could have had more in the game. Demarcus Robinson could have had a touchdown if the ball. That was one of the poor throws by Mac. But overall, wow. And now they're going to a mini bye. They're probably going to need the weekend to nurse the hangovers. I'm sure that flight home was epic. And Kyle gets a weekend off before he starts thinking about Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay. But first place, bro. They are atop the NFC West at 4-1. And 24 hours ago, Silver, I couldn't visualize it. I could not see it.
I could not either. And Walter and I got to get into something that we'll bring to the air a little bit later because he was giving me a hard time all night. What an incredible win that was. 808 KNBR. We're all Niners all day. And the question displayed up on the YouTube chat or Twitch is, who deserves a game ball? I'm going to say you get 2 game balls. We did this activity with JD. You can go so many different directions. You get 2 game balls. Who are they going to? We're going to get into Kendrick Bourne and the bounce back he had after those 3 drops. We're going to get into Alfred Collins. We're going to get into Eddie freaking De Niro. But coming up, we got to start with Mac Jones, Michael McCorkle Jones, Kyle Shanahan, and the game plan that came in, the game plan that was executed to get the 49ers this stunning win as 8.5-point underdogs. I'll tell you about what we got coming with guests, too. And yes, we got a Papa's Playbook on a Friday. Going to have a lot of fun here. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It turns out that Thursday Night Football can be amazing. How about that? The 49ers taking down the Rams at SoFi in overtime. All the injuries, all the adversity, and here they are at 4-1. So we're going to be all Niners all day here on the Sports Leader. And we want to hear from you, 415-808-5627. Give me your MVP.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, Cal came up to me before the game and he was pissed how we were underdogs. So he was like, just let it fly. And I was like, Coach, you don't have to tell me twice. So we made that happen, and just happy for the guys. What a great team win.
Michael McCorkle Jones. Yeah, all he did was rip it all night long. 33 for 49, 342 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And in that interview on Amazon Prime after the game, I mean, he looked like upset. Like he looked like he had just gotten broken up with by a significant other. I mean, this guy was exhausted. So the emotions he probably really had internally were tough to be showing with all the bananas he ate. And this guy was dry heaving. It was incredible. But Mac Jones went out there and ripped it, and 650 has a new nickname for him. Says he wants to call him Mac the Ripper. Yeah, Papa, 3-0 as a starter. This is once again a good reminder that he did not sign a 1-year deal to come to San Francisco. It was a 2-year deal, $7 million. We were all over the signing, and we liked the move. We talked to Frank Frangie the next day, and we thought, look, you never want to have your backup quarterback come into the game, but here we are, 5 games in, and Mac Jones has started more games than Brock Purdy, showing how important it is to have multiple quarterbacks that can play at a high level and get the job done. I got to say this, too. Adrian Martinez, for a guy who has never taken a snap, we have heard his name an awful lot because both Purdy and Jones have had to fight through so much, but last night was just the ultimate toughness check on a short week for Mac Jones, and he moves to 3-0 with Kyle Shanahan.
Mac the Ripper. I like that. I like Mac the Knife. I like Mac Daddy, whatever it is. And we watched him, studied him closely, the Trey Lance draft. Obviously, I think I watched every snap. I certainly watched every snap of Trey's career. There weren't that many. And Mac was only a 1-year starter at Alabama. He played exceedingly well. Kirk Herbstreit, more of a college guy, worked the game with Al Michaels last night on Amazon Prime. Did watch him a lot at Alabama. And there was one bad snap where he got in the low red zone, and just the athleticism of the front. I think it was LSU. He just started twisting and turning. What are you doing? He made a bad play. Other than that, he's not athletic. But he is so smart. He gets the ball out. He operates in offense, whether it's a high-level offense like at Alabama with all those wide receivers that are all pros, stars now, or Kyle Shanahan's. I didn't know what to expect last night. I didn't know how much the knee was hurting him. Certainly, he was very much hurt in the Arizona game. He had to wear a brace. He couldn't move. We talked about, could he go under center? Could he execute the full volume? You could tell right away in that opening drive that Mac Jones, Mac the Ripper, Mac the Knife, Mac Daddy was a full go. He could do everything, all the movement required, under center, pistol, the movement stuff, the boots, the keeps. He could do it all. A lot of times he booted one way and threw back the other way. He just sees the field. And it wasn't always his first read that he was going to. The guy just goes through his reads. So they don't win last night's game, obviously. He's the quarterback. They're not, 4-1. They got 3 wins. I liked him a lot coming out of school. I liked him more than Trey. Trey was a bit of a bold. It was the riskiest move in the history of the NFL, and it turned out to be reckless to trade up from 12 to 3 and draft a guy that made only 18 college starts. He literally was 1-1 and done. 1 year, 1 COVID game. Didn't play well in that game. Missed a lot of throws, hit throws. The level of competition was just different. Mac Jones played at Alabama in the SEC. It was a very demanding program. He played well. Went to New England, played well right away. Played well. Had some issues with the wind in Orchard Park one Monday night, but they still found a way to win that game. He threw it like 3 times. And then Buffalo ran him in the playoffs, obviously. And then they lost, Josh McDaniels. They went to a defensive guy and a special teams guy to call the offense mistake. And he wasn't happy, and he couldn't be himself there. Belichick runs a different deal. With Kyle, just, be Mac the Ripper. Do your thing, bro. Come in a split suit. One side's red, one side's black. Come in with the Boombox Boys, Trent and KB, and do your thing. You can't say enough about him last night. The punishment he took, the fact that he wouldn't talk about it with Kaylee after the game. He just said, I'm fine. Mm-hmm. He was mad that he gave up the 1 sack. There was also one right after that. I was going to get up, but he got it out. So he got pummeled. He got hit just about every throw that he made in the second half, and he took it all. He just got up, and somehow he got back in. When they were down on the goal line, I thought bringing Adrian Martinez in to run maybe a little bit of a zone read down there, but the guy isn't taking a snap in the NFL. You want to fumble the ball and just kick the field goal again. I think playing for the tie last night, I felt like the Niners would accept a tie last night. The Rams needed to win the game in light of all of our injuries, and we'll just see in a few weeks. We're playing at SoFi. If we can get out of there with even a tie, it's not a win, but it's closer to a win than you, and then they played for the win. But Mac Jones wouldn't accept that. He played winning football last night. Now, the bottom line is here, he signed a 2-year deal for $7 million. I do wonder about incentives. Does he not have playtime incentives that will take the contract more? I mean, who's his agent? Is that just a bottom line contract? You got one guy who's got a $265 million contract. It was pick number 262. Mac was pick 15. So he made, first round money, but he didn't get it on his second contract after going to Jacksonville. And but what a buy. 2 years, $7 million. We'll see where the contract goes or how he handles it. But I just backup quarterbacks in the NFL, and they are so important, obviously. I mean, I honestly, after the starting 11 on offense, where do you put the backup quarterback or any other position on defense? It's in light of, what happened in the championship game in Philadelphia, and it's just, this franchise has been known to have, we have, MVPs, Hall of Famers, were at one time backup quarterbacks here. There was Y.A. Tittle or Steve Young. It went on and on and on, and even Brock Purdy himself. But when you look at the list of the backup quarterbacks in the NFL, Mitch Trubisky, Zach Wilson, Joshua Dobbs, Tyrod Taylor, Cooper Rush may start this weekend for Lamar with a hammy, Brett Rippon. Who's the backup in Cleveland? Joe Flacco was the starter. Dylan Gabriel's going to start. Probably Flacco. Mason Rudolph, Davis Miles, Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis, Nick Mullins, our friend, Brandon Allen in Tennessee, Jarrett Stidham in Denver. Gardner Minshew's won a lot of games. Now backs up Mahomes. Yep. Kenny Pickett. Trey Lance himself behind Justin Herbert. Joe Milton, what an arm, but he hasn't proven he can play the position. Russell Wilson, interesting backup now. Jameis Winston. Jameis has got to be the best number 3, and behind Jackson Dart, Tanner McKee, Philadelphia's got a good quarterback room. They really do. Our guy from Syracuse didn't even make the team. Sam Howell behind Jalen Hurts. Marcus Mariota played well. A win and a loss without Jaden Daniels and Tyson Bagent and Kyle Allen. Malik Willis last year won 2 games for Green Bay when Jordan Love was out with the injury. Carson Wentz is one good game, one bad. Is he the backup now? JJ can't stay healthy. Kirk Cousins probably is the best backup. Certainly he makes the most, and he's had the most accomplished career. Have to see his movement if he's over the Achilles the way Aaron Rodgers got over his. Andy Dalton's a good player. I think Tyler Shuck will at some point start for Spencer Rattler. Teddy Bridgewater's won a lot of games. There's some good Jacoby Brissett. Jimmy in L.A. is a quality backup.
I was waiting for it.
Jalen Milroe got some packages there. We got the Arby's commercial there. So my first thought was that Mac's the best, but there's some good ones here. Mac's, the bottom line is he's played the best this year. He's 3-0. You want to get into the debate, and even Al Michaels broke it out in the second quarter after the second touchdown drive. They're going to go back to Brock when Brock is healthy. Just the economics of it, the way they've committed to him, it's just not going to happen. The bigger point is they can win with the backup quarterback. We have seen it. We have seen him win 3 games as the backup quarterback. We have seen him get pummeled over and over and over again. Not as much against New Orleans, but certainly the Arizona game. They literally tore his jersey right off his body and ripped it apart, and he just got tagged on that left knee, which was already barking from the preseason of the game against the Raiders. And then last night, he only got sacked one time, but he got tagged just every time in the second half. So whatever it is, the backup quarterback, which for decades and decades has defined this franchise, is once again saving you. I remember yelling one day, everybody wanted Jimmy out of here. Trade Jimmy. Even Kyle. Why do you want to trade Jimmy? Trey has not shown he's capable of this. He needs a redshirt year. He needs 3 of them. I didn't see it, but that's what they wanted to do. And it's just the money of it, and then Jimmy boomerangs back. And at one point I yelled, Jimmy Garoppolo is saving your season. What are you talking about? And then Jimmy gets hurt against Miami.
And now we got to turn to this guy named Brock Purdy.
Well, he was not this guy. If you know anybody, ask Mike Holder what I thought of Brock Purdy. I'd said, if Brock is forced to play, we're going to win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. I remember the first game in Chicago when Trey missed the corner route to the tight end. It was wide open. I can see it right now. They practiced that play all week in practice. He hit it every time. In the rain, he missed him. And Brock was sitting right ahead of me in the plane flying home, and I just let a couple hours go by, long flight, and then he was behind me, actually. No, he was ahead of me. And I tapped him and said, if you play today, you win. And he just nodded his head. So Brock was not, you didn't know Brock. The world didn't know Brock. I knew Brock. And I knew Mac, and I knew Sam Darnold. But Mac has shown a little element to his toughness. I didn't know he could take this kind of pounding. And you know what? He can't. No human being can. Bones break. Things happen. You can't keep, ligaments tear. You can't keep doing this. So you're going to need them both. Hell, he may start 8 games. Brock may start 9. Whatever it is, just be thankful you have Mac Jones on this football team, and you were able to actually get him to a 2-year contract. So they'll figure it out. Once Brock is healthy, he'll go back to it. But it seems like every game that is played, the quarterback gets hurt. Even the game you win against Arizona, the quarterback gets hurt. Brock's played 2 games. He got hurt in both. You've got to figure out a way to not have the quarterback get hit like this over and over and over again. It just can't happen. But anyway, wow. I know we'll give out game balls. I don't know if you can give one to a coach. Probably not. Kyle would be there. But Kyle's the one giving out game balls. So let's exclude him. I would say he was the MVP of the game last night. But Mac was. So we'll pick one on offense and one on defense. But like I screamed with Jimmy Garoppolo a few years ago, 2021 year, Mac Jones is saving your season.
Yeah, we got some texts for game balls. A lot of votes for Kendrick Bourne. Somebody said Kyron Williams. I said, yeah, I tried to give it to him on your behalf, and Alfred Collins knocked it away. Mac Jones obviously gets a game ball in this one. Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh. Think about everyone the 49ers were missing in this one. And Kyle Shanahan, of all coaches, by the way, should understand the value of a backup quarterback. And credit to the front office for going and making that a priority in the offseason. Because You didn't expect to or want to have Mac Jones play 3 of the first 5 games, but here we are, and you're 4-1, and you're atop the NFC West, and you've had so much to overcome already to this point. What an incredible statement win, and it's the best feeling when you can look at the 49ers winning on a Thursday. Football Sunday comes around, you just get to enjoy it. We'll be back here on Monday talking about all of it. Matt Mayoko joining us at 10:50. We're going to have Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports joining us at 12:30. Said Kyle Shanahan should be coach of the year, and he covered Kyle Shanahan's father when he was a Denver Bronco. And then John Dickinson, our guy JD, is going to come by at 12:50. Papa's Playbook coming your way at 11:30. I do have something I want to say about Kyle Shanahan, and I'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I can't say enough about the guys. They were unbelievable. We talked how long this game was going to be, how focused we had to be, how competitive we had to be for the entire time, and started out great. But, it was a good team. They tightened it up, got real tight at the end, lost a number of dudes who we had to overcome, losing 2 D linemen in that game, and the D line still stepping it up big. Alfred getting that strip at the end. It was a huge character win. We've been in tight ones how many have we had? All 5 of them. Had a chance to pull out last week. We didn't, but pulled this one out and can't be more proud of the guys.
2-6 was the number of the 49ers record in one-score games last year. That was ugly. It was frustrating. It caused a lot of angst here in the Bay Area. And they've done nothing but one-score games, and they are 4-1 against all odds for all the reasons we listed at the top of the show. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We got the YouTube chat. We got the phone lines. Who's your game ball go to? We're allowing 2. You can go 1 offense, 1 defense. Maybe you go both offense. And does Kyle Shanahan get a game ball, even though the coaches usually give out the game balls? Here's what I'm going to say as far as Kyle Shanahan and last night. Can we all just take a second, appreciate it, and now cut the crap on Kyle Shanahan being anything short of one of the elite head coaches in the NFL? I get it. Losing the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, it was heartbreaking. Losing another Super Bowl to the Chiefs, it stunk. You had a lead in the fourth quarter. We know it. We've heard a lot of complaints on these airwaves about Kyle Shanahan. He has won so many games where NFL coaches, even good ones, even your average one, would be set up to get buried with the circumstances going into it, like last night. Like any head coach, Kyle Shanahan deserves his criticism. Hell, there were a couple things about last night that I didn't love. I wish they were more aggressive after forcing the fumble instead of running it 3 times and punting the ball back to the Rams. But Kyle Shanahan, to go into that game, that angry first drive down the field, Mac Jones to Jake Tonjes, I didn't know if the Niners were going to win the game per se after that opening drive, but I thought, okay, they mean business as 8.5-point underdogs on this Thursday night. That was a Kyle Shanahan masterclass, and Robert Saleh deserves his flowers too. But if we're going to talk about elite head coaches in the NFL, yes, you can have your frustrations, but we as a society of the 49ers flagship are very, very fortunate to have the mind of Kyle Shanahan, and last night was another, if not the prime example of why.
Well, we are going to have Matt Mayoko, and we were just talking about this as far as, he's not going to win a Coach of the Year award. It's just not going to happen with everything he's accomplished. How many does Andy Reid have? And Andy's got Super Bowls. How many Coaches of the Year award did Belichick win? It's not that. It's just he is. We talked about it yesterday when your father was on. He is on a short list of the best play designers. And it's not just calling plays. It's scheming and designing plays. And we'll take you through with the playbook, the Hollywood play, the jet pass, reverse flea flicker screen. Who runs that? The way he got McCaffrey. They even gridlocked on the low red zone. To get Tonjes on a lookie over the middle for a quick one. But to go to 23 personnel. What team has run 23? The Niners ever run that? 2 backs, 3 tight ends, no wide receivers on the field. How do you make them play heavy on the goal line and trap Troy Reeder on the field? You do that. And then they put Reeder on McCaffrey. And you get a little rub action, and Mac the knife rips it to the corner, half a hand, touchdown, outside hand, half a body. So Kyle is what he is in charge of the offense. He runs the offense. He doesn't watch when they're playing defense. John Gruden did that. A lot of play callers. Mike McDaniel drives me nuts. He hardly even watches the other team set up defensively. He's already on his call sheet. I mean, it's just too much. I saw a coach in Cleveland come in and do that on a Monday night game, and he got fired a few weeks later. I mean, you got to watch the field a little bit and not just be on the call sheet. But these call sheets are so expansive. It's incredible. But he is in charge of the entire football team, but he really runs the offense. That's his thing. And then the ups and downs, and, he fixed Saleh. He had D'Amico Ryans, and he had great success. And then you're searching at times. Special teams has been a problem. He does emphasize special teams. It's just guys make errors. Sean McVay does as well, but guys miss kicks, guys get blocked. I don't know what they're doing in the middle of their field goal unit, because they're getting a lot of push right there. They got to figure that out, or they change kickers. But I mean, Sean McVay's had success just about every year. He hasn't had the wild up and downs. Kyle had to rebuild a whole team. They went 6-10, 4-12, and then he gets Bosa and Debo and Dre, and Jimmy gets healthy off a torn ACL, which helped you get Bosa. You go 13-3. The pandemic year was a disaster for everybody. But then, 10-7, 13-4, 12-5, and 4 or 5 years there, you're in the NFC Championship game and the heartbreak of the Super Bowl. Things do happen. Overtime management and all that. Last night's game felt a lot like the Super Bowl in a lot of respects, and it came down to a 4th and 1. And it was in a different part of the field, but what did Andy call? A two-way go for Mahomes. He gets out wide where he's got Kelsey, or he can run it, and you don't play it. Bosa jumps inside. Fred doesn't spill over the top, and it happens. So I hear it. The bottom line is he wins in the playoffs two games every year. When he's in the playoffs, and this is now year 9, so he's had 4 double-digit loss years. And he's had 4 double-digit win years. So it's been a little like the Giants' season here. It's the streakiest of streaking. A lot of it is injuries, global pandemics, different factors that contribute to all of it. Defensive coordinators, special teams gaffes. It's all on his watch as the head coach, obviously. But a lot of these guys are offensive coordinators that just have to make all these decisions. It is interesting. Sean McVay is really good, like Kyle. He has had game management issues throughout his career, where they actually have a guy that they hired to spin. And Kyle has guys that do that. Brian Hampton does that for him in the game upstairs, but they made it a real priority with the Rams throughout. So I hear it. I hear it all the time from Niner fans. I'm hearing it now about Brock Purdy and the pushback for Brock not being able to play and missing all these games. And it's the nature of sports. It's the nature of our society, whether it's politics or sports or anything where you're out there, music or acting. Everybody's got an opinion. But a lot of it is just up and down and based on, the moment. Kyle is an excellent play designer, play caller. I think he's improved a lot as a game manager. I remember an early loss against Green Bay in 2018. He should have beaten that team, but he had C.J. Beathard throw down the field. Coach, you don't need to. I know you're on your call sheet and you want to stick it to him. You don't need that right now. You just need to pick up a first down and not punt the ball back there in Rodgers. And as far as on the goal line there, I didn't want to give the ball back to Matthew Stafford as Sarge. I don't want to kick it back to him. But by making them take all 3 timeouts, I think, and Kyle, I don't know if he'll ever admit this, and he is going to do a teleconference at noon. Were you coaching for a tie last night? Would you accepted a tie? And I in my mind, yes. If I'm him and you're coming down to the end now, it's not like the Super Bowl. The game's not ending in a tie. We're playing all night. This is a 10-minute overtime, the end of regulation when you stopped him on the goal line by Alfred. Could you have thrown on 3rd down there? If you do, and they don't use a timeout, you run the risk of not tying. You run the risk of losing. And to me, you always want to win. But in the situation last night, from my thought process, when it got right down to the end, I will accept a tie. I will play not for a tie, but I'm not going to lose the game. So if a tie is there, a tie is there. I think from the Niner perspective, a tie was acceptable last night. From a Ram perspective, it was not. And that's why Sean McVay went forward on 4th and 1. He made the right call. He just made the wrong play call, is what he did in that situation. So I don't know. They're not going to back off Kyle. If he goes to Tampa and gets beat by Bowles' defense, they'll be up his ass. That's just the nature of what it is. I mean, he's as far as playoff wins, he's 2-1 every year. If he just could have gone 3-0, those years where they, hosted the championship game and got to the Super Bowl, he would have had rings. The other routes were, you had to go play on the road for that last one and wound up losing, obviously, in Philadelphia and against LA against the Rams. So, I mean, it is what it is. He's the very best designing offense, calling offense. You saw it. At his very best last night when it was up against all odds with all the injuries and the 5 eligibles to go out and just take them down the field right off his script. It's like he scripted it all and had a few exotics, the Hollywood play and the jet pass reverse flea flicker screen, which was so interesting of a play. He was in his bag last night, and then it had to get dirty and grindy. And these are the kind of games and playoff games that, have slipped away for whatever reason. The Super Bowl 54 in Miami, up 21-10 with 7:13 to play, and they run 2-3 chip jet wasp. Damn! and then it just wouldn't stop. He called a great play to Emmanuel on the post. Jimmy just missed him.
Yep.
I don't know if Jimmy hits him, Mahomes still has time to come back. And then obviously the overtime, and do you blame Kyle? Sure. Trent McDuffie off a slot blitz, undersized quarterback. Young right guard comes in. They don't block Chris Jones and left him unblocked. It happens. It's football. You can control a lot of it, but the players have to go out and play. So I don't know. I hear it all the time. I don't listen to it. It's for people they're reacting. They're guttural. Football brings out a different style. Kyle's not warm and fuzzy. Well, he's not Sean McVay. We had Sean McVay. He'd be on this air just about every day. Preseason, he jumps in for a quarter every game and calls plays. He does his show with J.B. Long. He's different.
I'm going to get Coates to do his Sean McVay impression to come on our show.
All right. He probably wouldn't have him on anyway. I like Sean McVay, but his game management has lacked a lot. But anyway, he's perfect for Hollywood. Kyle, you would like, John McVay and the commonality here. It didn't work out that way, but Kyle's a hell of a coach. There's no question. He's had a long run here. He's one of the very best in football. And they said the same thing about Andy for years and years and years in Philadelphia, that he couldn't win the big one. And, he got, how many, 4 straight NFC championship games? He went to 1 Super Bowl. And then he went to Kansas City, and he's ruined our lives over and over again. So whatever it is, Kyle, assess him for what he is. He needs a good defensive coordinator. Someone like Robert Saleh on a second tour is that guy now, authoritative, different than he was here the first time being a former head coach. And eventually you're going to have to replace him. He's going to move on. There's no doubt. If I'm watching right now, I want to hire Robert Saleh to run my team, but I'm going to make it. Would you please call the defense and not do it the way you did it in New York? I want you to call the defense as well and run the whole game. And then, he'll have to move on from that. So a lot of things are out of his control with his staff and everything. But as far as what his job really is and why he was hired here, he hasn't let up at all. This is one of the most elite, and Andy's really good, and there's some other ones, but I don't think I'd pick anyone that's a better play designer, and it's designing plays, not just calling them on game day, and then adjusting on game day. He does get conservative. He does. He's got all the newfangled formations and all that, and personnel groups, and state-of-the-art run game, and everything they do has been, just been different with Juszczyk and Kittle and the structure full stuff. But he is conservative. He does play. When he has a good defense, he knows he has a good defense, and he will play to that defense. When he doesn't have a good defense, it's tough to win, frankly. So he needs to have all of that. So anyway, are they backing off a little bit on Kyle? We're not into fire Shanahan today. It's probably more. I was thinking about firing up a poll with Walter, but we don't want to go there yet. I'm sure a lot of people out there want the Mac Daddy, Mac the Ripper, Mac the Knife. Brock's the guy, and they're going to go back to Brock when he's healthy. But I'm sure that is percolating out there today, the quarterback position.
Oh, yeah, that ESPN, all the national shows, that's going to be a big discussion point going forward. And look, we're going to talk about Mac Jones, give him his flowers, and we got a long week next week with the mini bye, so we can hit all sorts of different topics. Before we get to Matt Mayoko, I got to say that was interesting to me that your thought on the 3 consecutive runs and punting the ball back to make the Rams use all their timeouts, that the thought was, are you playing to maybe tie as opposed to not lose? My thought in real time was, how messed up is Mac Jones right now? He took a beating all night long. I thought, do they trust him to just make what we would perceive as to be basic throws right now? I don't know. It's 1 timeout versus no timeouts. To me, I figured they were going to get into field goal range regardless. It's a valid point that 1 timeout could have been enough to not only get a field goal, but to get a touchdown and win the game right there. And then Matt Mayoko was there. He knows all about it. And we don't have to talk about the hypotheticals because the 49ers do stun the Rams in overtime 26-23. Levi South, baby. Matt Mayoko next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Silver on a Victory Friday. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live locally. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, DolanLawFirm.com is the place to go to help you learn more about your rights. Chris and his team unfortunately saw an increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. So on a Friday when there's going to be a lot of traffic, we're all feeling busy. The guy we're about to talk to, Matt Mayoko, is going up to Tahoe. Please be careful. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. And if something happens that's unfortunate, feel confident that at least you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mac Jones is going to back out from under center. He puts McCaffrey out in the slot to the left.
Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! And it's a 2-score lead here early in the second quarter.
The 13th touch for Christian McCaffrey was the lucky one. They had him matched up on a linebacker, Troy Reeder, who does not play a lot with the exception of the goal line package. Ran a little crossing concept. Nate Landman did not react properly. They did not switch it off. Reeder tries to run with it. You got no chance of covering Christian McCaffrey on that play design.
Tim Ryan spotted the matchup before the snap. Troy Reeder was a player we talked about with JB Long yesterday, and Christian McCaffrey gets into the end zone on the pass from Mac Jones. That gave the 49ers a 14-0 lead. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. They had to gut it out in overtime, 26-23. What a win for the Niners. The guy we're about to bring in does his Ask Papa on NBC Sports Bay Area Weekly. He joins us every Friday, and I know that you two have already had a lot of time to break it down. Matt Mayoko on the Yuma guest line, and if you're watching us on the stream, the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam. What's up, Matt?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
I mean, we're pretty incredible after that last night, and I wanted to come in with the Christian McCaffrey touchdown because he quietly has had a pretty tremendous start to the season, given that he's really been the only key position player that's been fully healthy. Christian McCaffrey's first 5 games of 2023, when he was Offensive Player of the Year, 119 touches, 678 scrimmage yards. First 5 games of this season, 130 touches, 669 yards from scrimmage. So it's weird to ask this question about someone who was an Offensive Player of the Year just 2 years ago. Is he the unsung hero of the 49ers 4-1 start?
I think he's the sung hero. I think he's, the thing about him is it's not coming in the conventional method. 49ers have always been so good at running the football, and it didn't matter who it was. Through 9 seasons, basically, of Shanahan, it's been, 7 different leading rushers that they've had. And so it doesn't matter who they put back there, that player is going to produce and produce in a big way. Last year is Jordan Mason, but, we can go through the list of guys from the past, starting with Carlos Hyde and Matt Breida and Jeff Wilson Jr. and Elijah Mitchell and Raheem Mostert. And I'm probably missing a few there, but the thing that's interesting is the running game hasn't produced anything for the 49ers. And so they've pivoted to not getting the ball to Christian McCaffrey any less. It's just done in a different way. The passing game now has become an extension of the running game. And I guess to a degree it always has been. But now, in this game on Thursday night, they just completely went away from even trying to ram their head against that wall. And they just went with the short passing game and getting the ball into Christian McCaffrey's hands. And, he has far more receiving yards than he has rushing yards. So he's having a really good season. It's just not in the way that we've grown accustomed to seeing.
No, it's a little bit different. In that play design, we'll break it down in Papa's playbook, which is Kyle Shanahan and his best to get. They went 23 personnel, 2 running backs, 3 tight ends, which I don't know if they've ever done, to get Troy Reeder trapped. That was the matchup that T-Rock was talking about. So the running game has just not been able to be there for the 49ers. Christian, 22 carries, 57 yards, 33 as a team with, Brian Robinson and some Mac Jones scrambles. But they asked Mac Jones to drop back 49 times last night. It's just, it's always that they got to 33 runs last night, but it was different, 33 runs. But it was those 2 opening drives. So Mac Jones, Maddie, wow. And I don't know where we are. The fan base has a tendency to kind of overreact on this. Brock Purdy is the starting quarterback of this team. His contract shows that. His body of work shows that. And when he gets healthy, he will be the guy. But you're right, what I was talking about earlier, how it's a good thing. I don't know if you want to call it a controversy. It's just quarterback depth. I mean, Mac Jones has started 3 games. They won all 3 games. Where would they be right now without Mac Jones on this roster? But how do you think they proceed? Mac's whole body is hurt from head to toe. He's just getting pummeled. Brock's, it's the right toe. You got a little time to get ready for Tampa. There were some reports about, again, multiple weeks with Brock, and it wound up being 2, but he came back. So how do you think they just get through the quarterback position for the short term and then ultimately the long term, do you think?
Yeah, I did write that, even the discussion, and we know, I mean, there's no quarterback controversy. When Brock Purdy is ready to go, he's ready to go, and he's the guy. But the fact that we're even bringing up this subject, and some people, whether they really believe it or not, the fact that, well, Al Michaels, I think, mentioned it on the air last night. So the fact that it's even being talked about is the best thing that could have possibly happened to the 49ers. And, for John Lynch to bring him in, for Kyle Shanahan and the coaching, and Mick Lombardi, the quarterback's coach, and for Mac to put himself in that position, and heck, even for Brock Purdy, because if Mac Jones comes in and falls on his face, Brock Purdy's returning to the lineup as a quarterback for a below 500 team. So it is the best situation to have a quarterback who's even worthy, a backup quarterback who's even worthy of that discussion. But, I don't know, from a medical standpoint, I know the 49ers belief is, well, if he's ready to go, he's ready to go. And they deemed him ready to go week 4 against Jacksonville. Now, in retrospect, everybody can see that he wasn't ready to go because he aggravated that injury, pushing back his time frame. And, you could watch that game and say, I'm not sure he was healthy to begin with, the way he was throwing, and it just didn't look right. The mechanics didn't look right from the waist down. The ball didn't come out the way it usually does. So, I don't know what the philosophy is if they say, hey, look, we think he's ready. He's passing all the markers, but let's wait another week. I mean, they have the luxury now of doing that because, as Mac Jones has proved in his 3 starts, that offense does not skip a beat. And everything he showed last night, the resilience, the toughness, the leadership. I mean, one thing that really stood out to me was Kendrick Bourne coming off a horrible game against Jacksonville and had a couple catches early in that game. Then he had the drop on 3rd down, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, can this guy, he can't even catch a cold. And then the first guy who greeted him while they were going off the field was Mac Jones. And, I don't know what the conversation was like. It was probably just Mac talking, but you could kind of read into it with body language and everything else. So as, hey, don't get down on yourself. I'm going to come right back to you. And he did. And that's the kind of leadership that you often don't see from a backup quarterback. But he has that connection, 3 years in New England with Kendrick Bourne. And, to me, it was a small thing, but it was big too. And look at the game that Kendrick Bourne had. I mean, who would have thought that? I mean, with the decimated nature of the wide receiver position, and Kendrick Bourne and Demarcus Robinson are the starters, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Sky Moore and Malik Turner, that is not a formidable wide receiver group. But they certainly, Kendrick Bourne in particular, looked formidable on Thursday night. So I think Mac Jones has just, he's exceeded expectations. When you bring in a backup quarterback, you're hoping to go 1-1. You're hoping to just play 500 football.
Yeah.
And the fact that they are now 3-0 with him at quarterback, including 2 wins in the division, has really set this team up well for better things in October, November, December, and we'll see if it gets to January, and who knows, maybe even that month after January.
Matt Mayoko with us on the UMA guest line. Yeah, 4-1 start under these circumstances, and that's one of Kyle Shanahan's best games that I've ever seen in his time here in the Bay Area. But, last night with the Alfred Collins punch-out recovery, do you think that Kyle Shanahan was too conservative with 3 runs up the middle? Rams used all their timeouts. We were getting into that a little bit. I know that it all worked out for the better, and, it's just semantics at this point, but did want to get your thoughts on that in real time because I personally didn't love it. That said, I understand forcing the Rams to burn all their timeouts at the time.
Well, and also, look at the history here. Just a couple of weeks ago, they gave up a safety against the Arizona Cardinals, and the Rams defense was coming after the 49ers. And the 49ers offensive line, I thought, put together a really, really gritty performance as well. Against an explosive Rams, basically front 5. that gets after the quarterback. And so I think they played it right. I mean, I think the way to do that was just to, milk as much clock, force the Rams to use those timeouts, and don't take the chance of giving up the lead while you have the ball. And I think that was definitely a concern with, the number of holding penalties, Bill Vinovich and his crew. They did not keep those flags in the back pocket. I mean, if it was close, the flag was coming out, it seemed like. So I didn't have any issue with the way they did that. Maybe there's a way to do just a quick hitter so that the offensive line didn't have to hold their blocks as long as they did. But the last thing you want there is a turnover, and B, a penalty. So I have a hard time, second guessing that, especially now that we know how it turned out.
No, I totally agree with you. And the other thing is, when you drop back into your own end zone to throw the football, it is incredibly risky. They did it earlier in the game on a shot over the middle, and Landman jumped across and knocked the ball away. Also, to be clear about the rule, because it came up, obviously, in the Arizona game with Kyler Murray being out of the end zone and Dom Pooney, did he actually hold Calais Campbell? If the quarterback is in the end zone and the hold occurs anywhere on the field, it doesn't matter where the offensive lineman is. If the quarterback is in the end zone and throws and a hold occurs, that is a safety. So you don't want to commit that in that situation. And you'll talk to him on game plan next week, Matt. I just got the feeling Kyle, he was playing to win the game, and ultimately he did win the game. But I think he was playing more to not lose the game, and he would accept a tie in the game. To me, a tie favored the Niners in light of all the injury situation, in light of the game being in L.A. I'm going to see him in a few weeks back at SoFi. Hopefully they'll be healthier. I think the 49ers are more accepting of a tie than the Rams, who clearly wanted to win the football game. And I think they made the right call on 4th and 1. They just had the wrong play call in that situation. Did you get the feeling that you had both teams wanted to win, neither wanted to lose the game, but I think in the middle there, when you were kind of playing the chess match, Kyle was kind of master chessing more, accepting a tie where McVay did not want a tie last night.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I doubt that it was a conscious decision. And we'll talk to Kyle Shanahan in a little bit here in about an hour. That might come up, but
noon.
Think about though in overtime, they're clearly trying to score a touchdown there. The sack kind of took them out of that element. They had to settle for the 41-yard field goal from Eddie Pinheiro. But no, I think in the big picture, the 49ers definitely could have lived with a tie last night. But, fortunately for them and their fan base, that's just a hypothetical. I mean, that was a huge win. Think about this. The 49ers had one win in the NFC West last season. Now they're 3-0. They're in the driver's seat. They still, they have the schedule working to their advantage. And now they're in this enviable position of being able to sit back a little bit. The Rams have only played one game within the division. Mm-hmm. They can just kind of sit back and hope that, the Cardinals, win a couple of games within the division, and that the Rams and Seahawks kind of beat themselves up. And I think if the 49ers, really all the 49ers have to do is win, one of these three games. They're going to have a higher bar than that. Win one of these three games against division opponents the rest of the way, and with a 4-2 record in the division, that's a really good spot to be in. If they can win two of the three, they're probably going to win the division, because the Rams still have a couple of tough games as far as those non-common opponents based on their first place schedule this season from winning the division last year. And the 49ers, have those three, quote unquote, last place games. And so they just put themselves in a really good spot heading into this long week and facing in week 6 a Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that goes to Seattle on Sunday, and they're banged up in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, look, Matt, this is one of 17 mathematically, right? But we also look at week 3 last year at the game in SoFi and how that completely changed the season for both the 49ers and the Rams and what ultimately happened with the Rams winning the division. The 49ers, as you said, 1-5 in the NFC West, 2-6 in one-score games. Now they're only playing one-score games. They've won 3 on the road. They've won 3 in the division, and they're 4-1 overall. So long way to go. But as far as putting themselves in a good spot and just getting to enjoy a little bit of an extra long weekend, because trust me, not only do they need to work off the Friday hangover, they need a full rejuvenation chamber and whatever's going to happen before they get to Tampa Bay, because I don't even know who's going to be playing quarterback because we never do.
Yeah, and I think that there's a really good chance that George Kittle is back out there week 6. So, there might be a correlation there with just bringing this conversation full circle with the difficulty the 49ers have had running the ball to George Kittle not being out there. So when he comes back, I would expect the 49ers rushing numbers to skyrocket from there. I mean, it really has nowhere to go. But when you look at big picture of where the 49ers are this season, the only guy who isn't coming back, and it's a big one, is Nick Bosa. But all the players that we've talked about with the injuries, at some point, they should be able to get back out there and make a major contribution. So, it kind of begs the question now, and I talked to John Lynch about this on the 49ers Game Plan show, just like what goes into talking about a trade and deciding where the trade is. But I think one of the things he said was, you have to earn the right to put yourself in position to go ahead and make one of these trades. And so this win on Thursday night is the kind of game where the 49ers have to look at it and go, pass rush is still really lacking. Can they possibly go out and get somebody? And it doesn't have to be Trey Hendrickson, but it has to be somebody that at least lifts the floor of that defensive line rotation and who can, maybe be, definitely a third down pass rusher, somebody that they can rely on with maybe Bryce Huff on the other side to get pressure on the quarterback. Because right now, that's still the area that to me would be the greatest concern for this team moving forward.
These Thursday games are hard, getting ready for them on a short week. I hated them. But when Friday rolls around, you love them because you get the long weekend, and John and all the football ops people will be able to watch, football over the weekend and watch college football on Saturday and look at some of these pass rushers to be sure, and maybe a little family time. I thought you were off to Tahoe. Are you waiting around for the Kyle presser at noon and then you're going? When are you going?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. There shouldn't be too bad of traffic going to Tahoe in the afternoon, right? Early afternoon.
You're a veteran. You want to leave Friday morning to go to Tahoe.
I'm not a Tahoe guy. I love Tahoe, but I don't go there too often. So I'm kind of a rookie when it comes to Tahoe. I'm like one of these.
You want to be out by 9 a.m. You want to be out early.
See, now you're telling me this. I'm like one of these 11 rookies, who just for the 49ers who are like trying to find their way. I'm going to. Hopefully, at some point, I will make this work in Tahoe, and I'll be the equivalent of the Alfred Collins punch out on Kyron Williams, and I'll be celebrated for how well I've adapted to Tahoe.
Nice.
You got 10-inch hands, Mayoko? You got 10-inch hands? Let me see. I'll see you with a 10-inch guy. Anyway.
Hey, if you need some Vacaville and Davis recommendations because you get caught in the traffic, let me know. If I'm up in Davis, I already start freaking out about when I need to leave for Tahoe on a Friday. So Godspeed to you, my friend.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for keeping me extra long too, because my
get
trip
out of
is
here.
delayed even
Hit the
more.
road.
Okay.
Do Kyle on the phone. He's doing a teleconference. Bye.
Matt Mayoko joins us every Friday, and today it's a Victory Friday. Papa's Playbook coming up at 11:30. So, Papa, I want to get into Christian McCaffrey because I know we're going to see him in Papa's Playbook, and I asked about him being the unsung hero. I want to get into his contributions, why I chose that phrasing, and just how impactful he's been through 5 weeks for this offense. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan stopped by our show yesterday to give us the keys to the game if the 49ers wanted to be able to thrive as a heavy underdog, and now he joins Dirty Work today at 4:50 to recap the improbable Niners Thursday night win over the Rams. You can check out our interview on thesportsleader.com and tune into Dirty Work at 4:50 to hear from T-Rock after a win.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's amazing. I love football to death. It's my favorite thing on the planet. And being able to go out there and play with my brothers I don't take any second for granted.
I love that quote from Christian McCaffrey, especially in the light of last season where he didn't get to play that much football. And when he looked like himself, it was such a small chunk of the season. It's Papa and Silver. It's a Victory Friday with the Gregs. We got Papa's Playbook coming up, so don't go anywhere. Walter in my ear just now with the instrumental goes, hate it or love it, Christian McCaffrey loves playing football. I'm like, dude, you already have dad jokes up your sleeve when you're technically not even officially a father yet. It's okay. Preparation is the name of the game. Prepare to fail equals failing to, or what is it? Fail to prepare equals prepare to fail. There you go. Anyway, I digress on all that. We asked Matt Mayoko about Christian McCaffrey, and I mentioned the numbers of his Offensive Player of the Year campaign a couple years ago through 5 games, 119 touches, 678 scrimmage yards. This year, 130 touches, 669 yards from scrimmage. The red zone scoring for the 49ers, as far as converting it into touchdowns, still fairly low. They're toward the bottom of the league right now, around 42%. That said, when you take into context all of the injuries, Christian McCaffrey, and this is not an exaggeration, he is the 3rd leading wide receiver right now. He has the 3rd most receiving yards in the NFL, passing up his teammate Ricky Pearsall, who did not play last night. Even though the running game hasn't popped yet, even though they don't have a rushing touchdown, even if the red zone scoring still is a little bit shoddy, there is clearly an element of stability and insurance out there when you have 23 versus not. And you know how you could tell? In large part because the record says 4-1.
Without a doubt. And I don't know about unsung. I mean, the stats are stats. But his impact on the game, and we're going to break it down. The 3 offensive plays that we're going to break down in Papa's Playbook all involve Christian McCaffrey. Some as a decoy, some as a decoy back to him, and then some in the low red zone to get him a touchdown. The eligibles around the quarterback have changed, obviously. You don't have Kittle. You don't have Juwan Jennings. You don't have Ricky. You don't have Ayuk. You don't have Debo. You have Christian McCaffrey. He's been out there for every game. Even Juszczyk missed some time. This guy's not missed anything, and he's the center of it and all. He's Puka Nacua, and he's also Kyron Williams. He's that guy. I mean, they target him 52 times. He's caught 39. He's the gravitational pull. He's everything. We will break down the way they use him at times as a decoy, at times decoy back to him, and then just him. He is him. We got to get him the ball. As far as being the dad jokes from Walter, Amazon Prime's post-game show usually gets pretty light when they have Ryan Fitzpatrick going to Buffalo and taking his shirt off. And then you've got, Andrew Whitworth is really good. Sherm can be good. Sherm was actually in the meeting room the night before the game. Kyle let him go in there and listen, which is interesting. And Tony Gonzalez, for a Cal guy, how do you get into Cal? I don't understand. He's a two-way basketball and football player. Anyway, Carissa asked McCaffrey, what's harder, changing a diaper or playing in the football game you just played in? And McCaffrey went, this game right here. I mean, the way he is getting hit. And Mac Jones, Mac Daddy, is getting pummeled. But McCaffrey gets tagged every time unless he scores. And even when he scores, there's some runs last night. He ran a toss going right, 18 toss. And Sarge and I were watching together, and I thought, 0 yards. Maybe loses 1. Somehow he got 4 out of it. It's like, wow. He is a much tougher running back than I ever thought watching his brilliance at Stanford. But it's the in-space ability, the way Kyle, this is the ultimate Kyle toy. He's had some cool ones. Debo, he's using him a little like Debo. Debo's gone now, so you can't call it 11 Tyson or Deadpool. I don't know what he calls it. It's just CMC. And the 23 personnel on the goal line, so brilliant. So, the stats are the stats in some categories. I mean, he's touched the ball 130 times this year in 5 football games. Wow, that's a lot. How many can he touch it? his offensive player of the year season and third in the MVP, one ahead of Brock, right behind Lamar and Dak. He touched the ball 339 times. So he's at 130 right now. He's a third of the way there, and we played 5 games. You got to play 12 more. So, I mean, we'll see where he gets to. You know, 1 year in Carolina, he touched the ball 403 times. Wow. He's older now. He doesn't look like he's older. He's 29, but he is going to turn 30 eventually, and the shelf life. I just, all the injuries you worry about, you know, obviously Bosa and how tight he is and the tears of the injuries with the ACLs with him. But McCaffrey just gets pummeled so many times, and there are times he takes himself out of the game. I mean, you're just like, he just taps himself out, and I can't go right now. It's just like, it's happening a little more frequently. I would like to get a little more variety in the run game with Brian Robinson. I know people like Garendo. Garendo just doesn't fit the scheme, but I do think his speed element could help a little bit. But anyway, he's touching. He's our Puka. And then he's our Kyron Williams, but he doesn't fumble the ball like Kyron Williams does. He has a problem, Kyron Williams. And the Niners knew that in the game. And the punch out. So we'll break down the punch by Alfred, Big Al, and we'll break down the 4th and 1. But the first 3 plays in the playbook will be CMC. Run him, throw him, whatever you want. Decoy him, send him in motion across the formation for a Hollywood play. All eyes are on 23, especially when you don't even know. Kendrick Bourne, isn't he a Patriot? He's back to the Niners. Who's that guy? What a game he had, by the way. We got to give out game balls. You could give one to McCaffrey every week. I mean, you get 2 on offense. Kendrick Bourne, that 1st and 20 shallow cross when he turned the corner and went down the sideline. And then there was a play later in the game where he looked like Juwan up in Seattle, where he caught it like 3 yards short of the yard to gain, and he just ran over people. He was the original Juwan Jennings. Before J.J. took over here, it was Kendrick Bourne that they ran all the stuff to on the goal line, and he's just so tough. I had a call on my fantasy team. I put DeMarcus Robinson up. I have Bourne. Damn, I should have thought it out more. All the in-cuts and the middle stuff that they pick on the Rams with. Ton just had a big game in the touchdown. That's where Kendrick Bourne to be alive lives, at all those in-cuts, where DeMarcus Robinson, more of an outside receiver, was playing X last night. He almost cut a back shoulder to the end zone. Mac threw him one back shoulder going left. The brilliance of Mac Jones. He threw him completely open. He was not open. The ball was in the air, and Robinson saw it and said, well, back shoulder. When the ball was already in the air, he hadn't broken off his route yet. Mac Jones on that play threw him open. But Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne have a big-time chemistry going to New England. Larry Krueger, I can hear him on Monday. Why is Kendrick Bourne on this team? He sucks. What did Larry? I don't follow him on social. What did he say? Is he retracting that statement?
Well, we talk to him every Monday, so we're going to catch up after the weekend, and that'll be one of the first questions we ask our guy Krug. I love talking to Krug, and it's going to be funny. I thought of the same thing. And by the way, as far as fantasy football goes, I was caught in the same predicament, only it's the team I have with my girlfriend as part of her family's massive league. So we sort of co-manage, and I'm like the assistant GM in this. So I go, yeah, let's play DeMarcus Robinson. Why not? They got to throw to somebody. All second half, I'm hearing, why didn't we get Kendrick Bourne? I'm like, he wasn't on a team 3 weeks ago. He had 3 drops. I didn't know he would have this kind of resurgence. What an amazing game by Kendrick Bourne.
I claimed him. I claimed Kendrick Bourne right away. I just didn't play him. I went with D-Rob last night. They were trying to get the ball to DeMarcus Robinson on deep shots down. The deep shots, the back shoulders were to D-Rob. He caught some. Yeah. He could have had a touchdown. Damn, he almost had a touchdown. Kendrick did not score a touchdown, but man, yakety yak. And he went all over the middle. And we'll break down the Rams. They're still a little vulnerable in the middle of the field. Mm-hmm. Landman, Billy Bob, Monta Vista High.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan said, I will try to attack the linebacking group as the weak link and the weak layer of this defense. Papa's playbook. We love when we get to do it. And we get to do it on a Victory Friday after a shocking win. Hell yeah. Let's do that next on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. When he's not on the mic,
Left
flat. Spider 3. Fly banana. First down. And goal to go 49ers.
He's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Why you wanna play hate on me?
Oh, yes, I love this music. This is a good chance to let you all know if you're tuning in via audio, you can go to YouTube and Twitch and see the video portion of Papa's Playbook. And if you can't do it right now, it's all good. We'll have it up for you later. While Papa's getting ready to warm up his plays, I might have to practice my Mac Jones shoulder shrug last night. He's feeling himself a little. Papa's got the banana, and I got the shoulders.
I got a banana. Did he have 11 bananas last night, you said?
That was the rumor. Word on the street, 11 bananas.
11? I'll find out.
Yeah, we had a caller saying pickle juice would have cured it all, but 11 bananas, I'd still rather go 11 bananas before any sip of pickle juice. That's me. Anyway, what do we got on the docket today, huh?
Pickle juice is actually very good, very good. I've eaten a lot of bananas more than ever. It's good for me. Anyway, and it's going to be it's the first 2 drives of the game. Please don't dance, Greg, please. The first drive of the game, highlighted by Jake Tonjes' quick lookie, a now route on the goal line to get in, but it was Kyle in his bag. 8 plays, 72 yards, 451. How do you visualize them beating the Rams? By going right down the field and getting into the end zone, 7-0. One play, there were so many great plays that Kendrick Bourne, 1st and 20, we could have gone with, but I want to go with this play because this is just Kyle Shanahan and the script and how he did everything and the Hollywood play and picking on the LA Rams. So we don't have guys call, but let's fire up the All-22 Walter. And that's Lane Man. That's Billy Bob. 49ers have Mac Jones in a shotgun formation. Christian McCaffrey will come in motion. And this is the Hollywood play. Fake left, fake right, not a real long fake, and then a quick one over the middle to Jake Tonjes. It only gained about 9 yards, but you don't have George Kittle. You still have Jake Tonjes from Los Gatos, great hands. They ran this play against the Rams in L.A. to George for a touchdown when he was a younger player. It's called Hollywood because of L.A. And then George actually wanted him to fall down on the play. Didn't quite do that. So fake left to McCaffrey. He's your deke. Fake Brian Robinson also in the game. Block for a beat, Jake, and then over the middle. The safeties there swarmed, so it didn't get you a lot of yards. But that is the Hollywood play. They ran it against Seattle a couple of years ago to get George a touchdown. McCaffrey, again, the decoy. Fake one way, fake the other way, block, and over the middle. It's actually a play Kyle Shanahan took from his father, Mike Shanahan. Steve Young did it. As a lefty, he went the opposite direction, and ultimately it went to Dr. John Frank. So, Landman, we're going at you, but the safety guys, and they also got Omar Spates out there. You got a rocket personnel, you faked each running back, and then over the middle. So, that is just Kyle, dusting off some old favorites. All right, another one that they ran with Kittle last year against Dallas on Sunday Night Football. And this is an interesting play. This is a jet pass. It's not a jet sweep because McCaffrey comes in front and the ball goes forward. But McCaffrey pitches it back the other way. And this is a jet pass flea flicker. So he moves up, identifies the coverage, now comes in motion, flip it to him, to Kendrick, flip it back to Mac. We're going deep down. No, we're not. Watch the lineman here. This is a screen set up off a jet pass reverse flea flicker. The Niners ran a version of this to George Kittle last year against Dallas. Watch the offensive line. They all go in the same motion. So it looks like to the Rams they're running a jet pass to McCaffrey, right? They're going to block it that way. The linemen all go that way. And then you flip it to Kendrick. Only receiver downfield is DeMarcus Robinson. We would have liked it, Silver, for our fantasy points. He doesn't really run much of a route. It is all a screen coming back the other way with all 5 offensive linemen plus Juice, who's an honorary member of the offensive line. Christian wanted the extra tack on there, but it wasn't really a foul. So, again, the Detroit Lions ran this play in the afternoon last year and got a touchdown to Laporta. Niners ran a version of this where it's a reverse flea flicker screen to Kittle. This is a jet pass reverse. Kendrick Bourne, flea flicker, complicated play back to Mac. Are you going deep down the field? Nope. It's all a screen to Christian McCaffrey. Now we're going to get McCaffrey loose on the goal line and get him in the end zone to finish off this second drive. And it was Tim Ryan who identified it right away. What did we talk about yesterday? Can we get Troy Reeder on the field in coverage and get him the ball? So here is the end of the second touchdown drive. Christian McCaffrey, only a 1-yard touchdown pass, but this is the brilliance of Mac Jones, the ball placement, and the call of Kyle Shanahan to get Christian McCaffrey in a position where they cannot defend him, and Tim Ryan saw it all.
Mac Jones is going to back out from under center. He puts McCaffrey out in the slot to the left.
Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! And it's a 2-score lead here early in the second quarter.
The 13th touch for Christian McCaffrey was the lucky one. They had him matched up on a linebacker, Troy Reeder, who does not play a lot with the exception of the goal line package. Ran a little crossing concept. Nate Landman did not react properly. They did not switch it off. Reeder tries to run with it. You got no chance of covering Christian McCaffrey on that play design.
Touchdown! CMC! All right, what do you count on the field? You got 2 running backs, McCaffrey and Juice. You've got 3 tight ends on the field. Luke Farrell in line wide. Braden Willis out wide right wearing John Taylor's number. Jake Tawn just left. And then they spread it out wide. We're not going 23 personnel. And look at Tonjes. This is legal. He didn't touch anybody, but he gets in the way of Landman and Reeder, and they wind up dropping. You expect Troy Reeder to lock that? That's got to be a switch here. So they line up like it's 23 personnel. We're going to run the ball. McCaffrey and Drews, maybe a lead play. Let's roll left, get the matchup we want. Mac Jones, brilliant ball placement there. Check out of it. That was a design play. Now you got Christian against Troy Reeder. He's our guy. He's our target, and they elect to go with that. I can't understand it. So he wears number 23. That is 23 personnel. 2 running backs, 3 tight ends. Have the Niners ever run that? How many teams have ever run that in the last 10 years? And you want the ball out of 23 personnel to McCaffrey. Look at Reeder. Inside leverage. Where are they lining up? Landman, Billy Bob, where are you going to slide a little, but they're playing inside shoulder. McCaffrey sets it up. Tawn just comes over with a beautiful screen. Don't hit him, though. Even a yard in the end zone. Didn't touch him. Ran right by him. How does Reeder get over the top? He's well behind him. He's got no chance. Ball outside. Beautiful placement. Touchdown, CMC. I'm going to finish off my banana here. That was not Spider 3. Why banana? Going left there. That was Mac Jones, and that's the brilliance of Kyle. 23 personnel. Have they ever done this? 3 tight ends on the field and 2 running backs, and it's all going to number 23 touchdown. So if you got a little problem on the red zone woes, lucky to Jake Tunges, and obviously the 23 personnel, and they can't cover McCaffrey. All right, it's not going to be all offense. Robert Saleh called a good game, but it was Alfred Collins. The next play, what do we call it? The Big Al punch. It's one of the biggest plays of the game. Kyron Williams, who has a history of fumbling, will cough it up. And it looked like a draw, that the Rams were running a lot in the game, and it looked like it was going to be close to a touchdown or not. And then the long arms, the big hands of Alfred Collins made a hell of a punch-out. Guy Haberman, T-Rock, let me hear you.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. The play was shy of the line to gain. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the 1. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football. Oh,
and he just punched it out from Kyron Williams and then held on to it.
What a huge right hook.
God.
Williams was about to score a big right hook from Alfred Collins. He caught Williams in the face, and then he got the football for the biggest play of his young career.
Second round pick, number 43 overall. Look at the punch there on Kyron Williams, who does have a history of fumbling. It's on the scouting report. This is not like Fred Warner's punch out of Alvin Kamara in New Orleans, where Jair Brown set it up. It's the fact that Alfred Collins got into this position to punch that out. He has got long arms. They're 35 inches. His wingspan's 85 inches from tip to tip. The hands are 10 inches. He's got big mitts. That's why they like him so much. A Buckner Armstead player. Matthew Stafford's like, damn. Again, Kyron Williams gives it up on the goal line, but it was Alfred Collins, not only with the punch out, but he recovered the football, and that was one of the biggest plays of the game, undeniably. And it was the position that he put himself in. Kyron Williams going to cry over on the bench, and then later he will be stopped on the big play. But keep an eye on 95 here and how he gets into the position to make this play. He gets blocked. He gets double-teamed. He gets off of the double team. He comes across the middle. It's the fact that he was there. He's not standing under the speed bag. He had to go run to get to it out of a double team, and then he makes the big punch out. What a play. Look at your front. You got so many big guys inside there. Michael Williams, Jordan Elliott. They double team everybody. This is the double crunch play that has plagued the Niners so many times where they got two double teams, and they give the ball to Kyron Williams right there. It looks like he's got an opening to score right there, right? He's going to score until Alfred Collins gets off of his double team and punches it out. The Niners have had profound problems with this double team action. Tim calls it the double crunch. Even the great DeForest Buckner, they would double team him and put him on ice skates. Obviously, Javon Kinlaw struggled with that action over and over again. How do you handle it? You split the double team. If you got two, you go right through the middle. Alfred Collins at 6'5", 332 pounds is big enough to split it and then get the arm free. It's not the punch is impressive. It's the fact he was in position to punch and you get out of the double team. Kyron Williams was going to score right there, except he forgot one thing, the football. And Alfred Collins punched it and took it. And look at him get through the double team and boom, right on the football. And that's why turnovers are not lucky. They practice this over and over and over again. Fred Warner does it incessantly with the linebacker group, and the D-line does it as well. Look at him. Chase Lucas is also in on the goal line, which will lead to the next Kyron Williams heartbreak. But what a play there by Alfred Collins. Now we go to the fateful 4th and 1 play of the game, and it's Chase Lucas who was involved on this play. They take Stout off on the goal line. They take Jair Brown off on the goal line. Chase Lucas, who was a tremendous special teams player, Detroit Lion a couple of years ago, he didn't get a uniform at all last year. At the Player for a Purpose dinner last year, when I was done with my MC duties and we were kind of milling around, I went out and sat at the table where Chase was. So engaging. He lit up. Nobody knew who he was besides me. We were talking about the Lion game and the comeback from 24-7 down. He's a nickelback. He's a special teamer. How good was his August this year? He was one of the best defensive players of the preseason. So here he is. Watch number 26 on this play. So the Rams are going to run a 4th and 1, and this is the fateful play of the game. It's not the fact that they went for it on 4th and 1. It's the fact that they ran this play call, and Sean McVay was so upset with his call. But let's hear. I had my first year with the Niners, the Jacob Hollister big play, Dre play in Seattle on the 1-yard line. Guy Haberman had the Big Al punch-out last night, and then he also had the 4th and 1 on the goal line stand to win the football game.
Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it. He turns. He gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
What an unbelievable win. High drama finishes in favor of the MASH unit, the 49ers, and they earned it. Michael Williams gets good push. Chase Lucas out there for Upton. Stout comes flying into the line of scrimmage. The 49ers stack it up front and finish Kyron Williams. What a great way to finish this football game and walk out of here 3-0 in the NFC West division.
Kind of the same version of the 4th and 1 where they're going to put double teams there. And look at Fred Warner come through and take out the insert wide receiver, Jordan Whittington, with a block. And look at Robert Saleh all fired up by his front. And it's Chase Lucas. It was Diamador Lenore. And then coming from behind, Alfred Collins, John Lynch played on a great front with Derek Brooks and Simeon Rice and those guys. Derek Brooks at linebacker and the great three-technique Warren Sapp. So the insert there of Jordan Whittington, 88. He comes inside of Puka. We talked about that action a lot, the tight end and Puka. Once they saw that action with the insert, Chase Lucas was told by Diamador Lenore, shoot the C-gap right away. Go. So Whittington's 88, Puka's 12. They're both inserting behind McClendon, the right tackle. Fred Warner kind of gets in there himself, but it's Chase Lucas, the little guy who gives up a lot of size. It's not the size of the dog. It's the dog in the fight or whatever the line is, Greg. But watch the action here. They insert Whittington, which is kind of a tip of where they're going to run it. They do it with Puka all the time. Puka is there. Whittington's a big-bodied, good blocking wide receiver. You're not going to run that with Devontae. Go have another banana, Mac Jones. You're done for the night, and you're 3-0. Kyle has beaten Sean McVay again. Mick Lombardi's pumped up. They're all pumped up in the quarterback room. But again, the play. Watch Chase Lucas from behind. Fred Warner will fire his gun. Chase Lucas will fire the gun. This is film study. And this is Whittington coming inside the insert. Fred knocks out the block there. And then Chase Lucas splits the double team. Demo from the outside. And then Marcus Siegel, a free hitter with his speed, comes in behind. Now you got to push him back. And then Alfred Collins loops in from behind. He just made the big play on Kyron Williams earlier on the punch out. Kyron goes in a little bit high here. I can't believe the play call. And it's all of them. This is the goal line stand. Different than Dre Greenlaw in Seattle. This is more like Super Bowl 16. Hacksaw Reynolds and Dan Buns and Ronnie Lott. They're all swarming. Fred Warner gets a head in there like Hacksaw Sala, but that's all the work you do even on a short week. Once you saw Jordan Whittington come inside of Puka and line up just outside of McClendon and the tight end there, Allen, 87, you knew what they were going to run, and Demo said, shoot the C-gap. Chase Lucas, who's a great gunner on special teams, shoot the gap, get in there and push it back, and then Siegel from the next level. Sean McVay, after the game, said, this one's on me. I can't even look my team in the eye. Screwed the game up. He was so mad. It wasn't that he going forward on 4th and 1 is the play. They're playing for a win. They're not playing for a tie. And even if they kick the field goal there, the Niners have time to come back. And if you think Mac Jones is not going to be healthy, go have a 12th banana. He's fine. He's not. You're not going to get that guy off the field in that game. Maybe the next game he won't play. But in this game, when the adrenaline's rolling, he ain't coming off the field. So it was the fact that they went condensed. They love those tight formations where they're all packed in a phone booth. But is their offensive line going to get the push that they need? They don't have Havenstein. They got a backup right tackle. I know Puka's a good blocker. So is Whittington. But, you know, the Niners have the push to get it back, especially when they can see it and fire. The problem with Nakua on those plays, the play to run would have been what we talked about. Have Nakua already insert, block Chase 26. What's his name?
Chase Lucas.
Who made the play. Chase Lucas. And then just run a corner route out of it for a touchdown. He would have ran right by him because Demo told Chase Lucas, fire in the C-gap. That's the play. You would have liked to have a wrinkle off of that, or at least Puka block for a beat. But they decided to just try to bully the bullies, and they didn't get it done. So 3 offensive plays, all involving McCaffrey in some form, including the touchdown out of 23 personnel. And then if I'm going to give a defensive game ball, and I think I got to give one right now after watching this, you got to give it to Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
Right? He made the punch out against Kyron Williams, took the ball away on the goal line, took a touchdown away. Who knows how the game ends, but if they score that touchdown, it's not good. And then obviously if they convert that 4th down play, at least they're going to kick a field goal at the end and tie you, and they're going to be in a position to win the game. So Mac Daddy, I'll have a banana for Mac as his game ball, but I got to give the game ball. He was in both plays. Alfred Collins gets my defensive game ball.
Nicely done, Professor Papa. Great job by Walter, our film director, on this one. And again, for those of you who had to hear the audio only and weren't able to get the video, we will have this up for you on YouTube, and I promise it is worth the visual watch. Kyle Shanahan teleconference coming up in a bit, and I shared a lot about the offense leading into that segment. I want to get into the defense in the 12 o'clock hour as well. It's Papa and Silver, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic. on the Sports Leader. Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And here is your head coach. Never mind. We're going to get to Kyle Shanahan in just a second. Apologies for that. Kyle Shanahan's teleconference is going on in just a moment after the game, and we'll get all these updates. So now we get to go ahead, and here is your head coach, Kyle Shanahan.
All right. Hold on. I just lost it. All right. Injuries from yesterday. Upton Stout has an ankle. It's not a... Gosh. All right. I'm going to do this on my phone, which I'm not good at.
Head coach Kyle Shanahan teleconference call.
Get him a better cell phone. What's going on
All
here?
right, Upton Stout has an ankle. Not a high ankle. We'll see how he is later this week. Clea Davis did break his hand. He's having surgery this afternoon. We'll see how that goes with the cast and everything, similar to what happened with C.J. West. Yetur did pull his hamstring. He's going to miss full time. And Alfred Collins ended up having a knee sprain. We'll have to evaluate him earlier in the week when we get back. That's it with those guys. Go ahead.
Kyle, what about the guys who are either on Kittle on IR or and the PUP guys, Mustafa and Ayuk? Is there any plan to be able to open their windows on Monday?
Malik is the one who we're hoping to open up here on Monday. The other guys, most likely not.
Is Kittle, how's he doing? How's he progressing from the hammy?
He's doing good, but I think it'd be a long shot for this week. Just talking to the docs here a second ago, probably looking more like the following week.
Kyle, you coached a lot of regular season games, and keep a pretty even keel, win or lose. But was that one special to you yesterday? Maybe more so than other ones you've had.
There's been a lot of special ones, and it is the fifth game of the season, and so as far as ramifications and stuff, you never know how that plays out. But it was unusually exhausting. I think just the competitive stamina that you needed for that game, just as probably a player, a coach, a fan, everyone. I mean, just 84 plays or whatever it was, and everyone seemed like it mattered. Struggling to run the ball, but still knowing that you needed to try to control that D line a little bit. All the things that went into it, and just the injuries and stuff, and overcoming so many things, and the guys making those plays at the end, which are unbelievable. And I think all that added up and made it one of the more special ones that you'll definitely remember for a long time.
Kyle, in week 3, Upton made the pass breakup to kind of set you guys up to win that game, and then last night you had Alfred with the fumble and Siegel even on the last play. How much does it help those young guys to kind of get proof that the work that they're putting in is paying off, and how can that be beneficial for you guys moving forward?
Well, we knew since into free agency that we're going to have to depend on a lot of draft picks to come in and play. So we knew we had to hit on the right guys with that, and we really felt good about these guys. As soon as we got them in the draft, we felt good, and they've been this way since OTAs when they came in right away. And for them to get out there, and we knew we were going to be in this position, but the fact that they're out there and they've worked to stay in this position, they've worked to be healthy. Even though you have to play the rookies, if they're not ready, you're still going to play someone behind them. You're still going to put someone ahead of them. They do need to earn that spot, and they did. And that's kind of allowed them just to be out there and get this experience and go through all this stuff, because when you're made of the right stuff as a football player, the more you play, the better you get. And so for those guys to be in this situation, to be able to stay healthy, to be able to work through all these ups and downs, it's very beneficial to them, and it'll be beneficial to our team as the year goes and into the future.
With Kittle out perhaps another week, how above and beyond the call has Jake Tongas gone since the beginning of the season to sort of fill in?
He's been unbelievable. You just said it right there. How reliable he's been to making that unbelievable catch in the first game for the game winner to beat Seattle. To how he's been every week since. And I know he gets a lot more confidence. I know I get a lot more confidence just going through games, just knowing plays that I can call for him and stuff like that. He's been really good. His hands have been awesome. He's been good in the run game too, and I'm really happy for him.
Was Colton McKivitz bothered by the calf injury in the game? He committed a couple of penalties, gave up a couple of pressures. Didn't seem like a normal game for him.
I don't know. I didn't ask him. You'd have to ask him on that. But I thought the whole line played very well. I thought Colton was a big part of that. I can't tell you the challenge of their rushers and how good of players they are. And I thought our protection plan and what they did with it, I thought they were very good. I expected there to be a lot more pressure on the quarterback than there was. I thought we needed to do a little better in the run game, but that was, I mean, obviously, but that was a big challenge too. Blocking those guys in the run game and the pass game was tough, and I thought we definitely excelled more in our pass protection.
Kyle, with Mac, he went down at one point. He seemed to be dry heaving on the sideline. Just, I guess, the day after, what can you say about the gutsiness of that performance?
I didn't know about the dry heaving till later in the night, but just watching him hang in there, watching him battle, just how he's been through these last 2 weeks, trying to come back from his knee injury and having to work through that. He's been unbelievably tough, and just it was crazy when he was starting to cramp at the end of the game. His arm just out of nowhere cramping, and having to eat those bananas and everything to get back in there. I mean, I thought I was told that he was cramping too hard, and Adrian was going in. So we were calling the play for Adrian, and then I looked up and Mac was in the huddle. So he just sprinted out there and kept it going. And I was like, all right, we'll see how long this lasts. And he lasted the whole game, and obviously it was a big part of why we won.
How many bananas did Matt consume on the? How many bananas did Matt consume on the sideline?
I don't know. I definitely wasn't aware of that. He was eating bananas, but I was aware that they said they wanted to take him in for an IV, but there was only like 7 minutes left, so they didn't have time for it. So I guess that was the next best plan. Yeah, I think pickle juice also.
Hey, Kyle, in overtime, did you start thinking along the lines of what a tie would mean as opposed to, a loss? Did that ever creep into your mind about just how to manage that game to ensure you guys at least got the tie?
You don't think that till the end. I mean, you don't want to manage it to get the tie. I mean, you're thinking of all how to win the game. At the end, to me, that's where it comes down to it. That's probably why Sean made the decision he did, which I would have done the exact same one. He's sitting there at 4th and 1, and with the amount on the clock at that time, by kicking a field goal, you're basically deciding that you're going to tie or give them a chance to win. And I think that's where it comes into play, not till the end. And they had that with the ball in their hand, and so I totally got why they went for it. You don't want to tie if there's a reasonable way not to.
Nakua had 10 catches, but for only 85 yards. How happy are you about the way you defended him?
It's a challenge, and he got through a few times, but the fact that he didn't get the big ones and the explosive touchdowns or anything definitely was big. But I mean, whether it's Tutu or Nakua or Devontae, especially paired up there with Stafford, that it's only a matter of time that they're going to get big ones. So to keep them contained all day was a huge challenge, and it's proud of the guys for it. Anything else, guys?
All right, guys. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Enjoy the weekend. See you Monday.
And there's your head coach, Kyle Shanahan. Will react to this coming up in just a bit. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the 49ers are dealing with multiple quarterback injuries, and Mac Jones toughed it out last night to improve to 3-0 as a starter in this young season. You know, everyone's going to be asking the question today, do the 49ers have a quarterback controversy on their hands? All right, look, maybe we won't get ahead of ourselves, but we certainly will be diving into the performance Mac Jones had and his health as we got to find out who's taking snaps in Tampa Bay next Sunday. Kyle Shanahan to have his teleconference later on in the day.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for spending a Victory Friday here with the Gregs. Going into the weekend with some great energy. We've had a fantastic show, and we got a little less than a couple hours left. Frank Schwab going to be coming up in a bit. We'll talk to JD at the end of the hour. Get you a Silver Linings playlist to close the show. All Niners all day here, and you just heard from Kyle Shanahan on his teleconference call. A little confusion there at the beginning with that cell connection, but we all made it through. We're good, and the big takeaways as far as injuries, Upton Stout had an ankle sprain, not a high ankle, so he's going to be day-to-day. Kalia Davis is having surgery on a broken hand this afternoon, and they'll try to bring him back with a club. I wonder if it's going to be with Dr. Steven Shin, by the way. Yetur Gross-Matos will miss some time with a hamstring strain, and Alfred Collins has a sprained knee, will need to be reevaluated. And then we talked about it with Matt Mayoko. George Kittle with the IR designation was going to miss at least 4 games. Last night was the 4th, but now Shanahan's saying Kittle will likely not be back until week 7.
Yeah, I know Mayoko was optimistic that he would come back for Tampa, but I was told that George, I'm not even sure, he'll be able to play the Atlanta game. So they got the weekend off. They'll play Tampa Bay October the 12th, and then it's a Sunday night game home against Atlanta. Hamstrings are, as we all know, you got to make sure they heal completely. Or look at Steph Curry not being able to come back. And actually, he was trying to push it to come back really quickly. You don't want to tear that thing, and it's got to fully heal. So we'll see when George is able to come back. The other aspect is Malik Mustafa. It sounds like Kyle said they're going to start practicing him next week, and I think they'll get a bonus practice on Monday. By CBA rules, they get the entire weekend off, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I think they'll get a bonus practice on Monday off Tuesday, and then installation day for Tampa on Wednesday, and then on it goes. And fly to Florida on Friday. I'm not saying Malik Mustafa will start or be in the game on Sunday in Tampa, but it does start the 3-week window. So you're not going to start practicing him without full, I'm not going to say certainty because you don't know. Things happen even in practice. But now the clock is ticking, and he's got to come back in 3 weeks' time. So whether it's the Tampa game, unlikely, Atlanta, Houston, he'd have to come back for one of those 3 is where the window opens. So that is good news. And then it starts the trickle down. Right now, your starting safeties are Jason Pinnock and the rookie Marcus Siegel. You got Saran Neal, who is mainly a special teams player. And then Jair Brown has been getting some snaps in the big nickel. Interestingly, they did not use him on the goal line last night, and I understand not using Upton Stout, but they went with Chase Lucas, who's more of a nickelback type, and Chase did make the big play that we just detailed on the 4th and 1. So you could address more than 4 safeties for a game. It could. It's not a pressing issue right now, and the football gods have a way of making these decisions for you. But and Pinnock has some versatility as well. I think it'd be between Pinnock and Jair. because Saran Neal does have a special team component that keeps him on not only the 53-man roster, but the 48-day game day roster. So that's something to just think about in time, obviously. And Malik did play well last year. He had some big moments around the. If he would have been the one down on the goal line over Chase Lucas, Chase made the play, but there's no doubt the missile, Malik Mustafa, could make that play. Mustafa. We saw it in the preseason, the first game last year against Tennessee, and all the way through. He did tear. It was a re-tear from a college injury of his anterior cruciate ligament. So that's why he's coming back a little earlier than, or Curtis Robinson's already back, than obviously Ayuk, which was ACL, MCL, and meniscus, which is bad. So we'll get into it at some point. Just because he's practicing Monday, it doesn't mean he'll play in Tampa. But I think over the next 3 weeks, Greg, he's got to get a jersey and be up on game day, or at least put him on the roster at some point, just since they're practicing him. And he's the kind of guy, if you're going to put on the roster, you're going to play him. And then, boy, could you imagine a secondary of Malik Mustafa and Marquise Siegel?
Yeah.
Just the way they hit you coming down. Honestly, I don't know how they have a configure. Pinnock's a different player. He's so long. And Jair had some big moments as a rookie, obviously right away. So I think ultimately that's where they want to go. I didn't think we thought Siegel would be this good of a player immediately, but we saw it right away. So we'll get into that discussion a little bit, but that'll be Daniel Bullock's call, and obviously Robert Sala, and ultimately Kyle. And John Lynch knows safety play as well, but exactly how will they configure in the deep secondary when Malik Mustafa is able to play?
Well, we got a lot of sounds for you coming in the 1 o'clock hour. Around 1:30, we're going to try to do a collection of the best post-game sound from yesterday, and Fred Warner had this quote that I loved about the rookies stepping up in that situation, and some of those guys had long nights. Deommodore Lenoir didn't have his best night. Marquise Siegel, hell of a player, but there were times where he got attacked in coverage, and some of those Matthew Stafford just threw some pinpoint passes. Then you look at Upton Stout. He got taken out. Chase Lucas had an incredible preseason. Weren't even entirely sure he'd be on the 53-man, and if so, how much playing time would he get? Makes the big play last night. Alfred Collins had the calf and the contract all throughout the offseason, so it seemed like he was behind the 8 ball, and then all of a sudden it's looking like, okay, he's going to be all right with that big-time forced fumble punch-out and recovery. But just notes on the defense as a whole when we went through Papa's playbook. No interceptions still. That's 12 games in a row, but they do have 5 fumbles recovered, which is one of 3 teams at the top of the league. Chase Lucas just mentioned, and Fred Warner had this quote about how John Lynch has to be very celebratory with the way that the rookies have showed up. And we've mentioned it time and time again. If the 49ers want to do this sort of retool, accelerated rebuild kind of way to get back to competitiveness after having to shed a lot of veterans and contracts, you sort of look at a model like what the Rams did. Now, how do you copy that Rams rebuild model? You have to hit on your draft picks, and the Rams hit on their young defensive draft picks. With Aaron Donald retiring, that front four is still ridiculous. And now you spent the first 5 of your 11 total draft picks all on the defensive side of the ball. Robert Sala comes back. You could see the value of that, and all of that is paying major dividends to this point.
Without a doubt. And Michael is playing well.
Yeah.
And Alfred Collins, obviously. Upton Stout. They've all got roles. Marquise Siegel. So they're hitting on a lot of these guys. The linebacker obviously is having a hard time, Nick Martin. But I'm not surprised by that. Before I left you for an extended time away, I told you how much I like Luke Gifford. Luke Gifford is a tremendous Sam linebacker. He sets the edge, and he's good on special teams. So it's going to take a little while for him to figure it out. But the fact that the young guys are playing so well, and then, you got young guys that are not rookies. This is the way you rebuild a defense. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs defense that played us in the Super Bowl a couple of years. They had to make some tough calls on letting guys go that made a lot of money and wound up, they just sign and trade, and they wound up moving on from some of the guys. And, some of the guys they picked were 7th-round draft picks like Jalen Watson. They had to rebuild an entire defense, and they had to make tough calls. They did it as well on offense with Tyreek. And then with the Rams, obviously, as a blueprint for that, the Buffalo Bills. Let their whole veteran secondary go. All the safety play, and Tre'Davious White was hurt. He's all of a sudden, he's healthy miraculously now. But, the rookies that you cited are playing well, and they're getting a lot of snaps. And Kalia Davis has a broken hand. So does Alfred Collins just move into the starting lineup now next to Jordan Elliott? I would think there's a chance, and whether or not he's in the Alphas, he's going to get more snaps. C.J. West has got something right now as far as an injury. Gross Matos, that's not good. For him to have a hamstring injury, not good. That can linger for a while. And you could see him on his pass rush last night, the way he pulled up and grabbed it. And you worry about a knee with Yetur Gross Matos because he's had to manage the knee ever since he's been here when he got hurt in the Raider game, and that's just what it is. But, you're losing bodies here. So you lost Kalia Davis, who was playing really well, and we'll see where Gross Matos is. Obviously, Gibson made a huge play last night recovering that fumble, it was Okawano that set it up. He's the one that dove on the ball, but it was Okawano who had the initial penetration. Blake Corum, his eyes just came off the ball in that flip 90, and he didn't watch it into his hands, and Kyron Williams fumbled later. The Niners were able to get 2 fumbles from their running back room. So, I think Gibson certainly could be up. Robert Beal missed the last game, but you're thin on the D-line. So I think, in light of the way he played, and he's getting better and better in the system, Alfred Collins could move easily into the starting lineup. And then the point I was making was, you get Mustafa back. He's not a rookie, but he's a second-year guy. And then you got Jair Brown, who's not a rookie, but a third-year guy, had a big interception in the Super Bowl against Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to Tampa Bay. Remember when Talanoa got hurt against the Bucs a couple of years ago? They went right at Jair Brown, and they had some good plays against him, but in the end, he made a big interception. He also got a 4th down stop, as I recall, against Baker. So you've got, 3 layers of drafting where you've got Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, now obviously Marquise Siegel, and the young guys that are in the deep secondary. Renardo Green, he may not be a rookie, but he's still green, Greg, and he's in his second year, and he had some moments where he was targeted and beaten. And then he missed, obviously, the game against Jacksonville, and Darrell Luter, also a young guy, had to play. I thought Renardo Green played extremely well last night, playing the bail technique. He's always on the offensive left. They seem to take some shots down the field, whether it was deep to Puka or deep to Devontae. He's a really good zone coverage guy. I think he's better in man, but it just whatever it called for last night. So, yes, the young guys and the rookies and the 5 rookies on defense that were drafted first time since Bill Walsh and John McVay in '81, and it was Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks and the Super Bowl ultimately. But it's also second-year guys, third-year guys that you draft, develop, and then you got to make a call on whether or not you want to pay them when their contracts come expired. Like Talanoa, by his second year, Hufanga was an all-pro player and had that pick 6 against Matthew Stafford on Monday Night Football. He shouldn't have beat out Derwin James for that, but he did. He made all-pro that year. Third year, he kind of slid a little bit. And then when it came time, are we going to pay Talanoa Hufanga? No, we're not going to pay him. We're going to continue to. So you draft them, you develop them, and then the key thing is identify which ones do you want to give that second contract to. Because the first one, even late in the first round, is manageable money. You get into the day 2, day 3 picks. It's kind of cheap labor in the NFL. But when you identify whether or not you want that second contract, that's a financial commitment. And right now, maybe none of these guys get a second contract. You just keep drafting and you run them through. But the young guys clearly played well last night on the D-line, and Siegel played really well. And now Malik Mustafa, who was a rookie last year, how does he reintegrate back into your deep secondary?
Yeah, no question. But the good news is with all those rookies, they don't have to worry about the prospect of a second contract right this moment. And they all stepped up to help in the present in a major way last night. We got a little back-to-back for you. Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports, and then JD. And then we got some fun in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. And let's do it again. The Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and his law firm have been here for more than 25 years. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and DolanLawFirm.com is where you can go for more information about how you can rightfully be protected. Unfortunately, Chris and his team over the past year also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So with all the devices and vehicles and children, you know the drill. It's dangerous out there. We're all in a rush. It's Friday. It's a weekend coming up. Please be careful. Let's do what we can to make the Bay Area a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands if you need the help, because the award-winning California Lawyers of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm, they've secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid first. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's a Poppin' Friday here with the Gregs. Thanks for hanging out. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We got Walter. Walter did a great job on a little Papa's Playbook. So if you missed that, we'll have the YouTube video clipped and up ready for you on all of our websites and socials. But let's keep it moving as we bring in another face who knows a lot about the NFL. Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports said last night that Kyle Shanahan is very clearly the coach of the year. And I think a lot of people here in the Bay Area like to hear that and would probably agree. So he joins us on the UMA guest line. Frank, appreciate your time and your flexibility with all the moving parts here after that wild Thursday night game. How are you today?
Doing good. And yeah, what a wild game it was. I really did think, and I talked about this on our podcast, Inside Coverage, that the 49ers could be competitive, keep it close. They're a proud team, well coached, all that. I didn't expect them to win. I don't think anybody did last night. How could you expect the JV team to go in there and beat the Rams? That was really, really impressive win.
Without a doubt, and they were 8.5-point underdogs. It changed from 3.5 to 8, I think it was, when they lost. People found out that Brock wasn't going to play, and Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings on top of Kittle and everybody else, and no Ayuk and the whole thing, as you know. But do you really think he's going to win Coach of the Year? when the votes all come down. I mean, Indianapolis's coach, I think, and they almost beat the Rams, But I know what you're saying. I think he's one of the best in football to actually get the vote of the writers. Do you think that? Because he has had, great success going to Super Bowls and championship games. He's not typically a guy that gets that kind of accolades late in his career, as you know, Frank.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. Coach of the Year is a weird award. It never goes to the best coach, which is so strange. It is so strange. My favorite stat with Coach of the Year is that over the last 20 years of Mike Krzyzewski's career, he did not win ACC Basketball Coach of the Year. Like, you're telling me that over Mike Krzyzewski's last 2 decades coaching in the ACC, he was never the best coach, but that's how that award is. So yes, it's very hard to predict, but if I'm just looking at, and honestly, Kyle Shanahan's success in the past works against him, as weird as that sounds. He's been good in the past, so he doesn't come in with low expectations. But if I'm just looking at this, I'm looking at a team that once again is the most injured team in the NFL. Somehow, some way, bad injury luck hit them again. And to be 4-1 and to win that game last night was just just great job by him, by Mac Jones, obviously. I don't know. Shane Steichen's done a great job. I think Liam Cohen has done a pretty good job. He had the Jaguars up there, obviously beat the 49ers. There's going to be guys in the mix. But I'm not even against like a Sean McDermott. They're 4-0. What more do you want him to do? But when I look at the adversity the 49ers have faced, to me, it's easily Kyle. Regardless of whether he wins this award, which has a really, really weird kind of criteria for voters, Kyle Shanahan's clearly a top 5 coach. It always bugs me when you get random, and I probably shouldn't even listen to him, but you get random people talking about, is Kyle Shanahan on a hot seat? Kyle Shanahan screwed this up. The Super Bowl choke, whatever. Kyle Shanahan's a top 5 coach in the NFL, probably top 3. He's just fantastic, and I think he really, really showed that last night. He's the main reason they're 4-1, no doubt about it.
Man, Frank, we should have invited you to our 10:30 segment. That was essentially the crux of our discussion. I said, look, I get that he can be criticized. It's not perfect. Can we all cut the crap about how he's not one of the far and away elite head coaches in the NFL? Unbelievable last night. As far as the 49ers and the national perception, does this game put the Niners back on national notice, or are you more inclined to say that they're too recently removed from a Super Bowl appearance to have ever left that space?
Yeah, I think they're one of those teams that's always in that space, and last season was very weird. Just the injuries just killed them. It was that, but you come into this season, I think where most people are at, I don't know if I could talk for everybody. They probably wouldn't want me talking for them either, but for where I'm at with them is you bank the wins, you're 4-1. I do still want to see what this team looks like eventually down the road. You're going to get guys back from injury, and hopefully they're all healthy. Hopefully Ayuk is back from injury fine, and Purdy is not dealing with this all year. The one thing that kind of gives me a little bit of skepticism with the 49ers is Nick Bosa's injury. It's so hard to lose a guy who's that good and not feel it over the course of a season. Salah's done a great job. I think he's a heck of a defensive coach, and he's going to be really good in his second head coaching job. Fred Warner, one of the best linebackers in the NFL, one of the best defensive players in the NFL. But it's a bunch of young guys on that side of the ball. I don't know that they can hold up over a full season without Nick Bosa, but we'll see. So far, it hasn't been bad, even though Stafford got a bunch of yards last night. So that's just kind of where I am with the 49ers. I look at them, I say, they're 4-1. They booked all those, wins already, and that's great. But how are they going to look? I don't even know that we've really seen the 49ers this year because they never have had a full lineup really all season long. I don't know who the 49ers are. I know they're 4-1, but as far as a team goes, as far as being a Super Bowl contender, NFC West contender, anything like that, I really want to see what they look like when they get some semblance of health together.
That's why Kyle's, whether or not he wins Coach of the Year, we've made the point. And in the middle of a 21 year, he had to reinvent the team and ran Deebo Samuel as a running back a lot. But to start a year, I think he is coaching his best football to have this team in first place in the NFC West at 4-1. And I have 3 division wins already. It's unbelievable with all the personnel around the quarterback changing, the 5 eligibles. And then we get to the quarterback. We're bearing the lead here, Frank. Mac Jones. What does the world think? What did they think of Mac Jones before he became a 49er, and what do they think of him now?
I think the world thought of Mac Jones as a failure, honestly. I mean, But you go back, and he had a really good rookie year. I'm based in Colorado, and I keep in the back of my mind saying, if you look at Mac Jones' stats from his rookie year, and you look at Bo Nix' stats from his rookie year, you can't tell the difference. You just can't. Mac Jones was really, really good as a rookie, and then it just kind of fell apart for him in New England, and we're so quick to move on from quarterbacks. I mean, you got quarterbacks in their second year right now who we're already giving up on, and I mean, it's kind of crazy how we don't give anybody any patience. But you look, and how many guys around the league, this has been a theme for the last couple of years, how many guys around the league just need to get with the right coaching staff, have a couple of years under their belt, and all of a sudden the Sam Darnolds and Baker Mayfields and Geno Smiths of the world look a lot better. And you can see kind of a similar thing with Mac Jones. And look, this was, and I've probably sucked up to 49ers fans enough in this segment that I can say something again that probably won't make them happy. I was saying all off season I would not pay Brock Purdy. I just wouldn't, because I view Kyle Shanahan as the cheat code. You can give him a quarterback like Mac Jones, and he can get a 342-yard game out of him on a Thursday night. I get Purdy has been great in that offense. I mean, he knows exactly what Kyle wants. He executes it to the nth degree. He's been fantastic, but the math changes when he makes $55 million a year. It just changes your salary cap, your team. I think Kyle can take, not anybody. He couldn't do it with Trey Lance, I'll tell you that, but he can take a lot of quarterbacks and turn them into what we saw to Mac Jones last night. And I think Mac is probably going to be the next guy to get paid pretty well in the offseason. I think there's some team out there who, they like almost like the Jets did with Justin Fields this year, where you kind of strike out with everybody else and you need a starting quarterback and you say, we don't need to pay Mac Jones $40 million. But he might get a nice payday, $20 million, like Justin Fields did. I think some team is going to really be interested in Mac Jones when he's available as kind of that second wave. Hey, maybe this guy has figured it out, getting with especially a great coaching staff like the 49ers have.
Well, hey, the beauty of the Mac Jones signing, Frank, is that he signed a 2-year deal. So if he were to go somewhere else next year, we'd be maybe talking about a trade. Now, that's going to bring me back to what you mentioned as one area that's going to be really tough to not feel for the Niners moving forward. That's not having Nick Bosa. So there's been talk about, do you hunt down a Danielle Hunter, a Granderson from the Saints, a Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati? Would the 49ers, do you think it would be worth it for them to make a trade involving Mac Jones if it was to get a proven premier defensive pass rusher if they feel like they got a shot at making a deep playoff run?
It's so tough because on one hand you say yes. If Brock Purdy's going to come back, you definitely, if you can flip a Mac Jones right now midseason for a good pass rusher, yeah, that makes sense. But on the other hand, you've seen the value of Mac Jones already. There's a reason I always do this. I always talk about this when people are, especially with the Bengals, like, oh, why don't you just trade for this guy, trade for that guy? Teams value their backup quarterback. You saw it last night with San Francisco. This is why teams pay backup quarterbacks, and this is why they don't want to trade them, because there's a ton of value. Let's say Brock Purdy gets hurt again. I don't want it to happen, but let's say Brock Purdy gets hurt again and misses 3 games. Those 3 games you start Adrian Martinez for 3 games. Those 3 games could be the difference between beating the Rams, getting a home game, or maybe not making the playoffs at all. Like, I mean, it just changes so much. But I think, the 49ers have shown they're willing to be aggressive during the season with trades. They're going to explore any opportunities to make a trade, whether it's Hendrickson or whatever. I mean, but it's just, teams, I always say anybody who's available this time of year, there's some flaw to them whatsoever, or they're going to come so expensive that you might not want to pay the price. But I'm sure John Lynch is out there. He's asking around. And, yeah, if you can, let's say Trey Hendrickson. If you can land a Trey Hendrickson, you'd be thrilled about it. But he ain't coming cheap. So you got to just weigh that all. I mean, but, yes, when you lose a Nick Bosa, it's going to be almost impossible to replace him unless you really, really pay up.
Man, the Bengals are really struggling. I know they like Browning, but, man, they are rough to watch right now. After 2-0, they're 2-2, and they got the Lions on Sunday in the late window. In the early window, you mentioned that you're based in Colorado. Denver at 2-2 is going to the Link to deal with the 4-0. They're the lone unbeaten, right? The Philadelphia Eagles. I've watched a lot of the Broncos this year, and we got, Bo Nix had the jump ball right at the end of the first half against Tennessee to Cortland Sutton to kind of save that game, but they were kind of in neutral. The leverage, field goal situation at Indianapolis, the Charger game, you wound up losing that you controlled most of it, and then you took advantage of the the Bengals on Monday night. So where's Bo Nix now in his sophomore year, and where's Denver right now at 2-2, and they got to go to Philadelphia this weekend? Wow.
Yeah, I think with Bo, you heard all summer out here, the excitement for Bo Nix was just ridiculous at some point. It's like, oh, the sophomore leap, he looks so much better, and it just hasn't happened. He's got to play better, period. He cannot play at this level, and the Broncos hope to win a division title, which I think they're capable of. I think the defense is capable of it, offensive line, skill positions. It all comes down to, does Bo Nix play like he did in September? Or his September was rookie year, too. Don't forget, he got off to a really slow start last year. Or does he play like the guy we saw the last 3 months of his rookie year? Because if he plays at that level, the Broncos can be a playoff team again, for sure. If they can compete with the Chargers and Chiefs in the AFC West, it's all on him. He's just got to get better. He has not been good enough. Now, we saw signs of it Monday night. I don't know how you count that against the Bengals, because the Bengals look like a team that knows they're not competing the rest of the season, so what's the point? But overall, I think the Broncos are going to be a good team. They bring a lot to the table. If you look at it this way, if they lost 2 games, they lost at the Colts with no time remaining on the clock. They lost at the Chargers with no time remaining on the clock. Those are 2 playoff teams that it could have beat. And we're having a totally different conversation if they win even one of those games. We're talking about, hey, is this a team in the AFC West? But they're kind of flying under the radar because of the 2 losses. I think they can compete with the Eagles on Sunday. I really do. The Eagles are such a weird team. They're 4-0. 3 of their wins are quality wins. Mm-hmm. They got a talented roster, but they have looked terrible for at least a quarter of each game, and sometimes a half in each game. The Rams dominated them for more than a half in that game. The Eagles just seem to be skating by, doing enough to get the wins. And 4-0 is a great place to be, so I don't want to criticize them too much. But when are they going to play their A game for 4 quarters? It certainly has not happened yet. So if that happens again, I got the Broncos a chance to be at least an upset alert in the 4th quarter. I mean, you can't sleepwalk past everybody and keep winning. Maybe, I don't know, the Eagles keep doing it, but I think low key that's the best game of the week. It's not a great Week 5 slate, but I think Denver Philly is the best game.
Well, wrapping up here with Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports, the game that we're going to be focused on heavily is the Seahawks in Seattle taking on the Bucs, who are going to be facing the Niners the following Sunday. You think a banged-up Buccaneers team can go in there and give it to Seattle?
I don't, but this Buccaneers team is really good. I really like them. I know they're out without Bucky Irving, but they got 2 good running backs behind him, so I don't think that's a huge loss for them. The offensive line issues worry me, especially against a Seattle defense that looks a lot better. Seattle's the one team who, I guess the Broncos too, but Seattle was the one team early in the season who I was like, people aren't giving them enough credit. You guys watched that 49ers game close. It was a bad game for their offense, for no doubt. Darnold didn't look good. Nobody but JSN showed up in their receiving core. But after that, even in that game, the defense was really good. I think the defense has been good. Mike McDonald's a good defensive coach. The offense has come alive. I think Seattle's a really good football team. I think that, just because the Rams had a really, really bad loss last night, they're going to be in the race all year. The 49ers are going to be in the race all year. And I think Seattle's going to be in the race all year. That's a really good division. I like Seattle a lot. I think they're a good football team. But I think the same about the Buccaneers. I just think that's another good football game. You go from early window with the Broncos, Eagles, that's a really good game. Another low-key good game is Buccaneers-Seattle. I don't think the Buccaneers win at Seattle. Tough place to play against a good team. You're flying as far as you will for a non-international game on the NFL schedule. But, I think it's going to be close. I think the Buccaneers can be in it, and they've found ways to win. Baker's got the clutch gene, I guess, so it should be a good game. But, yes, ultimately I think Seattle wins, and I think Seattle's going to be a thorn in the 49ers side all year. They're not going anywhere.
No, I'm with you. I would pick Seattle as well, and I expect them to both be 4-1 after the weekend. But that win up in Seattle week 1 is looking better and better for the 49ers. And it was a big one last night, too. So, Frank, appreciate you coming by. I know you covered Mike Shanahan, so great to get your thoughts on Kyle Shanahan. And this was a lot of fun. We'll definitely connect at some point during the rest of the season.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Frank.
Frank Schwab.
Schwabby, my boy.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports. You can check him out on X. You can check him out online. And you can check him out on The Sports Leader, as we'll podcast that interview later. From one guest to the next, JD joins us when we come back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It turns out that Thursday Night Football can be amazing. How about that? The 49ers taking down the Rams at SoFi in overtime. All the injuries, all the adversity, and here they are at 4-1. So we're going to be all Niners all day here on The Sports Leader, and we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627. Give me your MVP.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is it the UMA guest line or is it just our guy? Basically a third host at this point. John Dickinson joining us after being on 49ers pre and post game. Saw it all to break down the action in what was a shocking result. 49ers win it 26-23 over the Rams in overtime. JD, I got so many topics I want to revisit that we touched on during all of our shows in August, like saying 3-2 would be a great start, getting a couple division wins would be a great start, and here we are with all the injuries we couldn't have accounted for at 4-1. So let me just ask you this. It was our activity from our reaction Monday after week 1 in Seattle. The game balls, I'm going to allow you to have 2 game balls. You can go both to one side of the ball. You could include the coaching staff. I'm going to leave it very open-ended, but your 2 game balls from last night's thriller.
I have to give one to Mac Jones just for being a stud in terms of the toughness and durability, and he came out, he was dialed. I mean, he was dialed, and him and Kyle Shanahan were dialed and on the same page with the game plan. And my concern coming into the game, and this will lead to my second game ball, wasn't so much about Mac. Like, I think we've seen Mac perform well with the 49ers, obviously going back to the game against New Orleans. He was really pressured in the game against Arizona in the home opener, and it looks a little bit different when he's got to try to move around a little bit. He's just not mobile. But I didn't question whether Mac can be a quality quarterback. The question I had for last night was, who's he going to throw the ball to? And how are they going to be able to scheme it up? And I think everybody expected there was going to be a lot of Christian McCaffrey to be able to try and not only get McCaffrey going, but use McCaffrey to get others going. So Mac gets game ball number 1 for me, and I feel bad that I'm not going to be able to give one to Alfred Collins for the 2 huge plays that he made, but I have to give it to Kendrick Bourne. I mean, he had the 1 drop in 11 targets, but he had 10 catches for 142 yards, and him and Mac were just dialed last night. I mean, the connection, obviously, from going back to the time with the Patriots, and I mean, Bourne, I thought the difference in the 49ers being able to maybe eke out a win versus actually win, or versus just staying close was, the fact that they weren't going to have Ricky Pearsall and obviously Juwan Jennings. So the job that Bourne did working in conjunction with Mac Jones, to me, that was the game. And for the 49ers to come out and just be so locked in and sharp offensively to build that 14-0 lead, I thought that was the game. And maybe they could have gone up 21-0 if he goes 11 for 11 in terms of the targets and doesn't have the drops, and maybe it doesn't go to overtime or turn into a chaos junkie game, Pop. The 49ers are chaos junkies. They love it. These games all turn into chaos, and they find ways, even when other things aren't going well, to win enough big moments. And, they've done it in Seattle and New Orleans, find a way to win that home game. They almost did it against Jacksonville as poorly as they played. That would have been, I think, the all-timer. But what a hell of a win. I think that's a top 5, at minimum, regular season win for Kyle Shanahan in his tenure going back to 2017.
Well, I'm with you. I mean, we'd have to rank them. The one in New Orleans on the 4th and 2
yes.
to George Kittle was epic, would be right there. But there are another, obviously, the Jacob Hollister, 4th and the goal line stand against
those are the other 2
Tech and
for
Hollister.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we got a few. Mayoko called it the most improbable to be 8.5 point underdogs, and Kyle actually mentioned it to Mac Jones. Is like Mac didn't know what he was talking about, but let's go. The deal with Mac is he gets the ball out. He runs the offense. His ball placement, half a body, is surgical, but he's not an athlete. The line does give it up every now and then, and they went at him hard right to start the second half, and he just takes body blows after body blows after body blows. It's like George Foreman in the rope-a-dope and Muhammad Ali. How does he stand 12, 15 rounds? I wanted to see right away, because when we saw him at the end of the Arizona game, the last game that he played, he couldn't execute an outside zone without falling down. He couldn't get in the huddle. But then he comes out last night. He puts the football pants over the brace so you don't really know it's there. And he executes everything, under center, all the keep game, the boot game, the movement stuff. And then the body blows started to just, I mean, they just tagged him. Whether or not they sacked him, they only got him once, JD. They hit him whenever they could. They wanted to pummel him, and they did. And, it's the knee, and then I think it's the brace on the knee digging into his calf, and then it's his forearm, and then it's his ribs, and he's eating bananas on the sideline because he's cramping up. I mean, how much – you've watched a lot of football, and some guys can just take the punishment, and Jimmy was tough. Jimmy would stand in there and deliver and then take the hit. But this guy is surgical. But how many body blows can he withstand? There were 3 or 4 times last night where I thought, he ain't coming back in the game. Kyle thought Martinez was in for one play, and it was actually, Mac the Knife, Mac the Ripper getting in there. I mean, ultimately, he can't get hit like this every game and sustain, correct? Or is he just built differently? How does this guy keep getting up and going back in the huddle?
Well, I think it's sheer toughness, number one. I mean, some guys just are built differently. I don't think anybody can withstand the pounding that he's had to this point and to have it continue. And teams are going to continue to try and come after him. But I think it's just toughness. It's some guys just have that ability, and it's type of injury too. Some guys have a higher pain threshold than others, and an ability to function and focus through it, to kind of block it out. And so I think Mac has that ability, and he's just having fun. I mean, that's been the thing that stood out to me, even going back to just him joining the team in the offseason and training camp. You can see and feel, I think, just how well-liked he is, whether he's going to be the backup or somebody that's going to have to step in as the backup, as he's done here in 3 of these first 5 games. And there's just a belief. It does remind me a little bit of Garoppolo in terms of just how likable he is, in terms of just being one of the guys and having fun and letting it rip. And I think toughness is a big part of that. When you're a guy that your teammates, Pop, know will just take it and get up and keep fighting, because everybody on an NFL team is dealing with something, some guys more than others. I mean, you look at all the guys that the 49ers have out, to begin with, and it's just a respectable, commendable thing. I mean, you become one of the guys when you get up and take the pounding that he's been able to take, and also just have such a fun-loving, easygoing, I don't really want to talk about it, it's part of the game. I'm going to wear my suit, and I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to talk about eating bananas, and all that. Like, he just has a real refreshing, lighthearted, one of the fellas type personality, which I think plays with Kyle Shanahan. I think it plays exceptionally well with the rest of this 49ers locker room, with the guys who have been around, that have gone to the couple of Super Bowls, or at least one of the Super Bowls, and also with the young group that they're trying to bring in at so many different positions in an attempt to revamp this thing and push forward and not rebuild, but retool in terms of a lot of younger players who made an impact. And there were so many younger guys that made an impact last night.
Talking to John Dickinson, our Swiss Army knife here at The Sports Leader. As Papa was holding up the Mac Jones suit, I tried to show up today wearing something that was one color on one side, one color on the other. Didn't have anything in the closet, so that's on me. That's my bad. JD, you know what our favorite topic was over the summer? It's a really good day when the special teams play well and you don't have to analyze it until the last hour of the show, when I'm willingly bringing it up. Just night and day special teams performance in terms of the blocked extra point, some late punt coverage. Yeah, the kickoffs that Josh McCarty had on the knuckleball presented a bit of a problem. It wasn't perfect. Obviously, Eddie Pinheiro solved the big issue going into the season. But what did you just see out of the special teams that looked like a very different unit than what we've seen for the first month of the season here?
Well, to me, it starts with the confidence that Kyle has in Eddie Pinheiro. I mean, he's been money, and I was stunned that they kicked the 59-yard field goal with just under 3 minutes to go there to take the 23-20 lead, because if you miss it And I know there's been all of the discussion about the length that Pinheiro can get with the different balls now, and it's helping everybody, and he's been very open in discussing that. But Eddie Pinheiro is not somebody that you look at as make a 59-yarder, even at SoFi, where it's relatively calm, although that is an open-air stadium on the end zones there. There can be a little bit of a breeze that can get in there. But 59 is just not, and the risk reward of going for that kick, and if he misses it, and where the Rams are going to get the ball to be able to go down and bleed the clock out and win the game in regulation 23-20. If you miss it, you're probably losing that game 23-20, but Kyle has the confidence in him to say, hey, go get it. And I think, you talk about another one of these lighthearted, likable personalities. Being a kicker in an NFL locker room is a hell of a lot different than being a quarterback in an NFL locker room. But Pinheiro has come in and just done the job and been likable and confident. I mean, so much I think of being a successful kicker is confidence. And I think to the rest of it, it's sort of what that the perception of Kyle Shanahan on special teams is, right? Don't screw the game up and make your kicks, especially make the kicks that are inside of 50 and inside of 40. But for Pinheiro to kick the 59-yarder, that was just spectacular. I don't know how often or in what other stadiums Kyle would do that, especially in that situation. Maybe he was feeling a little bit like nothing to lose because of the way that they hung in the game. I don't think that was it, but it was just an impressive, I think a gutsy call by Kyle to kick the field goal in that situation. But Eddie Pinheiro made it look like a great call.
Well, he was obviously told that he could make that. I kind of thought he was Robbie Gould 2.0, where if he got to the 35-yard line, you try it, and the length of the distance would be about 53. He has a career-long 56-yarder before last night, but that one from 59 last night would have made it by 60-plus. I mean, that went well past the uprights and was quite a blast, the crossbar there. So really impressive. He's not missed, 11 for 11. Jed York waited for him in the tunnel. It took him a while to get off the field after the interviews and the chapel, the kneel-down prayer after. But he's a character, but he has been good. I'd like to see more depth on kickoffs, frankly. If he get in a 59-yard field goal, he's got to get the ball in the air beyond the 15-yard line. That is not good. But just your thoughts, and we got, it's a weekend off. We're getting reports about Brock, multiple weeks. And Mac just, I don't know what body part is worse right now. He's just head to toe, but that guy is indestructible. When Brock's healthy, Brock will be the quarterback. Let's not make that's just not happening. But will Brock be healthy? Will Mac be healthier? I mean, back and forth we go, it seems. Who's the most available to play will play. You have any feeling we got, a full week and they're not going to fly to Florida until next week right around this time. But you think Brock gets over the toe to be, and Todd Bowles' defense, that was his first ever start in the NFL, and they blitzed the living hell out of him. And you know what Bowles does. Yep. Maybe he'll back off Brock more than a veteran, but he's going to bring heat some way or another, and the quarterback's going to get hit again in Florida, so you don't want to go through this. But just your thoughts on the health of Brock and Mac a week and a couple of days away, JD.
Well, I think at this point there isn't a quarterback controversy because Mac is, I think, going into last night, the healthier of the two quarterbacks. I thought Brock was the healthier of the two quarterbacks going into Jacksonville. He was getting ready to come back and play. I know there's been a lot of this, did the 49ers do Brock a disservice by putting him out there against Jacksonville, and was it too soon? And obviously, hindsight being 20/20, maybe you can look back after the fact and say that. But he was the healthier, and from what I understand, of the two going into the game against Jacksonville. Mac needed some time coming off of the knee in the Arizona game to get that healed, but it flipped. Brock goes and he plays and not well in the Jacksonville game, re-aggravates what was going on there with the toe or whatever. And I think once you get to Monday, it becomes a very long week for Brock. I know there was the thought that maybe if the game had been Sunday, Brock could have been able to grit through it. But I just don't think there's a controversy and the guy who is the healthiest of the two. Obviously, if that becomes Brock, then Brock's the starter. Brock plays, but right now I think, and we'll have to see how Mac, came out of this game. But I think the extra days certainly will help both guys. But I think you roll at this point with Mac until you can get Brock healthier, especially if now it's more of a week-to-week thing as opposed to a day-to-day thing. And I think you just kind of manage it that way because that Mac Jones is capable enough. And look, there may come a time where Mac Jones is the less healthy of the two, or he can't continue to take the pounding that he's been able to withstand to this point. And then that needs to work in conjunction with, hopefully Brock Purdy's ability to heal and come back. The thing with the toe, though, Pop, and I just don't see the toe issue getting better or being fully healed. It'll get better. I shouldn't say that. It'll get better with rest. But I feel like every time he goes out and plays, it's just going to be one of those things that he's going to have to continue to deal with, and it's going to get worse until the off season. Like, that's kind of my sense on that. So you can pick a point and try to take as much time as you can to get Brock to a point where you don't think he's going to have to be in and out. But I just don't think this thing with Brock is going to be something that's going to fully heal until the offseason. So you may find yourself, if you're Kyle Shanahan and the medical staff and everybody, I don't want to say having to go back and forth, but I think it's kind of a week to week based on who the healthier and more productive of the two quarterbacks are because of their health. Because Brock was not, I think, healthy enough as it played out on Sunday to be productive enough, clearly.
Yeah, and the 49ers as a whole had a really rough game in their one loss of the year, but 4-1 start with all the circumstances they have faced is incredible. And I think the two and us having all those shows together back in August, if you told us all of those circumstances and I laid them out at the beginning of the show, there is no chance in hell we would have said 4-1 going into the long week here. So, JD, speaking of long weekends, go enjoy it. You are awesome. You are always ready to go. I'm heading to North Beach tonight, and so we need to talk Warriors at the Cantina at some point before we get Dubs basketball in full go.
Maybe I'll meet you there. Off the plane tonight. We'll have a burrito and a margarita, and we'll talk Warriors rotation. It's nice to finally
Sunday,
actually be able
JD?
to talk about the basketball.
We got a preseason game Sunday night against the LeBron-less Lakers.
I'm going to do everything I can to watch as much football as I can. I love these Sundays where I'm not at a game to be able to watch all the games, and I get the multi-screens going, Pop, like you do. So I'm really looking forward to Sunday, and there's another 6:30 a.m. I love the 6:30 a.m. I'm a sicko. We're all sickos on this show.
We're all sickos. Vikings held over there now.
We're all sickos.
Yeah, but the Buffalo Bills are playing up against the Warriors.
6:30.
I agree
I
with
love
you.
the
6:30 in the morning till 8:30 at night. I'm with you on a Sunday.
I absolutely love it. So I'm probably going to break off when the afternoon games are done and head over to Chase and get a fill of the Warriors and then watch the Sunday night game back after the
Bills
fact.
Patriots. Bills Patriots. JD. Don't sleep out.
That does. I know it's your Bills.
Yeah,
that one doesn't. The Bills Patriots doesn't do it. It doesn't quite do it.
They're not blowing people out. They barely beat New Orleans. They barely beat Miami. This is a division game. And when we were talking to Schwabi, my boy, obviously Philadelphia's 4-0, and I was searching for the other team. It's the Buffalo Bills. How did I forget about that? Yeah. Methotrexidone.
I'm
on the wrong
it, but
X
it is.
right now. I'm on the wrong X. I'm on methotrexidone. Damn stuff, killing me. How did I remember my Bills? Killing me.
Yeah, I was going to jump in
Lamar's
with it,
not
and I was like,
this
you know
week.
what? It's okay. I'm just gonna let this one ride out. Yeah, no Lamar
Lamar's
Jackson.
not
That's not
playing
official.
this week.
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson's out.
And,
this
and
week,
how about that?
No doubt.
Either the Texans or the Ravens are going to be 1-4. One of those teams are going to be 1-4, unless we have a tie. Of course, we have everything. We might have had a tie last night. We've had a tie last week, but yeah, could be 1-4.
JD, we appreciate you, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Come home, brother.
Yeah. Get your ass home. Let's get some burritos and margaritas and talk some Warriors. And it is the segment of Three Sickos. There's no question about it.
You're going to North Beach for burritos? You're not going to have Italian when you go to North Beach?
Well, you do both. You gotta. That's why you don't eat all day during the show. Just do a little Phil's coffee like I got here. Get a little Tony's pizza and get a little burrito all at the same time, and then it's all cured for everything. JD gave out a couple of game balls, and that's going to actually lead into our short Silver Linings playlist, which we'll do next. Then play some sounds of post-game last night. Then talk a little general NFL and get ready to hand it over to Dirty Work after they had a day off yesterday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It turns out that Thursday Night Football can be amazing. How about that? The 49ers taking down the Rams at SoFi in overtime. All the injuries, all the adversity, and here they are at 4-1. So we're going to be all Niners all day here on the Sports Leader, and we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627. Give me your MVP.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Mac Jones is in the shotgun. He's got McCaffrey off to his left. He takes the snap. He drops back. He looks, he throws. Middle, Kendrick Bourne. He squeezes it. Kendrick Bourne breaks a tackle. He's inside the 40 to 30. Kendrick Bourne cuts it back at the 20 and gets tripped up inside the 20-yard line. Well, Kendrick Bourne, you knew he would come back with a vengeance after 3 drops last week and a huge play after the penalty. It was 1st and 20, and now the Niners have a first down in the Toyota red zone.
And attacking the middle of the field, and I love the play concept. Just an in-cut drag route across the middle of the field. And Kyle Juszczyk in perfect position to run interference on their linebacker, Nate Landman, and then a nice stiff arm from KB, and they are down in the red zone.
Look, I know as far as Silver Linings Playlist, sometimes I can go obscure. I can throw it back decades, but we're just going to go with the most played song of 2024, Kendrick in L.A. Kendrick Bourne, that is, 10 catches, 142 yards, just the 1 drop. But other than that, he was Mac Jones' favorite target, the old buddies from New England. I got to raise my hand. Kendrick Bourne outplaying Puka Nacua. Didn't have it on the bingo card. This is why I love the NFL. And JD handed out his game balls, one to Mac Jones and the other one to Kendrick Bourne. So, yeah, I got to go a little Kendrick Lamar and a little bit of a trolling of LA. 26-23, your final in overtime. And Kendrick freaking Bourne was the engine of this offense.
And was Kendrick Lamar there last night in the flesh? I think he was. Did you know that when you picked this song?
I did not.
DJ Mustard was also there.
I did know that. I saw Kyle Shanahan and DJ Mustard take a picture together.
It's classic. And Kendrick Lamar, stay humble. He was there as well. So, great call by Guy. Did a tremendous job on that call. And that, to me, was the whole drive starter on that opening drive. You had 1st and 20, you're behind the sticks, you called for a hold, and on first down right away, you heard Tim call it on the in-cut. And Kyle Juszczyk ran a little interference, and then he just sped right down the sideline. What did he get, 35 yards on that play? And then you were wondering, I should have thought more out to play Demarcus Robinson or Born to Be Alive, because he's just so dirty over the middle of the field. I love the play on the 2nd and 10 when he took it and tried to run that same angle and turn the corner. They wouldn't let him, but then he spun off of it, and he fought like Jawan Jennings did a couple of times, once at Seattle and home against Seattle, where it was typical 3rd and Jawan, and he caught it short of the yard to gain, but he picked up like 3 or 4 more. It's like, wow, first down. How did he do that? So that was the full Kendrick Bourne experience last night. And we did get a Larry Krueger retraction. We were talking earlier about I love Larry, and hopefully I'll be able to be with you this week on Monday. I got to go back to UCSF for Cycle B. But it was Larry, when we had him on Monday, just flat out saying that why is he even on the team? And Larry did say, I owe Kendrick Bourne a major apology. I said he was washed and should retire. Then he goes off last night and helps lead the 49ers to victory. Kendrick, you are all caps. What is it, a tweet from the Oval Office? Definitely not washed up was the line, all caps. I may need to bring back my closing line that I used for you years to end my show on KNBR. LK, often wrong, seldom in doubt. So anyway, but it was Kendrick Lamar, Kendrick Bourne were in the house last night, and he's just all those in-cuts. I should have thought it out. We talked about the Rams and how do you do it. Kittle over the middle. Kittle's not playing, so you use Jake Tunges on the Hollywood play. You know, the Debo digs were such a big part of the offense, the Ayuk slants. The ex-wide receiver was Demarcus Robinson. I guess the Debo digs went to Kendrick Lamar Bourne last night, and just all those in-cuts, that dirty area over the field where he gets matched up with a linebacker and has to race through his zone and turn it out. But what a play and what a game for our guy KB. I love Kendrick Bourne.
No question. I didn't expect him to have that kind of a bounce-back performance. I knew he was going to be somewhat productive because, frankly, he had to be, and Mac Jones has that chemistry with him. Mac Jones really liked Jawan Jennings down in New Orleans. He's out. Ricky Pearsall has been incredibly reliable through the first 4 weeks. He was out. Christian McCaffrey, of course, you knew was going to get a lot of touches, but, you got to throw the ball elsewhere, and Jake Tonjes was getting a nice involvement, as you outlined in Papa's playbook, taking the George Kittle role on some of those plays that they designed for him. So running game still hasn't popped yet. They haven't had the big one and the big gains, but between Christian McCaffrey, between a little bit of Demarcus Robinson, some Jake Tonjes, and 10 times for 142 yards. I like to take pretty detailed notes throughout the game, and it actually helps because when Walter's like, hey, when did this play happen when we're throwing together Papa's playbook, usually it's pretty easy to go and find. I had a lot of times written, Kendrick Bourne catch for a first down. Kendrick Bourne over the middle, first down, 11 yards. He caught a lot of passes to extend drives, and coming in with that highlight right there with the catch and run for 35. The 49ers overcame some penalties on that opening drive. It was a 72-yard drive to get into the end zone, and Mac Jones was 5 for 5 with 77 yards because they got backed up a couple of different times. So Mac Jones, incredible game, gutsy game, ultimate display of toughness, but Kendrick Bourne was that trusted target of his that kept that operation going through and through. So that's what we have for a little Silver Linings playlist. Kendrick Lamar Bourne. Got to give my hat off to you and give you a game ball, as JD did as well. We got some sounds coming up. You want to hear from Fred Warner. You want to hear from Kyle Shanahan. You're going to get to do that. And also, we have the truth behind Mac Jones and the bananas. How many did he actually eat? Well, we'll tell you that when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for spending your Friday with us. It's Papa and Silver. We'll get it over to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. We got some sounds to throw your way. The best of postgame last night after the 49ers pull it off in overtime. 26-23 over the LA Rams. Let's start with your head coach, Kyle Shanahan. He said earlier today on the teleconference call, this was one of the more memorable wins. It was special. He will remember it for a long time. And last night, he was highly complimentary of his veterans and the rookies who stepped up. But he did have one little jab to throw, one jab of fun at Mr. Eddie Pinheiro. 4 for 4, including a 59-yarder, the second longest kick in franchise history. Immediately I said, didn't David Akers hit one off the crossbar that bounced in at Lambeau Field? That's true, a 63-yarder back in 2012. But that's neither here nor there. Here's Kyle Shanahan saying he would have been mad at Eddie Pinheiro for talking too much. But in the end, the results are the results.
I have no idea. I couldn't believe it. It took him like 20 minutes to get in there. I don't know if he was doing interviews or what, but we would have been mad at him, but he was 4 for 4, so it was all good. Maybe he was talking, I don't know how to not cuss, like he did 2 weeks ago. I don't know. We'll find out.
Who knew that Eddie Pinheiro had a little bit of S-talking in him, a little bit of a smack talker? You know, he was hyped about beating the Cardinals and said, Coach, it's a division rival. And Kyle's like, fair point. I'll take the 3-0 start. Eddie Pinheiro, though, it wasn't always the easiest. A 59-yarder and then the friendly kind of doinkage in overtime. But we're not talking double doink. We're not talking a single doink off the cross or off the upright and out. We're talking doink just enough inside to sneak it through. And those were the 3 winning points right there.
No, he just shaved it a little bit. It was obviously going to go through. So he's 11 for 11 on field goals. I do remember Jake Moody getting off to a 16 for 16 start, and he did make a long one at SoFi last year. I think it was a 57-yarder for Jake, but you could just hear it in Kyle's voice. He never joked around with Jake Moody like that. I mean, it was just, Jake was a draft pick, number 99 overall. He had a mountain of pressure to replace Robbie Gould, and he had some big kicks, but people remember all the ones he missed. So I just didn't know Eddie could make a 59-yard field goal. That changes my perception on everything. Can he make one at Levi's? SoFi, a dome stadium, it is open on the ends. Which way were the Santa Ana winds blowing? I wasn't there last night. I don't know. But, Levi's is different. Tampa Bay last year, that's where they're going next. Remember, that was the return game for Jake Moody. And he missed kick after kick after kick, and then he finally made the game winner, but he got into it with Debo, and Debo got into it with Tabor Pepper, and on and on. It's just, you can just tell. When Kyle kids you, he likes you. If he doesn't mention you, he's still trying to figure you out. So for him to come in and take a shot at the new kicker means he likes the guy. And he is 11 for 11, and Eddie's just that guy. He's got a different demeanor than Jake. Jake was a moody kicker as far as making it, but Jake's mood was pretty consistent. He was a serious dude.
Yeah.
He had a lot of pressure on him. So I do wonder about Joshua Carty and what they do with the former Stanford kicker. By the way, Tyler Tim from Cal, as I'm wearing a Cal shirt. And Ron Rivera was on the postgame show on KTVU last night. Tyler, thank you. He wrote the most beautiful note to me that I'm not going to cry on the air. It's so beautiful. I don't even know Tyler from Cal, the communication. And
I was just on a call with him yesterday.
I got to bring some to you and your dad. This is just one. He sent me like 12, all different colors and shapes and sizes. They're beautiful. I just need a hat to go with it. So I'll be rooting for Cal against the Dukies on Sunday night, 7:30, and then 22 hours later in Western New York, my Bills will kick off against the New England Patriots. So in any event, thank you to Tyler Tim. That was a beautiful gesture on your part and a beautiful handwritten, heartfelt note you wrote me, brother, and that almost brought me to tears. But everything does these days.
I'm going to go see him tomorrow. That's incredible. I had no idea he was doing that. But, yeah, I started communicating with Tyler a couple of weeks ago, and we're cooking up something in the works, which you might find out about a little bit later today. But Tyler is awesome,
incredible.
Man.
And John Feely, my friend, you did make me cry. That was, wow. What a note. It wasn't handwritten, it was typewritten, but he went on and on. Just thank you to John, and thank you to Tyler Tim.
As far as Eddie Pinheiro, I'm joking last night, half joking. a big part of holding on to Jake Moody was you drafted him high, you want to develop him, he had a big leg, and you weren't sure if someone like an Eddie Pinheiro could make it from 59. So he goes out there, and granted, he'd never done that before. His previous career long was 56, but it happens, and I'm thinking he could have done this the whole time. Where was the change happening? After that first missed extra point in New Orleans, Eddie Pinheiro has been nothing short of perfect, and he's done it in the clutch. He's done ordinary kicks, so congratulations to Eddie Dinero. Let's keep it moving here with Fred Warner. Referenced this one a little bit earlier. Said with the rookies and the way they contributed there in the fourth quarter and overtime, John Lynch is one man in particular that had to be feeling pretty celebratory.
Yeah, I know John Lynch probably going to celebrate on that plane tonight. Oh, man, yeah, Alfred Collins, unbelievable play on the 1 yard line to punch the ball out and give our team a chance to keep going. It was unbelievable. And you spoke about how, our young guys really coming and playing big for us these last few, all these games so far. And, they're just getting started.
Look, the defense and Robert Saleh and that whole game plan, that was tremendous last night. Matthew Stafford is incredible. Puka Nacua still got 10 catches, but you held him to 85 yards. Devontae Adams is another one you got to worry about. Kyron Williams is another one who's capable of killing you in the passing game too. And then you had guys like an Alfred Collins who had a little bit of a later start to getting up to speed here. He contributes. We mentioned Chase Lucas in the preseason he had. Nick Martin, we'll wait and see. Mykel Williams has had to step up in a major way, baptism by fire, now that Nick Bosa's out. So when you lose a guy like Nick Bosa, essentially everybody, veterans and the youngsters, have to pick it up a notch, and boy, did they ever. Some bending, wasn't always perfect, but making big-time plays over and over. Yeah, John Lynch, you can wear that victory last night, no question about it.
Man, I just want to hear the stories about the plane ride home. And John can celebrate, but Kyle, especially when there's no game the next week and you get a mini bye on the way home and you just shoved it up Sean McVay's A-gap, I can only imagine how many libations Kyle had, and you can always tell when he's having fun when he jumps on the captain's microphone and starts calling plays on the way home. No, he'll tell the team that they got the day off tomorrow, no come in, and all of that. So it's some epic flights after amazing road wins. The one in Green Bay in the snow on the block punt by Jordan Willis and Talanoa Hufanga, and beating the Rams at the end of that year to make the playoffs, and all of them. But for regular season, that certainly is the top fivers we were talking about earlier. But John will celebrate in Upton Stout and Marcus Siegel and Mykel and Alfred Collins for the drafted defensive players. But it was Kyle that I want to hear the stories about after a road win like that, when you got the weekend off on a mini bye. I'm sure those stories are epic.
Well, I'm going to put it on Matt Mayoko after he does his next game preview interview to then make a Marucci's delivery to your place so that he can fill you in on all the Kyle Shanahan stories. Couple of more cuts here, both from Mac Jones. And I didn't send the rundown until a little bit before the show because I wanted to come in and listen to a lot of the post-game sound. This one really caught my ear, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. So Mac Jones talking about the Rams defense and what it was like to face him. He says the Rams defense is the best in the NFL. Check this out.
I don't know. I'll have to watch the tape. It was definitely the biggest challenge, considering, I thought they were the best defense in the NFL, and they are. They're really good, and our defense is really good too. So when you know that as a quarterback, you have confidence to go out there and trust it, and the offensive line did great. I gave up one sack at the end, but I don't think they hit me that much, or they didn't get any sacks. So that's what it's all about, and I really appreciate those guys.
Look at him being humble there. I don't think they hit me that much.
They didn't hit him that much? Really? Okay. Second half they did. First half they did not. Second half they pummeled him.
Yeah. By the way, to be fair, if I had to play that game and deal with Byron Young, Kobe Turner, and Jared Verse for an entire 5 quarters, I probably would be saying the same thing too after the way I got pummeled there. So, yeah, Mac, they didn't hit me that much. Dude, you were taking a pounding there. It was unbelievable. What do you
Trent
think about
gave up 3 pressures, 2 hits in 1 hurry. Connor Colby gave up a sack, 2 hits, 1 hurry. Jake gave up a hit in 1 hurry. Dominic Pooney allowed some hurries, 3 hurries allowed. Colton, 1 sack, 2 hits, one hurry. How many hits is that? They got a lot of hits on the quarterback, and they knew just to hit him. I mean, I could hear Al. The quarterback has to go down, and they has to go down hard. They just took body shots at him. They knew they weren't going to get there. Some of them were borderline, body weight shots. Byron Young, when he ran the hoop on Colton, looked like he drove him into the ground. They were trying to knock him out of the game. There's no doubt. They were, and that's football. The quarterback, and he's releasing it late. Although Mack is getting the ball through out of his hand quicker and quicker and quicker. And he got it out quicker, the quickest of the 3 games that he started last night compared to the other ones. But in any event, New Orleans, Arizona, in this one, Mack's just, on top of everything. Guy plays the position the way you want it played. Boom, boom, boom. Half a body, outside hand, never misses target, surgical. Ball goes to the right spot. He takes a licking and keeps on ticking. He just gets pummeled. And he goes back to the huddle. He's limping. He goes over the sideline. I want to hear how many bananas he ate. And then after the game is over, Kaylee Hartung, how your body? I'm fine. Nothing happened. I'm good. After I didn't get hit at all in the game. I'm good. Like, bro, we watched the game. You got pummeled from start, but he never throws anybody under the bus. He can't run like Lamar or Josh Allen, but who the hell can? What weakness does this guy have as a quarterback? He does not have athleticism to run away from these guys, so don't try not to get him hit or move the pocket, and they do a lot of this, but that's the ultimate undoing is the athleticism. But, Dan Fouts played a long time in the NFL and wasn't a great athlete. And he was, Dan's listening. But he was a pocket quarterback. It's just different. So outside of that, he's like Brock. He's perfect for Kyle. And Mac may talk back more. I don't know. Mick Lombardi's, in there, and Mick's he's really aggressive now. I love the relationship with Mac going back to New England. But he doesn't, after the game, it's like, I'm fine. They didn't hit me at all. I'm good. I'm going back in the game. I mean, he's perfect. That's the mentality that you want from every player on the team. But when your quarterback is one of the toughest players on your team, it sets a tone. There's no doubt. I mean, the tone is set in so many regards. We were talking about Puka Nacua is their tone setter there, and Debo used to be the Niners. I mean, Mac Jones, you just can't knock the guy out of the game. They're trying, and they'll get him out a couple of times, but in the middle of the game, he's not leaving the game. The adrenaline rush is just there. He is something.
Do you agree with him that the Rams are the best defense in the NFL?
I don't know. There are a lot of good ones. I mean, the linebacker level we talked about, I think there were some holes in their secondary. Their front is good. They're tough to run on, but the Niners found a way. And I found it interesting that Jared Verse was slanting inside so far on Trent. Trent did a good job in the first half just being Trent. He was kind of like Andrew Whitworth, the old man. Whitworth would hold you every play. I remember when Nick was playing, when Nick was a rookie and Whitworth was the end of his career, still good, but Whitworth would just hold him. He'd just grab him and hold him and hug him, and Nick was, I can't get off this old man, a little bit last night. And Verse, when he came to, when the Niners went to SoFi last year, I remember Trent had a good game. Trent's just a veteran, where he's just going to grab you and hold you with that back away, let you go. But I got old man strength. You got young man strength. But then Verse later in the game decided to jump way inside on Trent, not run the hoop against him, but try to beat him inside. Then they moved him around, a little like they do with Micah, and put him over the A-gap. So Trent did a good job. What did Tim say? I want to see him battle and be gritty, and he did. And there were times he got beat. He gave up pressures, obviously, but they're a damn good defense. They are. But the Niners found a way to score on them enough. And those 2 drives, I mean, do we think that was the best defense in the NFL when they went systematically down the field on the first 2 drives and 14-0 like that? Kyle cracked their code. If they are, he knows their personnel and where to attack them.
I mean, the defense they saw in week 1, I think, is pretty damn good, too. So within their division, you got a couple of really tough defensive units, and you're going to see them both again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
good.
Anyway, one more cut, and this is our Mythbuster cut of the day. Mac Jones, how many bananas did you actually eat in the middle of the game? Was it more than Papa during Papa's playbook? Let's find out.
I only had 2.
Matt, those were guys that you had 11 bananas during the game. Was that a record?
11? That's definitely wrong, but
An idea of how many you may have had during the game?
I think I had 3.
Well, that's definitely wrong. That's really incorrect.
Yeah.
I appreciate Tracy Sandler for clearing that one up for us. How do we get from 11 to 3? Or rather, I should say, how do we get from 3 to someone just booming that to 11?
Well, if it was 11, how would he know? He wouldn't have been able to count 11. But if it's 3, I had 2. That's a lot. But I need potassium, and I took my morning pills, which are like 11 pills, so I need to have something in my belly. Anyway, so then we can say it was Spider 3, Y Banana that he went for. There you go.
There you go.
John Gruden somewhere lives.
How about
Spider
that?
Y3 Banana. We could go Spider Y3 Banana. He had 3 bananas. Good.
All right, maybe that's the nickname after all. Maybe it's not Mac the Ripper. Maybe it's not Mac 10. Maybe it's Spider 3 Y Banana. If we're gonna go super
Well, he
niche.
also had pickle juice. Kyle said as well. So he went both. He doubled down. 3 bananas and a little pickle juice.
Attaboy.
So
nice.
Got to mix that with a little vodka like they do at the 2 a.m. club. I had a bartender there. Turned me on to pickle juice, and then you spiked it a little bit, made it better.
We'll get ready to wrap up the show and get it over to Dirty Work when we come back. It's been a great one today. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan stopped by our show yesterday to give us the keys to the game if the 49ers wanted to be able to thrive as a heavy underdog, and now he joins Dirty Work today at 4:50 to recap the improbable Niners Thursday night win over the Rams. You can check out our interview on thesportsleader.com and tune into Dirty Work at 4:50 to hear from T-Rock after a win.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pretty awesome Friday all around. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. It was great to recap an improbable 49ers win, but it was a Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, Mac Jones, Kendrick Bourne, Eddie Pinheiro, Alfred Collins. I could go on and on about the masterclass that was on display at SoFi Stadium, a.k.a. Levi's South last night. You know, it's a great feeling when the 49ers win on a Thursday. You can just go into the weekend, enjoy your football, enjoy the New York Yankees as you're wearing the sweatshirt and the hat. When we come back on Monday, we got a lot of football to talk about. We're going to see what the state of the MLB playoffs is, as well as the Giants manager search.
What about the daily double last night? 49ers jump on the LA Rams 14-0 and hang on, and as only they would put it on the back page in New York. Holy Schlitt, the young man, the rookie Schlittler, what a performance against Boston. He is from just outside of suburban Boston, and he put on a show for the ages. He got deep into the game. Aaron Boone let him ride, and he wound up with the game with no walks in the game. He had 12 strikeouts. He went 8, gave up 5 hits. David Bednar came in and finished it up. So we watched them all. I do believe in Stephen Vogt. What's the proper mourning period? I wouldn't call Northeast Ohio today. They just lost. Do you wait till Monday? Do you wait over the weekend? What do you do with your manager? You got to re-sign him to a contract extension. You know what you do? You get word somehow to Stephen Vogt that you want to come home? We got a job for you here. We'll trade for you. Whatever you want, we'll pay you more. But Detroit advanced on, and it's going to be a great playoff, obviously. San Diego just couldn't score at Wrigley. So now we got Brewers and we got Cubs, which is going to be epic. But the New York Yankees, the 27-time World Series champions, did take out the Boston Red Sox. So they got Kevin Gausman that they're going to be staring at on Saturday, and we got a full lineup of baseball. 11:08 it starts in Milwaukee. Cubs, Brewers, Yankees, and Blue Jays go at 1:08. How about Dodgers and Phillies? How good is that going to be at 3:38 our time? And then we wind up in the Pacific Northwest with Detroit against Seattle at 5:38. So we'll watch Cal. We'll watch him against Dookies and obviously watch the full slate. But let's go Yankees. Yankees and Blue Jays going to be epic against Kevin Gausman.
Yeah, and for anybody out in the East Bay, I'm going to be out there at Cal Duke tomorrow. So come say hello. Let's hang out. Go Bears. See if they get that done. ACC, it is. Appreciate you, Papa. What a day. Fun week we had. Walter, appreciate you. Good to have you back from Canada. I know the Blue Jays, your heart's going to be with them all weekend. It's okay. Thank you to Danny for all of his help this week.
Wow.
Yeah, Walt's Jays. It's a thing around the office here. Now, you're going to make a bet now. Okay. You get to that, dude. The weekend's about to start here in 10
Walter and
seconds.
I should make a bet. I say Yankees in 4, a boot. 8.
Okay. I like that. I'll let you two work that out over our green group messages and Walter's broken Android. Anyway, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's get it over to Danny, to Depop, to Copes. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, no Tim Webb, but we got Dan Dunn on the ones and twos for
Dan
a
Dunn.
Ska Friday.
Let's go, baby.
Tim's got to stop leaving. You know what I mean?
Hey, no rotator. No Tim, no rotator.
No Tim, no rotator.
And I got some breaking news. No Tim on Monday either. Dan Dunn back on a Monday.
How about Tim just taking all these days? Does he get the right still to gripe and bitch and moan about his work during football season when he's taking time off during football season?
I mean,
because the whole point is like we take the time off before, and then we hit the ground running and we roll through. The Niners are going to bye week 14, and that's when I'll take another little breather. Where
It's
I get
the
some
life
time.
you guys chose.
Yeah,
So,
sure, but I mean, then if you choose it, it was offered to us, of course,
right?
But I mean, like he does complain, but then he's taking time off. He's taking days.
Well, I mean, he works hard. So if he wants to take those, if
you're not there, you don't know what he does. You have no idea how hard he works.
That's fair.
You have no clue.
I'm only trying to be nice.
Yeah.
But if Tim's going to take these days off and then gladly do the Niners pre and post and Stanford pre and post, and I would say quit the bitching.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like since he's allowed to take days off after, the whole thing about doing football is like, I'm not supposed to take days off on Mondays because we play on Sunday, or on Fridays because they play on Sunday.
Yeah.
Seems like Tim's doing both of those things.
Yeah. And I only say this stuff right now because Tim's on a plane to San Diego. So.
I would say, I'm going to say it again later, hoping that he's listening. I'm going to bring this up again for the 5 o'clock
If he listens on Monday while he's still in San Diego, that's sad.
Dude, Tim can't get enough. He can't get away. That's the thing is he leaves and then...
He's worse than me.
He acts like he's upset that we talk about him, but he wants to hear about it.
No, he does.
Like, I pretty much get out. I caught you and Carrie a little bit for like 10 minutes one time when you guys were there, and that was it.
And I explained while I was in Florida and my mom was playing canasta, I was like, okay, I had enough. Let me hear what's going on here. But besides that, I don't like to listen to the show while I'm on vacation.
I don't really check in on that. I am fresh off a plane. When I mean fresh off a plane, my flight was delayed like 2.5 hours this morning, and I landed about an hour ago.
You know,
at SFO.
For whatever reason, that happens all the time when you go from the Bay Area to LA or back.
Yeah, the Bay Area and back down.
Cali is where they put their Mac down. Give me love.
That's exactly right. Dude, here's my thing. I'm not tripping that hard on delayed flights.
You ain't
It
tripping,
happens. I can't imagine what it's like to schedule air travel. I have no concept of how this works.
Right.
I'm not Mike Holler. I'm not a John Dickinson. I'm not somebody who's tracking these planes or looking at calendars or understanding rhythms and routines and patterns. I don't know how this crap works. You know what I mean? Those are the two guys, planes and calendars. That's their specialty, those dudes.
Yes, it is.
What frustrates me the most is like I can accept. I'm a pretty easy travel person in terms of like I'm not going to get frustrated by things happening because you're like it's out of your control, it's out of your hands. But there are things that happen where you're like they kind of F me on this one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And because I had such a smooth morning getting to the airport, like have you heard about this trend that's going on like TikTok where they'll be like, is it I forget what they call it, airport clock or something like that, travel clock.
But before you go any further, are you asking me if I know about a trend on TikTok?
Well, you have in the past, and you didn't know that it came from TikTok. That's kind of where like some of these trends come from. It's more that like people, basically the theory is, it's like airport theory or whatever they call it, is that you never need as much time as you think you need at the airport. They always tell you like arrive 90 minutes before your flight.
Yeah.
You almost never do need that because you get through security. And then you sit there for like 45 to an hour waiting, right? Isn't it always faster?
It is.
If you're in a big airport where you got to take a tram or something, sometimes it's longer.
Dude,
of course.
I'm always, I don't know what it is. I traveled my entire life. For whatever reason, no matter where I'm going, I always show up to the airport 2 hours at a time, just in case something happens. I don't know why, but I'm always like...
In case what happens?
I don't know. Like, even if I'm flying from...
In case there's a big spill and you can't get across?
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
What do you,
well, you know, like even, sometimes the Oakland Airport, like years ago, the power goes out for whatever reason. I don't know. But
how would that help you being early?
It wouldn't, actually. But
it has nothing to do with anything.
I don't know. Just even if I'm just flying, from Oakland to LA or flying from the Bay Area to Florida to see my mom, I'm always like, I have to get there 2 hours at a time.
So after the game last night, nice, beautifully done.
That sound.
I heard a lot of that this morning. So after the game last night, JD and Mr. KNBR and Austin and I went over to the Hollywood Park Casino next door to SoFi.
Oh, nice.
Grabbed a couple of drinks, and then I went back to my buddies where I was staying in Redondo Beach. Got to the airport, like he's like 15 minutes from LAX. It was smooth sailing. Like when you get out, nobody there. Security was a piece of cake. Like it's such a big airport. If you get into a terminal that's good, no problem. They board us on the plane. We board on time. We sit there. They do the whole seatbelt. Don't inflate your vest unless you're in the water off the plane. Yeah. Which I'm always laughing at that. They're like, wait till you get off. I'm like, wait till I get off. What, are you going to be instructing me when this happens? You know?
Of course.
Yeah, so they go through all that thing. They dim the lights. They're like, we're getting ready to take off. Going to be gate to gate, land at normal time, blah, 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 blah. like within a minute of them doing that, they say, oh, actually, we've got a delay. You're going to sit on the plane for 2.5 hours, which is brutal.
Yeah.
Like, I can deal with a 2.5 hour delay. Whatever. Roam around. Go to that, what's that, Hudson News or whatever?
Hudson News.
It's in the
nice
airport.
Cinnabon.
Yeah, dude. Cruise around for a little Lark Creek grill or whatever at SFO. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Anyway, like one of those. Go to a Brookstone or whatever.
Oh, good old Brookstone.
Yeah, poke around. I don't think those are around anymore. Are they?
I think I've seen them, yeah.
My old roommate used to work at a Brookstone in college. It was the best. We used to get all kinds of crap.
Yeah.
Breathalyzers and whatnot.
Okay.
All sorts of electronics.
Nice.
Massaging your feet, sandals, or whatever they'd have. Great stuff for dads at Father's Day at
Yeah,
Brookstone.
exactly.
It's kind of what it was for. But like when they have you just sit there for 2.5 hours on a full flight, dude, that thing is rough.
Yeah.
Especially when the flight's like 55 minutes.
Dude, I told you my
That's
dilemma years ago.
brutal situation.
25 years ago, I was stuck on the tarmac for 5 hours after we took our flight from the Bay Area to Colorado. It was one of the more ridiculous experience. Oh, yeah.
It was with Greg.
Yeah, it was with Greg, and that's the last time I ever flew with a parent. From that point on, I always flew unaccompanied minor.
How old were you?
I was 9 years old. That summer, it happened.
You were 9, and Greg was so pissed about a 5-hour delay on the tarmac, which rightly so. He had every right to be pissed. He was like, I'm never traveling with you. I'm never flying
Never
you
again, Derek. Never again. You're on your own.
You'll be flying through these delays on your own.
Yeah, so from
Bring
Christmas,
a coloring book.
Christmas of the year 2000 on, I flew by myself, and it was fine. It was easy.
He's like, grab your toys, grab your coloring books, your crayons, and your NFL films, and get to work. Anyway, made it back safely, and dude, what a game. I mean, if I were going to run through it, I do want to hear from everybody today at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Like, people were already griping last night. We can walk through stuff that happened within the game, of course, and how we thought it played out. Because at one point, right around halftime, I think it was, maybe right after half, I said to JD, we're at a point now where if they lose this game, it is a major disappointment. Because that's what happens is you get ahead in games, you get opportunities. They give you things like we talked about. I said, I think I said to you on Wednesday, if they're going to win this game, it's going to take a lot of weird things happening, and they're going to have to thread the needle. We're going to have to see them do things we haven't seen them do, certainly not against Jacksonville. So they're going to have to win the turnover battle. You might need kind of a bad game from the Rams. I think I said to you specifically, you're going to need some weird unaccounted for stuff like a missed field goal or a blocked extra point. Things like that. They got everything that they needed to leave the door open for them to win. And so when that happened and they had the lead and then they didn't take advantage of a 2-score lead with a fumble recovery, they only get the field goal before half, then I thought, you're at a point now where you've got enough going your way. I said it's got to be a minimal possession game. They held them to 3 possessions in the first half. You put together long, sustained drives. They did everything right in the first half, certainly to win. And then the second half, give it up to Chris Shula for what he was able to do defensively. I mean, they were able to change the dynamics of that game, also bottled some stuff up a little bit. I mean, the Niners had to bring everything. It's a mindset game. But it got to a point I thought where if they don't win it, I will be disappointed based on the opportunities they had. But going in, I wasn't going to be all that disappointed because of the makeup. But when you see it laid out,
it's how a game builds.
It's how a game builds. And it got to a point by halftime, I said, they have to win this game. This is a game where it's disappointing now because they've given you chances.
I totally understand the Niner perspective in that. If they lost that game last night, I would have come in here and said, that is as good of a moral victory as you can have.
Of course, that would have been a silver.
But people don't want to hear that.
But if they had lost in the moment, you mean if they had lost like on the Kyron touchdown?
Let's say that Kyron Williams doesn't fumble that ball and he goes in. I'm like, they lose 27-23. I'm like, given the circumstances of what was going down this Thursday, Mac Jones playing on a short week and he was definitely injured, having no Ricky Pearsall, having no Juwan Jennings, and Kendrick Bourne being basically the player of the game along with Mac Jones, that's an incredible accomplishment.
Don't sleep on my guy Al Collins. You know what I mean?
My guy, Al Collins from Texas.
That's our guy.
Okay, we can share him.
We can share him after last night.
He's big enough to share.
He's punching dudes in the head and forcing fumbles.
Dude, that's his coming out party. So I was going to,
he's had a nice ascension, by the way, because he really was flat in preseason.
He definitely has. But yes, I agree with you. For the Niner fan perspective, there was a point in that game when you go up 14-0 and you're leaving 17-7 at halftime. You're like, we have to win this game.
What's funny is 14-0 wasn't when I felt that. I was like, ooh, what a start for them. But it was after they didn't score after the recovered fumble. Well, and they punted it back, and then they allowed the Rams to score. And I was like, damn it all. You could have gone 21-0.
I know.
And now you're looking at 14-7. They made it 17-7 at the half. But it wasn't at that moment. It was in the second half that I felt.
It wasn't that moment for me either, but I was surprised they got up to that amount of that early lead. And I was shocked they won the game. I was shocked the way they started the game. But honestly, I shouldn't be shocked when Kyle Shanahan is the head coach of this football team. He finds a way every time. He's dealt with so many injuries throughout the years. He schemes it up perfectly. So many coaches in this league just crumble when their starting quarterbacks go out. Look what's going on right now with the Bengals. They are unwatchable right now with Jake Browning. And I guess the drop-off from Joe Burrow to Jake Browning is drastic. At the same time, Zach Taylor does nothing for them offensively. Kyle Shanahan finds a way, whoever the quarterback is. He's had worse backup quarterbacks throughout the years, Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. And just a year ago, it was Brandon Allen or not Brandon Allen.
The Pastronaut and Brandon Allen.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Right, yeah.
Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. But Mac Jones, he's the guy that he wanted in the draft. It's just different. So I know people criticize Kyle every single year. Be thankful in the head coach you have. He is so much better than a lot of guys out there. The way that he's able to scheme it up on a short week like that, it was incredible they won that game last night. I disagree with what Sean McVay did. We'll go through it.
He disagrees with what he did.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, it's so funny because I'm sitting in like the broadcast lounge waiting to do the post-game show last night at SoFi, and there's a bunch of Rams guys sitting around who like worked for the team or whatever,
Right.
and they weren't like worked on the field on the team. They were like broadcast guys or stadium guys, and they're all talking about it, and they're all just kind of mesmerized looking at the screen watching the McVay presser going, I can't believe we lost it. And then a couple of guys said, can't believe we were in it as close as we were considering how we played, talking about the Rams from their perspective. And I was watching this from the outside in going, boy, it feels a lot different when other fan bases are talking about how they should be 5-0 if not for two special teams, what they would call mishaps. A block kick of Josh Carty in Philadelphia where they had a lead and they feel like it got away, and then a missed extra point and a block kick today or in last night's game. And we'll talk about whether or not he should have kicked the field goal there. I mean, they were gashing the Niners. We can get into that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do think was a problem. McVay calling a second timeout after Kyle Shanahan called the timeout. When they come out there on third down, I was watching the D-line. Might have been Al Collins. I forget who was on the outside. I have to look exactly at who it was. But they were all in their 4-point stances, and Stafford's trying to draw them off. It was after Shanahan had called the timeout. Then the Rams called the timeout. First, Stafford walks away. Then he runs back, and then he walks away again. Then he calls the timeout. Two of the D linemen on the right side just dropped to their knees and like on their bellies almost. They were exhausted.
Yeah.
They basically played 4.5 quarters at that point, right? And they had been shredded. I mean, to the tune of Matt Stafford's season high in yardage. The Rams put up a bunch, and it was all through the air stuff, man. Like they weren't gashing them on the ground. All but one of the carries went for a yard at least last night in the 17 times that they ran the ball or the 16 times that the Rams did, except for that last play. And shout out to my other guy. You can have Al Collins. I'll give him to you.
Okay.
Because you know who I love.
We're going Al Collins? We're going AC?
We're going AC, yeah. We should probably just call him Alfred.
He's not my guy. He's OJ's guy.
I don't know. Yeah, dude. You know who my guy is, though, out of camp, who I was all hyped on? Made the play last night?
Chase Lucas?
My guy, Chase Lucas, dude. And as Demo Lenore called him, this psycho right here shot the gap and made the play.
Psycho, yep.
Smallest dude on the team in height and weight. We'll talk more about this one. We got a lot to get into. What a win. But I got to say, in terms of games I've been to and games I've watched and covered as a fan, I said it last night, and I'm now putting it more in perspective. I stand by it. I said that's one of my favorite games I've gotten to watch and be a part of because of what it was building up to it. I said it last night, of course, the post-game show text line was like, dude, what about the NFC Championship against the Lions? I was like, I'm not saying it made me feel the best. It wasn't the most exciting. It was a win that meant so much to this team.
Oh, yeah.
And it means so much to the identity of this team. Kyle talked about it afterwards. You know, I didn't know that they'd be able to turn the page that quickly. And now I feel a little bit different about the resilience of this team.
I do as well.
You're also too clear of the Rams now.
Yep.
And you've played everybody. You own the division. You're 4-1. You're 3-0. You had one win in division last year. It's incredible. We'll get more into this. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I want to know, Niner fans, where you put this win. Because this is a Niner lore win. This is a win that means something to this fan base. It means something to this organization and to this team specifically. This is a franchise lore type of win. As Kyle said yesterday, it had a late January intensity
It felt like
and
a playoff
feel
game.
to it. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a time that we see the Rams a third time this season. We'll talk about it more.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Kyle Shanahan has now started 7 quarterbacks against the Rams in his tenure. He's 11-7 against them. Wow. That's alarming. We'll talk more about this one. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with us today as Tim is just resting on his laurels. We got more to come this Friday afternoon. We'll recap more of this win, and I want to get to more of your calls and your thoughts. Where do you put this one in Niner lore? 808 KNBR, the number to call. It's dirty work. It's a Friday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. He joined the Gregs today before his journey to Tahoe for the weekend to break down the 49ers win over the Rams. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Stafford gets under center at the 11-yard line. He takes it. He turns. He gives to Kyron Williams. He gets packed. I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short. And the 49ers storm the field. It is all over. The 49ers have won it in overtime here in L.A.
What an unbelievable win. High drama finishes in favor of the MASH unit, the 49ers, and they earned it.
Sounded good, man. Sounded good. A hell of a stop by the Niners in overtime. I thought they were going to lose the game like 4 different times. I mean, the longer the game went and the more opportunities the Rams got, I felt worse about it. I also do believe, and we'll talk about this, people were very upset in the postgame, that I agreed that Kyle Shanahan did the right thing when they were backed up into their own end zone. We'll talk more about that. At their own 1-yard line.
Oh, I agree with you.
I couldn't. I mean, people were saying you can't play scared there. You got to throw for the first down. I'm like, dude, how many things can go wrong? I want to talk to Tim about this. We'll catch up with Tim Ryan a little bit later in the show. How many more things can go wrong if you throw it from third down from your own 1-yard line while they still have a timeout?
Yes.
You don't even have to make a mistake. If you don't, and they're like, he's been gashing them. You already threw from when you were back there. Yeah, they threw when they were backed up at their own too, when the game was tied and they were playing to win. And you're saying, well, go play to win right now. I'm saying you don't have to. You can play to win with your defense, is my point. You also are limiting their opportunities. If you give them the ball back with one timeout, they may very well have a shot to go for the end zone twice. They went for it once and didn't get it.
I would definitely have maybe tried a screen pass just to run some more clock off and then have them burn a timeout. But I'm with you, Copes. I think a lot of people assume the game was over in that situation.
Screen pass, you're so backed up. You risk getting blown up in the... Here's the thing: is the
whole thing was risky.
You do something like that, like throw it from your own end zone at the 1. First of all, they still had a timeout. If you do that, if you don't get the first down, they would still have one timeout. The Rams would, because you ran the ball 3 times to make them.
If you throw and it's incomplete,
yeah, I'm saying if you throw and it's incomplete,
you had to have the Rams burn all 3 timeouts.
You have to. And people are going, well, you're punting from your own end zone and you're leaving them an opportunity to come down. I'm like, right, but their opportunity here would have been greater. Like if you leave them with one timeout, I think it was Tutu Atwell they hit.
Yes,
coming down, it was like he was wide open
in overtime.
Well,
no, actually in regulation as well.
No, in regulation. The one that's set up before the Niners.
I was thinking of the 38-yarder one that he threw deep.
Before the Rams kicked the field goal to tie it. Because what happens is Collins forces the fumble. It's 23-20. The Niners are at their own 1. They run it 3 times to make the Rams burn their timeouts.
Yes.
Then the Niners kick it back to them. And they get it at like the 50. They return it a little bit. They bottle them up okay. Then they hit a pass to, I think it was Tutu on the sideline, like streaking across the middle.
Yes.
He steps out of bounds. Then they have another opportunity there. And I think they threw it. They might not have hit him there. They threw it up at one point. And they overthrew him, and there was 6 seconds on the clock when they decided to kick the field goal.
Yes.
So they overthrow him. If you have a timeout there, you can go 2 big chunk plays. You don't have to throw it deep for the end zone at one shot. You have a timeout. You can try twice. My point here is trust your defense to go make the play. The defense was as good as it could have been yesterday, considering what they were dealing with. You had guys off the practice squad. You had guys who were backups who were making huge plays. You had rookies that made huge plays. I think the science, it's not a game of Madden. It's not throw a first down and then you're just good. Yeah, you win the game right there, but you won the game anyway. I think the decision was the right one. You run the ball 3 times. You make Sean McVay use all 3 of his timeouts. You put pressure on them to go make a kick, which they've already missed one, and they've had one blocked. And you make them go make 2 plays to get in range to do it, and the Niners did. So I was okay with that. If you throw from there, not only could you risk not completing the pass and leaving them with a timeout, you could fumble the snap. You could have Mac Jones trip when he drops back.
Mm-hmm.
You could have the ball batted at the line. You had a few balls batted yesterday that goes up into the air and it's picked off. You could get sacked. You could have it picked for an interception and a pick 6. Hell, you could get a holding penalty in the end zone like you did against Arizona. And it's a safety, and then you punt it back to them, and then they don't need very much to end up with a game-winning field goal opportunity. So I think the decision-making was the right one. For me, anybody who thought Kyle was playing scared in that moment, I'm like, what game were you watching? Kyle was 3 for 3 on 4th down in that game. And I got to tell you, I've never thought it was like ballsy at any point in football for any coach to attempt a field goal. The 59-yard attempt to go at that point, that was putting your stones on the table.
That was not a gimme by any means.
That was not a gimme. And Kyle said, we debated it for a minute and said, F it, let's see what he's got. And that gave me chills thinking about that. When I heard him say that, I was like, That's a pretty sick mindset to have. That's an aggressive mindset. If he doesn't get it, they got good field position, and they could come down and kick a field goal, but we're playing for the win right now. We're playing for the lead. They stalled out. They had a Mac Jones battered, bruised, banged-up quarterback who was like doubled over, heaving, it looked like. I said, dude, what do you give me for Mac Jones in that fourth quarter and overtime? Really in fourth quarter when he's sitting on the bench, like really out of it, and Martinez is asking for water.
Eating 3 bananas.
What do you give me for that? And Rocky, I ain't hear no bell.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the regulation, they cut to Mac on TV, and he was sitting there with a hat on, kind of like, I'm ready. Let's go do it. Let's go get this thing.
Dude, Mac Jones is a tough bastard, man. I have a lot of respect for him from that game last night. But to your point,
guy, yeah.
But to your point, I mean, I have no trouble with what Kyle Shanahan did in regulation of that game to punt the ball back to the Rams. It was a bad situation. It was a fantastic situation for the Niners to recover that fumble on the goal line, an amazing play by Alfred Collins. But they had 3 timeouts. And, you don't want to risk it right there. I mean, you want the Rams to burn all 3 timeouts. Maybe you could have been a little aggressive with a throw, but you had to complete it. If it was incomplete, you sit at the Rams with a position to win the game. So I have no issue with that. And, look, we're going to do cheers, jeers, and beers later at 2:50, but the jeers should be in a minimal today. This is a fantastic win. I know that some fans are going to be nitpicky about the defense and everything.
I got a jeer for you, but go ahead. Yeah,
you won the damn game when the odds were stacked against you. It was a fantastic win. I think it's the best regular season performance by the 49ers since 2023.
I said it's the best win since the Super Bowl season for sure, because no win last year felt this good.
No, but when they went into Philadelphia in 2023 and then the Eagles crumbled after that.
After Tebow was talking, all that build up to it, that was good.
That's the best regular season win since that time. And man, we'll talk about it later, but this is maybe the best coaching rivalry in all of sports, in my opinion.
All of sports.
I mean, think about it. What great coaches have a rivalry? Like, there's great player rivalries. There's great team rivalries. The rivalry between Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan's on another level because they're friends. They grew up with each other in the Washington Redskins system when Mike Shanahan was head coach. Then they both departed, and they got their head coaching gigs. But
I think they were in Tampa together at one point, too. I think they both started under Gruden.
They were, yes.
I think they were both Gruden guys.
You are correct about that. But yeah, like it goes even further before Washington.
Proud of me for that. I like when I impress you with football knowledge.
No, that's pretty good.
Derek doesn't get impressed easily.
Pretty good.
Looking for a pat on the back from my Papa over here.
But
from my Papa.
Thank you. But the rivalry between the two guys, I mean, you saw in the postgame. We'll play it later. Sean McVay was beside himself that he lost that game.
Yeah, he was pissed.
He was pissed at himself because it's Kyle, and it's that team. And even though the Rams beat them at the most important time in the NFC Championship game, Kyle still has an 11-8 record against Sean McVay when it comes to the regular season and postseason. And I'm sure it still eats at Sean McVay that he has the upper hand against him. Like, he knows he got that one day in January, the NFC Championship game, but for the most part, Kyle has dominated this series, and it's got to eat at him that the Rams should have been the team that won last night. For conventional wisdom, with the way that Stafford played, they really had no injuries, and they came in with a backup quarterback and not their 2 top wide receivers out there, and they still won the game. That has to piss off Sean McVay.
Yeah, well, and it probably pisses off Kyle Shanahan that he's walking around here without a Super Bowl ring, and Sean McVay, his buddy, has one. And, I don't know that I'd go so far as to say the best coaching rivalry in sports. You are definitely right in terms of like on-field dynamics between the two coaches, in terms of like how they go head-to-head with each other. But maybe I'm just thinking about it in a different context of like usually rivalries have some extra juice to them. Like if the Niners meet with them again in the playoffs, of course, and they play each other in the same division every year twice, of course. But there's no real like there's no back and forth. There's no Liam Cohen, Robert Saleh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no even like Harbaugh and Pete Carroll. Like we know those guys don't like each other.
But it's just the fact that both of them are offensive masterminds.
No, I totally hear you. I think like
you're thinking of like Bill Parcells versus Mike Ditka, or like
that's kind of where I'm at.
Like guys that go after each other in the media. Those days are over.
Harbaugh against the NCAA.
Exactly.
The great rivalries of the past.
Yeah, exactly. But with the exception of Liam Cohen go after Robert Saleh last week, you don't see that animosity towards coaches anymore. It's a brotherhood. But yeah, you could tell that both guys want to beat each other so bad. And I was shocked. I mean, if you told me before the game that Matthew Stafford threw for, 389 yards last night?
3 touchdowns?
And 3 touchdowns, didn't have a turnover, and they lose this game, I'd be like, there's no way. They have to get, they sacked him once. It wasn't like, I know last week they had 0 sacks, no QB hits, but it was a little more pressure, but not a ton, and they still got this game done. The fact that the 49ers were able to come away with 3 big plays in the fourth quarter and overtime, the block kick by Jordan Elliott was incredible. And the fact I want to know, I want to ask Tim Ryan later about the frequency that we're seeing block kicks these days, because are teams doing something different, or is it just a matter of kicks being blocked? The fumble on the goal line was an incredible play, and of course the 4th and 1 in overtime. Just the way that the 49ers play with resiliency, the way that they don't die. I mean, I still come away at 4-1 thinking I don't really know a lot about this team. I still don't know if they're good or not.
Here's
but
the
they
thing.
find a way to win.
And you know what? I've been asking this now for a week and a half or 2 weeks. What is the 49ers' best? What's their biggest strength? Remember, we were the other day, we're like, I don't know, because they were coming off of the loss, and Steve Young said, this can't be one that continues on. It's got to be a one-off. We got to do it once. You can't carry this throughout the season. This can't be so. You can't be coming like this team that's like this all the time.
Yeah.
You got to move on. It's got to be a one-off. And it was. They made it a one-off. They hit the quarterback early. Bryce Huff got to him.
Yep.
They forced it. Well, it wasn't even a forced fumble. You recovered a fumble that was just a lateral into nowhere from Stafford into Corum, right? They just kind of put on the turf. They didn't score on that, but they did force and win the turnover battle. You scraped in that field goal. You caught some fortunate nature there from Eddie Pinheiro scraping the inside upright on that one. You blocked a kick, and you had a missed kick. They did gash, and Puka Nacua did get his. But we talked about it on the pregame show. Larry said, you can't let Puka Nacua kill you. And I said, well, what is keeping Puka Nacua, what does it mean to contain him? Larry said, I don't know, like 8 or 10 catches, less than 100 yards, no touchdowns.
Yep.
It was 10 catches, 85, and a touch. He did get in. But he had 3 games coming in with at least 10 catches and 100 yards. The rest of the league had 2 of those combined. He had 3 of them on his own. So he still got the 10 yesterday, he still got the 85, but he was not the back-breaking Puka Nacua that we'd seen.
You have to make him fight for his receptions.
He did.
I mean, he caught the ball, but then guys were right on him.
Upton Stout did a good job. Siegel got beat up early on and then regained his composure.
But even that touchdown, that is like the ugliest looking touchdown that Puka Nacua was going to have.
It was just I couldn't believe they threw it from right there. But
we'll talk about it later. But the 4th and 1, it should have been to Puka Nacua on a screen pass.
I can't believe they threw it.
He probably would have scored on that play.
I'm going to just run over whoever was standing right there.
And it's clear to me that Puka Nacua is a great wide receiver as far as getting open. He does not have the speed of a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. There were times where they tried to throw over the top to him on deep routes. That is not Puka Nacua's game. So they played him really well by giving him space, but then everybody swarmed to tackle him. And yeah, there's just the 49ers played better. I mean, they were the better team last night. They deserved to win this game. But the turnovers, to your point, Copes, I mean, to punt that ball away when you get the fumble recovery, Mac Jones could have thrown an interception to, who was it, Stewart, that linebacker?
Isaiah Stewart?
Yeah, before they kicked the 59-yard field goal. So Kyle Shanahan played a perfect game last night. A lot of people criticize him. Be thankful that he's your head coach.
808 KNBR. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Tell me your favorite part about that game last night. Where does it rank for you in 49er lore? To me, this game meant something. This game had juice to it. This meant something to this team, and especially to some young guys who got a feel of legitimately what felt like a late January game. Shout out CJ West playing with a broken thumb. Shout out Alfred Collins for punching it out and continuing his ascent. Upton Stout leaves the game with an ankle injury and played well on Puka, and then Chase Lucas comes in at nickel in his place and shoots the gap to help stop Kyron at the end. Shout out Travis Gibson.
Yeah.
Elevated from the practice squad and jumping on top of that fumble. I mean, these are the types of plays and players that you need to find success. Whether this team is capable of being a contender this year remains to be seen. The fact of the matter is they had one skill position player that was a first-string guy. It was McCaffrey. 30 touches for him, over 130 yards again.
And he might be the difference of why they won last night.
And they win the game. More to come. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What'd you like? Where does this play for you in Niners lore? Is there anything you didn't like? I do have one jeer I want to talk about.
All right.
It's the guy I'm least confident in on the team. And then what were you drinking? Because I know people were getting in their bag last night as evidence on the postgame show. More to come. Dirty Work rolls on with your calls. Cheers, jeers, and beers next on the Sports Leader.
You found dirty work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. The play was shy of the line to gain. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the 1. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football. Oh!
Oh, and he just punched it out from Kyron
Whoa.
Williams and then held on to it.
It's AC. You know who this is, damn it.
Alfred Collins said after the game, I saw the ball. I said, I'm going to go get it. And I'm going to hit Kyron in the head, too. People upset about that, too. In my excitement in real time, I didn't really see him hit Kyron in the head and in the helmet. I know it was a punch.
Yeah.
Which is funny because you always talk about that when guys get into a fight or a scuffle in the football field. You're like, why are you throwing punches? He's wearing a helmet.
It's going to hurt your hand.
What's the matter with you? Anyway, a hell of a play, man. This was a statement game and a real, I think it was Kyle who said it's a character game.
Yeah.
Last night. Absolutely. Tim Ryan said it to us. I can't wait to talk to Tim later in the show. He's going to join us a little bit later. By the way, Tracy Sandler at 3:50 today. She was there last night. We'll talk to her 4:50 for Tim Ryan and then Larry Krueger at 5:30. Big 49er football day. As we'll talk about this win from last night. But Tim said it to JD and I on the pregame. He said, this is a mental game, bro. It's about who's more ready to play. And he said, it's because I said, Tim, this feels fast for me. Like I did the Niner game on Sunday for the Jags. And it just felt like even for us, like we didn't even talk that much about that game. And immediately you turn the page to the health for this week and you're right back in. And I'm like, if I'm tired, how does Mac Jones feel? How does Christian McCaffrey feel after like 30 touches a week, right? And then he puts again the load on his shoulder. So he said it's not just about the mentality of like, yeah, you just got to go play. We asked Andrew Luck that on Tuesday. Like, what's the hardest part about it? And he said, you just can't really think about it. You just go do it. It's just what you do. You try to hit your rhythm quick. You know you get a rest afterwards, but you just got to go play. And Tim said it's not just go play. It's who is ready, who's really ready, who's really like, I got to go win this game right now. And the Niners had dogs out there on defense yesterday. I want to point this out really quick because we keep talking about when teams struggle, you talk about the deficiencies of the team. Even when they're good, you talk about, well, what they could have done here and what went wrong. Mm-hmm. Still no rushing touchdown, still no interception, right? They're still negative on the season. I think they're -3 on the year in turnover differential. They were -5 coming in. This defense still, in terms of giving the offense an opportunity to start fast, which is something that Kyle has done well in the past, scoring on the opening drive. And they did yesterday, their first opening drive touchdown since week 1, and they had a second drive touchdown, which was impressive. And Mac was really sharp on both of those. The defense has not allowed a point in the first quarter of this season.
Wow.
The 49ers are one of 2 teams, and the only team who have played 5 games now, who have not allowed a point in the first quarter. The other is the Green Bay Packers. How about that? To give some credit to a young defense, even without Bosa in the last 2 games, they weren't getting rolled early. It's not like they were giving up a bunch early on.
And consider who the Green Bay Packers have now, adding Micah Parsons in their pass rush. I know they gave up 40 points last week, but they're lauded right now as
Those
one of the best.
Backloaded, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But they're one of the best defenses in all of football. But that's incredible what the young 49ers are doing on defense right now. I mean, and dude, give kudos to Mac Jones for that performance last night. When we were talking about this game, I thought it was going to be a blowout because I did not think that Mac Jones was 100%, and he wasn't. But seeing him just gut through it the whole time, like, God, he was.
I'm gonna battle for Mac Jones, man.
No, dude, like you were saying, like dry heaving. Was he coughing up blood?
I don't know what he was doing. He was like heaving, and I told you it felt to me like in the Cardinal game. Like I was like, I mean, it's not quite Byron Leftwich getting carried down the field. You know what I mean?
Marshall?
With a broken leg at Marshall, which is, by the way, the malpractice of whoever that head coach is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In hindsight now.
He's a child. He's a kid. He's not a child, but he's a kid out there.
Yeah.
His mom
it was 23 years ago.
His mom sent him to school on your watch, dude. He's
Yeah,
out there
I
with a
know.
brace, like, whatever, we got to win this game.
Yep.
Anyway, the game against the Cardinals where Mac Jones had his jersey ripped. He's all, dirtied up because he'd been hit a few times. His leg is banged up. He's limping down the field. And it felt like it was like something out of a movie, like a Friday Night Lights thing. Last night felt the same kind of way to me. Like he was going to get it done. Hell or high water. It did not matter.
Yeah.
He wasn't coming out of the game. And you see that video that's going around, the look on Adrian Martinez's face?
Yes.
When Mac was down for a minute after that hit near the goal line.
Well, not only that, when Mac was down and they panned to Kyle, and it looks like Kyle's like, and some people are like, how does Kyle have no emotion in that situation? It's because Kyle's basically like Mickey in that situation with Rocky, where he's like, get up. I know you're tough enough, Mac. I know you could do this, and I need you. Because let's be honest, if Adrian Martinez comes in the game, they probably lose. They needed Mac Jones to finish that game.
He got hit and then they kicked the field goal. That's where they didn't get in at the goal line.
Yes.
Right?
That's when they went up. I think it was 20-7 at that point.
I'm telling you, man, there are still some deficiencies where I'm like, they're still not running the ball well at all.
They're not.
And they still can't score in the red zone well.
No, but what they were able to do last night.
They did do it twice.
But what they were able to do last night was incredible. So just kudos to Mac Jones because I thought he was playing at a necessity like we talked about where he's the lesser injured quarterback and you needed him. And you're not going to have him on the injury report, but definitely he is injured. And you saw it during the game. He was banged up and he was...
That brace is still pretty big on that knee.
Just groaning and obviously like holding his knee. And I thought he's going to get out of this game. It's going to be Adrian Martinez.
Trent Williams is like picking him up off the turf. But dude, Trent talking about him after the game, he's like, that guy's a dog. He's like, we go to bat. He signs off. If Trent Williams is signing off on you and giving you his vote of support. And by the way, then he says, I understand why he was taken where he was drafted.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand it. I mean, this guy's watched a lot of football. He's one of the biggest dudes in the league. And when that guy, and by the way, Mac Jones, something about his demeanor too. I love his post games. He's
his laugh.
He's kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Did you see him walk in last night to the podium? It looked like he was trying
with a Two-Face suit?
Yeah, the Two-Face suit, but also did you see how he's walking? I was like, dude, this guy is hurting inside and he's doing everything in his power not to let that out. They said, how many bananas? Somebody said he ate 11 bananas.
Yeah, but he said it was like 3.
It was only 3. People are calling it now on the text line. Somebody said this 916 is the banana game. Going to be remembered for a long time.
The banana game? That's
not
bad.
It's the Bourne game. It's the banana game. It's the Mac 10 game. Really, I mean, it's the
full life.
It's the Eddie Money 59-yard field goal game. I mean, that's how many storylines. It's the Alfred Collins game. It's the Chase Lucas. I mean, for all that they did yesterday to win this one, it's going to go down in Niner lore, especially because of the national televised nature of it too. The way you remember it.
And Mac Jones, I mean, the moment's never too big for him because he played at Alabama, and I go back to his time in New England where he was on the sideline screaming at Matt Patricia, being like, the run game sucks. He knows how to play well with a good offensive coordinator. He was put in a bad situation. That's why he failed in New England. He was a backup quarterback with the Jaguars with not a lot of talent. He has Christian McCaffrey. He's playing with Kendrick Bourne, a guy he knows from New England, getting 10 receptions last night for 142 yards.
Hell of a game, by the way. He had one fairly crucial drop, actually, in yesterday's game, too. But he was money. I think he was 10 of 11 on targets yesterday.
He was incredible.
I mean,
Jake Tonjes was great last night.
Dude, I was going to ask this, and we'll talk more about this later in the show. I want to ask Tim this, too, because JD posed this question to me on the pregame. I thought it was a good one. He said, which position group on the team do you think has played the best? And I immediately said the linebackers. I immediately said Fred and
D. Winters.
And then he said, is there a case to be made that it is, in fact, quarterback?
Yes.
Because you're not 3-1. This was coming into the game. You're not even 3-1 without the number 1 passing offense, or number 2, I guess, coming in yesterday in football. I said, I mean, we talked about this. If Mac Jones is the best or second best backup in the NFL, then you've got to say that's the case. I mean, they're 4-1 now. Brock hasn't played great. Mac's played pretty damn good, but you don't win without that effectiveness. I said that group is there. After last night, I think you have to put tight end in that category. They've got 4 touchdowns now from tight ends not named George Kittle. In the previous 6 years, they had like 2 in games from tight ends that weren't George Kittle. They weren't getting anything done. Now these guys are playing different positions. They're not putting up huge yardage or anything. They're not as good in the run game, I guess, and I don't know what's going on there, but I don't know where you'd be without what Tonjes has done to this point.
No doubt.
It's kind of funny, right?
I think that things would be better on the offensive line with George Kittle out there, but I would say they're number 2 just because of Luke Farrell having that fumble last week against the Jaguars. As far as like a collective unit through the first 5 weeks of the season, no doubt it's quarterback. It's the fact that Mac Jones has looked like the best backup quarterback in football right now. Just for what he's done, he's 3-0. Marcus Mariota was good against the Raiders, but lost last week to the Falcons. And, yeah, I mean, just giving credit to Eddie Pinheiro. I'm glad that we're not focusing so much on the kicking because that's an afterthought now. Him knocking in a 59-yard field goal, the 41-yard field goal in overtime, not even a doink. It was just like it was just so smooth, the way that it hit the upright but still clanked in.
I would say it kissed off the upright.
Yeah,
is what I would say.
It was a kiss.
Kiss from a rose, kiss from a left upright.
All right.
We're
going seal there.
Yeah, you like that?
I do. Big seal guy.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. And we ever going to survive? You got to be crazy.
Dude, you going to bring out some seal for us?
I've sang it before on the show. You want me to?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we'll wait
for it. We're going to survive unless we get a little crazy.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of it, dude. So that's maybe our theme song for the Niners right now. I know it's a Ska Friday, but we can mix that in at some point, Dan, if you want.
I'm down with that.
By the way, we're doing Cheers, Years, and Beers, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What'd you like? Is there anything you didn't like about the game or that still concerns you?
You can't have a ton of jeers today.
You can say, like, I still have concerns about the run game. That's
fine.
I can tell you who my jeer is. You want to know?
Who's that?
One of the player on the Niners I'm least confident in. I bet you guys could guess. If you
offensive
thought
line?
about it. Nope. It's one player.
Offense or defense?
He's an offensive player. It's Sky Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Are we ever going to field a kick clean and not like? And by the way, I think Garendo. Speaking of breaks, Garendo fumbles.
Oh, McVay had an argument that was a fumble.
Yeah. Do you mean? But they blew it dead.
They did.
Rams fans were pissed at that point. I was on the concourse at that moment.
That's the right call. But Sean McVay definitely had an argument to be like, "Whoa, hold on, we're not even going to look at that."
How can you look at it if they blew it dead?
I know.
Where are my Niner fans who were just when Sean McVay was doing that last night, bitching and moaning that they blew it dead? Did they blow it dead fast? That's not my call. I don't know. It's not my deal.
Yeah.
I go immediately. If we're going to review that, you guys better go back and review that Ahmad Bradshaw fumble in the NFC Championship back in 2011 or whatever that was.
Against
the same exact thing. It was non-reviewable play.
I got you.
Because it had been blown dead. Something happened. It had been blown dead, or there was a flag there. Not reviewable. It would have changed the entire nature of that game.
Yeah.
Sorry it went that way. Didn't Vinovich call the Jags game last week too?
I think
for the
so.
Niners? I think he did. And you
I
know
can't
what?
recall, but
you know what? Game kind of got twisted out of hand too when they effed Kyle on the placement of that penalty and didn't backed him up instead of giving him the ball.
No, that was the right
on
call.
Third down.
And
It was the
also-
right call. He had a gripe. Also, it was a break for the Niners, and the Niners didn't catch any the week before and haven't caught many. So
yeah, I mean, Sean McVay
I'm not going to feel bad.
He cannot bitch about that because they had multiple chances to win that game. Also, Sean McVay being such a politician, like he's pissed at first, and then he calms down, understands why the play was called the way it was. But God, at halftime, his halftime interview, he is the complete opposite of Ben Johnson, where Ben Johnson just wants to coach the game. Sean McVay's like, well, I hear you, and I hear you about
conversation,
this.
yeah.
I know. It's like, shut up. Just go back to coaching. God.
510 checks in. Golden State Lumber Showroom text line and says, dude, no Tesla Tim Tubin today? It's just, darn, I love Tim. Somebody on the YouTube chat earlier, guy by the name, this is a hilarious name. I hope it's your real name, Ron Lyon.
Ooh, I like that.
That's a good name, dude.
That's a good porn name.
That's exactly what I was thinking, dude. Ron Lyon.
They call me the Lion.
There's no way. Dude, anything after Ron Mexico is always funny.
Yeah, Ron Mexico.
Ron anything is funny. But Ron Lyon checked in and said, what is Tim still celebrating his 20th anniversary? You were suggesting the Niners could have thrown a screen from their own end zone. 707 says screen from your own end zone. FOH, Derek. Out of here.
Okay, maybe not a screen, but just like a quick pass where you're definitely not going to have an incompletion. A screen is definitely risky. I hear you on that one.
5-0-6 says, hands down, I agree with you, Cobes. I screamed louder after that 4th and 1 stop than of any other playoff game. I don't know that I'd say that because, again, like the Lions game a couple years ago, if I had to rank just off the top of my head a handful of games that I loved to cover and to be at, some of my favorite games. Certainly last night.
Yeah.
The Lions game.
NFC Championship game?
The NFC Championship game against the Lions. There's
Yeah.
another one I just had in the back of my mind that I was rattling.
You weren't
around.
at the Philly game a couple years ago, but that's a great
I was
regular
at the one
season
in
win.
Philly. No, my only Niner Philly game is the Brock NFC Championship game where he got hurt. I did not enjoy that one quite so much. You know what I did really like? I did love the NFC Championship against the Packers when Raheem Mostert went for 200.
Mhm,
But that game was it got out of hand. It wasn't as exciting of a game per se. It's just that they had finally reached the pinnacle of going back to a Super Bowl. That was a big moment game there.
Very, very different game, but it definitely meant something as far as hey, this team's going in a different direction than other teams. 2019, where they beat the New Orleans Saints.
That's the other one, the
44
Saints
to 42, whatever it was.
That's the Jimmy game, and that's Sean Payton and Kyle both in their bag, right? Going blow for blow. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. We want to hear from you. Where does this game rank for you in Niner lore? Is it one of the all-times? Plus, cheers, jeers, and beers. What do you got for us? Dino in the 559. What up, Dino? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Dino?
Cope, Greg, what's going down, dudes?
You call him Greg, bro?
Oh, come on, man.
Come on, Dino.
So, last night, cheers to Mac executing the offense to a T. I mean, he was in his bag, looked spectacular, ball came out quick. Imagine when our run game gets going. I mean, it's going to be really scary. Jeers, that holding call or that illegal hands to the face.
That was brutal.
Michael Williams on that final drive.
That was brutal, yeah.
That was insane. That was brutal. But the Niners, in good karma, got that back. And last night, I didn't drink, but I smoked a big fat joint.
Attaboy.
And smoked the chicken, dude.
Yeah, man. Attaboy, Dino.
Hell of a night. Let's go red and gold, baby.
Let's go, bro. 4-1. And by the way,
Well, that explains why he called me Greg.
I mean, again, well, whatever, dude. I mean, my 5th grade teacher sent home my report card and had my dad's name on it. How about that? It said Brian. And she was like, whatever. I remember my parents called her on it, and she was like, whatever. And then she retired.
She didn't give a damn.
Yeah, Mrs. Silva, shout her out. Let's go out to it. Actually, we'll take a quick break. Joe, I see you waiting, Mantika. We will get to you first when we come on back. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What'd you like? What'd you love? Did you hate anything or dislike anything about the game last night? Anything still concern you? And then what were you drinking? We're sort of reveling in this Niner victory. There's so many levels and layers to this thing. We'll talk about it at 3:50 with Tracy Sandler. Again with Tim Ryan at 4:50, 5:30 with Larry Krueger. Plus, I'll tell you what my favorite play of the game was. Creative Kyle getting in his bag. We'll do it next. Cheers, jeers, and beers. Your calls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver of The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his thoughts on the 49ers QB situation. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, well done, Dan.
Little seal?
Oh, and we're never gonna survive unless
this is our Niners
we
theme
get
song.
a little crazy. Oh, gotta wait for it. Crazy.
We're
Seal's a man.
we're never gonna win unless we get a little crazy. Is that
Yes. That's the way to go. You have to get crazy. And the fact that they're 3-0 in the division, dude, this win is so big for them.
Like I said, it's worth 2. It's worth 2 over the Rams in the situation they were in.
And considering the schedule, I mean, you have to play the Buccaneers next week, which is no small feat. But after that, I think its opponents under 500 right now, and then 3 weeks to play the Rams once again. So this is huge. I don't even know how good the 49ers are. They win by the skin of their teeth. They play with backup quarterbacks. They play with backups, but Kyle just gets them to play. And, yeah, they're 3-0 the division. I've seen the Seattle Seahawks have more dominant wins. I've seen the Rams have more dominant wins. But when the 49ers play these teams in the division, and I thought it was going to be the true test for them this year was their own opponents in the NFC West. So far, they've definitely passed the test. So, yeah, I'm shocked that they won that game last night.
We've been asking, when's the last time a team went? I asked this last night on Twitter, and then thanks to the great Josh Dubow of the AP. I mean, he's the king of stats when it comes to football stuff and research here. We put it out to him last night. JD and I did. I said, what's the last team to start 4-1 and not have a rushing touchdown or an interception in the first 5 games? And he said, well, forget the 4-1 record.
Yeah.
Since 1940, no team in NFL history has had 5 games played to start a year and had no rushing touchdowns and no interceptions. No team in history since 1940.
That's insane.
Since before, I mean, 25 years before the Super Bowl era.
Yeah,
Bart Starr wasn't. He was he wasn't even born.
I don't know how
thing?
they're able to win games and not win the turnover battle in that regard of having interceptions. Not getting a single interception this season.
The 49ers are the first team since at least 1940 with no touchdown runs, rushing touchdowns, and no interceptions on defense through 5 games. Forget record. No team's ever even done what the Niners have done. And I would
team has gone 0-5.
Yeah, if you told me that was the fact, that was the note, I'd be like, they're 2-3, they're 1-4, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Forget it. It's incredible.
That's why, whenever people say, you got to win the turnover battle, you got to do this. Well, yeah, that's a good formula to win usually. But every game is different. The fact that they won that game last night just shows, I know this is going to be a very simplistic statement, but it's a week-to-week league. Just because we saw them last week have 5 turnovers against the Jacksonville Jaguars doesn't mean it's going to be the same team we saw this week. And on a short week, the fact they were able to do that, just tip your cap to Kyle Shanahan, man. I know we talked to him. I know we're going to sound biased like that, but he is one of the best coaches in all of football. Take college and pro out of it. He is just so prepared every single time, and he gets the most out of his players. He's incredible.
I can't wait to ask him how his Sunday night was. Remember, he said Sunday night is my weekend.
Yeah.
Whether it's win or lose, I hope it's a win because I get to enjoy that with my family. I bet he enjoys this one. But this Sunday is going to be a good one for him.
And now he finally gets to watch Texas and Florida.
How about that? How about this note real quick? With his rushing offense, under Kyle Shanahan, when rushing for fewer than 80 yards in a game, including the playoffs, the 49ers are 3-18 under Kyle Shanahan with anybody at QB besides Mac Jones. They're 3-0 with Mac. They're 3-18 with anybody else.
Wow.
When he goes for under 80. So Mac has been fantastic through it, 45 times last night. Let's go out to the phone lines. Cheers, jeers, and beers. I see you guys waiting. Let's go to Joe in Manteca. I want to hear from the faithful, man. Where do you put this one in Niner lore? Joe, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, man? How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great, bro. Loving it, Joe. How you doing?
Loving it, man. It feels a lot better. I'd say as far as Niners lore, I'd compare this to that Saints win in 2019, I believe it was, when they won that first Super Bowl run with Shanahan. It was real similar to that, but I think this is a huge confidence builder. I'd say for the cheers, definitely has to be the young players panning out, man. Like, people can say all they want that Kyron Williams fumbled the game away, but I thought Alfred Collins more so made a play on the ball. You know
Definitely.
what I mean? Like punching the ball out. As far as Jeers go, man, one has to be.
Nope, you there?
Joe cut out for a minute. He's been waiting for a sec. We'll just put him on hold for just a sec, Danny. I don't want to cut him off because Joe's one of our good callers, and he's been waiting for a little bit.
But yeah, as far as wins, I mean, yeah, it's right up there with 2019. I would say different circumstances, but the win at the end of the 2021 regular season, where the Niners needed to win to get into the postseason, and the Rams needed that victory to win the division and get the 2 seed, kind of reminds me of that. Just as far as Kyle and Sean McVay going at each other,
back and back, back and forth with each other. Let's go back to Joe and Manteca. Joe, we missed out on your jeer. You said your one jeer was what?
Oh, I'd say my one jeer, man, was the miss roughing the passer call on the third down play on Mac Jones. Not only that, but it was Colton McKivitz, man. Like he flat out got beat and got Mac Jones killed on that play, man.
You talking about the one at the goal line when they didn't score?
Yeah, the one on the goal line. I mean, it was obviously roughing the passer, and it should have been first down on the 2-inch line.
Yeah.
But I felt like Colton McKivitz got beat quite a few times in that game and struggled, man. But nonetheless, it was a great game, great confidence builder, and that's all I got, man.
Appreciate the call. Thanks so much, Joe. Yeah, I mean, that was a tough play in general. Again, for me, it's more to the point that they are just really struggling to try to punch the ball. And it's tough to score down there. Now, McCaffrey does have 2 receiving touchdowns down in that area.
Yeah.
You got another one from Kyle Juszczyk down in that area. Not yesterday, but I mean in general. Tonjes in that area, so they've been able to make plays. And by the way, for everybody who says Kyle's not creative, remember that was the whole thing last year.
He's not as creative as Ben
totally
Johnson.
Plays. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. How about last week we had that play, was it a reverse or flea flicker? No, excuse me. It was a
hook and ladder.
Hook and ladder was last week against the Jags.
Yes.
Yesterday we had a reverse flea flicker screen pass.
Yes.
Where Mac Jones tosses it to, I can't remember who it was that came around. Might have been Bourne.
It was Bourne, then it went back to Mac, and then they threw to McCaffrey on a screen.
Yeah, he throws it back to Mac, then hits McCaffrey on a screen pass. They picked up 8. That was the end of the first quarter.
Right.
Mac's best throw of the game in my mind, I think my favorite throw or favorite play of the game was the very next play. First play of the second quarter. Before the Niners scored their second touchdown. No, it was to Demarcus Robinson.
Oh, on the sideline? Yeah,
dude.
that was a great throw.
He put that on the money, down near, I can't remember exactly where he went out of bounds. He was inside the 10 or inside the 20 for sure. Put it right on his shoulder, right on his hands, and it set up the second touchdown drive, second touchdown score, and put him up 14-0. I just thought that Mac, I mean, they knew the plays that they were in rhythm with, but he operated the offense to a T. You said Kyle, was brilliant with his play calling yesterday, and tip of the cap also to Saleh, but the execution from Mac was fantastic. Let's go to Alex. Alex is in Livermore. Alex, cheers, jeers, and beers. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Cubs and Depop?
Hey,
so my first cheers. Obviously, I gotta hand it to Kyle for the game plan. I thought he called an awesome game, given the limitations that he had. Just nice and aggressive play calling. Didn't hold back. He went with what he had. So I thought that was great. My jeers. At some point, we're gonna have to have a conversation about Trent Williams. Man, he is. He's looking every bit of his age right now, and I know he's a silverback, and I know he's the alpha on that line. But man, it's kind of heartbreaking to see in real time, his game kind of declining. He's definitely on the downside of his career. And then another jeer, shout out to, if I never see Bill Vinovich's face again, I mean, this guy is he is the bane of all 49er games. And it's I think it was early in that first quarter, he throws a flag for holding. I think it was on McKivitz. It's oh, you actually do call holding. Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, funny.
That's
funny.
interesting that you're calling holding on that play. I can think of a couple of different holds, maybe in the Super Bowl.
I was going to say, you say holds or balls, because I got a couple too. Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah. But this year, so I started football officiating this year, and so we have these weekly rookie meetings to kind of help us along. And on regards to that, that whistle. So with forward progress, there's an axiom in football officiating, and I'm pretty sure it. I'm obviously referring to high school football,
Sure.
high school rules, and FHS rules. But I think the axiom maintains for all levels of football, which is the play kills itself, right? And so I had a question at our meeting this last week where I said, hey, with forward progress, what's the rule of thumb? How do we know when to kind of kill the play? And our veteran official who kind of leads the meetings goes, look, if it's one-on-one, you kind of let them play it out, right? Like, you kind of let them kind of jostle, and as long as they're engaged and they haven't broken away from it, let them struggle. But more than one defender on the offensive player, kill it immediately. So in that situation, I think as soon as the referees see that, like, okay, it's one versus the team, right? Like, in their minds, they're already making the decision. The play's dead. Forward progress has been stopped. And it's just a matter of going to their whistle. And I think that's exactly what happened. I think it was the right call. It just happens to be one of those situations where by the time the ref gets the whistle to his mouth, a lot can happen, after the forward progress has been stopped.
Right.
And the whole time I'm watching that in real time going, please throw the challenge flag. Please throw the challenge flag. I mean, I'm sure they would have said it's not reviewable, which I think it's not reviewable.
He did throw the flag. Yeah, he did eventually.
Yeah.
And they talked to him and said, we can't do it. Right.
Yeah, and you're right, Copes. Like, we want to talk forward progress. I mean, the biggest crime on forward progress is that Ahmad Bradshaw. I mean, they freaking blew that whistle, like, I think like a nanosecond after impact. It's like, whoa, what happened? Like, I thought we were playing football, and it's like all of a sudden it's like, I think it was Bowman. Was it Navarro Bowman that that
punches it out, pops it out?
Yeah. I mean, they called forward progress right as he comes into contact with him. I was throwing stuff at the TV, yelling. For me, that was really
Me too,
that
man.
was really what lost the game in my mind. I was like, okay, the football gods are against us in this game. But as far as cheers goes, beers, I'm still at work, but as soon as I get home, I'm having myself a 21st Amendment Hell or High Watermelon.
There you go.
Beer with a little watermelon in it.
Nice. Oh, yeah. In honor of Mac, Hell or High Water for Mac. He's like, I don't care what's happening. I'm winning this ball game. Appreciate the call, Alex. Thanks for the breakdown, dude. That was good. Good officiating breakdown. I like that on the point of contact for when you stop forward progress. I mean, I think in the NFL and I think in general, you kind of give it a beat. Right? Because sometimes the defender will run into the offensive player. The offensive player will keep his feet moving, and you give him a second to keep his momentum going.
Right.
Because it's not just, they contacted, the play's over. It's you got to make sure the forward progress has been stopped. If the player continues to move the pile keeps going, and the play continues on.
Yeah, but
I thought it did happen fairly quick yesterday, but I also was like, I've seen quicker, and I've seen longer. I don't know what I don't know about officiating in the NFL. It's all happening fast. My point was more that you can argue all you want that they shouldn't have blown it dead, but they did, and so it's not a reviewable play, and that's just kind of where I'm at. I don't know what you want.
mean, they got the call right, but I definitely have seen other referees let the play go when it comes to like Marshawn Lynch years ago where he's still like moving the pile, but they got the call right. As far as the Byron Young roughing the passer that wasn't called on 3rd and goal, I mean, Terry McClory on the broadcast came in and said that, they should have called that roughing the passer, but I think that's so ticky-tacky these days. I'm glad they didn't, but yeah, that could have gone in the Niners' favor. Regardless, they won the game.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Scarecrow, Edgar, Dwayne, and Stockton. I knew Dwayne was going to call Dwayne. We texted about you and talked about you last night. Derek and Tim and I were going. I think the actual quote was, if Mac Jones wins this game without Nick Bosa, George Kittle, any of his 3 receivers in Brandon Ayuk or Juwan Jennings or Ricky Pearsall, this is a Dwayne in Stockton wet dream. I think that was the text.
That is the text. But Dwayne, hang on the line. I want to get to your thoughts because we have to have the conversation of, is this really a QB controversy?
That's where we're going to go
before we get to Dwayne.
Because here's the thing, and people were mad at me last night for tweeting. I saw people getting upset with me. It's your fault this is going to happen. I was like, it's not my fault. They're 4-1. You know what I mean? And 3-0.
Wait, it's your fault because of what?
I said it may start to get noisy for Brock.
Yeah, it will.
That's all I said.
Dude, they were doing it during the broadcast.
Now, am I going to be the one making some noise? Maybe. We'll find out. We'll take a quick break.
Yeah?
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Scarecrow, Edgar, Dwayne in Stockton.
Of course Dwayne calls in today.
More of your calls at 808 KNBR. Matt Jones is 3-0 as a 49ers starting quarterback. The Niners are 4-1, and they got a big, long break here, 10 days off before they take on Baker and the Bucs. More to come, and your calls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As you probably know by now, the Niners beat the Rams on Thursday Night Football 26-23 to improve to a 4-1 record this season and 3-0 with Mac Jones. Is there a quarterback controversy? Let us know in the YouTube chat or on our socials at KNBR.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people get very concerned when it comes to paying taxes. They get a bill, they don't know what to do, whether it's business or personal. What should someone do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us. It is such a common situation. It affects so many people, all walks of life. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. But the bill they send you might be wrong. It is a lot of times. It's the first thing we check. Or if you haven't filed a return, one of the punishments is they make up a return. It's called an SFR, substitute for a return. And they do their very best to make up something that's a lot more than you really are. Or maybe you can just pay part and walk away from the rest. Or maybe get rid of the penalties. Or maybe shift the blame where it belongs to a former spouse or business partner. There's so much there for you. We're familiar with all of it. We've been doing it for so long. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Hey, Elaine, do you have some free time tomorrow afternoon?
Me?
Yeah, because you're perfect. You're a calculating, cold-hearted businesswoman. And when there's dirty work to be done, you don't mind stomping on a few throats.
Oh, come on.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Tell you what, Tim better not take too many more days off.
We might have a board op controversy.
Yeah, we might have forget the QB controversy. Dan Dunn is undefeated
You
this
know
week.
what? Let's start that poll. Let's have the Tim Webb versus Danny Dunn poll. No, let's not do that.
You don't want to do that.
No, let's not do that.
Who and who?
I just
Oh,
didn't like the poll last week.
We do it like it's like American Idol. Tim's out because Danny won. It's an America Votes show.
Yeah, exactly.
If the audience likes you, you keep your gig. Which is by the way, it's kind of the poll we're on right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're only sticking around if you guys keep turning it on. You know what
That's
I mean?
kind of how this whole radio thing goes.
Yeah, it's funny how we could get fleeced out of here though, and Tim could still just be sitting there on the board.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So.
Actually, you know what? It is not how this radio thing goes. Even if you are successful, sometimes they tell you to leave. Case in point, me.
Sometimes it just happens that way. Case in point, Tom.
Oh, my God. Yes,
There you go.
exactly.
Thank you. Shut it down. Shut it down. He's at home. That's it. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Cheers, Jeers, and Beers at 808 KNBR. The Niners win at 26-23. The other game, by the way, when I was talking about the my favorite games in Niner history, you mentioned the Niners-Saints game with Jimmy G and Sean Payton.
2019,
Emmanuel Sanders touchdown pass.
Yep.
George Kittle running up the sideline, bowling over dudes.
Mm-hmm.
2011, dude. Divisional round. I think that's my favorite Niner game in my life. Because the Niners hadn't been, like as an adult for me, they hadn't been good yet until Harbaugh. Like they had been good when I was a kid with Steve Young. They'd been good with Jeff Garcia.
Right.
We were losing to Brett Favre every year, it felt like. Right? Or losing to that was short-lived with Mooch in my youth. So then moving into the Harbaugh years after I had to deal with, who was the first guy who came in from Miami? I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, Dennis Erickson.
Dennis Erickson came in first. Yeah, and then you had dude in the suits, Mike Nolan.
Mike Nolan, yeah.
Like that stuff was all so frustrating. And they're a Singletary, and then they were trying to find the guy. Then you finally get Harbaugh to be stable. That game against the Saints, the Whitner knocking out Pierre Thomas, that was like, oh my God, the catch part 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex Smith hadn't had a moment like that. Like we didn't believe Alex Smith could do what he did in that game. It changed our perception of him. Then the next year he comes back and it's like even better. Second year in the offense. Look, he's got a quarterback coach. He's got a coordinator who knows what to do. He's had a coordinator for 2 years in a row now. And then he gets hurt, and Kaepernick took his gig and gets traded and ended up still having a great career in Kansas City and maintained that. But I think if we're talking about games that really mean something, this one last night meant something to me.
Oh, yeah.
This was a big rivalry win for me in terms of like being at a game that had importance. Like this was a franchise, I think sort of, not want to say defining win, but it was definitely a
team-defining win, I think.
Team-defining win for sure. And Kyle said we're close. Like this is a tight-knit group. And coaches will say that, but you don't win games like this if that's not true.
No, I think, and I also to your point of like bringing up wins from the past, I think we have to take playoff wins out of it. I think we need to go specifically with regular season wins.
Yeah.
Because who knows what's going to happen with this team. But I go back to a quote years ago. You'll remember this, Copes. It was the 2000 Baltimore Ravens America's game with Trent Dilfer as one of the people they were interviewing. He says, we won without substance. It was winning ugly the entire year. They played with defense the entire year, even though Brian Billick was a offensive mastermind with the 1998 Minnesota Vikings team. But they won that season ugly the entire way. And we were talking about the stats. The Niners don't have a rushing touchdown. They don't have an interception through the first 5 weeks. They just find ways to win. I don't know if it's sustainable, but it's just a recipe right now that's working. So the Niners take the substance out of it, take the glamour out of it. They just find a way to win, and it's incredible to watch. I still don't know anything about this team, though. I think that they're just resilient. They play pretty good defense. They throw the ball well, whether it's Mac Jones. Sometimes, not so great with Brock Purdy recently. But whoever is wide receiver, they fill in pretty well. Christian McCaffrey's just a Swiss Army knife as far as receiving, doing okay rushing. But I still don't know what this team is really good at, but they're 4-1, and you really can't complain about it.
Let's go out to the phone line. Scarecrow's been waiting a while in Sacramento. What up, Scarecrow? You're on the Sports Leader. How we feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. You know, it's not often that a 49er team can take the sport photocracy, who basically said that they didn't have the right to be on the same field with the Rams, and make them look like the bubbling idiots that they are.
Nice. That's true.
Point being, that was my that was a cheer for me was the Niners offense, defense, and coaching staff who evidently didn't get the memo and decided to take the game right to the Rams. And after 2 scores, Rams didn't look like they were quite sure what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
Second, the jeers goes to, I believe it's Mr. Vinovich, who evidently had quite a full meal, eating his whistle when it came to pass roughing the passer.
Yeah.
I've seen people mugged in alleys less than Matt Jones was mugged. And finally, beers. I am very much looking forward to either a Sierra Nevada Scotch Ale or maybe a Guinness, or maybe both.
Hey, you know what, dude? It's
Friday.
a
You can
Victory
do that.
Friday, Scarecrow. It's tough sometimes on a Victory Monday to celebrate in that capacity. You got all weekend to heal up and get ready, man. You got 10 days for the next one. Enjoy it, I'd say.
Well, I get to go play with chainsaws tomorrow, so I'm going to be very careful.
All right, dude. All right. Give us a finger count next week, Scarecrow. Appreciate the call, man.
Later, Scarecrow.
By the way, how about him telling us that he sees guys mugged all the time in alleys, and it doesn't sound like he's doing much about it.
Yeah, I know. You can help out Skylar Thompson in that regard, Scarecrow? Good Lord.
Let's go back out to the phone lines here. We were talking about him yesterday among ourselves. He's one of our favorite callers. He calls frequently. He divides the audience in more ways than one. He's the filthy bed slinger. It's our guy Dwayne in Stockton.
Oh, Dwayne, here we go.
Dwayne, Mac Jones is 3-0. You've been on this
I'm gonna
tip
turn
for a
my mic
while.
off.
You go ahead, Dwayne. You're on the Sports Leader. What up, bro?
Hey, fellas, I'm going to go backwards. I was danking and drinking on some Don Julio. You know what I'm saying? I was off yesterday, so I busted out the good stuff.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Big game, you know what I'm saying? The jeers, I think the 49ers secondary can be better. All the bad things happen in the run game. Their defensive line is coming up big late games. And cheers, because of what I'm going to say next, I'm going to go ahead and give it Pinheiro. The guy came over and has solved the kicking problem.
Yep.
You needed that 59-yarder, man. You needed every bit of that last night. And I like how he showed up out there and he's doing his job. Now, you know what I'm going to say next, man. I'm going to agree with everybody. You guys do have the best backup in the league. His name is Baby Brock. He's the best backup.
There you go.
And listen, it was real clear last night that Mac Jones sees the field. He don't ever throw the ball up for grabs, bro. He knows what he's doing with the ball. He can see it. Brock's too small. He can't see it. Sometimes he throws the ball up for grabs. It's also very evident that Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan is pretty dangerous. Those two bring out the best of each other. Mac Jones shows the best of that system, and he's such a better fit. So I read all the live chat last night for a couple of hours, and I'm going to put it out there. I think there's a lot of 49er faithful who want Mac 10. So I want people to call in and let me know and tell the truth. Do you want mystery relevant, or do you want Mac 10 leading this team in Tampa Bay against Tampa Bay next week? So that's all I got, fellas. I hope everybody calls in.
Much love, Dwayne. Have a nice weekend, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Look at Dwayne being the third host on the show.
I like Dwayne helping us out, man. That's our guy.
Could have given the number and everything, but okay.
It's all good. You know Dwayne's part of the
No,
filth,
I know,
man. He
I know.
knows what's up. He knows what number
We
to call.
love you, Dwayne. Hey, listen.
I mean, dude, here's the thing. He said the thing about Brock being the backup. He's the backup. He's giving his opinion and whatnot.
Yeah.
He didn't really say anything that I disagree with in terms of looking at how Mac operates. Obviously, he and Kyle can get into a rhythm. He clearly processes the offense well. I mean, does he process it better than Jimmy Garoppolo did?
Yes.
He clearly understands where players are supposed to be, where he's supposed to make throws. He's digested this thing pretty well, which, again, goes back to Trent Williams saying, I understand why he was drafted in the first round.
Yes.
Like, I understand why he was drafted where he was, and maybe even why Kyle looked at him. We talk about Brock being the best operator of this offense. If he's one, then Mac is 1A. One thing I would say is he doesn't have the mobility. I don't know if that's a positive thing, a more positive thing, in that he stays in the pocket. The reason he's taking hits is he stands up in the pocket for a long time. Bro, I don't know that Brock does the same. We'd have to talk to Tim Ryan about that, but it does feel like he's a true pocket passer, is Mac Jones, and it seems like he waits and lets plays develop, and he's also good on the timing of getting it out quick when he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about this more on the other side, because I don't think it's a true controversy, because I think Brock's hurt right now. So Mac's going to play until Brock's 100%. But
isn't that how controversies start? Usually it's because
not when you pay a guy $53 million a year.
Agreed. This is why I don't really think it is, because Brock hasn't played enough. Like, again, they invested in this.
Yes.
It's a little bit different than when Tom Brady took over for, like, Drew Bledsoe, who, by the way, had just gotten a $100 million contract. The richest in NFL history for a quarterback at that time.
But Belichick wasn't really tied to Bledsoe.
That's what I mean, is it was a little bit different. They didn't make the decision to make that, to have that, to pay. He didn't make the decision to do that and was willing to move off of it. He did make the decision to draft Tom Brady and thought he gave him the best chance to win. Now, I'm with you that I don't think it's necessarily a true controversy because Brock is hurt. It's not really a debate for me. If Mac is healthy and Brock's not, again, you play Mac. The question about the controversy is when both are healthy, who do they believe gives them the best chance to win? I look at this and say, if Brock's not 100%, why even bother bringing him back if that's where your investment lies?
Yeah.
And again, there's also the thought, and because there's a salary cap, people don't view it the same way in football. In baseball, I said this in 2010. Who cares that Barry Zito didn't make the World Series roster? Who cares that Tim Lincecum was on a major league minimum and Barry Zito made $26 million? Weren't you paying for victories? Weren't you paying for a championship? Does it matter where the money's allocated and how it's divided? If you win, it does in football because it keeps you from doing other things, for sure.
It doesn't matter to fans at the end of the day because wins are wins. It matters to Jed York who's cashing the checks there.
It certainly does.
Or writing the checks.
We'll talk more about this. Edgar in Jersey, I see you waiting. We'll get to your calls. 808 KNBR. Cheers and beers if you got more that you loved and want to talk about with this 49er roster. We'll catch up with Tim Ryan a little bit later at 4:50. Tracy Sandler at 3:50 in about 20 minutes or so. Is there really a quarterback controversy? Are 49er fans split on Mac Jones and Brock Purdy? I kind of feel like still it's not Mac's job. And he would say the same. We'll hear from Mac Jones when we come on back, and we'll talk about this budding controversy next. Dirty Work on a Friday, a Victory Friday on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Mac Jones is going to back out from under center. He puts McCaffrey out in the slot to the left.
Love the matchup McCaffrey's got right now.
Mac Jones throws. McCaffrey! He's got it! Touchdown! 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 49ers! And it's a 2-score lead here early in the second quarter.
3 touchdowns from Guy. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Yeah, that was good. I like that. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
If you didn't hear me, it's a touchdown.
Maybe he couldn't hear himself. He just kept repeating it over and over and over. Like seeing Guy yesterday. I like your Guy on the
Guy's
calls.
the man.
Great
Guy's the
work
man.
from Guy and Tim Ryan. Hey, he's got McCaffrey in a good spot there. I love Tim. He's going to join
Was
us
he on Landman?
a little bit later in the show.
The linebacker for the Rams?
I was laughing at that too myself. I was like, the big Landman, dude.
Yeah, Landman.
That show with Billy Bob.
Yeah, Landman.
I like that show, dude.
Haven't seen it. But
You got to watch it. You'll enjoy it, I think.
With John Hamm a little bit. And,
John Hamm's in it, yeah.
Your guy, Jerry Jones, popping up.
Jerry Jones, yeah. Jerry Jones has that scene in it kind of randomly. Didn't really need to be in it or anything.
Yeah. As far as like a QB controversy, I know you brought this up yesterday on the post-game show. I don't think there's a controversy. I think it's pretty set in stone where if you saw the pregame show last night, Ian Rappaport said that Brock Purdy's probably going to miss some time. Maybe. We'll see what happens. He re-aggravated his toe, and Kyle alluded to that in the postgame. But as long as Mac's good to go and Brock's not 100%, you probably should go with Mac the rest of the way until Brock is 100%. And then, I think Mac plays better injured than Brock Purdy does at the moment. And then that's an indictment on Brock Purdy. I think it's kind of you were talking about the Cowboys documentary a lot, Copes. It's kind of like a Steve Berline situation back in, I think it was 1991 for the Cowboys, where Troy Aikman was their guy. He was the first overall pick for them, but they were just gelling with Steve Berline the rest of the way, so they played him. But make no mistake about it, Troy Aikman was the guy. I don't think there's a situation where Brock Purdy loses the job to Mac Jones. I just think that if Brock's not 100% for a good deal of time this season, they'll probably go with Mac. You have Mac under contract for the next 2 years. So
next one more after this, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So he's going to be your backup quarterback for quite some time. And he is the best. To me, he's the second best quarterback I've seen under Kyle Shanahan as far as a 49er offense. He handles the offense way better than Jimmy Garoppolo ever did. And I know that some people are going to think that's sacrilegious, but look at it.
I don't think people think that.
No, but some people will be like, come on, Derek. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo did a lot of great things as a 49er quarterback.
See, Mac put it in a linebacker stomach yet.
Exactly.
Jimmy did like twice a week.
At this point, probably Jimmy Garoppolo would have thrown an interception. And last night, Mac Jones played great. He almost threw an interception himself last night. But no, like we see in playoff games where Jimmy handed the ball off most of the time, only threw 8 passes. There's some times where Jimmy was electric. But from what I've seen through the 3 games that Mac Jones has played, he handles this offense way better than Jimmy ever did. So I think that Mac Jones would beat out Jimmy Garoppolo in a quarterback battle, but I can't say the same for Brock Purdy. And you gave Brock Purdy $53 million a year. He is the guy. You can't move off of that. Most teams aren't going to take on that contract. And let's be honest, if either of these guys go to a different team, it's probably not the same. So it's a testament to Kyle Shanahan finding the most out of both of these quarterbacks, getting the best out of these quarterbacks. So it's not a QB controversy. It's just that Mac Jones is going to play right now because of Brock Purdy's injury.
Again, I didn't say controversy yesterday. What I said was it may start getting noisy for Brock Purdy because the longer you're out and the longer your replacement plays well, it's the nature of the conversation. Now, people will go, stop it, Brock's the starter. I agree with you. I like Brock Purdy. I've been a Brock Purdy supporter since we saw what he was capable of in the year where he took him to the NFC Championship. But I would ask everybody right now, how did Brock get his job again?
Injury.
Right. Isn't that how Jimmy got his job?
Yeah.
Is that how Brock got his job?
It's how Tom Brady got his job.
Is that how Alex Smith lost his job to Colin Kaepernick? I'm just saying this is the nature of the job. When you're a quarterback in the NFL, whether you're high paid, high draft pick, whatever it is, if you're the starter, if you're the guy on a team that is competitive, that they've invested in, they rely on, no matter what the equity is, whether it's draft pick or dollars. I know now it's really expensive, but it's all relative to the cap.
Right.
No matter what that is that they've put into you equity-wise, if you get hurt, and your backup performs well, especially at the quarterback position, there's going to be discussion about when you get healthy and how long away is that before they decide to say, are we going to roll with the rhythm guy who's kept us in rhythm and now everybody's playing in this system and is going okay? Or do we go with the guy even if we think he's way better? Like the difference I would say is like this isn't a situation like Joe Burrow and Jake Browning, right? Where the discrepancy in talent is so great.
Mm-hmm.
The discrepancy in talent might not be that huge between these two.
It's definitely not.
The discrepancy in pay is huge. And so if there were anything you were going to look at, it would be how had Brock had this injury 2 years ago when Sam Darnold was the quarterback, would they be in the situation they're in with Brock Purdy now having paid him $53 million, or would they have gone a different route? Like, I don't think they were going to get off of Brock at any point. I think they found their guy, and I believe in that. I think he's the guy. I don't know how severe this injury is. I don't know if it keeps him out 3 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. The longer he stays out and the longer Mac performs, the noisier that's going to get, because when it's time to come back, if he comes back, he's going to be rusty. When he is rusty, that's when things get noisy. I mean, Alex Smith got hurt. Alex Smith was 6-2-1 in 2012. 6-2-1 when he got hurt. He started 9 games. Kaepernick comes in, 7 starts, 5-2. He had a lower completion percentage, but he threw for more yards, threw for almost the same number of touchdowns, fewer interceptions. They had the exact same number of attempts at 218. He had more yards per attempt. He was better on the ground. He offered them something different. I don't know that Mac offers you something different, which is why I think he's the perfect no drop-off guy from the skill set that you're losing. Last year, the backups felt like there was a huge drop-off in talent. Even if Brandon Allen had played well, you never would have said that guy's in the mix.
No, never.
Because of where Mac Jones was, because of the ties to Kyle, because of how well he's played to this point, I don't believe it's anything but Brock's job because of the investment and because of the track record we've seen and the equity he's built within the organization. That said, there is a sense of urgency when he comes back healthy, when your backup has played well. And again, this is the job. I didn't make this up. I don't create quarterback controversies. Great play from backups. When guys are hurt, create quarterback controversies. Because what do you want to see? If Brock comes back and throws 2 picks in the first 2 starts back, don't people start going, man, Mac wasn't doing that? Oh, you immediately have something to compare him to. And that's where controversy comes from. Let's go out to the phone lines.
Let's do it.
Edgar's in New Jersey. What up, Edgar? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, brother?
Yeah, hey, Mac Jones, that dude is balling. I mean, in Shanahan's system, he's never had a real number one. I mean, Brock, he's okay. Jimmy G, he was okay, but he's never had like a first rounder, guy that can throw the cannon and as sharp as Mac Jones is. The system is made for a quarterback, of course, but I mean, he's balling. I don't know if Brock Purdy plays that game yesterday and we still win the game. So, and shout out Lynch of what they did with the defense. They loaded up. I mean, and now look, Collins with the hit yesterday, Williams balling out. I mean, we got something special going on. These next 3 games, I keep Mac Jones in there. Win. Bucks, Falcons, Texans. We could win them 3 games without a problem. I mean, this is it wouldn't be controversy now, but it's about to be because Mac Jones, he look a little bit sharper. He's a little bit taller. He's zipping that thing, and he's confident. I mean, Purdy, yeah, stay out a couple weeks, They keep him out a couple more weeks. All right, fellas.
Edgar, appreciate
Thanks,
the call.
Edgar.
See, Edgar, though, immediately cutting Brock down for being the last pick. I mean, even Dwayne did it earlier. He said, would you rather have Mr. Irrelevant? Like, why does that tag matter?
That's always going to be a
But
thing.
it's so funny because Edgar said he's never had a guy. He's never had a number one. He said basically he's never had a first-round pick. And I go, well, he did. He had Trey Lance, and he got hurt, and it didn't develop in the right way, and they moved on because they found somebody else who was better. I'm not going to denigrate Brock by propping up Mac Jones. I will say that the longer Brock stays out, and if the team stays in rhythm and Mac continues to execute, and there are other deficiencies. I mean, this is the thing. You said to me on Monday, dude, after they lost to the Jags, I said, are you telling me you think Brock needs all the weapons around him to be successful?
Yes. But I think the same applies to Mac Jones.
I agree. I would also say that Mac played yesterday with fewer weapons than he's had all year.
But we still have McCaffrey.
He did have McCaffrey, but he had McCaffrey in the previous 2, and Brock had McCaffrey in both of those games as well.
Look, the bottom line.
Brock had more weapons in the previous game. I mean, again, neither here nor there. What I'm saying, though, is I agree with everybody saying Mac looks good. Mac's look great. He's operating it at a high level. But when Brock comes back, they've invested in that, and they're going to make sure, much like you had to run Jake Moody out there week after week after week, season after season, because you spent a 3rd rounder on it, you got to make sure you're going to make sure you've squeezed everything out of your investment that you can before you know there's a different route to go. That's not even something at the forefront of their mind right now.
No, it's not.
They got Mac to be this in this situation. Now, I do have concerns about Brock staying on the field. He's taken a lot of hits, and he's been banged up a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, and Mac Jones handles it better right now. Look, this is a storyline because Brock Purdy has not played well so far this season. In Game 1, yeah, he was resilient. He could throw easily an interception in the end zone, but instead it was a touchdown to Jake Tonjes. And then last week he has a terrible game, and I do not think he was 100%. I didn't think Mac Jones was 100% yesterday, but he got the win.
Well, they're not, factually, right?
Yeah, of course. So as far as this being a storyline, I get it. It's a juicy narrative because Brock Purdy has always been Mr. Irrelevant. He's not the guy. Everybody thinks that eventually he'll lose the job, and Mac Jones was the apple of Kyle Shanahan's eye for a good deal of the draft evaluations. And then either he talked himself out of it or somebody else talked him out of it and didn't take Mac Jones. He took Trey Lance. So, of course, we're going to naturally say that it should be a QB controversy because Mac Jones is 3-0 while Brock Purdy has won a game this season, but hasn't looked good in the process. I think the best case scenario is Brock gets healthy, probably sits the next few weeks, and Mac Jones still plays very well. But I don't think there's any result where Brock Purdy loses this job to Mac Jones once he's 100%. I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
I just think it's a juicy storyline. It's a natural one where ESPN's going to run with it, or people on the pre- and post-game show for Amazon are going to talk
Dirty
about it.
Work is going to run with it.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
going to go with it when it's a topic.
Exactly.
I'll fan those Flames, yeah. Whatever's going to get you guys to call in, yeah.
No, I mean, I totally understand it.
But here's what I'm saying, though.
I don't think it's feasible.
What if they're not, I don't know why you don't think that. I do think it's feasible. I think it's feasible that Brock comes back, struggles. Mac plays well. I mean, what if it's 3 more weeks? What if it's 3 more games? Let's say the Niners get 2-1 in the next.
I think anything's on the table for this season.
saying-
Just to have the same flow going.
Right.
But if we're talking about
long term is different. I'm talking about right now, this season, right here. Because if things go well right now, right here, and you go, let's say Mac's 5-1 or 4-2, and Brock comes back, and Brock struggles for a couple of weeks, or he gets tweaked up again, or something. At some point, you have to ask yourself, who's going to give us the best chance to win?
Right.
In this moment, not what's the best for the franchise going forward next year. Who gives us the chance to win right now?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a thing for this season. I've seen it before where I think it was the 2007 Redskins. The first-round draft pick to them was Jason Campbell, and he got injured, and then Todd Collins came in and played fairly well. And then a playoff game, Jason Campbell was good to go, and they benched him for Todd Collins, and he was terrible. But I think for the long term, it's always going to be Brock Purdy. For this season, I don't know. We'll see if Brock's ever 100% with his turf toe. It's a nagging injury. So I think anything's on the table. I think Kyle's going to do what's best for his football team. But if you think that they're going to trade Brock Purdy because of Mac Jones, I don't think that's happening.
But that's way beyond quarterback controversy. That's
a true controversy.
I mean, if you're in that spot, it means that somebody has been so good for you for so long. I mean, who's the last team to do it in that capacity? It would have to be the Patriots, who won the Super Bowl with Brady, had a $100 million quarterback, and a franchise that wanted to take him, and they traded him to Dallas.
It was on the table for the Eagles with Nick Foles, but it didn't happen. As soon as Nick Foles, they knew that Carson Wentz was going to be the guy. They won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles, and he started those first 3 games of the 2018 season.
It's different, though, because Foles had a different track record.
Exactly.
Whereas, I mean, Mac Jones is still pretty young. Mac Jones does not have the track record, even now, that Foles had when he got to Philly.
No.
Foles was the veteran backup.
Right.
I mean, Mac is a vet and a backup, but he hasn't been around for that long.
Yeah, but the fan base loved Nick Foles way more than Carson Wentz.
Well, yeah, because he won the bowl.
Exactly.
Right? The same as that's what I'm saying. Mac wins a Super Bowl this year. Things are going to get real.
Let's
loud.
wait. Let's wait till then.
That's my point. Is
Yeah.
the 2 examples we're giving are Super Bowl champion backups.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Like not
Hostetler didn't keep his gig.
No, but for a while they did.
Phil Simms is the dude.
No, if I remember correctly, it was 1991 after they won the championship with Jeff Hostetler, and then next season was a QB competition. And Phil Simms won, and then eventually, when it was true free agency, Jeff Hostetler went to the Raiders. But yeah, that's an odd situation because Phil Simms won a Super Bowl and Jeff Hostetler won a Super Bowl.
So get me that SOB who won with Bruce Smith. That's what I want.
Exactly. But, we'll see what happens. But Mac Jones is playing really well right now. And until we hear that Brock Purdy's 100%, it's going to be Mac Jones' job probably.
You know what I never do anymore? Is talk about the giveaway. In the time I'm supposed to do.
It's bound to happen when you have an epic 49ers
I'm too fired
win.
up, dude. I'm too fired up. Just like the guy who texted in, "Hey, I'm sorry I'm late to the show." Which no problem, dude. I appreciate you being here every day as a part of the filth. But the texter said, "I'm sorry I'm late." Have we talked about Kurt Suzuki interviewing for the Giants job today? I was like, "No, bro, no, we have not
today.
No.
Not today.
If he gets hired, yeah, we'll talk. I promise. I'm not going to break down Suzuki today.
They're going to interview a lot of people.
I'm not breaking down Kurt today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They might talk to Stephen Vogt, too, Darren.
I think he was another Hawaiian dude. I can't remember what his nickname was. I mean, former A catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Yeah, back in the day.
Well,
I can't remember his nickname, though.
Yeah, I thought he had a Hawaiian nickname. I think he's from Hawaii, is Kurt Suzuki. But the flying Hawaiian was Victorino.
Yes.
I always liked that nickname, but I think there's a Kurt one, too. We are still giving away tickets today. 2 tickets to the Revolution Good Vibes Cali Tour 2025 with Pepper and More Day. Get a pen, write that down. It's going down October 11th at Shoreline Amphitheater. All you got to do is listen between now and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. If you hear it and you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you win those tickets. It's furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at knbr.com. It's actually thesportsleader.com. I don't know why we keep putting that.
Yeah, we never know. I have no idea what we call the station anymore.
It's a name controversy. Danny, what's our cue to call going to sound like today? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to the Revolution Good Vibes Cali Tour 2025.
Call
with
right
Pepper
now.
and More. That's what it'll sound like when you hear that later in the show. Caller 10-415-896-KNBR.
It's never enough time.
Yeah. Is that the number?
Yeah.
415-896 KNBR. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Bruce and Jess, you guys waiting. I would say we got to get out, right? We want to take these calls first. We got to get out.
Real quick on one call, maybe.
Let's go to Jay real quick and Rancho Cucamonga. Bruce, I'm sorry. We'll get to you right after we talk to Tracy. You can hang on the line or give us a call back. But Jay in Rancho, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, it's been a while since I talked. Cheers first of all for the entire Niner defense. Getting Robert Saleh back was awesome. Cheers also, of course, to Mac Jones. And then I want to give a cheer to me coming up next month for Dreamforce. I'm so excited to go back to the Bay Area. And cheers to my neighbors because they kept texting me, the Rams and Niners are playing. The Dodgers are going to be playing. And now I can just sit there and just kind of yeah, okay, go Phillies. How about them Rams?
Yeah, go Phils. How about them Rams?
There you go.
I like that, dude. I like that. Jay,
exactly.
Jay, last night after the game, I was hanging with JD and Mr. KNBR in Austin at this the Hollywood Park Casino. And there's so many. They're all Dodger Niner fans, right? They're all Dodger Niner fans. Yep. This guy's sitting there next to us at the bar, and he's wasted. He's wearing a Dodger hat, and I was just kind of watching the Dodger highlights on TV and ESPN or whatever. And he goes, hey, can I ask you a question? I said, yeah. He said, what do you think's going to happen to the Dodgers? I was like, he has no idea who I am. I said, I think they're going to lose bad. He goes, really? I said, yeah. He goes, would you bet on them? I said, absolutely not. He said, I appreciate you shooting me straight.
Because you're so honest.
He thought I was
you're so honest
I was
and
like a
not
diehard
biased.
LA fan. I was like, screw you. Get out of my face.
Yeah.
Jay, I appreciate the comment. Dude, don't be a stranger. Let us know when you're up here, bro.
I will.
All right, Jay. Much love,
Thanks,
bro. Great
Jay.
to talk to you, dude. We love Jay in Rancho Cucamonga, one of our regular callers.
Cucamonga.
How about him patting himself on the back? He's like, I don't want to give myself a cheer for coming up to the Bay.
Not bad.
What are you, Tim Webb, patting yourself on the
seriously.
back? I like to.
Or are you looking for me to pat you on the back?
Yeah, dude, pat me on the back.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I like asking people to pat me on the back before doing it.
Come on,
doing it
please
myself.
pat me.
Come on, give me some credit. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, let's hear from, we're going to talk to Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network and part of our pre- and post-game coverage.
Speaking of Dodger fans.
Of Niner football. We'll stay away from this with Tracy. Can't get into Dodger ball with her.
No.
By the way, we'll hear from Mac Jones later. I want to hear what Mac had to say after the game, if he views himself as a starter of this team. And Kyle talking about Brock Purdy being week to week. By the way, I saw that Mac said that Kyle mentioned to him. He was like, yeah, Kyle told me that. He's like, damn it, dude, we're underdogs again. He said, Mac said, yeah, we're underdogs. I guess it moved to 8 or it was 8 or something. He said, I told Kyle, I don't really know what that means, man. Max is out here to play
I'm glad
football.
that Mac doesn't care, but coaches care about that stuff way more now. And I'm like, dude, I mean, Kyle, what would you expect? I mean, given the injuries and everything, of course you're going to be underdog.
Yeah, he doesn't really.
But you use it as bulletin board material.
Maybe
I get
he
it.
was saying it to his. We can ask Kyle next week if he was saying it to Mac as a way to
Of course.
Were you really frustrated? Were you pumping him up? Does it miff you when you're marked as an underdog? And Mac was like, "Didn't work on me. I don't really know, man. I'm here to eat bananas and win football games, and I'm all out of bananas," said Mac Jones. We'll talk more about it with Tracy Sandler next. The Niners win it. They're 3-0 in division, 4-1 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. He joined the Gregs today before his journey to Tahoe for the weekend to break down the 49ers win over the Rams. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn with you. Tim off today. Not sure why. Tim off today.
And
Niners
Monday.
off today. It's a victory Friday for the Niners. And here to talk about it, one of our favorites, Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. She joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. By the way, Tracy is sponsored by Aztec Building Products. How about that, Tracy? TimberTech. That's the actual name of the company. I read the wrong thing. It's TimberTech Decking and
Well,
Railing.
when you think of me, you think of building products.
That's number one. First and foremost, TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, and on our pre- and post-game coverage of Niner football. Tracy, that was a fun game, huh? Fun result, at least.
You know what? It was a very fun game to cover.
Yeah.
It did feel, it kind of felt like a playoff atmosphere, even though we're in week 5 and there's a long way to go. But anytime the 49ers and the Rams play, I think you get that in the Shanahan versus McVay part of it. It is such a huge part that sometimes we forget about that amid all the injuries and who's going to be where. The coaching matchup is pretty spectacular. But it was a really fun game to cover and to be a part of it that way, for sure.
I totally agree. I've been running through it going, as a 49er fan and the games I've gotten to cover, like, this is up there for me because it's as Kyle said after the game, it's a character win. But I said, this is one that for me kind of goes in 49er lore. It felt like it was, as Kyle said, an end of January or a late January game. It gave the young guys an opportunity to sort of feel the short week for the first time and feel what it's like to go up against a Hall of Fame quarterback with an Offensive Player of the Year candidate, with a Super Bowl winning coach. I mean, there were a lot of layers to this thing, and Kyle coached his ass off. I want to start there with the coaching. I mean, this has got to be, for me, one of Kyle's preparation masterpieces and in-game decision-making, both with aggressive nature and the play calling and how they executed. It was top to bottom one of my favorites.
I would agree with that. And I think it also goes to show just how good Kyle Shanahan is.
Yes.
And people get upset when they lose the Super Bowl, and I understand losing a championship game, but it goes back to this. You want the guy that can get you there. And once you get there, there's two of you. There's 2 teams left. And so one of them is going to have to win and one's going to have to lose. But I don't know who the 49ers would get other than Kyle Shanahan that could get you there. And this was definitely a Kyle Shanahan, as you said, coaching game. It was tremendous, and I think maybe one that everybody can remember when they're like, Kyle's got to go. Who are you getting better than Kyle? Nobody.
No. Nobody.
An incredibly coached game.
Nobody. Talking to Tracy Sandler on the Uma Guest Line. Yeah, I mean, Kyle's been incredible this season, so there's a lot of different candidates for Coach of the Year, and that's an award down the line, but given what they've had to go through this season with all the injuries, do you think Kyle should be the leader in the clubhouse for Coach of the Year?
At the moment, absolutely. I mean, they're 4-1 and they've won 3 division games, which, not that they're going to want to go on any kind of losing streak, but obviously they've been dealing with a lot of injuries, or they're dealing with a lot. It's only going to get harder as the season goes on. To have that, I don't want to say cushion isn't the right word, but they have 3 wins in the division. They've beat every single one of those teams. Chances are they'll beat at least one of them one more time. Puts them in a really good position. So yes, I would say so, especially when like you said, with all the injuries, with everything they dealt with. I mean, last night, no Brock Purdy, no Ricky Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings. There's no Nick Bosa at the end of the rest of the season on a short week. It was pretty impressive.
Would you say your gauge of Kyle, and I asked him about it, I think it was last week, and he said he didn't think this was the case. I feel like it is. Do you think he's more aggressive now in his, not just play calling, but in decision-making within game? I mean, they were 3 for 3 on 4th down, and I know they did it in places where you go for it on 4th down, but I would say just as aggressive is the 59-yard field goal attempt. I mean, that was kind of laying it out there, saying, "Hey, we're gonna go for the win here. We're gonna go for this lead here. If we don't get it, I'm gonna roll my defense back out and get a stop and give us a chance." I just feel like he's been more aggressive and determined in those places than we've seen in the past. Where are you?
I would agree. I don't know if it's a conscious choice to be more aggressive or if it's just you learn so many things along the way.
Right, yeah.
And you make choices. I remember, I want to say there was a game against Seattle, maybe 3 or 4. Yeah, it was the game with the field goal that went kicked into
where Chase McLaughlin almost hit Jennifer Lee Chan in the tunnel.
Yeah.
It was 2019. 19
yeah,
maybe?
20,
Yeah.
It was 20.
Thursday night?
Yes, and there was, yes, and it was all, I think it was either
Or a
Thursday
Monday.
or Monday, but
It was
there
a
was
Monday.
all this
Monday night,
talk
yeah.
of, it's a Monday night, all this talk, oh, he should have gone for the tie. And he
Right,
said,
right.
you can't coach for the tie. You coach for the tie, you lose the locker room. You lose your players. So that's kind of, I think about that and that mindset. And so I think the aggressiveness has been there. I just think that over the years he's learned and he's been put in different situations and he has different personnel and different players in different situations. And he has learned how to adjust and how to adjust quickly. The going for it on fourth down 3 times was big. I thought that was, quite a statement. But I think it's also a statement of how he feels about this group of personnel, about these players, and what he thinks they could do.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. So even though the 49ers are 4-1, I still don't know much about this football team. They don't have a rushing touchdown this season. They don't have an interception this season. So what do you think is the best thing about this football team right now?
I think in a lot of ways, it's the youth. And what I mean by that is I think a lot of the gutsiness, in some ways, you don't know what you don't know. And you're a rookie coming into this league, and you have an opportunity on a team that's really going to count on their rookies. And I think that sort of energy and gutsiness and hard work, all of it infuses itself into the rest of the team. And I think that's what a lot of it is. And I think gutsiness right now, grittiness that this team has. I mean, last night's performance was a gritty performance, but really all their wins have been gritty. Even Sunday's game was gritty. They didn't win it.
Right.
But that is the thing to me that really stands out. I mean, last night's game is a game that last year they would have for sure lost. And you know what? Last night's game was a game that maybe 2 or 3 years ago they would have for sure lost. There's just a different energy around the team. And Christian talked about it after, and he said, I know I love this team. I think he said something to the effect is like, I don't know who we are yet, but I know I love this team. I love the character of this team. I felt it since OTAs. And, I think coming from Christian McCaffrey, who's now been in the league a while and been on the 49ers a while, that's saying a lot.
Tracy Sandler joins us on the UMA guest line. Sort of following that up, I mean, you and I talked about it all preseason, you and I and Todd on the pre- and post-game shows. How do you grade this draft? I mean, 5 games in, yesterday was a day where you saw the youth. I mean, Marquise Siegel, Upton Stout, that we got banged up. He followed Puka Nacua around all day. C.J. West playing with a broken thumb. You've got Alfred Collins with the play of his career to this point. Even Chase Lucas, who has very little experience, makes a play at the end, the smallest guy on the roster. Where are you with the youth and the draft picks on this team in terms of how you grade what they did in April?
I would quote Fred Warner to start, who said John Lynch will be celebrating on the flight home. And I think that kind of says it all. I mean, this has been a pretty impressive draft so far. And I think you could say the same thing for last year's draft too, but it's been pretty impressive. I mean, we had talked about all preseason, like you said, these young guys having to come in and it was going to be ups and downs and all of that, but they've really fit in nicely. Has it been perfect? No. Marquise Siegel, I would argue, has had a tough first few weeks. Last night really looked very good in a lot of places. But this is a good draft class, and it's not just the talent. There's a work ethic in this draft class, because I think we may have talked about this last week, but what you're seeing every week is improvement. And that, to me, is a very big deal. Like, even guys who maybe played okay in the beginning, came into training camp. Alfred Collins is a really good example of someone who came into training camp that really seemed like a work in progress. Was he going to make the roster? And the improvement we've seen from him also just shows a level of work ethic and mentality that I think is a big deal, especially in this NIL era where players could be unhappy and then just decide the next day they're going somewhere else. So I don't think that's as easy to find as maybe as it once was.
So naturally, after Mac Jones' performance last night, people are going to say it's a QB controversy with Mac playing well.
I think Tracy started it. She was the first one to say, I think it's over for Brock. Right, Tracy?
So, yeah, that definitely sounds like me. I mean, I'm the one who asked him about the bananas. So, for sure, I'm definitely the one that would have gone out there and just been like, it's done.
And did we
Back
get
it up, Purdy.
And did we get confirmation it's 11 bananas or 3 bananas?
No, it was not. It was 3 bananas. You are all welcome that I did the deep dive on that. I asked him, I said it was reported it was 11. He said it was in fact 3. So everybody, Bananagate is over and you are all welcome.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. But as far as the QB controversy or the made-up one that I think some national shows are to go with, or maybe even locally here, to me, it's just a matter of Mac Jones will remain the starter until Brock Purdy's 100% healthy. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that 100%. And I look at it as less of a controversy and more of a discourse, to be honest. I think people are having, this conversation. Could anyone have been good? Should they have paid Brock that money? It's something to discuss and talk about. But I agree with you. He remains a starter. And Mac even said it last night. He said they brought me here to be his backup, and I'm going to do everything I can until he gets back. And I don't think there's any sort of controversy. I don't think this takes anything away from Brock. But, this is the world we live in. There's a recency bias. Mac also has a great personality, so he's fun to root for in a lot of ways. But, yeah, there's not a controversy here. Brock is still their starting quarterback, and he should be.
Talking to Tracy Sandler here in another minute or two. Just one more thing on the health of the team. So you're going to have Malik Mustafa's practice window open on Monday. Yep. I asked Matt Mayoko yesterday, had he heard anything about George Kittle? Because I said soft tissue injury with a hamstring that was as severe as it was, to be out as long as he has been, a month on IR. And we haven't really heard much of an update. I said, do you anticipate any setbacks? Would he be good to go, you think, even by Tampa? We're not hearing it's maybe more likely Atlanta than Tampa. Just your reaction to that and how we think this is going to play out for Kittle and for Mustafa.
I think Mustafa, it will be interesting to see, how he does this week, but it seems timeline-wise, this makes sense. This was Kyle's initial thought, that week 6 was he thought maybe Ayuk at the same time. So I think, we'll see how he does this week, but assuming he's healthy, potentially he would be available for Tampa. But of course, they have to build him back up, and there's a difference between healthy and in shape and game shape, as we all know. It was Kittle. It sounds like Kyle said this week would be very unlikely. And you're right, soft tissue injuries, hammies are tough. And I think the thing with hammies, and Adam, I think we've talked about this, is it's just they have a tendency to linger or come back. And I think they want to be very sure that George Kittle is okay. And obviously he's not quite there yet. And then also week 7 is a home game. There's not a 5-hour flight to Tampa and back. I don't know how much that plays into it, but I know that these flights are really hard. They're hard on my bodies. I'm sure they're much harder on the bodies of people who are getting tackled by 300-pound men on a weekly basis. So that could play into it somewhat, but I haven't heard that there's a setback, but this clearly was a pretty serious hamstring injury, and I think they'd rather be safe with it than sorry, especially with everything else that's gone on.
Right. Did you know Eddie Pinheiro had the 59-yarder in his bag? Because that's not really his forte, kicking from that far. I mean, Kyle was like, we were going back and forth and said, screw it, let's see what he's got. I thought that was a strong move. What'd you think of that?
It was very impressive. I did not think he had that in his bag. I kind of thought that was one of the things that they gave up when they let Jake Moody go. But, he says he's Eddie Money, and thus far he has proven to be Eddie Money, and I was pretty impressed. 59 yards, there's just not a lot of guys that could do that, but it goes to a little bit of, you talked a little bit about the aggressiveness. I think there's just this energy of this team, like, let's do it, and I won't swear because this is a family show, but there's a little bit of that, like, let's go, let's do this, we're going to prepare and coach and execute to the best of our ability, but also we're going to take some chances because why not? Let's see what we have from a lot of these guys, and I think that's what it is. That's what they're doing with so many of these young guys and so many of the new guys. Let's see what we've got now, so in November and December we can plan accordingly.
Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, part of our pre- and post-game 49er coverage. You'll hear her with myself and Todd Husak ahead of and after the Atlanta Falcons game in a couple of weeks when they get back from Tampa. Tracy, always a pleasure. As always, go Phillies, and we will talk to you soon.
Go Dodgers. Have a great day.
No. Dump that, Danny. Tracy. Dump it. Get out of here. All right, Tracy. Talk to you later. The great
she had in on a bad note.
Yeah, she knew. Well, she knew. She knew.
She knew. She was getting out.
Got to take my shot, too. Ring the bell, Philly. You know what I mean?
Yep. And on a high note. To your point, though, on Kyle Shanahan going forward more, I think it's because he finally trusts his quarterbacks. I think that back in the day, when Brock was younger and Jimmy was playing, he didn't know if he could pick up the first down with those guys under center. And now the league is so aggressive with Dan Campbell always going for it or Nick Sirianni always going for it. You have to adapt as a coach. If you don't adapt, you're going to die. So I think that's why Kyle is more aggressive this season.
4-5 says, why is everyone kissing Kyle's ass after 3 straight run calls to end the game? It almost gave the game away.
Oh, stop
it. Should never have gone to OT. If you're going to be dumb enough to run on 3 straight, at least spread the offense out and keep the defense honest. What would you have said, 415?
What the hell are you talking about?
What would you have said if he threw a pass and it was batted at the line or was incomplete?
Or intercepted.
And then they punted anyway. Are you saying they should have been throwing on all 3 downs? Up 3 from their own 1? And the Rams had 3 timeouts? I mean, again, I don't know how people think that's dumb. You can think that that's not aggressive. It's strategic for sure because it's make sure the Rams have no timeout.
You're trying to burn the timeout.
To say it's dumb is foolish because you won and it didn't backfire. You didn't give up a touchdown. You held them. And you held them in part because they didn't have a timeout to throw 2 quick passes, call a timeout, and set themselves up for a touchdown shot. They had to kick a field goal. By the way, they'd already missed one. And they had one blocked. Well,
Think of the circumstances you were in. You were basically on what yard line? The 5-yard line. And you thought you were going to lose the game 27-23. You cause a fumble, recover it, and then you have the Rams burn all 3 timeouts. In the end, you tie the game, go to overtime, and win it. I don't know how you could be angry about that.
Well, people are saying, why are we praising? People are saying it's stupid and dumb that he did that.
It's not stupid. It's strategic. It's the right thing to do.
It's the
you want the
basic
Rams to go down the field with the potential of winning the game with no timeouts left. If you get sacked, if you cause a turnover, the game is over.
I want to know which coach. I want to know which coach people think are going to throw it there, and who you think is it. What great coach do you think is throwing it in that situation when the other team has 3 timeouts? It's not what you do. It's not what you do. And people are going, well, Mac was completing passes down there earlier. Earlier, you were playing for the win when you were tied. Right now, you're playing to make sure they don't score a touchdown.
Right.
You're playing to make sure they don't get a touchdown. You throw a pass, you snap a pass, or snap to pass, you drop back, you step out of the end zone, you get a holding call like they had 2 weeks ago with a rookie on the offensive line in the end zone. Now you're pissed because I cannot imagine anybody who thinks it was dumb of Kyle to run the ball 3 times. There's no way that if they throw it, an incomplete pass, leave more time on the clock and a timeout for the Rams, that they're not sitting here today going, well, that's the right move, though. There's no way any of you are sitting here going, well, that was the right move to pass it. No. I like his aggressive nature, even though they lost. No, that's the fastest way to give the game away.
I agree.
The fastest way to give the game away. Instead, make them go 50 in under a minute with no timeouts, and they couldn't. So it played to your benefit.
Maybe
you won the game, and to say it's dumb is outrageous.
No, it's not dumb.
It's quite literally the basic knowledge of what any coach is supposed to do there. It's risky to do anything else.
Maybe you could be a little more aggressive with the play call. Maybe it's a different type of running
Maybe it's
play.
a different type of run, yeah.
Maybe, I think of that situation, maybe Dan Campbell and John Morton or Ben Johnson scheme up a different play on 3rd and long to get the first down. Maybe it is a screen pass. But you don't want to be too crazy there where you have an incompletion or worse, a turnover. So it's not a dumb thing. In the end, he got the win, damn it. What the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah, what if you get a holding penalty in the end zone? It's a safety and you punt the ball away at the same spot, basically, and they're gonna you don't land in the landing zone, then you're in trouble, huh?
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
That's what I'm talking about. When people called in today to give their jeers, it was reasonable. Stuff like that's so stupid.
Yeah, he's so dumb that we're praising Kyle for doing what every coach in football is supposed to do.
He came up with a great game plan to win that game.
They won the game. It's ridiculous.
This fan base needs to appreciate this coach a hell of a lot more.
That's pretty incredible.
The same thing with Steve Kerr. I do not understand why fans turn on these guys. They're obviously better than most of the coaches in their respected sports.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand the disdain that how foolish of him and how dumb. It worked. He was right.
They're 4-1.
It shouldn't have gone to overtime, but it did, and they won. Why are you mad? They won the game.
That's such nitpicky bull crap.
And they won. They got the stop. Well, they almost didn't, but they did, didn't they? But they did.
But I'm going to be mad with a loss or a win today.
I just don't understand I can't believe that anybody would sit here if they did do it and it backfired. If they did throw it. If they run it the first two. Imagine sitting here after this victory yesterday, after all the great stuff that happened, and going, I can't believe they handed it to Christian McCaffrey 3 times. Yeah. You're mad they gave it to their best player 3 times. The guy's not getting, you're hoping doesn't fumble it. Everybody wants to blame Kyle for the Super Bowl. That fool put it on the turf on the opening drive. Like, again, it's Tracy made a great point there. People get mad when you lose Super Bowls and they go, he can't win it. You want the guy who can get you there.
Yeah.
There's like 25 teams that don't have that guy.
No.
How many coaches actively have been to a Super Bowl? Not even that many. Like, there's like literally 20 teams that don't have a guy that can do it.
Right.
Or a guy like Tom. Like, Steelers fans are turning on Tomlin because he hasn't gotten them there in 15 years.
I think it's reasonable for fans to turn on CEO coaches when they really don't do a thing when it on either side of the ball.
Yeah, they're stable.
Yeah,
there's stability, and that's what the Steelers preach. Like, that's kind of what they live on and what they survive.
Exactly.
By. That's the way they go about it. We can agree to disagree on all this, guys, but to say it's dumb is ridiculous. It is the smartest thing to do in that situation with a lead. If you're down, you got to throw. But it's not even on. You can say Mac Jones been completing passes. You got to throw a pass, and it's got to be completed, and you're backed up against your own end zone, and you get pressured at all. By the way, Mac isn't all that mobile right now. At this point, Kyle knows, just like he knew last week or 2 weeks ago against the Cardinals, He couldn't hand it off at the 1 yard line because Mac was too bum in the knee to do it.
Right.
So again, there's so many things that go into this, and most of it is make the Rams use 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Sean McVay would tell you that was the right thing to do.
That's the key.
Because you know what Sean McVay would have loved there? A timeout. And if he would have loved it, I don't want him to have it.
Exactly.
We'll take a break. We got more on this. You should just be happy about a victory.
It's a
They're
win,
4-1. They beat the Rams
It's
again.
an improbable win.
Can't believe Kyle. What an idiot for running it 3 times and then winning the game. We'll talk more next. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver of The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his thoughts on the 49ers QB situation. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. No Tim Webb today. Tim Webb off today and on Monday. We got Dan Dunn with us. By the way, Tim makes the schedule.
Yeah, he does.
We didn't know he was going to be off Monday till when? Today?
I didn't know today, and neither did Dan Dunn.
So Danny Dunn's filling in Monday. He didn't know that he was working Monday until Tim jumped the plane and then emailed the schedule.
By the way,
out.
Dan, you're
By the
on
way,
the
Dan,
schedule.
you're working on Monday for me. Who am I in for? Me. I'm off. I can't make it.
By the way, guys, 5-day weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, what?
4-day weekend, whatever it is.
4-day weekend for Tim, yeah.
And
I
by
don't
the way,
want to hear a gripe from Tim again about weekend work.
not the best case scenario, but not a bad scenario with Danny Dunn on the board. And also, I just found out today, short show on Monday. We're taking the Monday night game too.
Dude, what? Hold on. Okay, now. What?
Yeah.
Make my day, dude.
Yeah.
Make my day, pal.
Chiefs Jags.
Ooh, that's
the
right.
The Bay Area cares about that game a lot.
That's right. I got to do my Chiefs pregame show on Monday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm part of the Chiefs pregame broadcast, as you know.
We got a Kermit bit coming for you.
You got a Kermit bit?
Yeah, in honor of Pat Mahomes. Remember the last one?
Danny,
Dan.
Danny.
Don't promise bits that you can't, come through on Monday.
Well, if anyone from Digital's here on Monday.
No, that's not going to be the case.
Exactly.
I left L.A. and they're still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I came here and there's one guy left, Jack Loader. He ain't here.
No. Mr. KNBR's at Jimmy Cochran's office right now for whatever reason.
Mr. KNBR actually legitimately just sent me and Derek a photo. He's still in L.A. He sent us a photo of a building. It's just the Cochran Law Office, dude. He goes, seeing some L.A. sights is what he said.
Yeah, that's a big landmark. Hit the KNBR.
Dude, people, this debate about I can't believe it's a debate that Kyle Shanahan ran the ball 3 times.
Guys,
It's
they
unreal.
won the game, and you have to think about situational football. They thought they were going to lose 27-23, and then Alfred Collins causes the fumble and recovers it. At that point, yes, okay, you could be aggressive and throw for it, but why not have the Rams burn all their timeouts, and then they have to go 50 yards in a minute? Yeah, it's still a lot of time to tie the game, but you thought you were going to lose the game. Yes, could you have called a different running play? Could you call the pass play in that situation? Yeah, but you don't want to be too crazy about it. Kyle did the right thing. At the end of the day, the Rams kicked a field goal to tie the game, and then they ended up winning the game. And then Sean McVay was aggressive with his play calling in the fourth or in overtime. We'll talk about that later. But this just goes back to the fan base not realizing what you have in Kyle Shanahan.
It's certainly not an aggressive thing to do, but it's the right play in that situation.
No question.
You have to. If they had 2 timeouts, I might feel a little bit different, but if they only had 2, I'd say you have to run it because then you get to bleed more clock.
Yeah.
The point is to take as much time off the clock and make them burn their timeouts. You're after the 2-minute warning, make them burn the timeouts.
Sorry, the A3 was making me laugh here. But Kyle Shanahan's such an a-hole for winning last night.
Yeah, dude, again, they're like, how about we put the ball in McCaffrey's gut 3 times and then and people are going to be pissed about it.
Yeah.
And we'll win the game. It's pretty incredible. 415 says 1 minute for Stafford is nothing. Then why didn't he score 415? That's the same texture. 415, you're arguing against something that worked. Why are you mad? Why are you upset? And you're calling it dumb. It worked. The worst case scenario was they win the game. Best case is you win the game in regulation. The in-between is they kick a field goal. They're a good football team too. By the way, you're making them do several things correctly in order to win the game or tie it. You only had to give them the ball back and play some defense. They were, I would say the Niners were already fortunate for forcing the fumble and getting the ball back at the 1.
Yeah.
There were 2. I don't understand now that everybody's like, Kyle's making too many mistakes and doesn't do the right thing at the right time. I cannot imagine how this texter and the others would be reacting if they had thrown the ball and it was picked, or if they'd thrown the ball and left. You're saying 1 minute is nothing for Stafford. I'm agreeing with you, 415. I'm saying, so why would you want him to have a timeout? And you're saying, well, complete a pass and get a first down and the game's over. Right. But that's not the smart play when you're up at your own 1 yard line.
Right.
It's just not. We literally saw them commit a safety 2 weeks ago on a situation like that. I just can't believe this is the discussion that we're having
Well,
after this victory.
It's not the majority of people, but I will say this is what I hate about sports talk radio, where after a win, we get opinions about like, well, they should have done this instead
They
or
won.
that
Why
instead.
should they have?
They
Yeah.
won the game. See, Kyle Shanahan is so good as a head coach, and I feel like the 49er fans, a small deal of them, take him for granted. There's so many coaches that can't do anything when their starting quarterback's out. Like, Sean McDermott's a really good head coach. If Josh Allen's out, I don't think they have a chance. You're seeing it right now with Cincinnati Bengals. Nick Sirianni, okay, yeah, he gets his team ready to go and he's energized and they have the greatest offensive line in football right now. But without Jalen Hurts, without some of these other guys, he doesn't know what to do. He delegates to his offensive coordinator. He doesn't really coach. Like, there's CEO coaches like Mike Tomlin and Dan Campbell that have the mentality of what they want to be as a football team, but they don't really coach in the moment of a game. They decide fourth down decisions and everything like that. But as far as coaching and scheming it up, that's what I value. I like the guys that actually call plays, the X's and O's guys, the offensive play callers and the defensive play callers. That's why I think Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, all of these guys are fantastic. And let's be real, Kyle Shanahan has never been given the quarterback that Andy Reid and Sean McVay have had. He doesn't have Matthew Stafford. He doesn't have Patrick Mahomes, and he gets it done with Mr. Irrelevant or Mac Jones, the outcast of the NFL as far as quarterbacks. Kevin O'Connell's kind of a similar boat where he's had, rejects of Sam Darnold and revived his career. You're seeing it right now with Shane Steichen. There's some guys that are able to take what people thought were crap and then make the most out of it. So people can nitpick and say that was a dumb decision by Kyle. They're 4-1 right now. You want to go back to Chip Kelly? You want to go back to Jim Tom Sula?
Actually, we do have a text here. 408 says, I don't appreciate this stuff. I miss the Tom Sula era with a laugh and crying. It's kind of the point. 707 says, anybody bitching about Shanahan for making the Rams burn their timeouts in that situation is a wankster-ass Friday morning quarterback who probably goes for it on 4th and 32 on their own 2 in Madden. I kind of agree.
And I hate those
That's
people.
The thing. This isn't Madden, man. I don't get it. 916 says, too bad Tim's not working. He could have banned your last caller. I don't know who our last caller was that we would have been. That was from CHP Joe.
Yeah.
Can't remember. 831 checks in, says, I don't have a problem with the 3 runs. I would have liked to see them spread it out a bit more, give McCaffrey more of a chance to get some more yards, maybe a first down. I'm okay with that logic, too. I'm okay with saying, I want to run the ball, and you have to run the ball. You have to make them burn their timeouts. You have to. You're saying 1 minute's too much for Stafford. If you throw a pass, why do you think there would be less time on the clock if you don't complete it? Everybody's assuming if you pass it, it's completed, which is funny. I don't know why you're all assuming that.
No, I mean,
again, I'm not saying that that is an aggressive play. But if he does that and he throws an incomplete pass and Stafford has a timeout and they do score a touchdown, you're all pissed at the same thing and the Niners lose.
Right.
If they come back down and kick a field goal and tie it after he threw it once, you'd still be pissed like you are now. So I don't understand what will make you happy. What will make you happy? This was a great win. Instead, we're going, well, I didn't like how it happened at the end of regulation. It should have been. Nothing cost you going overtime.
No.
You had 10 days off.
No, but this is
Why are you mad?
This is the nature of this medium. I totally get it why some people just want to nitpick that stuff, and fans are going to be fans. But the main topic here to me is appreciate what you have in Kyle Shanahan. Most coaches would not have their team ready to play like he did last night.
Yeah.
The fact that they had Mac Jones, who was beat up, Kendrick Bourne, who has a good connection with Mac Jones from back in the day in New England, but hasn't really done much with the 49ers up until yesterday. The fact that they were able to play that game, and Copes, I think you nailed it before the game when you and I were talking about it on Tuesday and Wednesday. It helps to play a division opponent. It helps to have familiarity with Sean McVay.
And I said, I think the Thursday levels the playing field a bit because everybody's hurting. Everybody's sore. Everybody just played. And you lose some edge, I feel like, in that regard, where that's why I said, too, the longer the game goes, the worse I felt about it because the Rams are, at least health-wise, the more talented team yesterday.
Right.
And so the longer it went, you think, okay, more over time, more is going to play out to where the better team and the better talent is going to come out on top. I thought it was the perfect storm for the Niners to upset. Didn't think it was going to happen the way it did. But as this texter says, I honestly, 8-1, I honestly chalked yesterday up to a loss. I'm stoked it went to overtime, and they won. 408 says, those Niner fans are ridiculous. Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the league. I'm just pissed because I'm a diehard Niner fan, and it took the Rams. I took the Rams in my suicide pool. I'm an idiot. I thought about that, too. I kind of have a principle to stay away from Thursdays and suicide pools and division games, too.
We're all idiots. I said here on Wednesday that I thought they would lose by multiple touchdowns, And yeah, I'm totally wrong. I think most people were wrong. I think a few people picked the 49ers to win this game. But you know what? I shouldn't doubt them because it should have. I mean, I should have known it'd be a closer game. I should know that Kyle would have his team prepared against the Rams. They always play the Rams tough. I mean, I thought this game was kind of trending in the direction of last year, week 3, when they had the 3 touchdowns to Juwan Jennings. In the end, they lost that game after having a big lead. It was kind of going in that direction. I'm with you, Copes. When I was watching the game and they were up 14-0, I was like, I still think the Rams come back and win this game, just because I don't think it's going to keep going with Mac Jones and with the way he's playing right now. But no, give it up to Kyle. Give it up to Robert Saleh for the game play he had defensively. Yeah, and if we're ever going to survive, have to get a little crazy.
It's our motto for the game for these Niners, the 2025 Niners. Seal.
Crazy.
925 says it's this simple, Copes. People are mad. The people that are mad that Kyle called 3 run plays from the 1 must have had the under at 43.5. The Niners' final score would have been 23-20. Anyone thinks they shouldn't have run the ball, says the 209, should have to fight Tim Ryan. We got to ask Tim about it because Ryan Chips McCarthy, our sound editor for the Niner game, said that on that final drive or on that drive, Tim Ryan was suggesting the Niners take a safety intentionally.
When?
On that play. What if they ran out of the back of the end zone and then go up 1? I don't know. He said I guess he asked the question. Should they take a safety here? Which is something my buddy texted me and I was like, no. Don't give them points and then the ball back and let them try to kick the field goal.
I want to hear that from
when do you do it?
Tim Ryan.
Do you do it on the punt? That's the only time you could do it to take more time off the clock.
We're talking about in regulation?
Yeah.
No. There wasn't enough time to do that.
He's saying there was too much time, I'm saying, to do that. I guess the suggestion is on 4th down, when you're punting, instead of punting, you take an intentional safety, and then they're down 1, and you punt it back to them.
Yeah, the Rams would have won by 1 point.
Then they just have to get in range for a field goal. I think that's even worse.
No, I have to hear that from Tim Ryan's mouth to believe he actually said that.
I don't know. Chips McCarthy, is he you're not going to believe him?
I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m.
Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by? You can punch me in the mouth.
If Tim Ryan actually said that, I'm not going to fight him on that one because he's a large human. But at the same time, Chips McCarthy has led me astray before. This morning, he left a empty Cheez-It box with my name on it. And that was a terrible prank.
Yeah, he did try to prank you. 707 Jason says, by the way, it's hilarious the fans that are complaining. They probably were like Derek, thinking this game was going to be a blowout loss. Yeah, seriously. Everybody complained they ran the ball back up 3 times. I better not scroll up and find that you had the Niners losing by 2 scores.
You know what, text line? Most of you were saying, they're going to lose by 40 points because it's going to be a blowout. Stop this.
And everybody's pleasantly surprised. Not that many people are complaining on the text line, but as that one texter said, maybe that 415 is a coach, Mr. McKnows Nothing, which I like that text.
That's a great name.
We're going to catch up with Tim Ryan, by the way. We're way behind in about 10 minutes here. We'll catch up with Tim Ryan when we come on back. Let's talk about the rivalry in sports. I also want to hear from Mac Jones. I want to play this Mac sound.
Okay.
Asked if he views himself as a starter on this team going forward. We'll do that, and then we'll hear from our guy Tim Ryan plus Larry Krueger at 5:30. It's a Victory Friday. It's dirty work, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, hanging out with you. Victory Friday. Niners win at 26-23. Danny, do we have that Mac Jones sound from earlier in the show? Asked if he views himself. It's from the 3:15 segment.
Well, play it, damn it.
Here's Mac Jones after the game yesterday. He was asked if he views himself as the starter of this team going forward. I mean, gotta love being a good teammate because Mac Jones could make this whatever he wants to be.
Yeah.
Instead, he says this.
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like, I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not. So
perfect response for a backup quarterback.
That's what a teammate does.
Yep.
It's a great answer from a backup because, again, when the quarterback controversy happens and the backup is the guy who's been thrust into the limelight or into the spotlight, he didn't have to do anything but just go play.
Yep.
Just go play. The starting quarterback or the incumbent is the guy who's going to be asked those questions, and all he can do is go and execute to the best of his ability when he comes back and is given the opportunity. But Mac knows. I think Mac knows now, seeing what he's seen, being a part of what he's a part of, that if he goes out and he executes, the rest is going to take care of itself, whether it's here or it's somewhere else next year or the year after. I know he's under contract next year. I just mean if the Niners decide they can get – I just mean in the future. If he takes care of business right now, he will find himself with an opportunity. I mean, Sam Darnold, the same thing. All he could do was go execute and do what he was asked to do last year, thrust into the role as a starter after he was going to be behind a rookie.
Right.
A first-round draft pick, and executed. Now he's got himself a contract, and he's the guy up in Seattle, and they're playing pretty good football. So I think Mac knows. He's smart enough to know now with the experience he's had, at least with 3 organizations, that while this may not be his last organization, and he continues to do this over the rest of this year and however much he plays next season, if at all, that's going to put him in a position to find himself a nice payday and get an opportunity to go play for somebody with a new understanding of how the NFL operates, how success can feel like, what this can be like. I mean, who will have played for Bill Belichick and Kyle Shanahan?
And Nick Saban. Yeah. And even Nick Saban today on the Pat McAfee show was talking about Mac Jones and said that, he was in a bad situation with New England. He, as a first-round...
Doug Peterson.
And Doug Peterson.
Super Bowl winning coach.
No, I mean, he is. I mean, as a first-round draft pick, he was, chewed up and spit out, and now he realizes that he knows a bad situation, he knows a good situation. I think that when quarterbacks kind of flame out when they're first-round draft picks, they're a little more cautious about what situations they go into. And I'm sure Mac had conversations with Kyle Shanahan during the draft process, and if there was an opportunity to play with Kyle, he was going to take it. I think that's the same thing with Sam Darnold, where he knew that he could get, a better opportunity with Kevin O'Connell as his play caller. And, he knew Clint Kubiak from the 49er days. So that's why he signed with the Seahawks. I think that Mac Jones, we'll see what happens with his career long term, but he's going to be, careful about where he goes next, whether it's with the 49ers or someplace else. It has to be a good situation where the play caller is going to put him in a good position. So, yeah, Mac Jones, he's a consummate professional. He is a good backup quarterback, and to say otherwise, to say, I want Brock Purdy's job, that would be the bad way to go about it.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to. I think his play is doing the talking for him, and I think the rest will take care of itself in time. We should point out, by the way, he's thrown the ball he threw 39 times in his first start, 41 in his second start, 45 now in his third start.
Yeah. I mean, as I asked Kyle a couple weeks ago when he threw 39 passes in his first game against the Saints, what is it about a quarterback when you play with him the first time? Do you want him to throw that many passes? He's like, the telling thing to me was Kyle approached this game as if Brock was going to play. That's how he's treated every single game. I think the best situation with a backup quarterback is your backup is kind of the same thing as your starter. Not as far as skill level.
In the mold.
Yeah, in the mold and just how they play.
Skill-wise, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, as you said, as I've been saying, as a lot of people have been saying, the drop-off from Brock Purdy to Mac Jones is not a lot. I think that Brock is a better player, but they kind of have the same talent level. So, yeah, I think that, it's a good situation. It's the best backup quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's had as 49ers head coach. and keep playing Mac until Brock's 100%.
Yeah, I'm with you. Until you need Brock back or until he's capable of coming back. Because they needed him back last week. But you've got yourself a little bit of rest here. And I don't know how severe this is. We'll talk more about it as we get through the weeks here. And we'll talk to Kruger about it a little later in the show. See what he remembers about the Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick situation as well. The difference there, too, is that Alex Smith was the incumbent.
Yeah.
He was also not drafted by that regime where Colin Kaepernick was.
Right.
They had gotten the most out of him, and he was under contract, I believe, for one more year.
And Colin Kaepernick was electric in that Monday night game.
It was well. I'm just saying that they basically gave you the same out production, but Kaepernick unlocked a different element of the offense with his legs.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, Russell Wilson was the type of quarterback, the read pull option, and you could do that with Kaepernick. And yeah, that Monday night game against the Bears, where I think Aldon Smith had 4 sacks and Colin Kaepernick put up 34 points against them. Like, let's be honest. Alex Smith was a good quarterback, but the term game manager was thrown a lot, where they were running the football a ton with Frank Gore and winning games like 19-11. They weren't blowouts. They weren't explosive offensively. That's why they went to Colin Kaepernick, because if we have this defense and we can put up 30 points, we're not going to lose a game. With Brock Purdy and Mac Jones, it's a similar situation, I think.
I got to tell you, I would love it just for some of these Shanahan critics to eat crow. He's got to be in the mix right now for Coach of the Year.
Absolutely.
If we're going to handicap it right now, he has to be in the mix for Coach of the Year.
He's lost out to John Harbaugh in 2019 because, the Ravens had a ridiculous regular season at 14-2. But Kyle probably should have won the award that year. And a couple of years ago in 2022, Brian Dable won it because
he shows up with a crap Giants team and they go. I mean, they started 4-1 and they made the playoffs with Dan Jones.
But Kyle, it was later in the season, but Kyle still won games with Jimmy and then won games with Brock. This time around, yeah, I think Kyle needs to be in the conversation. But I think
I'm just talking right now. If you were to handicap it, he's
now. It's a toss up between him and Shane Steichen.
It's 5 weeks in.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just saying, based on what we've seen, you're right. Steichen should absolutely be on that list. Or maybe Kyle can win comeback coach of the year. Maybe we'll do one of those. Just because they weren't good, now they're good. That's
how about
we
this?
That's how we do comeback
How
player.
about Kyle wins coach of the year and Dan Jones wins comeback player of the year?
No, I think Mac Jones deserves to win comeback player of the year, dude. Dan Jones is on the table.
He is.
I hate that crap.
Yep.
They're like, hey, Dan Jones is good. And I was like, dude, he was a first rounder. I mean, comeback player of the year. He started games last season.
But he came back for being stinky, coach.
He came back from getting cut and then getting signed and then signing with somebody else.
Yeah.
And then winning games. That's BS. I'm not into that. Tim Ryan, he was on the call yesterday, last night.
Before we get to him,
what you got?
Chips McCarthy dug up the audio on the safety if you want to hear it.
Oh, Chips McCarthy. You were calling him a liar. Where's that guy, Chips McCarthy? He's not going to be.
He's led me astray before.
Here we go. What did Tim say?
Always an option is for Morstead to run around in there as long as he can and take the safety. And then, of course, you got to give it back to him, but it might help out field position.
Yeah, I disagree with Tim on that
Probably would
one.
have punted it to, they probably would have gotten the ball deeper in their own territory. But they would have needed only a field goal to win instead of force overtime.
Yeah. I disagree with Tim on that one. And also,
his job as a broadcaster is just to throw out the scenarios.
You're talking things out in the moment. I'm doing the same thing in my living room with my little brother, so whatever. It's all good.
I wonder what Greg would have said back to me. What are you talking about, Timmy? No, I can't do that. All right, we'll talk to Tim Ryan next, one of our favorite dudes.
Are you insane?
He was fired up. He loved being at SoFi yesterday. I was fired up to see him and fired up to see the Niner win. That's got to be one of the my favorite franchise wins. Again, this was a lore win, I feel like, for the Niners. We'll talk about it with Tim Ryan next. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a lion.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week with the one and only Tim Ryan on your 49ers radio broadcast. Oh, yeah, Danny Dunn's got the Mac 10 Fold Life. Tim, what's going on, man? Great victory yesterday.
Mac 10 to the rescue.
Sounds good.
It does sound good.
Man, love that guy. He's like a 1975 throwback.
In what
Just
way?
absolute. I mean, it looks like he's never stepped a foot in the gym.
No, yeah.
Looks like he just.
Yeah.
And he has, by the way, because I see him in there all the time. He could have just climbed off a tractor and he gets out there and he's just absolutely slinging it. His competitive spirit is awesome. And, that was clearly on full display last night with his whole body cramping up and all the things that he was dealing with throughout the game. And just his focus and his mentality, how he deals with the media, I think is just so authentic. The way he deals with his teammates, he's so much fun to be around. And then, of course, the way he plays the position. He's just an absolute gunslinger, man. And some of those throws that he made last night and the way that he started that game and the chemistry that he's got with Kendrick Bourne is clearly obvious. I'll tell you what, man, you think, and we talked, we talked in the off season, of course, in training camp about all the changes and not a lot of expectations for this football team and the roster purge that had to happen in the off season. And of course, in doing that, they were able to get, some of the big stars paid, of course, Brock, and getting Kittle extended, getting Fred extended, and the players that they brought in. Think about it. The rookie class last year was great. The rookie class this year, the play of the game made last night by Big AC Alfred Collins. I know we'll talk about that. Bryce Huff, new addition that had a game winner. At New Orleans. Upton Stout, draft pick, third-round pick, had the big rake out on the third down against the Arizona Cardinals, which in effect was a game winner that gave him the opportunity to kick the field goal through the uprights. Just all the contributions. Travis Gibson recovering that fumble last night, who was a late ad over the summer. Just all the guys that are wearing a 49er uniform really for the first time this year that are coming through with huge plays. I think a testament to the decision makers, and obviously it was tough in changing up the roster, but they brought in the right kind of guys. And the will of that football team last night, against all odds, Coach, we talked about it pregame.
Mental game, bro. Yeah.
How the hell are they going to win this game? And the fast start was obviously key, but key plays at the end, and then just kept fighting. And Kyle's play calling is a masterpiece. McVay obviously had some really good play calls and is going to keep doing and went after the rookies. That was obvious watching that game and going after Stout and going after Marquise Siegel. And against that passing outfit with Stafford, if you're just a hair off in terms of your anticipation and what you're expecting, they're going to get you. And they got him with a lot of big explosive plays, and Stafford is playing as good as he's ever played. But the willpower to win that game, the 4th and 1 at the end, Chase Lucas out there for Upton Stout. Chase, of course, was here and did great things in the preseason, was here last year on the practice squad. As soon as they were not in a good defense for an off-tackle run. I believe they were in a gaps defense, which is everybody really pinching inside, trying to play the sneak and take away the inside run, A and B gaps run. And then as soon as that receiver inserted into the formation, I like to call him a little sniffer in there in terms of that position. And there's so much they can do out of that. But immediately, Chase Lucas, who's out there for Upton South, recognized it. Fred Warner recognized it. Downhill, hitting it right in the mouth. Michael Williams holding the point. Everybody coming in and finishing it off. My God, what a win.
Yeah. By the way, Tim Ryan is sponsored by Dignity Healthy, official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. I was saying, Tim, it's one of my favorite games that I can remember because it's like we talked in the pregame. Everything's going to have to go right. They'll have to win in the margins. You're going to have to catch some breaks. They took advantage of some, but they also executed in a way throughout the game that I don't think we've seen them execute. I felt like yesterday was a true growth game. I mean, Kyle called it a character game. I said, for me, this is a game for 49er fans that goes in Niner lore. Nationally televised, one skill position starter in Christian McCaffrey, who carries it 30 times against a Super Bowl winning coach and a quarterback going to the Hall of Fame. This, to me, was a huge growth game for a lot of these young players.
There's absolutely no doubt. And to stare adversity right in the face with those circumstances that you talked about. I mean, I said at pregame day, I can't remember in recent memory, and you pulled up a couple of memories. Of course, I got CTE, so I've forgotten a lot. But there was there's no doubt about that. But when you factor the injuries to the star weapons, the real players and guys that are really, really good, including the quarterback, and then you couple that with the fact that the opponent is playing their best football and they're a well-oiled machine on offense and their defensive front are absolute monsters in the way that they get after it. How the hell are they going to win it? I mean, I couldn't remember a game in recent memory where it was like, oh, man, where are the answers going to be? And the 49ers found them right in the middle of their chest, man, and it's called the heart. And the way they played that game and the way that the coaches coached that game. And the beauty of it is, especially on defense, there's so much to clean up. And a lot of people now, if you go back and watch the first 5 games, it's just a copycat after a copycat. And that's what this league is, and how they're motioning up to these little bunch sets and figuring out how to find explosive plays with the wideouts and finding holes in the secondary and confusing some of the younger guys. And there were a few mental errors last night, certainly. But to be able to have a chance now to get in the film room and clean all of that stuff up and sitting at 4-1, man, and bought themselves some time to get guys healthy over here in the next month. And you know how, look, 3 of the next 4 are on the road. It's going to be a grind. And then you look at as the season starts to tail off and the home games and looking at the opponents and then hopefully getting those guys back and getting them healthy. Big opportunities this year, big opportunities when and they're always there in that building, and they're there for you guys because you know the team and you're talking about them every day. But and the faithful, but you go out there in the public and talk about it nationally, and I think a lot of people pick this team to finish 3rd in the division. There's a lot of football left, but a lot of opportunity for this 49er team.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line, you talked about the 4th down stop. What did you make of the call from Sean McVay? I mean, you could make the argument that maybe you play for the field goal there, but he wanted to be aggressive. But what did you think about running the football after they got stopped on the goal line with Kyron Williams' fumble earlier in the game? Could they have gone to maybe a screen pass to Puka and how the 49ers would have defended that? Just Sean McVay said himself it was a bad call. I agree with him. I thought it was a terrible call in the end.
Yeah, I mean, going forward, I get it. When you look at the clock and looked at the score and where it was, the play, I mean, and Kyron Williams is tough to stop in there, obviously. But I would have gone back to the well where they had been attacking all game long and see if they can get on that secondary with their 2 best players, Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. And Kyron Williams is no slouch, but yeah, probably wasn't their best play call. I got no problem with them going for it and probably would have gone. And both coaches were being aggressive in that game. And remember, they were 2 for 2 on 4th down up until that play. And really felt like that would be the game winner if they could have picked that up right there. It was, and look, great defensive. They got in that sniffer play a couple of times earlier and had a big pass on it, had a couple of big plays on it. 49ers didn't take the bait on that one, so give the defense some credit.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. We've been talking about it last night on the postgame show and today. There are some fans, and I can't believe this is what we're talking about, who don't think it was the right thing for Kyle to call 3 run plays after the forced fumble when they're up against their own 1. I said, you got to make the Rams use their timeouts. We heard a clip of you sort of talking through scenarios, and you suggested, and I don't even know if you thought this was the right idea, but that they take an intentional safety and then kick it away to give the better field position. Walk us through that scenario and what you think is the right play call there, because I think Kyle called it perfectly.
I do too, and I, again, I just threw that out. I wasn't like I would take a safety, right? I don't know what the card says with that, but I just know the way these guys are kicking field goals now, and you kick it off, or you got to punt it from your own goal line, like Thomas did. Where'd they get the ball? They got it in midfield.
Midfield, right?
So, and again, I mean, it's. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other for them. I mean, if you take a safety and then now you're up one and then you get great field position, then maybe it's instead of a couple plays in field goal range, maybe now it's 3 or 4 plays in field goal range. So I thought he played it perfect. I would have run it every time. You got to make them use their timeouts there. You have to, and so that they don't have any time left. And then, again, when you're backed up like that against that front, and the risk of throwing it, and I'm not just talking, and Mac only got sacked once and clearly very, very capable of getting it out and getting it out quick. But what if you get a holding call on the goal line and standing in the end zone?
It happened 2 weeks ago.
There's the automatic, exactly. So there's the automatic safety right there. And then you don't make any, the clock stops. They don't have to use the timeout. And he played it absolutely perfectly.
Talk to us about the play that caused the whole scenario with Alfred Collins, my guy from Texas, going in there and causing the fumble on the 1 yard line. I mean, in preseason and the early parts of the regular season, he wasn't flashing a lot. But talk about the strides this guy's made in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and we talked about it all camp. And, you heard the coaches constantly say he's got to get his football legs underneath him. And you don't just jump on the football field when you haven't done anything. Since the final game at Texas in the 24 season and step into pro football and look like, boy, this second round pick is the real deal right away. Because he didn't do anything in the offseason dealing with that calf injury that he had. So his pad level was up. He wasn't in great condition because he wasn't really able to do anything. But one thing that he did do, and I gave him credit for it in the summer, because we were all like, oh, man, this is going to be a little work in progress here, is he did constantly give effort in terms of, it's not like, oh, this guy's out of shape and his mentality's out of shape. That was never the case. He would, bust his ass to get to the football in the short passing game or perimeter runs, and you could see that effort. So start there with effort, and then you compound that with his talent, and eventually it's going to come together. And just day by day, he got better and better in camp. Went to Seattle. It was not very good. I'll be honest with you, watching the tape. I don't know what he played, 10 plays or something. Not very good. But pro football is a whole different animal with the speed, the power, the intensity of the game, how those guys play. And then the next week, better. And then the next week, better. Now there's not really a drop-off when you put him out there. And he's going to continue to get better. You give a guy with that talent now confidence that and some guys just need that, fellas. Like, hey, man, you can do it in this league. This is a humbling-ass league immediately. And so he's been getting that confidence. I try to talk to him all the time. The guy is a monster. As big as he is, he wears an 18 shoe. He's in the weight room the other day. I looked down at one of his cleats on. I go, bro, what size shoe do you wear? I'm like, 16? He's like, no, 18. I'm like, oh my God. Like, he is massive. And the beauty of that play, and he made a lot of other good plays in the game, but the beauty of that play, and I talked about it last night, and I was talking to a couple of the coaches about it today, is I've been in that scrum, and there's so many of those plays, it happens really fast. You got to make a lot of plays in there that you don't even see. You just feel the action, right? You're fighting the pressure of the blocks, and you get a feel for where the ball's going. And for him to come back inside and to have an impact on that play is one thing. But to be laid out in a position where he's already committed, it's not like a Fred punch where he's running in to punch the football out. He's absolutely already almost horizontal, laying out to get into that running lane. And then to bring that haymaker from Texas and deliver that right hook was awesome. And it was almost like he was surprised that the ball was under his chest when he came up. He's kind of looking around and like, where's the pigskin? It's right between the 9 and the 5. Obviously the play of the game. incredible, and happy for him, his teammates, the coaches. You could see just how happy everybody was for him. So a great play, but the fact that, a tackle right there would have been a really good play. Nobody would have talked about it, but to be able to have the mindset and the mentality in real time, as fast as it happens, to load up that big haymaker and then deliver was really something.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Tim, to me, the three biggest plays in the fourth quarter and overtime were obviously the stop on fourth down, the Alfred Collins forced fumble, and then Jordan Elliott's blocked kick for the game to save the game in a tie. I don't know if you're seeing trends around the league right now. There's so many block kicks, and last night was just a block kick from Jordan Elliott, but are you seeing anything different for the way the teams are defending block kicks, or are we just seeing more block field goals right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that, Jordan Elliott's a freight train, and there's been a lot of guys like him with his skill sets. The Philadelphia guy is an absolute monster, as big as he is, and those long arms. And, Lawrence Jackson up in Seattle has been doing it for a long time with just his body makeup and how big he is and how long those arms are. But, again, I think it's one of those things where when you see it and you see how available that play is now, and I think it gives guys more impotence, more a thought process and momentum. Well, hell, let's go get one. Let's go, because a lot of times you get down those extra points, it's like, okay, and not anymore. And you never know what play it's going to be. And I played the wing on the field goal team, which is the guy that's, the wing outside the end man on the line of scrimmage, and you got to block inside and hinge outside. I think all those guys suck around the league. Watch them. I never gave up a block kick, man. I love doing that. It's like a routine disciplinary thing. Step down, secure the inside, and then step out and get a long arm out and get that corner who's trying to dip under your hand or trying to run around you. So part of it's technique on some of those edge guys, but I think part of it's just mentality with guys on the inside that are thinking, man, there's a real opportunity to absolutely blow this up and get our hands up and get one.
Tim, I was saying this earlier. I feel like Kyle is, and maybe this is just the way the games have played out or situationally. It just feels like early this year he's been more aggressive. I would say not even on fourth down. I've never called a kick aggressive. I thought that was an aggressive play to kick the 59-yarder that Pinheiro nails yesterday. What did you think of that?
Well, if he misses it there at midfield,
it's huge.
When you look at the time left on the clock. So now I'm sure it's factoring in, like, well, it's Stafford over there at quarterback. So what's the difference? Maybe he scores faster, and we end up having a little bit of time left to have an opportunity. But I don't think there's any doubt he's more aggressive in how his play calling is, and a credit to Mac for being able to execute the play calling, and the new receivers, and Kendrick Bourne. We haven't even talked about him. My God, it's like he never left.
Game of the year, yeah.
And the year that he had out there, the game that he had out there. So Kyle's doing a great job, man. And you guys have seen the surveys of defensive coordinators and who the hardest guy it is to game plan against and defend offenses. And Kyle's really, really, really good. And if you guys in the faithful, and you guys know, but if you could see the amount of time and the amount of effort, and people, they make a lot of money. Well, there's a lot of guys in that building that don't make a lot of money that are supporting the head coach and all the other coaches. The quality control coaches, some of the assistant coaches, and these guys that are making their way up that coaching ladder. I mean, the hours they are putting in. And it's not just putting in the time, the way they're doing it with the gusto and just really getting after it and delivering in support what the coaches want. All the video guys and all the stuff. I mean, the time that goes into this is incredible. And on a short week, they've been working on the Rams for 2 weeks in preparation and knowing there's a short week. Now, the beauty is they're going to get a couple of days off over the weekend, but a lot of people think, boy, I'd love that. And you love it when you end up walking out of an opponent's building with a victory like that. I think that's why everybody does it, for that feeling and the camaraderie and being part of it. But, oh, man, is it a grind in terms of if you like to sleep, and if you like to sleep like even 5+ hours a night, you probably shouldn't go into coaching in the NFL.
Yep.
Kyle has said as much to us on this show. Tim, before we let you go, I know it's something that Greg has done with you for years. Are we putting a title on this game? Is this the banana game for Mac Jones? Like, what are we calling this one? You guys remember that banana game Thursday night? They killed it. It was great. All that potassium.
The banana game. Oh, man. Hold on. Let me think of something. Let me think of something real quick.
I was like, I don't want to take away from Alfred Collins. I don't want to take away from the great play of Upton Stout in the secondary, and, of course, Chase Lucas. Like, I don't want to take away from anybody, but Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne and the Bananas, they got it done yesterday.
Yeah, well, let's just say this team at SoFi was reborn last night. Let's call it the reborn game.
All right, the reborn game. Tim, enjoy the time off, man. You get a little mini bye here before they get back at it against the Buccaneers next week, and maybe some guys coming back, opening some practice windows for Malik and George Kittle in the days ahead. So enjoy the weekend, Tim. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Later, T-Rock.
Always. All right. Love to hear you. I love to hear your guys' voices. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
Much love, bro. The great Tim Ryan, who was on the call yesterday. Good breakdown, man. Tim was fired up, and he was honest. I mean, Tim, works for the team, of course. Yeah. And he's around these guys, so he knows them. So, of course, he's, wanting the most for them and for them to be successful. But he'll shoot you straight. Oh, yeah. Before the game yesterday, he sat down in the booth with JD and I. This was off air, and he's like, I don't know, man. This is a mentality game. That's all we talked about was how you have to be just mentally prepared to be better than the other team, and they were as mentally prepared as they could have been.
No, I mean, Tim's always honest, and like him talking about the banana game, bro. Kind of felt like I didn't know that he was cramping up and he needed a banana. I was
That's why I think he was doubled over because he ate 3 of them. He said on the bench. Yeah.
At first, I was like, is he pulling a Mark Sanchez right now and eating a banana on the sideline like Mark Sanchez years ago ate a hot dog during a Raider game? And I was like, that's so disrespectful.
He did it on the bench.
He did it on the bench. They were winning 38-0. I was like, this son of a Mark Sanchez.
Wait, they were up and he did it?
Yeah,
that's even funnier.
Yeah,
that's like Auerbach and a cigar, except he's eating a hot dog.
Yeah, exactly. But then I was like, okay, he's obviously cramping up. He needs the potassium, but. Yeah, man, they found a way to win. And, Tim Ryan, I knew that when he threw out the hypothetical safety scenario, he just throwing things out there during a broadcast.
Yeah,
but
he's talking
the
through
right thing to do was run the ball 3 times with Kyle.
I think that's maybe a Murph thing. Maybe it was a Murph and Mac thing. I think it's a Murph thing. He said one of the most disrespectful things somebody can do to you is
eat in front of you.
They're kicking your ass and they're eating, just going through some normal. I'm still hungry. Yeah. I mean, or when somebody's trying to talk to you and you're smacking gum in their face.
Yep. It's just a show of disrespect.
Yeah, dude.
And that's what Mark Sanchez did back in 2009. 100%.
See, it's different, though, because, the banana's for the potassium.
Of course. I get it.
Learned all about it in Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves.
Oh, was that the sequel?
It's one of the sequels. I don't know. The parents Rick Moranis actually accidentally shrinks him.
Oh, it's the third one.
It's a third one.
Where they get stuck in the cereal?
Because it's blew up the baby and then shrunk the kids, right? Or those first two.
That was a straight to VHS Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Yeah, that was exactly what it was.
Yes.
Anyway, one of the kids, who I believe is one of the Lawrence brothers.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I think he ends up crashing, needing some potassium.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, the straight to VHS movie taught me all about it.
I do remember that.
They were he's short. He had some deficiency and needed potassium.
Rick Moranis coming back for Spaceballs 2.
Is he?
Yes, he's going to be Dark Helmet. Dark Helmet. Yeah.
Wow. Do we know when that's coming out?
I think next year actually.
Spaceballs 2.
Yeah, it's the search for more money.
That's what it's called, right?
I hope so.
Well, they riff on that at the end of the first one.
I know, and they need to have the joke in there where it's Spaceball 2, the search for more money.
They must.
Yes,
they must. They got to do it. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn with you on a Friday afternoon. It's a Friday. It's a Victory Friday. It feels nice to come in after a game
man.
and not have it be a Monday. It's actually kind of thrown.
It feels like a Monday show on a Friday.
Dude, all my days blend together now too.
I know.
I've been off in 13 straight.
What are you going to do this weekend now that you're off?
I'll tell you what. It's my first Sunday to binge football. All day Sunday, and I'm going to do it tomorrow too. But
nice.
I'm going to binge. One of my buddies.
Just you and Scott Hansen?
Just me and Scott. I was going to say something dirty, but I won't. It's going to work blue there. It's me, Scott, and old Lefty. All right, I'm just riffing. Can we have fun?
I know.
Can we have some fun on a
You're
Friday?
just being real. It's all good.
I'm feeling good. Niners got to win. We got some college football tomorrow.
We do.
Stanford on a bye week this week, so I got a true I'm just hanging. We're doing my buddy moved to the Philippines where his family is and got engaged.
Okay.
So now he's coming back this weekend and we're just I guess raging with him, just me and 4 other buddies, 5 guys. We're just gonna
rage away.
We're gonna tie one on and then I'll wake up to Scott Hansen on Sunday morning. I do
Scott
get
Hansen and Lefty and you.
Okay. We do get stay. You stay. Keep Lefty out your mouth.
You brought it up.
Keep Lefty out your mouth.
I don't want to think about that. You brought it up.
Do we get another? We get a London game this week. Vikings and
yes. Last week was in Dublin. This one is Dylan Gabriel versus the Vikings.
Oh, that's right. Because we played the like a bunch of Irish music the other day.
Yes.
When we were talking Ireland,
we did
playing in Dublin. Somebody on the text line got upset.
Why?
They thought we were.
Is that offensive?
They thought it was maybe offensive that we did.
Oh wow.
They said if the game was being played in
Top of the morning,
Asia, would you
Laddie.
play traditional Asian music? I said probably.
Yeah.
I don't discriminate against anybody.
What was wrong with
It's
that?
accepting. Now we will make fun of the wood teeth English is what we'll do. What? Now we can't say that?
No, I mean, you can.
Did I offend the Brits? Come on. We're going over there to kick some ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, they came here and we kicked some ass.
That's a classic Simpsons joke where they go to the dentist and they don't want to go to the dentist.
Yeah.
They're like, let me open let me open the big book of British smiles.
Pretty sure it's a South Park thing, too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, more to come on the 49ers and the L.A. Rams from yesterday. Larry Krueger joins us at 5:30. We got to hear what Sean McVay did say after the game about that.
I tell you what, man.
I'll tell you what. I'll do it again. We'll talk about it
No,
next.
he did not say
no,
that.
He didn't. Sean McVay, he went for it on 4th and 1.
He was pissed.
And tried to go for the win, and they did not get it done. We'll hear from Sean McVay next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday, and you're listening to the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to the Revolution Good Vibes Cali Tour 2025 with Pepper and
Call
more.
right now.
Eat shit, Derek.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. He joined the Gregs today before his journey to Tahoe for the weekend to break down the 49ers win over the Rams. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn hanging out with us. Fun to have the Niners get a W yesterday in the manner that they did on a Thursday, and then we get the weekend off. A lot of people excited about this one and checking in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 707 says, yeah, we could call it the Born Again Banana Game. I just kind of like the banana game.
Yeah.
I don't need to give everything a nickname either. I think it was funny. I like that we can reference football games like that, certain games, and you know based on what the performance was. There's a lot of things you'll remember about this one, which is why I think it goes into 49er lore.
I don't know if it needs a name, but Rockin' New Era hit me up, and he was like, in the Greg voice, I have a name for this one. It's the banana in the Rama.
Yesterday, Guy Haberman was talking to me off air, and he's like, you should come up with a Niner touchdown call for me. Because you're creative. And I said, you should just steal Greg's Raider call, but make it a Niner call. Touchdown, Niner.
That's what I thought. That's where I thought my dad got the job.
That would be pretty good, dude.
That's where I thought he was going to do originally.
I thought he was, too, yeah. I was like, you can't do that, though. You got to go something new.
No, every time I talk to Guy, he's always like, come up with some nicknames for him.
He said it to me. He's like, you have a good one.
I'm not doing that for you. I'm not doing your job for you.
He said that to me. You're creative.
Come on, Guy. I do enough work around here. I have to come up with names for you. And by the way, Guy comes up with touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners. I like it. Say it 3 times.
Yeah, dude.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Dude, so he's like saying it in the mirror, dude, and then touchdowns happen.
Yeah, exactly.
If Guy stares into a mirror and says touchdown Niners 3 times,
then touchdowns happen. Yeah.
Danny, can we dig up that call? What call was that? Was that the?
That was on the McCaffrey touchdown.
The McCaffrey touchdown.
Touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners, touchdown Niners. 3 times makes it good.
That's so funny. I didn't really think about it.
I'm only saying this because I love Guy Haberman.
Yeah, we love him. He's the best.
Touchdown! 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 49ers!
Yeah, dude, I like that.
I still give Guy crap because years ago, the Warriors had a game where he filled in on the broadcast, and it was Raptors and the Warriors, and Pascal Siakam had a bunch of threes. And every time he hit a 3, he was surprised by it. So he goes,
Who is this?
Pascal Siakam.
So, who was the broadcaster? Is Fitz?
It was Guy Haberman.
Oh, he was on the call. Okay.
He was filling in for Tim Roy. And every 3, he goes, another 3? Pascal Siakam sets up another 3? And then I made the highlight package where I just kept playing that one soundbite over and over and over again. He's like, dude, you're making me sound like a fool on the radio. I'm like, yeah, but come on, man. That was your call. It was just another 3? I love you, Guy.
I love Guy, dude. I like that one. I'm trying to think of what would be other funny Bay Area ones to do. Like if John Miller was like, adios, 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 pelota. Like if you ramped it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if Greg did.
He hits it high. He hits it high. He hits it high. He hits it deep. He hits it deep. He hits it deep.
Every call, it's 3 times, dude. It's Greg going, San Francisco.
Seaman. It's a Friday.
Holy Toledo. just for everyone you can get, dude.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I like Guy dropping 3 touchdowns. We're going to hit him up about that.
I like that.
I'm sure this will get back to him.
Of course it will.
At the wall. Gone! Gone!
Oh, well done, Danny. You know what? You got the job.
Yeah, dude.
You got the job.
I would have taken Tim like 4. He'd be like, I'll have it for you Monday. Yeah. And then he would have hit a 69 drop just a wedge.
Just for laughs at the end.
Just to say, yeah, we're all buddies here, right? Yeah, playing the same drops.
Okay, real quick because we have to get the Krug. The Sean McVay decision to go for it, like you and I talked about it, I just thought it was dumb. I mean, I thought that the way that Mac Jones was looking on the sideline, I thought you could have justified maybe taking the field goal, play a little defense, see what happens with Mac Jones, get the ball back and win the game 20, or it actually would be 29-26. But the play call was terrible, in my opinion. And as Tim Ryan was saying earlier, Puka Nacua was eating you up all night. I mean, for the most part, 10 receptions for 85 yards.
Yep.
So you kept him, in check for most of the game, but you could have thrown. I mean, they weren't stopping Matthew Stafford for most of the night. So this is Sean McVay after the game, just giving his 2 cents on the play call that he had for 4th and 1.
Thought about maybe trying to draw them off sides. I took one, they took the other, and it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
Kicking the field goal there?
No. No. In hindsight, I wish I would have, but no, we came in here to try to win the football game. It didn't go down for us, Gary. That wasn't even a thought, but the play selection was very poor. I'm sick right now because I put our players in a spot, and I got to live with that.
Guy sounds like he won the damn game, dude. His energy does not fit what he's saying he feels. Yeah, no, I'm sick. I hate it. It cost us the game. And, in hindsight, we weren't going to kick it. In hindsight, yeah, I wish I would have. But, I'm sick. I hate that I did that,
No.
Dude, he's so political in all of his answers. Like, I saw the full thing of that, and I couldn't get it on online. But he starts a press conference by going, "Go ahead." Like, he was so pissed off. Go ahead. And then right away they ask him about the 4th and 1. He goes, "It was a bad call by me.
Yeah,
bad call by
yeah.
me." And I love that even when he's pissed off, he's like, "Yeah, you know what, Gary? You know what, Mike?" Like, he's calling all the reporters by his name, or by their names. And he just sounds to me like, even though they lose and it's so demoralizing, like, Kyle's still genuine about things. Like, it sucks, pisses me off. But Sean McVay sounds like young Tony, where he's just like, you have to come back here and put your big point pants on. And
I think he sounds more positive than young Tony. Young Tony's more.
No, but young Tony will always be like, "Hey, man, sometimes things here at KNBR is not great, but I'm so glad to work here and everything." And it's a good attitude to have. But Sean McVay is just the same thing. Like, it sucks we lost, but got to come back here and go back to the drawing board and try to win again. It's like, dude, shut up. Just be genuine for a second.
Well, dude, here's the thing though. All these guys have egos, and I would much rather hear this attitude, because he knows the deal. The guys won a Super Bowl, right? Than like a what's his name in Clemson, Dabo Swinney.
Oh, Dabo
We're
Swinney.
talking about all the
want to fire me?
That's what I mean, is the college coaches. That's why that jump is so different. Like Saban going to the NFL and all. It's so different when you jump, because different things are expected of you. It is a business where you are in college also, but also you're the king of your kingdom when you're there, and you can expand your kingdom by simply winning games and doing it over and over and over again. In the NFL, you won last year, but are you going to win this year? And in college, you can win and you can rest on your laurels for a while, in the way Dabo has, and wants you to keep remembering those laurels.
Yeah.
Right? Sean McVay, can you imagine an NFL coach saying, "Well, what about all the winning I did before?" You can imagine that? It would never happen.
Dude.
It would destroy somebody.
Can you imagine Bill Belichick after a 4-12 season going to the New England media and just being like, "Come on, guys, I've won 6 Super Bowls. You're gonna tell me I'm not worth a damn?" Or
remember what I did with Matt Castle?
Come on, you're gonna tell me that Robert Kraft knows what he's doing here? Come on. I beg them to fire me. Go ahead, I dare you. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I'm gonna have 6 Super Bowl rings, and I'm gonna sleep with my hot ass girlfriend at 24 years old.
I'm still caught up on broadcasters doing three of the same call, dude.
He might have been doing an ode to Joe Starkey back in the day with Owens. Owens! He caught it!
Yeah, that'd be pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. I just like the idea, like Krug being like, grab some pine, meat.
Yeah, it's just like a record skipping.
It just keeps bouncing. It's so stupid, but it's so stupid to think about it in other terms. Like, it didn't sound bad at all when I heard it.
No.
I didn't think about guys saying it 3 times until you brought it up. Now we've shamed him out of it. He'll never do it again.
Oh no. Yeah, now that if Guy ever hears it, he's like, "Well, I can't do it again now."
You better.
High drive.
Well done, Dan. Well done.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Dan Dunn doing his thing on the 1s and 2s, dude, making me laugh. Larry Krueger, how hyped was he after last night's game? I bet pretty fired up. We'll talk to Krug about it next. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
It's pretty good. It's
Ooh,
pretty
and
good.
a little pepper. Nice, Danny.
I like this, dude. It's a Ska Friday, but it's also a revolution with pepper and more Friday,
Yes.
right? Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. We're working to make the connection with our guy, Larry Kruger.
He's watching his son play high school football. It's all good. Let him do his thing.
So what? Yeah, I mean, so what? We don't get our hits now because his kid's playing football?
Either way.
His kid's out here laying wood on Husak's kid, and now we can't talk ball.
He's scouting the Niners' next O tackle.
Yeah, he's scouting.
Saw this kid shoot the gap.
Let him be a proud dad.
Remember, he said he doesn't even talk ball with his kid.
Yeah,
after.
that's true.
So he doesn't even get into it with him afterwards.
Yeah, I know.
because-
Afterwards, they're always like, "Hey, can I just get money to go hang out with my friends?"
Had some
That's
cash.
usually how it goes on a
Yeah, give me
Friday
some
night.
cash. I'm getting out of here. You played high school football.
I did.
I did not. How about this? Parents wouldn't let me.
Really?
Yeah.
But they let you play baseball.
Yeah, and basketball.
Gotcha.
Yeah, wasn't allowed to play football.
Yeah. Would you believe that I played offensive line and defensive line in high school?
I mean, I believe you because you told me, and because like in high school football, you were like a freshman.
I was a sophomore when I played football.
I remember like kids in my class in high school, like who you wouldn't think were playing the positions they were playing just based on fielding a team. Like, don't have the biggest dudes necessarily. You just have the class you have when there's a freshman football team.
Right.
Just gotta have the kids who are out there. So doesn't totally shock me. Was that your first? Because now football, like, there's Pop Warner. It's funny. I tried out for like Pop Warner when I was a little kid, probably like 8 or 9. I don't think I was into it. I don't think I want to get hit. When I was that little. I don't think I cared about it like that. Then I was down to do it when I was in high school. My parents wouldn't let me. I didn't really push it. Didn't care all that much. But I think it would have been cool to play in hindsight.
Yeah.
But yeah, the so many kids now play flag football. So they have an understanding of football. Like that, the flag football blow up is huge nationally over the last decade or so.
It's going to the Olympics.
Yeah, 10 or 15 years. It's going to Dubai.
Right.
With Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey and Tom Brady out there playing flag football. But so many more kids I feel like come into playing actual football, contact football, with a basis for the sport and an understanding of it differently. So
I played flag football.
You did.
And did I ever tell you this, Copes? Not only did I play flag football, I coached flag football in high school.
At like what age?
I
Like
coached.
how old were the kids?
They were in kindergarten or first grade, and I was doing that on the weekends. I was the interim head
Hold on,
coach.
interim? What do you mean interim? Like they fired the head coach and then you were the O coordinator, you got promoted?
So I was a freshman in high school. My stepbrother came to visit us, and my stepfather was out of town or on like work for most of the football season. So he was going to coach my little brother's flag football team. And then my stepbrother just couldn't keep up with it. He wasn't good at it. He didn't care. So then I took over, and then we started winning games. We're actually pretty good. And then after that, I just kept going with it. So, yeah, for a while there, I coached my little brother for flag football. And God, Texas football, even when it's just like flag football, the parents are so competitive. All of them are like, my son's the next Barry Sanders. I'm like, not quite.
Kindergarten.
Yeah, kindergarten.
He's 5.
There were some kids that were really fast, but no, I enjoyed the hell out of it, and it made you appreciate everything that goes into coaching. Like I would name all the plays like after superheroes so the kids would understand. Like, hey, this one's called Superman. This one's called Batman. It was a lot of end arounds and reverses, not a lot of throwing, but yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun to coach football.
So what was your record? Do you remember?
Oh, no clue.
This play's called Superman?
Yeah, there's a play called Superman or Spider-Man or Batman.
If I played you a second time in the same season, I'd kill you. I'd destroy you. I'd be like, I know what Spider-Man is.
Yeah. And
that's when the kid sits there and picks daisies and the other one runs an end around.
Exactly. Right? And there was a team in our league, the Raiders, funny enough, that were just dominant. Those kids were unbelievable. And yeah, if you played them once, they kick your ass, and the second time they would just throttle you because they knew all your play calls. So I'm no Kyle Shanahan.
707 on the text and says, shout out the San Leandro Crusaders. Shout them out. I assume they're still going. That was like the San Leandro Pop Warner team. They'd always play. I'd always see them playing over at that field off 880 when I was at the San Leandro ballpark playing baseball. They were always over there in the mornings. It's also where, for a while, I think Burrell Field was the name where San Leandro High would play their games. Correct me if I'm wrong, 707. I think that's the name of the field. But you played line in high school. So did you play varsity?
No, I played JV for a season, and I was like, I'm not a football player. I realized that early on. So
you were a freshman, but you played JV?
No, I didn't play my freshman year.
You played sophomore year.
I played my sophomore year.
You were the smartest guy on the field, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Student of the game.
Well, I'll say this. I remember one game in particular. I was on the sideline, and I remember we played this team earlier in the year, and we started the game off with a QB bootleg, and the quarterback ran all the way around and scored. And I was like, we better run that same play again. I'm on the sidelines being like, we better run that same play again. And sure enough, we did. And the coach turns around and goes, oh, smart man, Papa, huh? You think you're smart because your dad calls football games? Shut up and sit down.
Oh, no, dude. First of all, I called you Papa?
Dude, that Texas coaches will get your name wrong all the time. On purpose? Yeah, it felt like it sometimes. But obviously my name's not hard to pronounce. It's Papa. But they would just butcher other kids' names. But yeah, it's Papa, and then every time, these Southern coaches be like, "All right, Papa, get in line."
And they knew your dad was the broadcaster for the Raiders, so they just crushed you for just being his kid,
all the time,
living there in Texas and playing high school football. And they're like, "Shut up, Papa, you don't know anything just because your dad called games."
Yeah, I would be a smart ass sometimes, be like, "Coach, shouldn't we be doing this?" He goes, "Oh, smart man. Huh? What? The 2-14 Raiders do the same thing?"
That's pretty good that he was crushing you for it.
I was like, all right, fair enough, Coach, fair enough.
I get a kick out of that, dude.
Yeah.
So you only played one season. Then what'd you do?
Then
no more sports after that?
No, then I just partied all the way through high school.
Yeah, that's when you switched to filmmaking.
Yes. That's when I wanted to be Andy Samberg at the Lonely Island.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's when I found
that was my true calling, was alleged action man.
Oh, that's pretty good, dude. All right, do we have any more sound we're going to hit here? No?
Not that I remember.
All right, well, we should do this.
So no Krug. Okay, that's fine.
I guess no Krug, yeah. He's watching his kid.
It's all good. I get it.
Maybe his career will last longer than yours will in football.
I think so.
Maybe.
I only played one season, and my claim to fame was a fumble recovery on a kick return that our own kick returner fumbled.
So your team, you get credit for the fumble recovery.
Yeah. Oh, the coaches loved me because it was a guy that everybody hated on the team.
So you saved the drive.
I saved the possession.
What happened on the possession? Do you remember? The great was a 3-and-out. You saved it, but then you guys just punt.
It might have been, but it was this guy on our team called Pedro. And all the coaches called him Paydrop because he'd always would drop passes.
Dude, come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
So sure enough, he muffs
He's 14 years old.
He muffs the punt. And then I recover the phone. He's like, good job, Papa. Paydrop. What the hell are you doing?
Jesus, dude. 2005 was weird. 2005 was wild.
It was.
You can say whatever. Just say stuff like that to kids.
2006. Yeah. They called it pay drop.
Yeah. I'll tell you some stuff off the air. So my baseball
Kick
coaches
is
used to
up,
say.
kick is up, kick is up, and it is good.
That's the key, man. When you have a good play or you have a good call, you say it 3 times, and it makes it nice.
That's pretty good. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Our guy Chips McCarthy's here. Dan Dunn is here. Tim Webb's out. You know, it's funny. He'll be back next week, but not on Monday, on Tuesday.
Oh, he'll be here for Tuesday first takes.
He'll be after he blew him off last week.
Yes.
What's his 3 days off in the last 2 weeks? This guy.
Well, he had to get his car. He had to get his Tesla all the way in Sacramento.
He's off all weekend.
Yeah. So he's going to San Diego,
So he had
I
to
believe.
take Tuesday.
San Diego, and he'll be back on Tuesday.
He's the opposite of you. You couldn't get a dresser because you had to watch football.
Yeah.
Tim's like, I'll just take time off to go do what I got to do.
And that's fair.
He's the opposite of you.
And by the way, shout out to my man, Don Peralta, coming through yesterday.
Derek's got a
Give me the
dresser now. How about that?
I got the dresser. It is in my apartment. Don Peralta, salt of the earth, nice guy. He's number 1 in my book as far as the filth. But yeah, came through and set it up and gave him a pack of beers. And yeah, great guy.
Did you pay for the dresser?
I paid for the dresser.
You paid for the dresser.
I paid for the dresser and for his time.
Did you peel out? Oh, good. I was going to ask you. You peeled him off something for some gas or anything.
Yes.
I don't know if you were going to do that. I texted him
I offered
separately.
him a good amount, and he was like, no.
I texted him separately, and I said, you better get your pound of flesh.
Oh, yeah, he did.
I made sure. I said, dude, he better pay for this, and he owes you.
No. He was taken care of.
Good. Yeah.
Yes.
Those big Papa bucks.
Yeah.
Did you pay him in Thunder bucks?
Sorry, unfortunately, I ran out of
His
those.
510 says, I'm loving these Derek Papa school stories, dude. Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You had some good stories from when you were a kid. When we come on back, I'll tell you, by the way, about how we're doing the Big Island Getaway contest starting again next week. You can qualify for your chance to come to Hawaii, the Big Island, with me, Derek, Tim, Murph, Marcus, and John Joe Curley. Apparently he'll be there, too.
Is he wearing his slacks in the sand?
He quite literally wore slacks every morning in Hawaii last year. Their show starts at, 2 hours before? I think their show starts at 4.
In the pool?
I think by that time, McCarthy, I think they're 2 hour difference. I don't think they're 3 yet. No, he didn't in the pool, but, dude, he is I'm not revealing anything here, am I?
He's Irish. He's pasty white.
He'll burn like Tacky did. Like, dude, Tacky, the poor Tax. Dude, he was redder than this light right here by the time I showed up. Because I got there a day later than everybody after the Niner game.
Yeah.
And Tacky was bright red, like brighter than the lights on this wall.
I heard it was gnarly.
Refusing to wear sunscreen. I'm like, that's not cool.
Oh, man, that's like me back in the day.
Nobody want to look at this.
Come on.
You know? I don't want to see this peeling.
Come on, man, Tacky.
But
you're a 30-year-old man. Lather up.
Your guy John Joe, dude, he'll go long sleeve in the ocean.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
He was wearing his swim trunks, but he was going like, you know how like
long sleeve?
You know how little kids will wear those like swimming shirts now?
Yeah.
Like the compression shirts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let it hang.
Dude,
Come on. No judgment zone. Come on.
So me and Marcus told him, we're like, let it fly, bro. Nah, dude. Floating in the ocean with me and Marcus, full sleeves.
By the way, on the 510 on the text line, Derek should have showed up to football practice with his Saddam Hussein magazine in his face.
Derek dressing like Saddam.
The story behind that is in my class back in the day, 7th grade class, I took a Time magazine of Saddam Hussein on the front cover and put it over my face, and my teacher didn't like that. I don't know why.
Yeah, I do. She said, "Oh, Derek, don't do that." All right, we'll take
she did not say that.
4086, and it says you can join the KNBR crew in John Joe's long sleeve while swimming. I'll tell you how you can be a part of that, and maybe you'll bring your own long sleeve next. Dirty Work will put the show to bed on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.